I find myself stranded on a desolate island with the aloof goddess. Zhu Shiliangren. Intelligent characters, multiple female leads, refreshing narrative, urban setting. Synopsis. A shipwreck incident leads the beautiful Qianlan and Chu Cheng to be cast away on a deserted island, suddenly showering the single Chu Cheng with an abundance of romantic prospects. Witness how Chu Cheng guides them through survival on this forsaken isle. Chapter 1. The Shipwreck. President Qin, please awaken. You must wake up. Amidst the tumultuous waves of the Pacific Ocean, a violent storm tore apart a luxury cruise liner, scattering its remnants like confetti. With one hand clutching a life buoy and the other cradling a stunning beauty, Chu Cheng desperately called out for help. The enchanting woman in his arms, Qianlan, was a partner from their company, reportedly possessing assets exceeding 100 billion. This excursion was intended to celebrate the newly forged partnership between their company and Qianlan. However, none could have anticipated that their cruise would encounter an unprecedented storm, leading to the vessel capsizing into the depths of the ocean. At this moment, Qianlan lay unconscious, her body limp in Chu Cheng's embrace. Yet the warmth of her form pressed against him stirred a flurry of emotions within him. Under ordinary circumstances, Chu Cheng would have relished the moment, feigning nonchalance. Yet, given the dire circumstances, with many struggling in the water, he could not afford such indulgence. As fate would have it, a nearby lifeboat held several life buoys, and he needed to distribute them to those unable to swim. President Qin, please wake up. In desperation, Chu Cheng shook her gently. Cough, cough. After a moment, Qianlan slowly opened her eyes. Upon perceiving the situation, she gasped in shock. Who are you? What is happening? President Qin, now is not the time for explanations. Please put on this life buoy while I assist others. Chu Cheng wasted no time in handing her a life buoy before securing one for himself and swimming toward the nearest distressed individuals. Help me. Sir, please save me. Having swum barely 2 meters, Chu Cheng suddenly heard an urgent cry for help. He turned instinctively to find a beautiful woman, completely unclothed, clinging to a piece of driftwood, perilously close to being overwhelmed by the waves. Jiang Shiwaru was equally bewildered moments earlier. She had been enjoying a shower in her cabin when catastrophe struck. Here, take the life buoy. Without hesitation, Chu Cheng tossed a buoy toward the woman. Sir, my hand is cramped. Could you assist me? Jiang Shiwaru's face flushed crimson, unable to swim. She struggled to grasp the wood with one hand while the other refused to cooperate. Very well. Acknowledging her plight, Chu Cheng shook his head, understanding the impropriety of the moment, but knowing that survival took precedence. He swam toward Jiang Shiwaru, the slickness of her skin making him feel weightless, yet he could not afford to dwell on such thoughts. He hastily wrapped a torn curtain around her before securing the life buoy around her waist. Swim to that side, I will rescue others. He gestured towards Qianlan before setting off towards those still floundering in the water. Watching this act of selflessness, Jiang Shiwaru's heart melted. Thank you, sir. I am truly grateful. Even in the face of death, he had taken the time to cover her modesty, while others were consumed by self-preservation. Such a man was indeed worthy of lifelong devotion. Chu Cheng continued to navigate the waters, distributing life buoys to his colleagues who had fallen overboard. For those unknown to him, he rescued what he could, but with his own safety at stake, he prioritized those he knew. Before long, dozens of individuals saved by Chu Cheng congregated. Yet, the first 2 he had rescued, Qianlan and Jiang Shiwaru, had vanished, likely swept away by the relentless tides. The night sky roiled with lightning and thunder, shrouded in ominous clouds, resembling an apocalyptic tableau. The once mighty cruise liner had been reduced to fragments by the storm, with countless souls struggling in the surging waters, only to be devoured by the monstrous waves. Everyone, hold hands and do not let go. Even if we are swept away, we shall float together. At that moment, an urgent cry pierced the chaos. Is that Zhang Xiao from Yadong Group? Several colleagues recognized the voice and turned to Chu Cheng. Chu Cheng, Zhang Hong is over there. You must save him. Yes, yes, Chu Cheng hurried to Zhang Xiao. Feeling a weight of responsibility, Chu Cheng's heart sank. Exhausted after rescuing numerous individuals, he had no remaining life buoys except for the one he wore. It was not selfishness that held him back. He questioned whether he could even reach Zhang with his dwindling strength and without additional equipment. What could he accomplish? Chu Cheng, are you mad? That is Zhang Xiao. I command you to go save him. A hefty colleague, Wang Fushan, swam over, grasping Chu Cheng's collar with fierce intensity. Manager Wang, I truly lack the strength to swim any further, and I have no extra equipment. If I go, I risk my life. Seeing Wang's fierce demeanor, Chu Cheng sighed deeply. You have a life buoy. Hurry to Zhang Xiao. If anything happens to him, you, a mere security guard, will never atone. Wang Fushan glared at Chu Cheng, his tone suggesting Zhang was his own kin. Indeed, Chu Cheng, as the company's security, it is your duty to protect everyone. Listen to Manager Wang and act swiftly. The surrounding colleagues echoed the sentiment, making it seem as though failure to act would cast him as a villain. Ultimately, Chu Cheng sighed. You are right. As the company's security, it is my responsibility to protect everyone. However, from this moment forth, Manager Wang, I resign. This shall be my final act for the company. With that, Chu Cheng turned and swam with all his might toward the area where Zhang Xiao was located. Help me. You little security guard, hurry. When we return, I will reward you handsomely. The so-called Zhang Xiao seemed to have overheard the recent commotion and realized who had come to rescue him. Zhang Xiao, hold onto the wooden plank beside you and swim towards me. At that moment, Chu Cheng had spotted a large plank floating in the water next to Zhang Xiao. If he could grasp it and swim over, it would save him considerable energy. After all, he had just rescued dozens of people, and he was utterly exhausted. Damn it, are you out of your mind? With such high waves, how am I supposed to swim? Aren't you supposed to be a security guard? Hurry up and bring me a life buoy. You filthy security guard. If you don't come over, I'll go back and make you pay for this. Do you believe me? As soon as Chu Cheng finished speaking, Zhang Hong erupted in a tirade of curses. How dare a mere security guard speak to him in such a way? You keep talking nonsense, and I won't come over. Hearing Zhang Hong's vulgarities, Chu Cheng glared at him, his eyes ablaze with fury. In a situation like this, saving lives should be a matter of compassion. Not saving them is merely a duty. There's no room for negotiation. You dare to? Zhang Hong quickly shut his mouth upon hearing Chu Cheng's retort. In such dire circumstances, his life depended on Chu Cheng. Once they reached shore, he would ensure that he settled the score with him. At that moment, Zhang Hong had internally sentenced Chu Cheng to death. Once they were safely ashore, he would find a way to eliminate him. A mere security guard dared to threaten him like this. Despite his intense loathing for this so-called Zhang Xiao, Chu Cheng had promised to rescue him and felt it would be dishonorable to go back on his word. So, mustering every ounce of strength he had left, he finally swam to Zhang Hong's side. He removed his life buoy and handed it to Zhang Hong. The instant Zhang Hong grasped the buoy, his expression shifted. What a useless piece of trash. It took you so long to swim such a short distance. One more word, and I swear I'll push you under the water. With these turbulent waves, if you drown, no one would suspect me. At that moment, Chu Cheng genuinely harbored murderous intent. He had exerted all his energy to reach Zhang Hong and had given him his only life buoy. Yet instead of gratitude, he was met with scorn. This was intolerable. You, upon meeting Chu Cheng's gaze, which radiated a chilling sense of hostility, Zhang Hong swallowed his words, turned his back, and swam towards the crowd with the life buoy. Exhausted, Chu Cheng clung to the nearby plank and began to rest. Hey, look, is that an island over there? Just as Chu Cheng breathed a sigh of relief, a commotion arose within the crowd. A female colleague pointed towards the southeast, exclaiming loudly. Upon hearing this, Chu Cheng instinctively turned his head to follow her gaze. Amidst the rain, a small island flickered in and out of view through the turbulent waves. Witnessing this scene, everyone present felt a surge of excitement and hope. They had found salvation. No longer would they be submerged in the sea, at the mercy of the waves. Let's go. We'll swim over there, and we'll be safe on the island. As soon as they spotted the island, the group of people swam eagerly toward it. Wait, Chu Cheng is still behind. He doesn't have a life buoy, and there's no way he can make it over. A beautiful girl in her early 20s suddenly interjected, pointing in Chu Cheng's direction. Wang Mingya, are you out of your mind? Even now, you're worried about that security guard? In this storm, without a buoy, he has no hope of survival. Don't be foolish. Getting to the island is the priority. A middle-aged woman, around 40, scolded the young girl. But he gave us his life buoy to save us. We cannot be ungrateful, Wang Mingya insisted, recalling how helpless she had felt when she fell into the water. Without Chu Cheng's life buoy, she would have surely drowned. Enough. If you want to save him, go ahead. We can't help him. Let's just get to the island first. The woman rolled her eyes at Wang Mingya before turning away and swimming toward the island. The other 40 or so people whom Chu Cheng had rescued didn't even glance at their savior before hastily heading toward the island. Witnessing this, Wang Mingya felt a surge of frustration, but also helplessness. She instinctively glanced at the island, then back at Chu Cheng, who was still in the water, regaining his strength while clinging to the plank. Gritting her teeth, she decided to swim towards him. Wang Mingya, are you out of your mind? Seeing her choice, Zhang Hong's face turned pale. His goddess was going to find a mere security guard in this crisis. Fine, if you want to seek your own demise, that's on you. Ultimately, Zhang Hong lacked the courage to pursue Wang Mingya. To him, she was just a woman. Once he returned to the city, he could have any woman he desired with his status. Meanwhile, Chu Cheng continued to cling to the plank, regaining his strength. For him, as long as he had enough energy, swimming to the island 400 meters away was not an insurmountable challenge. His only concern was the plank. He feared it would become completely soaked and sink, leaving him with no hope of survival. Chu Cheng, just as he was deep in thought, a melodious female voice interrupted him. Wang Mingya. Chu Cheng was taken aback upon seeing her. Lighter, let's share a life buoy. Together, we can easily swim to the island. Wang Mingya's cheeks flushed, but her gaze was resolute. Is that all right? After a moment's hesitation, Chu Cheng agreed. In such a life-and-death situation, there was no room for pretense. He promptly climbed into Wang Mingya's life buoy. It must be said that Wang Mingya had a splendid physique, and with Chu Cheng not being particularly heavy, they fit snugly in the buoy without any gaps. Although most of the buoy was submerged, it still managed to support their combined weight. Thus, they paddled together toward the island. Along the way, Chu Cheng spotted a foam knife rack floating in the water, and he swiftly retrieved a short knife, securing it at his waist. As they approached the deserted island, it was imperative to have some means of defense. The 400 meters felt neither long nor short. The two of them struggled against the waves for over 20 minutes before finally reaching the shore. The moment they touched land, it felt as though they had exhausted every ounce of energy, collapsing onto the beach. The rain incessantly pelted against Chu Cheng's face, gradually instilling within him a sense of clarity. An uncharted island. For Chu Cheng and his companions, this signified temporary safety, yet it also heralded unknown dangers. No one could guarantee whether venomous creatures or ferocious beasts inhabited this isle, nor could anyone assure the presence of sustenance or a water source. A person can endure 3 days without food, but certainly not a single day without water. Here in the Pacific, the existence of a water source on this island remained uncertain. Contemplating this, Chu Cheng hastily struggled to rise, retrieving the short knife he had recently salvaged from his waist. He promptly severed the life buoy in two. Chu Cheng, what are you doing? Wang Mingya inquired, her expression reflecting curiosity. This life buoy is made of rubber, designed to be waterproof. By cutting it and binding one end, I can create a makeshift water pouch to store any potential water supply, he explained. As he spoke, his hands worked swiftly, soon excavating a small pit beneath 2 rocks, where he affixed the water pouch. The 2 large stones serve as natural catchment basins, with the rainwater cascading down the stones directly flowing into the receptacle that Chu Cheng had fashioned. Ha ha ha! Look at that foolish security guard. He just arrived on the island and has already torn apart the life buoy. Little do they know, this is the only life-saving device we possess. Has his brain been kicked by a donkey? Zhang Hong and the others, sheltered beneath a distant rock face, erupted into laughter at Chu Cheng's actions. Chapter 3. Remove the stockings. Observing his demeanor, it is evident that he intends to collect rainwater. However, one must wonder, with coconut trees dotting the island, how could there possibly be a shortage of water? At this moment, Wang Fushan remains relatively composed, having discerned the true motive behind Chu Cheng's desire to gather rainwater. Yet, to destroy the only means of survival nearby for a mere trickle of rain is undoubtedly the height of folly. Moreover, upon his arrival on the island, he had noted that the beach was lined with coconut trees. Although it is now March or April, a time when coconuts are not in season. These fruits can be consumed year-round. Even if unripe, the juice within is delightfully sweet. Chu Cheng, undeterred by the mockery from Zhang Hong and Wang Fushan, perseveres in his rainwater collection endeavor. He has indeed noticed the thriving coconut trees, the shortest of which tower over 10 meters. While he considers himself adept at climbing, the heavy rain makes the trees slick and treacherous, rendering any ascent impossible. He dismisses the situation, thinking him foolish enough to indulge in such antics. After all, he is no longer affiliated with their company, and whether he survives or perishes is of no consequence to them. Wang Fushan scoffs, convinced that he would remain unmoved even if Chu Cheng were to die before him. Perhaps he has forgotten that had it not been for Chu Cheng's courageous act of delivering the lifebuoy to them, their very survival on the island would remain in question. Xiaoya, do not linger with that fool. Come take shelter from the rain. Falling ill here could have severe consequences, Zhang Hong calls out to Wang Mengya, his eyes betraying a facade of concern. Upon hearing his words, Wang Mengya instinctively nods. Despite her disdain for Zhang Hong, the reality of being stranded on a deserted island compels her to consider the potential troubles of illness. Chu Cheng, once you're finished, let us seek refuge together, she suggests, looking towards him. Yes, you go ahead. I must reinforce the water bag first and will join you shortly, he replies, nodding in acknowledgement. After securing the water bag with stones, he rises and makes his way toward the rock wall. It must be said, their fortune is remarkable upon landing. They have found a substantial rock face to shield them from the rain. Otherwise, they would have had to spend the night drenched. Some individuals truly lack shame. Having severed ties with the company, they still cling to us. Wang Fushan sneers as he observes Wang Mengya and Chu Cheng approaching. Indeed, with such a vast island, why must they crowd beneath our rock face? Were they not just arrogant moments ago? Ah, there is an old saying. Those who lose their sense of shame are invincible. A group echoes Wang Fushan's sentiment, their words laced with scorn for Chu Cheng. Are you not being excessive? Regardless of the circumstances, he was the one who saved you. Your current attitude is remarkably ungrateful. A striking woman clad in black stockings stands, addressing Wang Fushan and his cohort. Her name is Su Ruolin, a model who is not affiliated with Wang Fushan's company, but had boarded the ship merely for a photo shoot. When the vessel met with misfortune, she found herself in the water, only to be rescued by Chu Cheng. Feeling guilty for having abandoned him on the island, she is pained to hear the contemptuous remarks directed at him. Meanwhile, Zhang Hong's eyes nearly pop out of his head upon seeing Su Ruolin, standing nearly 175 centimeters tall. With long black hair cascading over her shoulders, she wears a blouse straining against her ample bosom, complemented by a skirt that barely grazes her knees and alluring black stockings. This is the epitome of femininity, a dream for any man. Compared to the youthful Wang Mengya, Su Ruolin embodies true allure. In an instant, Zhang Hong resolves to employ any means necessary to win her affection. He promptly interjects, waving his hands. Enough, everyone. The rock face is spacious enough. Let him seek shelter there. With Zhang Hong's intervention, Wang Fushan and his group relent, though their gazes remain averted, as if fearing to catch sight of Chu Cheng. Su Ruolin sighs and approaches Chu Cheng, sitting beside him. Thank you for saving me earlier. When she draws near, Chu Cheng instinctively tenses, swallowing hard. Her attire, intended for a photo shoot, is undeniably provocative. Now, with the dampness from the rain, her blouse clings to her, rendering it semi-transparent, revealing glimpses of her form. Ahem. It was nothing, just a small act of kindness. No need to feel indebted. He coughs, trying to mask his embarrassment. Su Ruolin bursts into laughter upon hearing his words. What do you mean by no need to feel indebted? Can you remove your stockings? Chu Cheng asks, pointing at her black stockings before she can respond. What? Both Su Ruolin and Wang Mengya are momentarily taken aback. Hadn't he just asserted there was no need for gratitude? Why is he now asking her to remove her stockings? Moreover, with so many onlookers beneath the rock face, how could he dare? Wang Mengya, who once believed Chu Cheng to be a gentleman, now perceives him as an opportunist. No, wait, you've misunderstood. Chu Cheng quickly clarifies, sensing their confusion. You see, stockings possess greater elasticity than regular clothing and can be used to start a fire. What? Use stockings to start a fire? But mine are already wet. Su Ruolin responds, baffled. Well, if you don't mind, perhaps you could take them off. I will gather some dry twigs, Chu Cheng suggests, feeling slightly awkward. In this situation, the only viable method for igniting a fire would be the ancient technique of friction. However, given the weather, even if he rubbed his hands raw, it might not suffice to ignite a flame. Yet, with stockings, the task becomes feasible. Their elasticity allows them to be fashioned into a bowstring for the primitive bow drill fire-starting method, significantly conserving energy and maximizing efficiency. Chapter 4: What makes you think you can lead? This lady here, Chu Cheng declares, has experience in outdoor survival from his military days. Perhaps we should heed his advice. Recognizing Su Wolin's hesitation, Wang Mingya quickly adds, "That sounds reasonable. Let us follow his suggestion." Very well then, Su Wolin concedes with a nod. Moreover, Chu Cheng, having served in the military, might indeed possess a method to ignite a fire using stockings. Since the incident on the ship, they had been submerged in water for 2 to 3 hours. A fire for warmth and drying their clothes would surely be a delightful prospect. Shortly thereafter, as Chu Cheng gathered dry twigs from beneath the rocky ledge, Su Wolin, with Wang Mingya's assistance, managed to remove her stockings. "Here, take them." At that moment, Su Wolin's face flushed crimson. It was her first time handing her intimate apparel to a man. "Just watch. Within half an hour, I assure you, I will have a fire going." Accepting the stockings, Chu Cheng nodded earnestly. The stockings still carried a trace of Su Wolin's delicate fragrance, stirring a hint of distraction in his mind. Yet, this was not the time for such thoughts. He swiftly selected a bent dry twig, stretched the stockings taut to serve as a bowstring, and fashioned a rudimentary short bow. "Wow, Chu Cheng, you are a genius. How did I not think of this before? I saw a video online," Wang Mingya exclaimed, her realization dawning as she witnessed Chu Cheng's creation. "I'll help too." Immediately, she gathered some dry grass from the base of the cliff and piled it up, while Chu Cheng chose a thicker twig as a base, laying the grass atop it, and employing the most primitive method of bow drilling to ignite the wood. "My goodness, it can be done this way." Su Wolin watched in astonishment as the short bow in Chu Cheng's hands rotated like a machine, creating friction against the wood. Having been pampered her whole life, she had never encountered such techniques before and was utterly astounded. Remarkably, within just 5 or 6 minutes, wisps of blue smoke began to rise, and the dry grass was soon ablaze. "It's really on fire," Wang Mingya shouted joyfully upon witnessing the flames. With her exclamation, Wang Fushan, Zhang Hong, and others who had been resting nearby instinctively opened their eyes and turned their gazes towards the scene. It was then they realized that Chu Cheng had indeed kindled a fire. "Come, stack the twigs up, and you two sit closer. Let us dry our clothes first." Seeing the fire, Chu Cheng was filled with excitement and hurriedly beckoned the two women. Meanwhile, Wang Fushan and the others had momentarily frozen in surprise and turned to Zhang Hong. "Zhang Xiao, this fool can actually start a fire." Zhang Hong too was taken aback, his gaze revealing a flicker of desire. After all, who among them had not been soaked for hours? If they could dry their clothes and then enjoy a good night's sleep, it would surely be a regal indulgence on this deserted island. "Zhang Xiao, what should we do?" Wang Fushan gulped nervously, addressing Zhang. They had just ostracized Chu Cheng, and now approaching to warm themselves would likely lead to rejection. "What are we afraid of? We are so many." Zhang Hong gritted his teeth, continuing, "Besides, he is just a mere security guard. What is there to fear? Let us go." With that, Zhang Hong stood up and led Wang Fushan and the others toward Chu Cheng and the two women. "Hey, you smelly guard, move aside so we can warm ourselves." Upon reaching Chu Cheng, Zhang Hong looked down from his height and kicked him lightly. Although the force was minimal, the disdain was palpable to everyone present. "Oh, this fire was kindled by me, and the twigs were gathered by me. Why should I make way for you?" Chu Cheng retorted coldly, standing tall and glaring at Zhang Hong. The continuous provocations had long since exhausted his patience. He was not one to instigate trouble, but if someone pushed him, he would not hesitate to impart a lesson they would remember for a lifetime. "Are you trying to challenge me, you little guard?" Zhang Hong's face reddened with indignation. He had expected that bringing his large entourage would intimidate Chu Cheng into retreating and yielding the fire. How could a mere security guard have the audacity to stand against him? "I'll ask you one last time. Will you yield this fire or not?" Zhang Hong's face twisted with malice as he fixed his gaze on Chu Cheng. In his mind, this was an isolated island, with so many of them. Even if they were to kill Chu Cheng on the spot, they could easily claim it was an accident. With his family's influence, no one would dare to question it. "I've said it before, the fire, the twigs, they're mine. Why should I give way to you?" Chu Cheng showed no fear, meeting Zhang Hong's gaze unwaveringly. "Very well. You want to be obstinate, do you?" Zhang Hong sneered, picking up a stone from the ground. "Do you believe I want to crush you? Is that so? Just you?" Chu Cheng lightly shook his head at the sight of the stone in Zhang Hong's hand, drawing out a short blade over 30 centimeters long from his waist. "Come on, let's see who ends up dead first today. Where did you get that knife?" Zhang Hong instinctively swallowed hard, a hint of fear creeping into his expression. An old adage rings true: those with nothing to lose fear no one. The more arrogant a person is, the more they value their own life. Zhang Hong understood that they had over 10 people, but if Chu Cheng were to go mad, They would find it difficult to handle him. It was not worth risking their lives over a fire. Humph, if you're afraid to fight, then get lost and stay put. Don't blame me for being rude if you come looking for trouble. At that moment, Chu Cheng was genuinely furious. From the moment the shipwreck occurred until now, he had saved them, and yet these individuals repeatedly displayed ingratitude and hostility towards him. It was utterly disheartening. Ahem, Chu Cheng. Please don't take it to heart. We're all colleagues. Why bother? A woman in her 40s quickly stepped in to mediate. Chu Cheng, after all these years of working together, since you've managed to start a fire, let us gather some twigs. Otherwise, with so many of us, we might freeze to death on this island. We are all in dire straits. We must unite. Hearing her words, Chu Cheng took a deep breath, forcefully suppressing his murderous intent. Although Wang Fushan and Zhang Hong had indeed gone too far, the ordinary colleagues had not wronged him, and he could not stand by and watch lives perish on this deserted island. The Pacific Ocean experiences significant temperature fluctuations at night, and if someone were to catch a cold without treatment, it would be tantamount to seeking death. Fine, you can gather twigs, just take the fire and sit aside. With a sigh, Chu Cheng returned to the fire, attempting to warm himself again. Yes. Thank you, Chu Cheng. The woman beamed with joy, quickly signaling to Wang Fushan and Zhang Hong. The most pressing matter was indeed to secure a source of fire. Once they returned to civilization, a mere security guard without any backing would be at their mercy. Chapter 5. The lifebuoy exchange for fish. Subsequently, the woman ignited a fire, while Zhang Hong and the others piled up the remaining dry firewood beneath the rocky cliff and kindled another bonfire. The night passed in silence. The following morning, as Chu Cheng awakened from his slumber, daylight had already brightened the sky. Exhausted from the previous night's tribulations, most of the group remained in deep sleep. Even those who stirred early gazed vacantly at the distant sea, seemingly lost in thought. The tempest and heavy rain had ceased, with sunlight casting a serene glow over the ocean. No one could have imagined that just the night before, a harrowing shipwreck had claimed hundreds of lives in these waters. Chu Cheng, you're awake. At that moment, footsteps approached, and Wang Mengya, cradling a handful of wild fruits, slowly made her way to Chu Cheng. Here, I just picked these fruits. Would you like to have some? Upon seeing the brightly colored fruits in Wang Mengya's hands, Chu Cheng instinctively placed a hand on his forehead, momentarily at a loss for words. Xiaoya, these are sea mangoes, which are highly toxic. Are you not aware? What? Sea mangoes? Wang Mengya's expression transformed into one of confusion. If they're all mangoes, why can't we eat them? Alas, you silly girl. Fortunately, you didn't eat them yourself, or you would already be in grave danger. Chu Cheng shot her an exasperated glance, though beneath his irritation lay a sense of relief. This naive girl, unaware of the danger posed by sea mangoes, had not selfishly consumed them, but instead thought to share. Such friendship, amidst the desolation of this deserted island, was indeed heartwarming. All right, gather some more dry twigs and grass to stoke the fire. I'll go look for some seafood, Chu Cheng instructed, rising slowly. Okay. Wang Mengya lowered her head, a hint of embarrassment coloring her cheeks. She had only intended to help alleviate some of Chu Cheng's burdens by gathering food, not realizing she had brought back poisonous fruits. While Wang Mengya busied herself with the fire, Chu Cheng tore off a section of last night's remaining stockings to fashion a makeshift rope, binding his sharp knife to a stick to create a spear. He then made his way to the shoreline. This solitary isle in the Pacific, untouched by fishermen, promised an abundance of marine life. The only challenge lay in retrieving the seafood from the depths. Having once served in the military, Chu Cheng possessed ample survival skills. Before long, he had used his spear to catch several sizable fish, which he triumphantly brought back. Meanwhile, Wang Mengya had successfully ignited the fire, and Su Ruolin had awakened. Upon seeing Chu Cheng's catch, both their faces lit up with delight. Mengya, please fetch the water pouch I made yesterday. Let us brew some fish soup today, Chu Cheng said, his face beaming with joy. The weariness of the previous night had left him both tired and famished, and the prospect of savoring a warm bowl of fish soup on this desolate island was nothing short of a luxury for anyone. Sure, Wang Mengya nodded eagerly, rushing to retrieve the water pouch. After a night of rain, the lifebuoy was filled with fresh water, sufficient to sustain them for several days. Next, Chu Cheng cut open the other lifebuoy that Su Ruolin had brought, crafting 2 pouches approximately 20 centimeters in size. He retained the remaining materials, knowing that the plastic lifebuoy would prove invaluable on this island. The 2 pouches fashioned from it would serve as pots for boiling soup, akin to using paper pots for boiling water. After filling the makeshift pots with seawater, he placed the freshly cut fish into them. Wow, Chu Cheng, can we actually cook fish in seawater? Wang Mengya inquired, her brow furrowed in skepticism. Of course, Cooking fish in seawater is a specialty dish of the Bai people. It's incredibly delicious. You'll see. Chu Cheng nodded instinctively, reassuring her. Ah, I suppose I am indeed ignorant, Wang Mingya pouted, feeling somewhat sheepish. As the fire blazed, the tantalizing aroma of fish soup began to permeate the air half an hour later, stirring those still lost in dreams to awaken. What is that? It smells so good. Indeed, it seems to be the scent of fish soup. Particularly, Wang Fushan and Zhang Hong, both ravenous, felt their stomachs growl in response to the enticing fragrance. Resembling hungry cats on the prowl. Zhang Xiao, look, they're cooking fish soup, Wang Fushan exclaimed, spotting the fire and the whimsical pots made from the life buoy. Though the sight was somewhat comical, its efficacy could not be denied. Damn it, this wretched security guard is quite resourceful. Zhang Hong cursed under his breath before turning to Wang Fushan. Go fetch me a couple of coconuts. I'm thirsty. Understood, Zhang Xiao. Wang Fushan nodded and led a few of the company's employees toward the coconut trees on the beach. However, the coconut trees here thrived remarkably, the shortest exceeding 10 meters in height, leaving the group dumbfounded, for none among them possessed the skill to climb. Meanwhile, Chu Cheng removed the pot of fish soup from the fire. Despite the absence of seasonings, the inherent flavor of the sea fish radiated an alluring aroma. Here, you two. Drink up. Chu Cheng offered the 2 pouches filled with soup to Su Roland and Wang Mingya. Thank you. Both women, their stomachs already growling, accepted the pouches and began to indulge heartily. Let me add some firewood. A middle-aged woman who had mediated the previous night's quarrel approached with a few twigs. Eyeing the fish soup in Wang Mingya and Su Roland's hands, swallowing her saliva instinctively. Chu Cheng, may I offer you some money to buy a bit of fresh water and fish? The woman, named Zhang Yufan, displayed a look of longing as she addressed Chu Cheng. Haha, Fenjia, I only have this little water left. However, if you wish to trade for fish, I can offer you 2 fish for a life buoy. Chu Cheng replied with a smirk. Really? I'll fetch some right away. Upon hearing Chu Cheng's words, a glimmer of joy crossed Zhang Yufan's face. For those stranded on this deserted island, the utility of a life buoy had diminished significantly. Without sustenance, hope for survival dwindled. Chapter 6, A New Danger Before Long. Zhang Yufan returned, cradling 4 life buoys. Here, Chu Cheng, may I exchange these for 2 fish? All right. Chu Cheng nodded, handing her 2 fish from the ground beside him. For the current Chu Cheng, he had just ventured to the shallow waters beside the island, where numerous large fish resided. Should he desire a meal, his swimming skills combined with the spear crafted from a sharp knife would undoubtedly ensure a steady supply of food. However, the foremost concern was whether rescue would arrive on the island. If help did not come, it was impractical to remain on the beach indefinitely. Exploration of the island's interior would be necessary. In this context, any non-renewable resources on the island had become exceedingly precious. At the very least, in Chu Cheng's mind, these life buoys could serve not only as makeshift water bags, but could also be utilized, leveraging the elasticity of rubber to fashion bows and arrows for self-defense. After obtaining 4 life buoys, Chu Cheng promptly deflated them and stored them away. Chu Cheng, I can't eat anymore. You should have some too, Wang Mingya said. Having consumed some fish and sipped a few mouthfuls of fish soup before offering the remainder to Chu Cheng, she recognized that he had worked tirelessly all morning and, aside from a few sips of fresh water, had consumed little, undoubtedly feeling hungry now. All right, Chu Cheng nodded, a wave of emotion washing over him as he gazed at Wang Mingya's charming face. Chu Cheng, can we trade a couple of fish for some of the life buoys? At that moment, a few others approached, inquiring of Chu Cheng. Sure, just wait a moment. I'll catch some after I finish eating, he replied, not refusing. Thank you. Chu Cheng, the group exhaled in relief at his agreement. If they desired water. The recent rain meant that dew could be found in the dense forest by the beach, providing temporary relief from thirst. However, without food, they would truly be at a loss. All were business elites of the 21st century, accustomed to office life. Who among them had the leisure to learn how to catch fish barehanded? After eating, Chu Cheng re-entered the sea, capturing over 10 large fish and trading them for more than 20 life buoys, all of which he deflated and stored. Once everyone was satiated, they gathered branches from the beach and the sea to form a large SOS signal. However, as midday approached, the sun blazed down mercilessly, forcing everyone to retreat into the island's dense forest to escape the scorching rays. Yet, upon entering the thicket, Chu Cheng caught sight of several wild goats darting by. Oh my, look, there are wild goats on this island, exclaimed several survivors nearby, their voices filled with astonishment. Ha ha ha, it seems we 1T lack for food now. Though I cannot swim, I've learned a few trap-making techniques on Douyin. Another survivor chimed in. delighting in the unexpected turn of events that had arisen from what was once mere leisure. However, amidst the jubilation of the group, Chu Cheng's brow furrowed deeply. His eyes clouded with concern. "What's the matter, Chu Cheng?" Su Ruolin, nearby, perceptively inquired. "Let us head out first. We shouldn't go into the forest," Chu Cheng urged, turning to shout to the group. "Huh, why is that?" The others were momentarily taken aback by his warning. The sun was so intense on the beach that remaining outside would surely lead to sunburn. There are likely large carnivorous beasts lurking in the forest and without weapons. "It's best we avoid entering," Chu Cheng explained. "Ha ha ha. Chu Cheng, you must be joking. This is an island. Those were just wild goats. Where would large predators even come from?" Zhang Hong laughed heartily at Chu Cheng's words. "Indeed, Chu Cheng, did you take in too much water while diving?" The others chimed in, their faces twisted in mockery. "Everyone, while there are indeed wild goats here, and their numbers seem substantial, the island's ecological balance appears intact. Given the breeding capacity and habits of wild goats, this is unusual. The only plausible explanation is that there exists a complete ecological food chain on this island." Chu Cheng elaborated, pausing before continuing. "And what do you think the natural enemies of wild goats are?" Upon hearing Chu Cheng's reasoning, Wang Mingya fell into deep thought. "I understand the natural enemies of wild goats," she murmured, instinctively swallowing hard as she clutched Chu Cheng's arm, her expression betraying her growing apprehension as she gazed towards the depths of the forest. Although wild goats are herbivores, their predators are typically fierce carnivorous beasts such as wolves, tigers, and leopards, creatures far beyond their ability to contend with, even the lowest-tier wolves. "Let us leave the forest. We can return to the beach. I can cut some grass to make a shelter for shade," Chu Cheng suggested, nodding, unperturbed by the thoughts of others, leading Su Ruolin and Wang Mingya out of the thicket. After all, he had issued a warning. Whether others chose to heed it was no longer within his control. Zhang Xiao, perhaps we should head out as well." "I think Chu Cheng makes a valid point," a few individuals near Zhang Hong remarked as they observed Chu Cheng leaving. What are you all afraid of? There are 20 or 30 of us. Even if there are predators, so what? Besides, the sun is blazing. The dew must have dried up by now. If we don't venture into the forest for fresh water, will we just wait here to die of thirst?" Zhang Hong scoffed, determined not to lose face after Chu Cheng had overshadowed him. "True, with so many of us, if we go to the beach, we'll either die of sunburn or thirst. Zhang Xiao, I'll go with you." Wang Fushan, Zhang Hong's right-hand man, stepped forward in agreement. Hearing their words, uncertainty washed over the others present. It was indeed as Wang Fushan and Zhang Hong had stated. The sun blazed fiercely on the beach, and with no freshwater available. Remaining there was akin to awaiting death. "Let us go. There are dozens of us. Each person can pick up a stone for protection. We needn't fear tigers or lions," Zhang Hong declared, sensing the wavering resolve of the group. "Yes, Zhang Xiao is right. We cannot sit idly on the beach," the others affirmed, their spirits bolstered by Zhang Hong's words, as they gathered stones and followed him deeper into the forest. Chapter 7. Old friends. As Zhang Hong and his group continued deeper into the forest, Chu Cheng led Su Ruolin and Wang Mingya back to the beach. Under the blazing sun, Chu Cheng realized he needed to devise a plan to find a shaded and safe shelter. Otherwise, once night fell, they might face peril. "You two stay under the coconut tree for some shade. If you feel thirsty, use the fresh water in the bag sparingly. I'll scout around the nearby beach to see if there are any caves or similar shelters," he instructed the two women. Given the intensity of the sun and their location by the sea, it was unlikely they would encounter danger while remaining there. "Be cautious. We have 3 water bags, right? I will separate some fresh water for you to take," Wang Mingya said, nodding her head. She then retrieved the water bag that Chu Cheng used to cook soup earlier and filled it with fresh water. After securing the fresh water, Chu Cheng made his way towards a nearby mountain. He had previously surveyed this area and noted that, although it was a beach, the terrain was elevated, minimizing the risk of rising tides. Additionally, the steepness of the mountain deterred most carnivorous animals from venturing there. However, after spending 2 to 3 hours walking towards his intended location, Chu Cheng suddenly sensed something amiss. Numerous footprints led straight into the dense forest. Could there be other survivors here? Frowning at the sight of the tracks, he quickly realized that this was indeed a possibility, given that this was the only isolated island for hundreds of nautical miles. The cruise ship they were on was at least 10,000 tons, carrying a minimum of 1 to 2,000 passengers, many of whom were likely skilled swimmers capable of reaching the deserted island through various means. Without hesitation, Chu Cheng followed the trail of footprints into the forest. Upon entering, he spotted 4 or 5 individuals sitting under the shade of a tree, feasting on coconuts. When they noticed Chu Cheng, They instinctively stood up, their expressions filled with astonishment. Boss, Taozi, Xiaolo. Upon recognizing the familiar faces, Chu Cheng's eyes glimmered with surprise. Among them were two of his subordinates from the security department, his comrades, Zhuang Tao and Yang Xiaolu, brothers he had sworn his life to. Huh. I knew you two wouldn't perish easily, Chu Cheng exclaimed, walking over and delivering a hearty punch to their chests. Whoa, boss, I thought you were dead. Yang Xiaolu, the most naive among them, couldn't hold back his tears as he embraced Chu Cheng tightly. Their bond as comrades, forged through shared experiences in the military and subsequent work, was profound, making their reunion after survival all the more poignant. All right, brothers. Since we've all made it out alive, it seems even fate has spared us. No more tears, Xiaolo. With that face of yours, one might think you're a damsel. Chu Cheng chuckled, his heart swelling with emotion at the sight of his old friends. By the way, boss, these two survived the shipwreck with us. This is Li Sisi, and that is Zhang Peng, Zhuang Tao said, pointing to the unfamiliar individuals. Hello, I'm Chu Cheng, their comrade. Chu Cheng introduced himself, nodding. Hi. Li Sisi and Zhang Peng hurriedly managed to smile and greet him. So, Taozi Xiaolo, have you found any caves or places to shelter here? Chu Cheng asked directly. Given their deep camaraderie, there was no need for pleasantries. Boss, there's a cave halfway up the mountain, though it's a bit difficult to climb and lacks a water source. However, it should be safe to stay there. Yang Xiaolu indicated a location on the mountainside. Coming from a family of hunters and traditional Chinese medicine practitioners in the Miao community, Yang Xiaolu was undoubtedly the most equipped for survival in the wild. All right, gather your things. We'll head to that cave for shelter. Safety is our top priority. And we'll figure out fresh water and food later, Chu Cheng instructed. Boss, did you come here alone? When the shipwreck happened, weren't you with the Company S group on deck? Zhuang Tao asked, recalling something. Last night, he and Yang Xiaolu were asleep in their cabin. And when the ship capsized, they managed to find a small lifeboat. The storm was too fierce, allowing only 2 people to escape, and they washed ashore on this island. They had no doubt about Chu Cheng's capabilities. If they survived, he would surely be fine as well. The others have gone into the forest. Only Wang Mingya and one other person stayed with me. I'll go fetch them shortly. It's better to have more company, Chu Cheng said, subtly hinting at some discord with the group from the company. Understood, boss. We'll follow your lead. Both Yang Xiaolu and Zhuang Tao accepted his words without further inquiry, trusting in Chu Cheng's well-being over anyone else's. However, boss, it's remarkable that Mingya hasn't abandoned you even in such dire circumstances. That's true devotion. Zhuang Tao teased with a grin. Enough of the banter. Let us focus. The water from the coconuts has dried up, so you all should climb and gather as many coconuts as you can while I go and bring them over. Chu Cheng coughed lightly to regain their attention. All right, go on. I guarantee that when your girlfriend arrives, there will be fresh coconuts waiting for her. Zhuang Tao and Yang Xiaolu chuckled again. Enough. Even on a deserted island, you two can't be serious. Chu Cheng feigned annoyance, playfully scolding them before turning to head towards Su Ruolin and Wang Mingya's resting spot. However, upon reaching the beach, the scene that unfolded before him clenched his fists with rage. Several disheveled men were assaulting Wang Mingya and Su Ruolin, who were desperately calling for help. Let go of me. What do you want? Wang Mingya cried, her face a mask of terror. She and Su Ruolin had been resting peacefully under the coconut trees when a group of men emerged from the nearby beach. Initially, they had thought these men were merely fellow survivors and shared some fresh water with them. But after quenching their thirst, their intentions had taken a sinister turn. Outnumbered and outmatched by the hulking figures, the 2 women felt utterly helpless, realizing they were stranded on a deserted island with no one to rescue them. Ha. Don't worry, little lady. You're about to discover just how delightful it is to be a woman. The leader sneered, reaching out to tear Wang Mingya's clothing. At that moment, amidst their despair, a furious shout pierced the air. The men instinctively looked up to see a lean figure sprinting towards them, his face contorted with rage. Hey, what are you doing? Upon witnessing Chu Cheng's slender physique, the bald man burst into laughter. Chu Cheng. Upon seeing Chu Cheng's return, Wang Mingya, seizing an opportunity while a few individuals were distracted, broke free and rushed to his side, grasping his arm with a gaze full of grievance. It's all right, don't be afraid. I'm here. Seeing Wang Mingya's pitiful expression, Chu Cheng instinctively reached out to pat her head, his features reflecting deep compassion. Hey, you little rascal, I'm talking to you. The bald man, noticing Chu Cheng's indifference, was instantly incensed. Haha, so even beasts can speak human language? At that moment, Chu Cheng wore a cold smile. Slowly turning to face the bald man, his eyes glimmering with a hint of murderous intent. Who the hell are you calling a beast? The bald man exchanged glances with his companions, and they began to encircle Chu Cheng. What? You still want to make a move? Witnessing this scene, Chu Cheng laughed instead of getting angry. These hulking men appeared strong, yet their gait was unsteady, and their eyes were filled with exhaustion, clearly indicating they had not rested well and were famished. Did they truly wish to engage him in combat? That would be sheer folly. You little brat. You better understand that this is a deserted island in the Pacific. These two ladies are quite enchanting. If you know what's good for you, my brothers and I can make it enjoyable for you. If not, don't blame us for being rude. Observing Chu Cheng's calm demeanor, the bald man felt an unsettling sense of danger emanating from this seemingly frail individual. Hee, it seems calling you beasts is an insult to actual beasts. Now, apologize to those two immediately, or I will cripple you. Upon hearing the bald man's words, Chu Cheng chuckled softly, his eyes shimmering with a peculiar light. This was merely the second day on the island, and these individuals had already lost their humanity. It was evident that even in the city, they were not upstanding citizens. You have quite the audacity, the bald man fumed. Brothers, attack. Cripple him. Damn it, in a godforsaken place like this, you dare to challenge me? With a scowl, the bald man waved his hand and charged at Chu Cheng. You bastard. Chu Cheng snorted coldly, swiftly drawing a sharp knife from behind and slashing at the bald man's hand. Ah! The bald man screamed in terror, gazing at the scissors in Chu Cheng's hand with a look of dread. Why, you actually have a knife? Apologize. Otherwise, the next cut won't be your hand, but your throat. Chu Cheng glared fiercely at the bald man, his voice cold and menacing. You. The bald man clutched his arm, gritting his teeth as he glared at Chu Cheng, momentarily lost for words. He understood that since his companions had fallen into the water the previous night, they had hardly eaten anything, and after soaking in seawater all night, they had only just arrived on this deserted island at dawn. They were not only starving, but utterly exhausted. If a fight broke out, even if they managed to defeat this young man, they would undoubtedly suffer severe casualties. This was a deserted island with no medical facilities, and with the sweltering heat, any infection could lead to their demise. I'm sorry, the bald man finally spat out through clenched teeth. Get lost. Seeing the other party relent, Chu Cheng did not insist on holding them back, as he was alone, and with Su Ruolin and Wang Mingya as additional burdens, it was impossible to fully engage. Humph. Let's go? The bald man scoffed and led his companions into the forest. Boss, are we just leaving like this? As they entered the woods, one of the bald man's subordinates looked back with reluctance. Those two girls were simply too alluring. One was sultry and seductive, while the other was youthful and innocent, truly the epitome of beauty. Humph, what is there to rush about? Damn it, once I fill my belly and regain my strength, I will definitely return and confront that little brat. That bastard cut my hand. I will not let this go. The bald man's expression darkened as he stared in Chu Cheng's direction, his eyes flashing with murderous intent. After they departed, Chu Cheng turned with concern towards Wang Mingya and Su Ruolin. Are you both all right? Is everything fine? Yes. Thankfully you returned in time. We are unharmed, Su Ruolin replied, wiping the tears from her eyes. Despite considering herself strong-willed, she could not help but feel lost and frightened in such a dire situation. Let us leave. Those individuals will surely not give up easily. The greedy gazes they had cast before departing filled Chu Cheng with dread. If he had returned even 10 minutes later, the consequences were beyond his imagination. Moreover, he was certain that once they had recuperated, they would seek them out for revenge. All right, let us go. I don't wish to linger here any longer. At this moment, Wang Mingya grasped Chu Cheng's hand tightly, unwilling to let go. I encountered my brother over there. Let us regroup. Chu Cheng nodded, securing the life buoy he had traded for fish that morning onto his back, and led the two women towards the location where Zhuang Tao and the others awaited. Chapter 9. A vacation awaits by the way, Chu Cheng. Can you trust those brothers of yours? On the way, Su Ruolin followed closely behind him, her expression one of concern. After the recent events, she felt that aside from Chu Cheng, no man on this island could be trusted. Rest assured, they are my comrades, entirely dependable. Mingya knows them well, Chu Cheng replied with certainty. Indeed, although Chu Cheng's companions may be a bit boisterous, they are all veterans and quite reliable. Wang Mingya nodded in agreement, addressing Su Ruolin. Oh, I see. That's good. Hearing Wang Mingya's assurances, Su Ruolin felt a little more at ease. After all, those who had served in the military often provided a greater sense of security than ordinary men. Oh dear, who is this? Why are you holding onto my boss's arm? Are you hoping to become my sister-in-law? Just as the three walked along the beach and reached the predetermined meeting spot with Zhuang Tao and the others, a figure suddenly emerged from the dense forest. It was none other than Zhuang Tao. Bah, who wants to be your sister-in-law? Upon seeing Zhuang Tao, Wang Mingya retorted. However, Zhuang Tao's antics lightened the tension that had been hanging over Wang Mingya's heart. Come, 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 Xiao Le, come out and see. The boss has brought back two stunning beauties. Zhuang Tao chuckled, calling out loudly to the depths of the forest. Shortly after, the simple-hearted Yang Xiao Lu emerged from the thicket. Come, Ruolin, let me introduce you. These two are my brothers, Zhuang Tao and Yang Xiao Le. Chu Cheng introduced them with a smile. Hello, I am Su Ruolin, the one your boss rescued from the sea, Su Ruolin said. Her cheeks flushed as she addressed the two. Ha ha, hello, hello. Both Yang Xiao Lu and Zhuang Tao chuckled at Su Ruolin's introduction. All right, enough standing around. How did your coconut gathering go? Suddenly, Chu Cheng turned his head and inquired of Zhuang Tao and Yang Xiaole. Rest assured, boss, we have gathered over 40 coconuts. Since Xiaole mentioned that there are wild ginger plants in this forest, we thought we might gather some to use as seasoning. The sea fish lacks flavor, and the roasted version is truly unpalatable. Zhuang Tao nodded in agreement as he responded to Chu Cheng. Wild ginger? Upon hearing Zhuang Tao's words, before Chu Cheng could speak, Su Ruolin beside them wore an expression of surprise. Other survivors had only just landed on the island, most still suffering from hunger. Yet these few had already begun foraging for wild ginger, seeking an elevated quality of life. They even complained about the fish being unappetizing. One must remember that the burly men from earlier had not even had a sip of water since the shipwreck. Haha, Xiao Lu hails from a Miao village. Possessing remarkable hunting skills, and having survived long in the wilderness, plus he learned some culinary skills in the military. Fear not, with him around, even on a deserted island, we can enjoy meals akin to those served in a 5-star hotel. Chu Cheng chuckled lightly as he explained to Su Ruolin. So that's how it is. Su Ruolin nodded thoughtfully upon hearing Chu Cheng's clarification. In front of her, Zhuang Tao stood at least 195 centimeters tall, his skin dark and his body brimming with explosive muscles, clearly a formidable individual. Meanwhile, Yang Xiaolu, also from a Miao village, was adept in both hunting and traditional medicine. Such talents, in the wilderness, could undoubtedly emerge as leaders. Yet, what was striking was their obedient demeanor, willingly following Chu Cheng's lead. What kind of charm did Chu Cheng possess to earn the allegiance of such capable individuals? Zhang Peng and Li Sisi are currently gathering vines to construct a rope ladder. Let us join them. Zhuang Tao naturally took the bundle of life buoys from Chu Cheng's hands and suggested. All right, let us go? Chu Cheng nodded, following closely behind Zhuang Tao towards the so-called cave. Goodness, this cave is perilously high. Upon reaching the base of the mountain, Chu Cheng looked up at the cave and couldn't help but exclaim. The cave was situated halfway up the mountain, at least 10 meters above the ground. To enter, one would likely have to climb. For Chu Cheng, Zhuang Tao, and Yang Xiaolu, this posed little challenge, as they had all undergone professional training. However, for the others, it would indeed be a daunting task. Boss, you're here. Upon seeing Chu Cheng arrive, Li Sisi and Zhang Peng, who had been gathering vines in the dense forest, quickly stood and greeted him. Subsequently, they exchanged introductions and pleasantries before returning to their tasks. The day was already growing late, and they needed to weave the vines into a rope ladder swiftly to transport their supplies, ensuring a restful night. Yet, unbeknownst to them, amidst the flurry of work, Zhang Peng, who had been focused on the vines, occasionally glanced at Su Ruolin, his eyes betraying a glimmer of greed. 2 hours later, a rope ladder over 10 meters long was completed. Chu Cheng ascended to the cave with the ladder, secured it, and lowered it down. The group then carried various collected supplies up the ladder into the cave. Wow, this place is so spacious. Upon entering the cave, Wang Mingya exclaimed with delight, relieved to no longer have to endure the harshness of the beach. Although she had only spent one night on the sand, the experience of being buffeted by the sea breeze was one she wished to avoid repeating. You all rest for a moment. If you feel thirsty or hungry, have a couple of coconuts. I will gather some dried grass to make a bed. Taozi will fetch firewood, and Xiao Lu will use the spear to catch fish. Tonight, we will make fish stew with coconut milk. Chu Cheng was quite pleased with the cave's environment. Yes, boss. The two responded in unison. Then followed Chu Cheng's lead down to the base of the mountain to gather dried grass and firewood. By the time they had prepared everything, night had completely fallen. Yang Xiaolu used the bowstring in Chu Cheng's hand to ignite a fire, hollowed out a coconut shell to serve as a pot, and broke open several coconuts to mix in the juice and fish. Soon, the broth in the coconut shell began to boil. The air within the cave was instantly filled with a rich aroma. The fragrance of coconut milk, combined with the delicious sea fish and the wild ginger to mask any fishy scent, constituted a royal feast in the context of a deserted island. Who would have imagined that just the night before, they had been struggling in the sea, yet this night, while all other survivors worried about shelter and sustenance. They not only had a cave to shelter them and grass for warmth, but they also savored such exquisite fish soup. This hardly resembled a shipwreck ordeal. It felt more like a vacation. Chapter 10. Encounter with a wolf pack. As night descended, Chu Cheng and his companions were gathered around the fire, savoring the fragrant coconut fish stew while observing the ebb and flow of the tide outside the cave, their lives seemingly filled with poetic beauty. However, unbeknownst to them, within the jungle, a different scene was unfolding. Zhang Hong and Wang Fushan, who had parted ways with Chu Cheng, led a group of 20 to 30 individuals deeper into the forest. Initially, their journey was smooth, and they even discovered a freshwater lake, quenching their thirst. Zhang Hong promptly decided that the group would camp by the pond for the night, awaiting rescue. Having learned from Chu Cheng's earlier firemaking tutorial, Wang Fushan crafted a bowstring from shoelaces and lit a fire. The forest was abundant with fruit, ensuring they would not go hungry. Fortunately, a female colleague who had grown up by the sea knew which fruits were edible and which were not, sparing the group from the perils of poisonous berries. As night fell, the 20 or so individuals huddled around 3 campfires, shivering in the cold. Although there were flames before them, the temperature difference from the sea was significant, and being outdoors near the lake amplified the chill, creeping into their necks. Manager Wang, do you think someone will come to rescue us? A weary-looking woman in her 20s turned to Wang Fushan and gently asked, "What's there to fear? Our ship capsized on such a large scale. Surely, someone out there knows. They will come to our rescue," Wang Fushan replied, casting an impatient glance at the girl. Just then, a chilling wolf howl echoed nearby, startling everyone present into a fright. What is happening? Are there wolves on this island? Panic spread through the group. If only we had listened to Chu Cheng. There truly are large carnivores on this island. The wolf's howl, while perhaps not terrifying in itself, carried an ominous weight, as everyone instinctively shrank their necks. One howl might not be too frightening, but those present understood one crucial fact. Wolves are pack animals and seldom act alone. This meant that if there were wolves on the island, they were not merely 1 or 2, but likely a whole pack. In such darkness and deep within the forest, facing a pack of wolves would leave them with little chance of survival. What should we do, Zhang Xiao? There are wolves on this island, and they sound quite close. What are we to do? At this moment, Wang Fushan was utterly flustered. Despite his usual bluster, he was more life-conscious than anyone else. What is the panic? Aren't they just a few wolves? We have so many people, what is there to fear? Zhang Hongqi rallied his spirits, casually picking up a stone from the ground and instinctively shifting closer to the crowd. How? What do you see over there? At that moment, a male colleague, in a state of sheer panic, pointed towards some eerie lights within the dense forest. Oh no, the wolves are coming. Run. With a startled shout, this colleague sprang to his feet and dashed in the opposite direction. However, after just a couple of steps, he instinctively halted. To his horror, he realized that their group of over 20 had been completely surrounded by a pack of wolves. It's over. We are encircled by the wolves. What do we do? He swallowed hard, his eyes filled with dread. Just then, amidst the stunned silence, a blood-curdling scream pierced the air. A man attempting to flee was pounced upon by a wolf, which began to tear into him. Blood spilled onto the ground, a gruesome sight that sent chills down spines. The scent of blood ignited the primal instincts of the wolves, who lunged toward the crowd. Run! Run for your lives! Help! Save me! In an instant, the air was filled with screams and cries, a cacophony of chaos. Run! Don't worry about them. At that moment, Zhang Hong and Wang Fushan, hiding within the crowd and narrowly escaping, seized the opportunity amidst the wolves' attack to slip away with the remaining 7 or 8 individuals. In the pitch darkness, they could not discern their direction, relying solely on instinct to propel them forward. How? At this juncture, the Wolf King finally noticed their escape, abandoning its prey to let out a thunderous howl. The pack immediately pursued Zhang Hong and the others in their fleeing direction. Oh no, the wolves are catching up. Just as the group was frantically fleeing, a male colleague at the rear suddenly screamed in terror. Look, there is a light on the mountain. There must be someone there. The few individuals running ahead lifted their heads to gaze towards the slope of the small mountain. Under the moonlight, they could vaguely see a large cave emitting flickers of firelight. Help! Help! Is anyone there? Please, save us. Seeing this, Zhang Hong and the others sprinted forward, shouting for help. Meanwhile, within the cave, Chu Cheng and his companions heard the cries from below and quickly approached the entrance to look down. They saw 7 or 8 figures swiftly running through the thicket, waving their hands in desperation. Taozi, lower the rope ladder to bring them up. They must have encountered wild beasts. Upon witnessing this, Chu Cheng's eyes sparkled with determination. Yes, boss. Zhuang Tao replied promptly, lowering the woven rattan ladder. Hurry, Climb up the ladder. Thank you. Thank you. The young man at the front, overwhelmed with gratitude, grasped the ladder and began to ascend. However, after climbing just a couple of steps, he was suddenly yanked back by another person who pulled him down. Damn it, let me go up first. At that moment, after pulling the young man down, Zhang Hong, in a state of panic, scrambled up the ladder. The others, though terrified, had no choice but to follow suit. Get down first. Wait until I'm up before you climb. This ladder can't hold our weight. Quickly get down. Zhang Hong, struggling to maintain his balance as the ladder scraped against the rocks, shouted vehemently at the few people behind him. Howl. Just then, the wolf pack reached the foot of the small mountain. With a howl from the alpha wolf, dozens of dark shapes surged toward the group. This is bad. We must go down to save them. Seeing this, Chu Cheng's expression darkened. He swiftly grabbed a burning branch from the fire and began descending the slope. For others, this climb would require a rope ladder, but for him, Taishan, and Yang Xiaola, who had undergone professional training, it was a trivial feat. Chapter 11. Ungratefulness help me. Chu Cheng, save me. Among the crowd at the foot of the mountain, company accountant Li Xiaolan, witnessing the approaching wolves, was frantic, stamping her feet in despair. At that moment, her heart was filled with regret. Why hadn't she listened to Chu Cheng? Why had she foolishly followed Zhang Hong, the wealthy heir, into danger? Now, not only had so many colleagues perished, but her own life was also hanging by a thread at the mountain's base. A few men, stripped of any semblance of gentlemanly conduct, had directly shoved the frail Li Xiaolan to the ground, scrambling up the rope ladder themselves. Among them were even two male colleagues who had been pursuing her. In this moment of crisis, the truth of human nature was starkly revealed. After all, couples are like birds of a feather in the forest. When disaster strikes, they fly apart, let alone mere colleagues. At this moment, Li Xiaolan could only watch helplessly as the ravenous wolves drew ever closer, their jaws wide open. In that instant, she felt as if she could distinctly smell the stench emanating from the wolf's mouth. It was over. Witnessing this, Li Xiaolan instinctively shut her eyes. Bang! Just then, a muffled thud echoed as Chu Cheng, who had been slowly descending the rock face, leaped down, landing a kick squarely on the wolf's head. Hey! Stop playing dead and hurry up the ladder. Chu Cheng swiftly unsheathed a sharp knife from his waist and plunged it into the wolf's abdomen. Then turned to Li Xiaolan, urging her onward. Huh. Oh, okay. Li Xiaolan, momentarily taken aback, was moved to tears upon seeing the towering figure before her. She knew this was not the time for sentimentality, so she grasped the rope ladder and began to climb. Xiaola, you cover them while they continue to ascend. Taozi, we will hold off the wolves. These beasts need to be set ablaze. Ignite the nearby brush. With one hand holding a knife and the other a torch, Chu Cheng glared fiercely at the pack of wolves. The wolves, witnessing the death of one of their own, seemed momentarily stunned, emerging from the thicket to encircle Chu Cheng and his companions. Howl! At the Wolf King's command, over 10 black wolves launched themselves like arrows towards Chu Cheng. Chu Cheng, be careful. Just as Chu Cheng readied himself for battle, a bundle of burning hay fell from above, creating a barrier between him and the wolves. Boom. The hay ignited into a raging inferno, causing the wolves to retreat in fear. Chu Cheng instinctively looked up to see Wang Mengya and Su Ruolan tossing down the hay they had originally gathered for bedding. Well done. Seeing this, Chu Cheng felt a surge of joy and turned to Zhuang Tao beside him. Taozi, Xiaola, hurry, gather more hay. This one tea lasts long. Yes, boss. Zhuang Tao and Yang Xiaolu, upon hearing Chu Cheng's voice, disregarded the individuals climbing the rope ladder and promptly gathered the scattered hay on the ground. At this moment, those behind Chu Cheng had finally ascended into the cave via the rope ladder. Quick, raise the rope ladder. Zhang Hong, witnessing this scene, urgently called to the startled Wang Fushan and reached for the rope ladder hanging from the rock face. Zhang Hong, are you out of your mind? Chu Cheng and Yang Xiaolu are still down there. Li Xiaolan shouted vehemently, quickly extending her hand to intervene. Damn it, get lost, you filthy woman. Do you want to die? Zhang Hong forcefully shoved Li Xiaolan, sending the already frail woman stumbling into the cave. Zhang Hong, let go of the rope ladder. Chu Cheng and the others haven't made it up yet. Wang Mengya and Su Ruolan, who were tossing hay downwards, immediately stepped forward to stop him. Crap, there are wolves down there. If the pack climbs up using this rope ladder, we are all finished. Hurry up and help me pull the rope. Zhang Hong bellowed at the men behind him, then gritted his teeth as he glared at Chu Cheng and the pack of hungry wolves at the foot of the mountain, thinking to himself that it was their own folly that led them into danger. Zhang Hong, you are utterly inhumane. Wang Mengya and Su Ruolan, upon hearing his words, were filled with indignation and wanted to rush forward to stop him. However, being mere women, they could not contend with the 4 or 5 burly men surrounding Zhang Hong. Damn it, boss, the rope ladder has been pulled up. Zhuang Tao at the foot of the mountain saw this and felt a surge of rage. Though they could climb without the rope ladder, there were at least dozens of wolves ahead. Without the ladder, their ascent would be significantly slower, and the ravenous wolves would not let them escape. Gather the hay, they tossed down. The fire is about to die. At this moment, Chu Cheng could not afford to think further and promptly instructed Zhuang Tao. All right. Yang Xiaolu and Zhuang Tao nodded vigorously, scrambling to collect the hay that Wang Mengya and the others had discarded and tossing it into the fire. With a roar, the fire blazed fiercely, flames leaping 2 to 3 meters high. Mengya, quickly gather stones to throw at those wolves. Inside the cave, Su Ruolin, seeing that she could not stop Zhang Hong and the others, took Wang Mengya with her to collect stones from the cave and began hurling them at the wolves below. Observing this, the timid Tent and Li Cici hurried over to assist. The distance to the cave's floor was at least 10 meters. Stones striking the ferocious wolves elicited anguished howls. 2 unfortunate wolves were struck on the head and perished immediately. Realizing the heavy losses on their side and confronted by the raging fire, the wolf pack finally sensed fear and, under the leadership of the Wolf King, began to retreat slowly, ultimately vanishing into the dense forest. With a sigh of relief, Chu Cheng plopped down onto the ground, his clothes soaked through with cold sweat. Zhuang Tao and Yang Xiaolu, equally terrified, sat down to regain their strength. As the people in the cave witnessed the retreat of the wolves, they too felt a wave of relief wash over them. Sister Ruolin, come help. Let's lower the rope ladder so Chu Cheng and the others can come up. It's too dangerous for them to rest down there. Wang Mengya stood up and said to Su Ruolin. As for the so-called men in the cave, she had no faith that they would assist. No, we cannot let them use the rope ladder. Just as Wang Mengya and Su Ruolin decided to retrieve the rope ladder, Zhang Hong abruptly stood up, snatching it into his grasp. Zhang Hong, what are you doing? Wang Mengya and Su Ruolin's eyes widened in fury. It was evident that Zhang Hong intended to prevent Chu Cheng and the others from ascending. Hearing Wang Mengya's inquiry, Zhang Hong's eyes darted around as he hastily explained. The rope ladder has been worn down by the rocks. It cannot be lowered, or it will pose a danger. Can't they climb up? Is that so? Wang Mengya and Su Ruolin exchanged skeptical glances. Look, the rope ladder is indeed broken and cannot support weight. Zhang Hong, realizing he could not hide the truth, handed the ladder over. The 2 women examined it closely and confirmed that the rope ladder was indeed frayed and appeared to be at risk of breaking at any moment. See, I wasn't lying, was I? Zhang Hong asked darkly, looking at the 2 women again. Fine. After witnessing the condition of the rope ladder, the 2 women ceased their doubts. Indeed, the cave was over 10 meters above ground. If the ladder could not withstand the weight and broke, it would be perilous. Thus, it would be wiser to allow the 3 of them to climb up unaided and then collect vines in the morning to craft a new ladder. All right, you 2 go comfort Xiaolon. She was just terrified. We'll keep watch at the cave entrance to prevent the wolves from returning. Zhang Hong's eyes flickered as he pointed to Li Xiaolon inside the cave. Okay, we appreciate your help. Wang Mengya, instinctively nodding, momentarily thought Zhang Hong wanted to make amends for earlier events to avoid Chu Cheng's ire, so she did not suspect anything. Little did she know that the alleged damage to the rope ladder was a deliberate act by Zhang Hong, who had taken the opportunity to rub it against the rocks while everyone was distracted, intending to prevent Chu Cheng and the others from ascending. Meanwhile, at the foot of the mountain, Chu Cheng and his companions rested momentarily, slowly regaining their strength. Damn it, I must find out which scoundrel pulled up our rope ladder. I will not let him off easily. Zhuang Tao, filled with rage, stood and glared towards the cave. Pulling up the ladder in that situation was tantamount to attempted murder. The key point was that Wang Mengya and Su Ruolin would never do such a thing. The only possibility was that the people they had just saved had acted in gratitude and removed the ladder. Let's go. I need to see which bastard would commit such a vile act. Even the usually docile Yang Xiaolu was thoroughly incensed. If no one had thrown stones at the wolf pack earlier, their lives would have surely been forfeit. Thus, after resting, the 3 of them rose and began their ascent towards the cave. Zhang Xiao, what do we do now that they're coming up? Wang Fushan, standing at the cave entrance, swallowed nervously as he observed Chu Cheng and his companions climbing up, fear evident in his eyes. After all, their actions had been akin to attempted murder, and Chu Cheng would undoubtedly seek retribution. Damn it, these bastards can really climb barehanded. A flicker of panic crossed Zhang Hong's face upon hearing Wang Fushan's words. In that fleeting moment, he instinctively recalled the fierce determination with which Chu Cheng had threatened to drown him the previous night, causing a chill to wash over his back. Although there were currently 5 or 6 men on their side, giving them a numerical advantage. Chu Cheng and his companions were seasoned veterans, unafraid of a fight. Furthermore, with a knife in Chu Cheng's possession, they stood little chance should a confrontation arise. No, they must not be allowed to ascend. With this thought, Zhang Hong abruptly stood up, casting a fierce glare at Wang Fushan and the other men beside him. Manager Wang, and all of you, you helped pull the rope ladder, didn't you? Do you truly believe that once those three reach the top, they will show us mercy? At Zhang Hong's words, both Wang Fushan and the others were momentarily taken aback. Consider this carefully. Once they come up, even if we do not fight, they will undoubtedly drive us out of the cave. Outside, the island is teeming with wild beasts and packs of wolves. If we return down there, we would be courting death. Zhang Hong's voice was icy as he addressed the group. Think further. If we secure this cave, we can certainly hold out until the rescue team arrives. When we emerge, I, Zhang Hong, assure you that you will enjoy a life of luxury alongside me. Pausing briefly, Zhang Hong continued, moreover, there are several stunning beauties within this cave. Since this is a deserted island, once we drive Chu Cheng and his group away, we can indulge as we please. Even if someone investigates later, it can be claimed that Chu Cheng and his companions met with an unfortunate accident, leaving us unscathed. As he spoke, Zhang Hong exchanged knowing glances with Su Ruolin, Wang Mengya, and Li Xiaolan. Gulp. Upon hearing Zhang Hong's words and glancing at the beautiful women present, all the men instinctively swallowed hard. Indeed, Zhang Hong's proposition was incredibly enticing. Zhang Xiao, I will follow your lead. Wang Fushan gulped. Having long harbored a desire for Li Xiaolan, with the uncertainty of rescue, he felt compelled to indulge in the moment. Besides, even if they were to return eventually, with Zhang Hong backing him, what was there to fear? All right, let us hurl stones down and crush Chu Cheng and his two companions. This cave will be ours. Zhang Hong nodded, a ruthless glint in his eyes, as he picked up a stone and strode towards the cave entrance. Witnessing Zhang Hong's resolve, Wang Fushan and the others steeled themselves and began gathering stones as well. Zhang Hong, what are you doing? At that moment, Wang Mengya finally sensed something amiss and quickly stood up, her voice sharp. Damn it, Wang Fushan, keep an eye on those two women. After we deal with those brats below, we will let them taste bitterness. Seeing this unfold, Zhang Hong spat angrily, raising the stone in his hand and aiming directly at Chu Cheng's head, bringing it down with force. Chapter 13, a direct blow. Zhang Hong, you beast. Witnessing this scene, Wang Mengya's eyes flared with fury. She quickly turned to shout towards the entrance of the cave, Chu Cheng, run. Zhang Hong intends to kill you. Watch your head. Slap. Just as Wang Mengya finished her warning, Wang Fushan slapped her hard across the face, exclaiming, shut your mouth, you filthy woman. In an instant, a large swelling appeared on her delicate face, the 5 fingerprints starkly visible. Meanwhile, Chu Cheng, who was still climbing the rock wall, heard Wang Mengya's cry and his expression hardened. This is bad. They are in danger up there. Just then, he suddenly noticed stones raining down from above, aimed directly at the 3 of them. Watch out. They are throwing stones. Chu Cheng shouted, quickly dodging with his agile movements. Zhuang Tao and Yang Xiaolu also hurriedly sought cover. However, having just been terrified by a pack of wolves, they were momentarily paralyzed by this new assault. Damn it. Those bastards. When I get up there, I will tear you apart. Zhuang Tao seethed with rage. They had saved these people, yet instead of gratitude, they were met with betrayal. Pulling up the rope ladder and now throwing stones at them was simply intolerable. Boss, I'll lead the way, follow closely behind. As he spoke, Zhuang Tao gathered his strength and climbed ahead of Chu Cheng, determinedly pressing upward. Sensing that the 3 were nearing the cave's opening, Zhang Hong and his group grew frantic, increasing the frequency of their stone throwing. Zhuang Tao bore the brunt of the attack, sustaining bruises on his back, hands, and even his head from the falling stones. Blood trickling from his scalp. Yet, it was precisely Zhuang Tao's reckless courage that allowed Chu Cheng and Yang Xiaolu to reach the edge of the cave. Damn it. Kick them down. Upon seeing Chu Cheng and Yang Xiaolu nearing the cave's rock wall, Zhang Hong, fueled by fury, stepped forward and aimed a kick at Chu Cheng's head. In a split second, Chu Cheng reacted swiftly, grabbing Zhang Hong's foot and using his strength to propel himself up onto the rock wall. His expression was cold, eyes filled with a chilling resolve as he stared intently at Zhang Hong. What do you intend to do? Feeling the murderous intent in Chu Cheng's gaze, Zhang Hong instinctively swallowed hard. The onlookers, who had been throwing stones, found themselves frozen, unsure of how to react. Seizing the opportunity, Zhuang Tao and Yang Xiaolu hurriedly climbed up. Chu Cheng instinctively glanced at Zhuang Tao's bloodied visage before turning back, teeth clenched, fixing his gaze on Zhang Hong. You bastard, today I will end you. With a resounding thud, Chu Cheng's fist struck Zhang Hong's nose with brutal force. In an instant, a spray of blood erupted from Zhang Hong's face, sending him flying backward like a kite with its string cut, landing several meters away. Why you dare hit me? You, a mere security guard, dare to lay a hand on me? Zhang Hong, now sprawled on the ground, struggled to mask his disbelief through the pain. Hit you? I intend to ruin you. Chu Cheng, filled with rage at Zhang Hong's lack of remorse, stepped forward and delivered a powerful kick to Zhang Hong's groin. Ah! Zhang Hong cried out in agony, his head lolling as he lost consciousness. Turning his gaze towards Wang Fushan in the cave, as well as the aggrieved Wang Menya. A surge of fury ignited within Chu Cheng. You wretched scum, do you truly deserve to be called human? Chu Cheng seethed, his heart filled with self-loathing for having ever shown kindness to such despicable individuals. Chu Cheng, it's over for you. You have crossed the line by injuring Zhang Xiao. His father is the general manager of the Zhang Group. Your life is ruined. Wang Fushan trembled as he glanced at the unconscious Zhang Hong, swallowing hard. Oh really? Then before I die, I shall ensure that you wretched scum suffer alongside me. With that, Chu Cheng drew a dagger from his waist and advanced menacingly towards Wang Fushan. What are your intentions? Upon witnessing Chu Cheng's movements, Wang Fushan was instantly filled with panic, hastily rising to flee towards the cave's entrance. However, the rope ladder above had already been destroyed by Zhang Hong, leaving no escape routes. Chu Cheng, spare me. I was coerced by Zhang Hong. With nowhere to turn, Wang Fushan fell to his knees before Chu Cheng, repeatedly bowing his head in supplication. Indeed, it was all Zhang Hong's doing. I implore you, let us go. Others, witnessing this desperate scene, quickly followed suit, kneeling before Chu Cheng and pleading fervently. After all, they had witnessed Zhang Hong's fate and had no desire to share his tragic end. Very well, you may leave. Chu Cheng observed the pitiful group kneeling before him, his heart wavering slightly, as they were once colleagues who had shared the same space. Leave. Hearing Chu Cheng's words, Wang Fushan nearly broke into tears. The island was rife with wolves, and it was pitch dark outside. Where could they possibly go? The cave was situated halfway up the mountain, serving as a natural barrier against wild beasts and offering shelter from the elements. They could not bear to abandon such a perfect refuge. If you do not leave, I shall take your lives. Chu Cheng's gaze was icy, devoid of any emotion, though he harbored no desire to kill them. He clearly did not wish to remain under the same roof with traitors. No matter the assurances given, trust could never be fully restored. What if they took advantage of a moment of inattention to harm Wang Menya or Su Wolin? That would truly be a source of regret. What? Do you refuse to leave? Noticing their reluctance, Zhuang Tao suddenly seized a stone from the cave, rising menacingly. Standing nearly 2 meters tall and weighing close to 200 pounds, he resembled an iron tower, especially with blood smeared across his face, creating an imposing presence. We will go? We will go? Faced with Zhuang Tao's intimidating demeanor, Wang Fushan and the others instinctively gulped, their eyes filled with trepidation. Then hurry. Don't force me to toss you all off the cliff. Zhuang Tao snarled through clenched teeth, glaring at Wang Fushan and his companions. Had it not been for Chu Cheng's promise of mercy, he would have certainly thrown them one by one from the cave's edge. Yes, we will leave immediately. Overwhelmed by Zhuang Tao's ferocity, Wang Fushan had no choice but to relent. If Zhuang Tao truly cast them over the edge, they would undoubtedly perish. Better to return to the beach, where life would be hard but still bearable. Once rescue arrived, dealing with a few security guards would be trivial. With this thought in mind, Wang Fushan's eyes narrowed, and he found his resolve. Xiao Lu, secure the rope ladder and assist them down. Anyone who dares to harbor ill intentions, toss them off. At this moment, Chu Cheng turned to Yang Xiaolu, who had been silent. Yes, boss. Yang Xiaolu nodded, moving to repair the damaged rope ladder with vines before securing it to the cliff. Witnessing this, Wang Fushan and the others realized that even if they wished to stay, it was no longer an option. They promptly rose and approached the rope ladder at the cave's entrance. Wait. Just as Wang Fushan prepared to climb down, Zhuang Tao interjected. Are you not bringing your dear father along? He gestured toward Zhang Hong, who lay unconscious nearby, his expression one of disdain. Wang Fushan had always treated Zhang Hong like a father figure during his visits to the company, leading them to habitually refer to him as their dear father. Upon seeing Zhang Hong, Wang Fushan instinctively felt a flicker of resistance. In such a desolate place, carrying a liability like Zhang Hong was far from desirable. However, given the circumstances, he had no choice. Trembling, he took a vine and bound Zhang Hong to his back, ascending the rope ladder while grasping it tightly. After the group departed, Yang Xiaolu expressionlessly pulled up the rope ladder, his eyes devoid of emotion. Today, he had truly witnessed the depths of ingratitude and the nature of a wolf in sheep's clothing. Xiao Lu, please tend to Taozi's wounds. Chu Cheng instructed Yang Xiao Lu before approaching Wang Mengya and Su Ruolan. Are you both all right? We're fine. Thankfully, you returned in time. Wang Mengya felt a lingering sense of dread, realizing that had it not been for Chu Cheng's skills, they might have met a grim fate at Zhang Hong's hands. All is well now. Let us rest well tonight. We shall discuss matters further in the morning. However, we lack straw in the cave, so we shall have to make do until we can gather more tomorrow. Chu Cheng nodded, his expression filled with concern. Venturing into the woods for straw at such a late hour, with the threat of wolves lingering, would be ill-advised. It's all right, Wang Mengya assured him. This is already quite sufficient. All right, you both should rest, Chu Cheng replied, then turned to Li Xiaolan. Once the company's financial officer responsible for payroll, he had often interacted with her. Xiaolan, what transpired in the woods? How is it that only you few survived? Slowly, Chu Cheng inquired. Woo. We camped by the lake as per Zhang Hong's instructions, intending to stay overnight. However, around 10 o'clock, Li Xiaolan recounted their experiences in the woods in detail. What a fool. Camping by the lake. Does he not realize that it is the most dangerous place? All animals seek water there. Zhuang Tao, having just finished bandaging his wounds, erupted in anger. While survival in the wild necessitates proximity to water sources, a large freshwater lake is a hotspot for wildlife. Their brazen decision to camp there was tantamount to courting death. Hearing Zhuang Tao's grievances, Li Xiaolan felt immense regret. Had they not listened to Zhang Hong and instead followed Chu Cheng, perhaps fewer lives would have been lost, even if they had not joined Chu Cheng. Merely heeding his warnings about the existence of large carnivorous beasts on the island would have prevented their current plight. She had witnessed a close friend torn apart by wolves. A brutal memory that haunted her. Chu Cheng, I am sorry, Zhao Peng and Li Sisi, who had remained silent in the cave, finally summoned the courage to approach Chu Cheng and offer their apologies. As Zhang Hong and his companions contemplated seizing the cave, he and Li Sisi, gripped by fear, chose to retreat to the back, refraining from intervening, which now filled him with profound guilt. It's all right. It's human nature. I can understand. It's quite late now. You should go rest and recuperate your strength for tomorrow's tasks, he replied to Zhang Peng's apologies, while preparing a coconut milk stew for the famished Li Xiaolan. To be honest, Chu Cheng harbored no strong feelings for Zhang Peng or Li Sisi. Their relationship was merely ordinary, devoid of animosity or gratitude. The presence of the others merely allowed him to feel as though he were performing a good deed. Yes, I understand. Thank you, Chu Cheng. Li Sisi and Zhang Peng bowed to him before returning to the cave to rest. However, the events of the day weighed heavily on their hearts. For on this desolate island, no one bore the obligation to oversee their sustenance or safety. Nonetheless, Chu Cheng and his group chose to do so. A kindness that stirred emotions within the otherwise selfish Zhang Peng. At that moment, Chu Cheng remained oblivious to Zhang Peng's inner turmoil. After preparing the stew, he settled by the cave entrance and succumbed to a deep slumber. Chapter 15. A life worth $1 billion after an exhausting day and a harrowing night. Chu Cheng was undeniably weary. Yet, he had gleaned invaluable information. Not far from the cave lay a freshwater lake teeming with life-sustaining water. An invaluable resource for Chu Cheng and his companions. The coconuts on the beach were limited, and should rescue fail to arrive, they would eventually find themselves in dire straits. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to Chu Cheng, Wang Fushan and his group, having escorted Zhang Hong out of the cave, were scouring the beach for a crevice where they might rest. The beach offered a modicum of safety, as the scent of the sea masked their human odor, thwarting the wolves' ability to track them. Manager Wang. I can't carry him any longer. One of the men, burdened by Zhang Hong, collapsed onto the sand, abandoning the injured man at his side. They had consumed little beyond wild fruits all day, and after their frantic escape, they were utterly spent. Forget it. Let's leave him here and move on. Wang Fushan resolutely decided, for in such dire circumstances, bearing an injured companion was a considerable burden, one that could jeopardize them all. All right, the man nodded, preparing to advance. However, as he took a step, a hand seized his ankle. Help me. If I can leave here alive, I will give you $1 billion. Zhang Hong, who had been left on the sand, regained consciousness and clung desperately to Wang Fushan's trousers. $1 billion? Wang Fushan instinctively swallowed hard upon hearing Zhang Hong's murmurs. Yes. Manager Wang, if you ensure my safe escape, I will reward you with $1 billion. Zhang Hong gritted his teeth, summoning his strength to address Wang Fushan. Young Master Zhang, you must keep your word. Wang Fushan felt his breath quickening. Although he was merely a company manager earning a modest monthly salary, the prospect of acquiring $1 billion by merely aiding Zhang Hong, a wealthy heir, was an enticing offer. Even if divided among the 5 of them, each would receive a substantial sum. This deal is worth pursuing. Yes, I assure you, $1 billion. Zhang Hong was acutely aware of what was necessary to preserve his life. He understood that only by surviving could he hope for vengeance. Agreed, it is settled. Upon hearing Zhang Hong's guarantee, Wang Fushan turned to another man, Zhao Kuei. You will carry young Master Zhang now. We will take turns, each for half an hour. Understood. Zhao Kuei nodded. The opportunity for a 200 million reward was too enticing to resist. Yet, none noticed the glint of malice in Zhang Hong's eyes as he rested upon Zhao Kuei's back. For him, the willingness to abandon him in such dire straits had placed Wang Fushan and his companions squarely on his list of targets for retribution. It was only a matter of time. Before long, Wang Fushan and his group discovered a crevice suitable for shelter and slipped inside, remaining silent throughout the night. The following morning, Chu Cheng awoke early and gazed down from the cave, the aftermath of last night's battle still evident below. The bodies of 4 or 5 black wolves lay strewn about, alongside the remnants of the fire, serving as stark reminders that the preceding night's events were no mere dream. Boss, you're awake? Taishan greeted him upon realizing Chu Cheng had risen. Yes. Taishan, you're injured. Stay in the cave and avoid sunlight to prevent your wound from becoming infected. Leave everything else to me and Xiao Lu, Chu Cheng said, patting Zhuang Tao's shoulder with genuine concern. Although he stood a head shorter than Taishan, the gesture felt natural to both. Yes, boss, I understand, Zhuang Tao replied, fully aware that in this desolate isle, his health was paramount. Failing to recover could lead to being a burden for Chu Cheng, which Taishan did not wish to witness. Xiao Lu, Zhang Peng, let us take advantage of the morning light. I'll head to the beach to see if I can find any stranded fish for food, while you both can handle the wolf carcasses below, skinning them for drying. We can use them for blankets tonight, Chu Cheng instructed as he turned to the newly awakened Yang Xiao Lu and Zhang Peng. All right, boss. Zhang Peng naturally echoed Xiao Lu's call to Chu Cheng. Throughout the previous night, Zhang Peng wrestled with his thoughts, but ultimately resolved that neither Chu Cheng nor Xiao Lu owed him anything. For Zhang Peng, while he could not repay his life with his own, he would strive to assist Chu Cheng in any way he could. Together, the 3 lowered the rope ladder and descended the rock face to the beach. Here, take the knife. Be cautious. While wolves typically don't come to the beach during the day, it's better to be safe. If anything happens, retreat at once, Chu Cheng advised, handing his sharp blade to Yang Xiaolu, who was far more experienced in handling wildlife skins. Understood, boss, Yang Xiaolu affirmed, making his way toward the wolf carcasses. Steadied his mind and, equipped with makeshift bags fashioned from life rings, began to scour the beach for crabs, shells, lobsters, and other marine treasures, collecting everything regardless of size. In light of their dire circumstances, the notion of maintaining ecological balance held no value against the sanctity of life. Perhaps the absence of habitation on this small island was the reason for the bountiful aquatic resources surrounding it. Within an hour, the 2 bags made from life rings were brimming with crabs, shells, and lobsters. Upon returning to the cave, Yang Xiaola and Zhang Peng had already tidied up the area beneath the rock wall. As wolf meat was inedible, Yang Xiaola had gathered some dry firewood and incinerated the carcass of the black wolf after skinning it. For 5 consecutive days, Chu Cheng and the others remained in the cave, resting and leaving distress signals on the beach. However, more than a week had elapsed since the cruise ship capsized, and no rescuers had arrived. At this moment, Chu Cheng and Yang Xiaola sat on the beach beneath the cave, gazing vacantly at the distant sea. Xiaolu, I reckon the people outside are completely unaware of our shipwreck, Chu Cheng said, furrowing his brows as he addressed Yang Xiaola. Why do you think so? Yang Xiaola inquired with curiosity. With 2,000 to 3,000 tourists vanishing in the Pacific, surely any nation would act out of humanitarian concern to send a search party, right? But consider this, Xiaolu. We were on a company-organized trip abroad, and we had already registered our vacation. If we have not sent out a distress signal, everyone will merely assume our ship is anchored in the Pacific for leisure, making it difficult for anyone at home to learn of the ship's misfortune. Chu Cheng sighed, expressing his predicament. For now, we must exhaust every means to survive on this island. If we linger too long, the outside world will inevitably notice something amiss. Rest assured, boss, once Taozi's injury heals, we shall venture into the mountains to hunt, Yang Xiaola said with a gentle smile. With Taozi's hunting skills and my culinary expertise, I guarantee your life on this island will feel like a vacation. Chu Cheng chuckled lightly, managing a faint smile. All right, let us return and plan our lives on this island. After 5 days of recuperation, combined with Zhuang Tao's robust constitution, most of his wounds had scabbed over, and full recovery was imminent. Chu Cheng, We are running low on water in the cave. Wang Mengya approached them as they returned. They had spent a week in the cave, and the coconuts on the beach were nearly depleted, leading to an impending water crisis within the cave. I understand. I want to discuss this issue with you all. Chu Cheng nodded in response to Zhang Peng. Although the island's fishery resources were abundant and food was not an immediate concern, the freshwater supply was dwindling. Without swift action to locate a water source, they risked succumbing to thirst on this island, leaving no hope for rescue. The only known freshwater source was the lake where Zhang Hong and the others had encountered the wolf pack. Thus, the sole option for Chu Cheng and his companions was to venture into the forest, locate the lake, and procure freshwater to meet their fundamental needs. With over 30 life rings available, they could craft water bags to transport freshwater back. Given their current water consumption, 1 bag per day would suffice for the 7 of them. Boss, my wounds are nearly healed. Let us go check the lakeside. Zhuang Tao, aware of Chu Cheng's concerns, stood up and addressed him. All right, in that case, Xiao Lu and I will gather some resilient branches to make bows and arrows. Tomorrow morning, we will head to the lake, but we will need Xiao Lan to guide us there, Chu Cheng replied, looking at Li Xiaolan, the only person present who had been to the freshwater lake and could likely find the way. Sure, Li Xiaolan nodded, though fear gripped her heart at the thought of returning there. Yet, she understood that without freshwater, their fate on the island was bleak. Boss, may I offer a suggestion? Just as Chu Cheng was resolute, Zhang Peng, who had been silent, suddenly stood up to speak. Go ahead. Chu Cheng replied with a gentle smile. If possible, we could construct a small boat from your life rings to salvage supplies from the sunken ship. This would adequately fulfill our necessities on the island, and I believe the security room aboard the cruise ship contained firearms to fend off any threats, Zhang Peng suggested. Adjusting his glasses. I had considered that, but we do not know how deep the ship sank, and we lack diving equipment to reach the ocean floor, Chu Cheng replied, furrowing his brow at Zhang Peng's proposal. He had contemplated this issue when he first arrived on the island, which is why he had exchanged fish for life rings with the survivors. However, the distance from the island to the wreck was at least 400 to 500 meters, and they were unsure of the depth from the surface to the seabed, let alone diving to retrieve anything. Boss, before the ship sank, I intended to dive. So I observed our shipwreck location, which is approximately 70 meters deep. The pressure at that depth is around 100 meters, so if we can acquire diving gear, retrieving some equipment from the ship is entirely feasible. Zhang Peng elaborated. Well, where do you propose we find diving equipment? Zhuang Tao interjected, playfully smacking Zhang Peng's head. Ouch. Tao Gu, please don't hit my head. That hurts. Zhang Peng rubbed his head, looking aggrieved. When you all rescued me, I spotted 2 sets of recreational diving gear floating on the surface, so as long as we can locate those 2 sets, we should be fine. Moreover, based on recent wind patterns, the likelihood of the diving suits drifting to this island is almost 80%. Why didn't you mention that sooner? Zhuang Tao exclaimed, his eyes lighting up at Zhang Peng's revelation. Cough, cough, Tao Gu. You didn't ask me either, Zhang Peng replied, looking slightly wronged. Initially, he thought rescue would arrive shortly, so he had not considered this option. However, with over a week passing without any sign of help, it seemed the outside world remained oblivious to their plight. Chapter 17. A fright by the lake. All right, Taozi, do not hold Zhang Peng responsible any longer. Observing the look of grievance on Zhang Peng's face, Chu Cheng instinctively comprehended his thoughts. After all, he had not intended to remain on this island indefinitely. It was merely the dire circumstances that compelled him to contemplate survival. How about this, Zhang Peng? Later, we shall fell some trees to fashion bows and arrows. You, Mingya, and Ruolin will craft a few life buoys and, using vines, bind them to create a small boat. Tomorrow morning, we will venture into the lake to fill the water. You shall row around the island in search of diving equipment. However, remember to stay close. Nodding, Chu Cheng spoke slowly to Zhang Peng and the others. Understood, boss. Zhang Peng responded promptly, eager to contribute his share and not merely consume resources without purpose. That afternoon, Chu Cheng, along with Yang Xiaola and Zhuang Tao, armed with sharp knives, ventured into the forest in search of sturdy branches. Utilizing vines as bowstrings, they crafted several bows. They also gathered straight twigs to carve into simple arrows. Zhang Peng, in turn, produced over a dozen life buoys, inflated them, and secured them with vines and branches, thus creating a rudimentary boat. By the time they completed their tasks, night had fallen. Yang Xiaola prepared a meal of coconut fish stew, but their appetites were far from robust. After a week of limited resources, their diet consisted almost exclusively of fish. Morning and noon brought coconut fish stew, while evenings were reserved for roasted fish. Had it not been for the necessity of survival, they might have long discarded the fish. The night passed in silence. The following morning, after breakfast, the group commenced their planned activities. Chu Cheng, Yang Xiaola, and Taishan, under Li Xiaolan's guidance, headed towards the freshwater lake where they had encountered the wolf pack that fateful night. Proceeding cautiously, they felt their way forward. The lake was not far from their cave. Indeed, that night, Zhang Hong and the others had only run for about half an hour before they spotted the flickering light from within the cave. After approximately 40 minutes of walking, Chu Cheng suddenly caught a whiff of a nauseating odor in the air. It seems we have arrived. It should be just ahead. Li Xiaolan halted, appearing hesitant to proceed any further. The memory of that night's horrific scene was too vivid and harrowing for her to revisit. Xiaolan, you stay here to keep watch. Taozi, Xiaola, accompany me to fetch water. Sensing Li Xiaolan's trepidation, Chu Cheng spoke reassuringly. All right, relieved to avoid the terrifying place. Li Xiaolan exhaled audibly. Let us go. With that, Chu Cheng led Zhuang Tao and Yang Xiaola forward. Emerging from the dense forest, they were suddenly greeted by a freshwater lake, roughly 10 meters in circumference. The surface sparkled under the sunlight, indicating the water was relatively clear. However, instinctively, the trio covered their noses. The pungent smell in the air was unbearable. Days had passed since their encounter with the wolf pack, and the heat had caused the remains scattered across the ground to be devoured by animals. Yet, the bloodstains, now decomposing, emitted a foul stench that was repulsive. Enough staring. Let us fill the water bags quickly and leave this place. Yang Xiaola withdrew his gaze, controlling his breathing as he approached the lakeside. Each of them carried 4 water bags, and based on their prior calculations, each bag could hold at least 50 pounds of water, totaling 200 pounds. Li Xiaolan mustered her courage and joined them, filling one water bag before following Chu Cheng and the others back towards the cave. However, as they departed the lake, an unexpected sight confronted them. A tiger stood in their path, clutching a dead goat in its jaws, fixating its gaze upon them. Gulping, Zhuang Tao instinctively swallowed hard. What the hell? How can there be a tiger on this island? What do we do, Chu Cheng? Li Xiaolan was thoroughly panicked. The proximity allowed them to smell the blood on the tiger's breath. They had barely escaped the jaws of a wolf, only to encounter a ferocious tiger. Taozi, you're injured. Take Xiaolan and retreat. Xiaola, let us set down the water and deal with this beast first. Chu Cheng quickly regained his composure. In such a situation, panic was the enemy. Otherwise, the creature would seize the opportunity to attack. No way, boss. I can't just leave you, Taishan declared resolutely. Drawing his bow and aiming at the tiger, Chu Cheng unsheathed his knife, eyes fixated on the tiger with vigilance. The 4 stood their ground against the solitary predator in the forest. The tiger let out a low growl in response to the 4 of them. Yet, whether it was due to satiation or the realization of their numbers, it retreated into the nearby thicket and wandered off into the distance. Gulping again, Li Xiaolan asked, Chu Cheng, is it gone? I don't know, Chu Cheng replied, feeling the cold sweat drench his back, his voice trembling. In his 20-plus years of life, never had he felt so close to death. Let us go. We need to leave before this creature returns. Chu Cheng swallowed hard, quickly hoisting the water bags and leading the group towards the cave. Upon reaching the cave, Chu Cheng hastily set down the water bags, climbed up, and lowered the rope ladder. Earlier that morning, they had pulled up the ladder to prevent outsiders from entering the cave. Subsequently, they transported the filled water bags into the cave, allowing a collective sigh of relief. However, an underlying anxiety lingered within each of them. On this desolate island, not only were there wolf packs, but also tigers. What other dangers lurked, none could say. Yet, at least for the next week, they would not have to worry about fresh water, hoping to find the diving equipment left on the ship to retrieve the firearms from the seabed. Chapter 18. Corpses in the bay. Otherwise, the next time they ventured for water, their bows and arrows would suffice against ordinary animals, but against wolf packs and tigers, they would be rendered ineffective. Boss, Zhang Peng and the others have yet to return. Do you think they encountered some danger? After placing the water bags down, Zhuang Tao huffed, addressing Chu Cheng. Their round trip for water would take at least 2 hours, and if Zhang Peng and his group were merely exploring around the island, they should have returned by now. Let us search along the shoreline, Chu Cheng replied, feeling an uneasy sense of foreboding. He nodded in agreement with Zhuang Tao. After a brief respite, Yang Xiaolu poured the seawater from another bag into the pot he had previously used to burn yellow clay for paper, intending to evaporate the seawater and produce salt. Throughout that week, it could be said that Yang Xiaolu was the only one who remained industrious. Whenever he had a moment to spare, he would often wander into the woods, and surprisingly, he discovered an abundance of seasonings. Wild ginger, wild pepper, and wildflower pepper were all brought back, though it was unfortunate that the food for the past few days had consisted solely of seafood and fish, which had become rather monotonous for everyone. Meanwhile, Chu Cheng and Zhuang Tao, armed with their homemade bows and arrows, descended the rope ladder and exited the cave. Upon reaching the shore, they spotted Zhang Peng, Su Wulan, and Wang Mingya sitting in a small boat, frantically paddling with their hands, as if they had encountered something truly terrifying. Chu Cheng! Chu Cheng! Upon seeing Chu Cheng on the shore, Wang Mingya shouted with urgency in her eyes, "What happened?" Noticing the peculiar demeanor of the three, Chu Cheng was filled with curiosity. After all, there were no ghosts chasing them across the sea. What were they truly afraid of? After half a minute, the small boat reached the shore, and Wang Mingya leaped from it, throwing herself into Chu Cheng's arms. "In the bay over there. There are so many sharks." All right, it's fine now," Chu Cheng replied, finally feeling relieved. It was not surprising that there were sharks in the bay surrounding this island in the Pacific Ocean. "Boss, there's a bay over there filled with the bodies of tourists from the cruise ship, and those sharks are feeding on them." Zhang Peng, panting heavily, spoke to Chu Cheng. "Oh, there are many supplies?" Chu Cheng's eyes lit up at this revelation. While sharks were indeed frightening, the prospect of supplies made it worth the risk. "Yes, that bay is quite large. After the cargo ship sank, most of the debris has gathered there. But the challenge we face now is that there are simply too many sharks in that bay for us to approach." Zhang Peng nodded in agreement, continuing, "And I am certain that since so much debris has accumulated in that bay, the diving suits must have been washed there as well. So that's how it is." Upon hearing Zhang Peng's words, Chu Cheng instinctively furrowed his brow, falling into contemplation. After a brief moment of reflection, he slowly began. "These sharks must have been attracted by the floating bodies in the sea. Once the bodies have been consumed, they will certainly disperse, and at that time, we can seize the opportunity to search for the diving suits." Good. Zhang Peng nodded in agreement. "Well then, let us head back. We need to think about what to eat next. Eating fish every day is making me nauseous." Noticing the somber atmosphere, Chu Cheng chuckled softly. "Hey, boss, speaking of food, I suddenly remembered that I saw some wild rabbits in the woods. Should I check if I can catch a couple to improve our meals?" Zhuang Tao suggested to Chu Cheng. Since Yang Xiao Lu hailed from a Miao village, he had learned various hunting techniques from Chu Cheng during their military service, which now proved to be quite useful. "Forget it. Your injuries haven't fully healed yet. Take the others back to the cave to rest. I'll wander through the woods." Chu Cheng nodded in agreement, addressing Zhuang Tao. "All right then." Hearing Chu Cheng say this, Zhuang Tao could only nod, leading a few others to drag the small boat ashore and hide it before heading toward the cave. Meanwhile, Chu Cheng took up his bow and arrow and ventured into the forest. It was mid-morning, and the woods were eerily quiet, suffocatingly hot. With a sharp knife in hand, he wandered through the forest for quite some time without spotting any signs of wild rabbits. Just as he considered retreating, he suddenly heard a commotion in the bushes ahead, suggesting the presence of a sizable creature. Instantly alert, Chu Cheng realized that a single rabbit would not create such a racket. If it were a wolf or a tiger, it could pose a significant threat. To be cautious, he gripped the knife tightly and slowly backed away, preparing to leave the area. However, the creature in the bushes seemed intent on pursuing him. After a rustling sound, a massive wild boar, weighing nearly 300 pounds, emerged. Where on earth did such a large wild boar come from? Chu Cheng's eyes widened in disbelief. The saying goes, 1 boar, 2 bears, 3 tigers. Meaning that once a wild boar goes on the attack, even bears and tigers cannot withstand it, let alone him, an ordinary person. The arrows in his possession would scarcely pierce its hide. At that moment, all Chu Cheng could think about was how to escape. Wait, that's not right. This wild boar is injured. Just as he contemplated his escape, he noticed blood dripping from the wild boar, clearly indicating it had been wounded. The boar huffed heavily, its eyes bloodshot as it fixed its gaze on Chu Cheng, its front legs slightly bent, ready to charge. Seeing this, Chu Cheng's heart sank. It seemed there would be no escaping today. No matter how fast he ran, he could never outrun a 4-legged creature like a wild boar. The only option left was to confront the beast head-on. Either it would perish, or he would. Moreover, he was quite far from the cave, and even if he called for help, Zhuang Tao and the others might not hear him. Fortunately, the wild boar appeared to be injured, giving Chu Cheng a glimmer of hope. With a loud grunt, the wild boar charged at Chu Cheng like a small mountain, its tusks bared. Chu Cheng had no choice but to dash aside. Confronting such a nearly 300-pound beast head-on would be suicidal. The only strategy was to evade and wear down the boar's stamina. After all, since the wild boar was already wounded, he was confident that with enough time, he could outlast it. Chapter 19. A fortuitous boar encounter. With a resounding thud, as Chu Cheng dodged, the wild boar crashed into a tree behind him. The 20-centimeter thick trunk splintered upon impact. Damn, if that had hit me, I'd either be dead or at least half my life gone. Chu Cheng squinted, heightening his vigilance. Not only were the boar's tusks formidable, but its sheer strength was beyond his capacity to withstand. Miraculously, perhaps due to its severe injury or the impact of hitting the tree, the boar collapsed onto the ground. After struggling briefly, it lay still, lifeless. What on earth? Chu Cheng stared in disbelief at the scene unfolding before him, filled with incredulity. Was this the legendary tale of waiting by the stump for a rabbit? After confirming that the wild boar was indeed dead, he approached, instinctively checking its wounds, genuinely curious about how this beast had met its end. The wild boar, with its coarse skin and thick flesh, would sustain no injury from colliding with a tree, let alone a rock. The only plausible explanation for its demise is that the boar's wounds were aggravated upon striking the tree, triggering a chain reaction that ultimately led to its death. However, what could possibly inflict such severe injuries on this creature? If it were a pack of wolves or a tiger, they would never allow the boar to escape so far. Immediately, Chu Cheng crouched down to examine the scene closely. After thorough inspection, he found no significant wounds on the boar. The only source of blood was a small puncture near its abdomen. Could this be a gunshot wound? The shape of the hole sent a chill down Chu Cheng's spine. Having served in the military, he recognized the nature of gunshot wounds. Such a minuscule injury could wreak havoc on a wild boar, indicating that it had indeed been shot. Startled, the boar must have bolted and hidden in a nearby thicket, only to be startled by Chu Cheng's presence and instinctively attacked him, leading to its eventual downfall. This scenario appeared to be the most reasonable explanation. Yet, how did a firearm find its way onto this island? Was it, as Zhang Peng suggested, the weapons the crew possessed to fend off pirates, or was it the work of others? At this moment, an inexplicable sense of danger began to surface in Chu Cheng's mind. If the crew possessed firearms, he might seek their protection, but if it were individuals with sinister intentions, akin to the bald man encountered earlier, it would spell disaster for all survivors on the island. Moreover, Chu Cheng recalled Zhang Peng mentioning that the crew used their guns against pirates. Was it possible that the pirates were already aware of this island's existence? Perhaps this uninhabited island served as one of their strongholds. Contemplating this, Chu Cheng furrowed his brow. No matter the outcome, it seemed prudent to prepare for the worst. Subsequently, he hoisted the wild boar's carcass onto his shoulder and made his way toward the cave. The primary concern now was to satisfy their hunger. Other matters could be discussed once they were back in the cave. Taozi Xiaolu, come down and lend a hand. Upon reaching the cave's vicinity, Chu Cheng felt utterly exhausted after carrying the boar, which weighed over 300 pounds, for half an hour. Wow, boss, you are incredible, exclaimed Tai Shan and Yang Xiaolu as they emerged from the cave, their eyes widening at the sight of the massive boar slung over Chu Cheng's shoulder. Yang Xiaolu, having grown up in a Miao village surrounded by hunters, was particularly astonished. He had never heard of anyone daring to confront a wild boar directly. All right, hurry up and help. I'm utterly drained, Chu Cheng grumbled as he dropped the boar to the ground and sat down to rest. Earlier, he had been anxious about wolves or other predators following the scent of blood, leaving him no time to pause. Now that he had reached the beach, he finally felt safe. Coming. Yang Xiaolu and Tai Shan hastily lowered the rope ladder and climbed down. My goodness, boss. This boar must weigh at least 350 pounds. How did you manage that? Yang Xiaolu, recognizing the boar's weight at a glance, could not hide his astonishment. According to popular wisdom, a wild boar is more ferocious than a bear or even a tiger. How could one man, armed with merely a 30 to 40 centimeter knife, bring down such a formidable beast? This is merely a stroke of luck. The boar was wounded by someone else's gun, and after a brief struggle, it ran into a tree and met its end, Chu Cheng explained, panting heavily. What? Shot by someone? Both Yang Xiaolu and Tai Shan's expressions darkened upon hearing Chu Cheng's words. Enough. Don't worry. What if it was a crew member who shot it? Don't overthink it. Xiaolu, please take care of the boar meat. The weather is too hot, and I fear it will spoil. Chu Cheng waved his hand dismissively. Despite the immense pressure weighing on him, he could not afford to show any sign of distress in front of Wang Mengyao and Su Wulan, who had already experienced considerable fright. If they learned that there were armed individuals on the island, possibly even pirates, it would surely terrify them. Subsequently, under Chu Cheng's direction, Yang Xiaolu used his knife to butcher the wild boar, preserving the meat with sea salt made a few days earlier, leaving only 40 to 50 pounds for their sustenance in the coming days. By noon, Yang Xiaolu prepared a delicious roast wild boar feast, allowing everyone to enjoy a hearty meal. Meanwhile, not far from the cave, Wang Fushan and his companions were enduring a vastly different experience. Over the past few days, they had lost considerable weight, their faces devoid of any color. For 5 long days, they had been sleeping in crevices, quenching their thirst only with dew from leaves in the morning and surviving on meager catches of small fish and shrimp. Their plight had been nothing short of miserable. "Manager Wang, could you please find me some water? I am parched." At midday, Zhang Hong lay in a stone crevice seeking refuge from the scorching sun. His lips nearly cracked from dehydration. "Alas, young Master Zhang, all around us is seawater. Where can we find drinkable water?" Wang Fushan sighed deeply. They had been waiting for an entire week with no sign of rescue, and despair was beginning to set in. "You should try to get some rest. Sleeping will ease your thirst. By tomorrow morning, we will have dew to drink." Wang Fushan spoke wearily, knowing full well that it was only midday. Even if they managed to endure until evening, there were still many hours ahead. Just then, as despair hung heavily in the air, they heard footsteps above. The sound of shoes scraping against the sand. Someone's coming? Wang Fushan was the first to react, scrambling out from the crevice. "Don't move." However, as soon as Wang Fushan poked his head out, a dark handgun was pressed against his temple. "And no, I'm not moving." Terrified, Wang Fushan's legs turned to jelly, and he instinctively dropped to his knees. "Hands on your head, step out slowly." The voice from outside was low and menacing. "Why yes, I'm coming out now." Wang Fushan swallowed hard, unable to see the figure outside, yet he could sense the palpable menace in their tone. As he stepped outside, he was taken aback to find 3 individuals standing there. The leader was a young man with a buzz cut, flanked by 2 others clad in black vests. Their eyes concealed behind sunglasses and combat boots adorning their feet, clearly bodyguards. Both of them were wielding black Glock handguns, with military combat daggers sheathed at their sides. Unmistakably trained professionals with formidable combat skills. Currently, they stood protectively behind the buzz-cut youth, whose voice was cold and disdainful as he addressed Wang Fushan, demanding everyone inside the cave to come out. In recent days, this young man had encountered numerous survivors on the island, each reacting to his presence as if he were royalty, either trembling in fear or expressing astonishment. Yet, without exception, they all ended up kneeling before him, pleading for his shelter. Yes, everyone please come out. We have encountered survivors." Wang Fushan swallowed hard and called out to those hidden within the crevice. Shortly after, several colleagues from the company, including Zhang Hong, emerged, looking equally bewildered. Upon seeing the buzz-cut youth, Zhang Hong's expression transformed as if he had spotted a savior. "Cousin Zhang Hong, what happened to you?" Zhao Heng's surprise was palpable at the sight of Zhang Hong. "Finally, I see you, cousin." Tears welled in Zhang Hong's eyes as he expressed his grievances. "Enough, get up. Look at yourself. It's utterly embarrassing." Zhao Heng frowned, clearly displeased. "Understood, cousin." Zhang Hong quickly wiped his tears and stood up. Zhao Hong, the heir of the Yadong group, possessed a fortune worth billions, and the 2 bodyguards beside him were undoubtedly recruited at a high price. Zhang Hong believed that with such backing, if Zhao Hong were willing to assist him in avenging his grievances, then Chu Cheng and his cohorts would surely meet their doom. Cousin, do you have any water?" Zhang Hong timidly raised his head to look at Zhao Hong, parched to the point of desperation. "Xiao Qi, give him the water bottle," Zhao Hong replied with irritation. If Zhang Hong were not his cousin, he would have preferred to disregard him entirely. "Yes, young master." One of the bodyguards nodded and handed Zhang Hong a water bottle from his waist. Zhang Hong eagerly accepted it, twisting the cap and drinking deeply. "Zhang Xiao, could I have a sip?" Wang Fushan's throat moved as he watched Zhang Hong indulge. However, Zhang Hong paid him no mind until he had quenched his thirst, after which he tossed the remaining water to Wang Fushan, who gratefully accepted it and drank it all. As for the other colleagues, lacking influence or connections, they were overlooked. "All right, you all come with me back to the camp. It seems that Wild Boar has vanished. What a stroke of bad luck." Zhao Heng sighed and turned to venture into the dense forest, with the others hastily following suit. After approximately 2 hours of trekking, Zhao Heng and his group arrived at their camp. It was not a camp in the conventional sense, but rather a collection of tents erected at the foot of a mountain, crafted from branches and leaves, clearly the work of skilled hands. About 30 individuals inhabited the camp, both men and women, and without exception, as Zhao Heng returned. They all cast fearful glances in his direction, evidently having suffered at his hands before. Among the survivors, there were 2 men dressed like bodyguards, also clad in black vests, visibly armed. The center of the camp featured a bonfire, above which hung a skinned wild goat, sizzling with oil. "Young Master Zhao, you are back." As Zhao Heng stepped into the camp, a voluptuous woman approached him, wrapping her arms around his and rubbing against him suggestively. "Come on, little vixen. Let's go back to my tent and relieve some tension," Zhao Heng said with a lewd grin, smacking her rear as he entered the largest tent. Moments later, sounds of an indescribable nature echoed from within. Zhang Hong swallowed hard, a surge of desire igniting within him. Yet he was acutely aware that Chu Cheng's earlier kick had shattered his hopes of manhood. Even with a stunning beauty before him, he felt utterly powerless. Consumed by fury, he vowed to take revenge one day, fantasizing about binding Chu Cheng to a post and systematically torturing him to death. Big brother, is there anything to eat here? Zhang Hong disregarded his pride and approached the bodyguard known as Xiao Qi. Follow me, Xiao Qi replied, though he looked down on Zhang Hong. He felt obliged to assist since he was the young master's cousin. A short while later, having concluded his encounter, Zhao Hong emerged from the tent, fully dressed. Cousin. Zhang Hong eagerly approached, his face brimming with flattery, realizing that his only hope for vengeance lay with Zhao Hong. Notably, Zhao Hong had a significant weakness, his insatiable lust. If he were to learn that there were beautiful women in the cave where Chu Cheng had been, he would undoubtedly be unable to resist. What's the matter? Is there something you need? Zhao Hong noticed Zhang Hong's insidious expression and instinctively frowned. Cousin, I must tell you, not far from where I was staying, there is a cave with about 5 or 6 individuals, including 3 stunning beauties, each more beautiful than the one you just had. Zhang Hong smiled at Zhao Hong, his eyes gleaming with malicious intent. Oh, beauties, you say? Are you serious? Zhao Hong's eyes lit up at Zhang Hong's words. Having grown weary of the lackluster women on the island, he was immediately intrigued by the prospect of new beauties. Hee, cousin, would I joke about such a thing? One of them, named Wang Mengya, is the campus belle of Haizhou University, and another is a top model, possessing exquisite looks and figure. There is also another woman, though not as striking as the first 2, is still more attractive than the one you just had. Zhang Hong chuckled softly, a flicker of resentment in his gaze. Oh, if such beauties exist, why don't you go after them? Zhao Hong, not one to be easily fooled by flattery, quickly deduced that Zhang Hong had a score to settle and was attempting to manipulate him for revenge. Cousin, to be honest, there is a fellow named Ch among them, who has served in the military and wields a knife. I truly stand no chance against him. Observing the penetrating gaze of Zh dared not utter a falsehood. However, the matter of his own inadequacy remained known only to a handful, including Fshn. Should Zh discover this, it would undoubtedly become a source of mockery. He chuckled softly. Xiao Qi, come here. Zh sneered and beckoned the black-clad bodyguard over. Zhosho. Xiao Qi approached, nodding in acknowledgement. You and Xiao W will follow Zh to the cave he mentioned. If there are any beautiful women inside, kill the men and bring the women back, understood? Zhos's smile was devoid of warmth, as if taking a life were merely a mundane task. Understood. Zhosho. Xiao Qi nodded, then took another black-clad bodyguard and trailed behind Zh towards the cave, where Ch and the others were. Zh was exhilarated. Having just satisfied his hunger and thirst, he had forgotten his desire for revenge. Now, with his cousin Zh as his backing, he was determined to teach Ch a lesson. After approximately 3 hours of trekking, they finally reached the forest outside the cave as darkness enveloped the land. Brothers, look, their cave is right there. Zh crouched in the woods, pointing toward the cave nestled halfway up the mountain, his eyes glinting with malice. You stay here. Xiao W, let us go take a look. Xiao Qi nodded and, together with the bodyguard known as Xiao W, armed with handguns, they stealthily approached the cave. However, just as Xiao W and Xiao Qi drew near, a sudden shout erupted from within the cave. An arrow whizzed through the air, striking the ground before them. Alarmed, they turned and fled back to the woods. Fortunately, the arrow had not been aimed at their heads. Otherwise, one of them would surely have met their demise. Unbeknownst to them, following the wolf pack incident, Zhu Ying To, Cheng, and Ying Xiol had taken turns keeping watch at the cave entrance each night. Any suspicious movement would be met with arrows. Ying Xiol, what is happening? Within the cave, Ch and the others, having heard Ying Xiol's voice, rose to inquire. Boss, it seems some wild beasts passed by, but I scared them off with an arrow. All is well. Ying Xiol nodded, attributing the noise to wildlife. After all, if it were survivors, they would have spoken rather than fled. Indeed, it's possible the wolves have returned for revenge. Let us remain vigilant for the next few nights. Ch agreed, his expression serious. Understood, boss. Ying Xiol waved dismissively, confident that they were safe, being over 10 meters above ground. Even if the wolves were to come, they could not scale the heights. Meanwhile, Xiao W and Xiao Qi, upon retreating to the woods, wasted no time returning to their previous camp under the moonlight. Zhoh. who had just settled to sleep, was instantly jolted awake with excitement at their return, rushing out of the tent. Xiao W and Xiao Qi were his most capable bodyguards, reputed to have fought on the battlefields of the Middle East, never having disappointed him. In his imagination, they would return carrying a stunning beauty each. However, when he emerged from the tent to find only Xiao W, Xiao Qi, and Zheng, his expression soured immediately. Xiao Qi, what happened? Did you not find the cave? Zheng frowned as he questioned them. In his mind, armed with guns, Xiao W and Xiao Qi could handle 5 or even 60 opponents, yet they returned empty-handed, suggesting they had not found the cave at all. No, Zhosho. We did find the cave, Xiao Qi replied, his face filled with shame. Then why didn't you bring anyone back? Zheng's eyes widened in anger. Zhosho, there are experts inside. As soon as we approached, they noticed us and shot arrows. The cave is over 10 meters high, so we dared not assault it. We retreated, Xiao Qi explained. What? You were spotted as soon as you got close. Zheng's disbelief was palpable. He knew the capabilities of his bodyguards well. For them to have been detected so quickly indicated that the individuals within the cave were indeed formidable. Yes, Zhosho, and their archery was exceptionally strong. Clearly, they are professionals, likely trained to wield such powerful bows. Xiao Qi confirmed. Very well, you may rest for now. A glimmer of insight flashed in Zheng's eyes. The 4 bodyguards he had brought were hired at great expense, their loyalty unquestionable. Since they claimed the cave dwellers were not to be trifled with, he had no reason to doubt them, given their current situation on a deserted island. Survival and returning to the city were paramount. It would be wise to avoid conflict with such individuals. After all, once back in the city, he could have any beauty he desired. It would be foolish to risk his life over 2 women in such a desolate place. Cousin, what do you think? Should we send more people to that cave? Zheng, oblivious to Zheng's thoughts, asked anxiously. In his view, regardless of how strong Cheng and his companions might be, they were merely 3 individuals with only homemade bows and a knife. Conversely, Zheng had 4 fully armed bodyguards and 4 handguns. Eliminating Cheng and the others would be as easy as child's play. What cave? You should stay in the camp for now, don't go anywhere. Once we return to the city, they are just ordinary people with a bit of skill, easy to deal with. For now, it's best to lay low, Zheng admonished Zheng. His expression stern. His cousin was utterly thoughtless, consumed by his desire for women and oblivious to everything else. It was an understatement to call him useless. All right. Zheng instinctively shrank under Zheng's gaze. Yet within, he harbored resentment, feeling that as his cousin, Zheng had the ability to help him seek revenge, but remained indifferent, treating him as if he were a stranger. Cheng had rendered him incapable of ever regaining his former self. For a man, this was undoubtedly more painful than death. However, Zhang Hong was acutely aware that on the island, he was compelled to heed Zhao Hong. Otherwise, not only would revenge be a distant dream, but even survival would pose a significant challenge. The night passed in silence. The following morning, upon awakening, Zhao Hong abruptly kicked the woman sleeping beside him and rose to his feet, striding outside. The 4 bodyguards had also risen, engaging in basic exercises. Xiao Qi, go rouse everyone. After breakfast, we shall venture into the woods to gather supplies, and they must also dive into the sea to catch fish. Our food supplies are dwindling. And damn it, that enormous wild boar escaped yesterday, infuriating me. Zhao Hong instructed Xiao Qi with a wave of his hand. Yes, young Master Zhao. Xiao Qi nodded and promptly descended to relay the message. Before long, the occupants of the tent emerged, retrieving the leftover provisions to serve as breakfast. The ordinary survivors primarily subsisted on wild fruits and coconuts, while Zhao Hong and his companions feasted heartily on roasted lamb, reveling in their meal. This scene elicited envious glances and swallowed breaths from the other survivors, yet no one dared to voice their thoughts. After all, they were acutely aware of Zhao Heng's volatile temperament. Should anyone dare to oppose him, his fearsome bodyguard was more than capable of delivering fatal consequences. There had been instances where a brash individual insisted on discussing human rights and demanded equal treatment, only to find himself unceremoniously tossed into the sea by the bodyguard, known as Xiao Qi, to feed the fish. After breakfast, Zhao Hong left 2 bodyguards to secure the camp and, accompanied by Xiao Qi and Xiao Wu, ventured into the forest in search of wild goats or similar game to bring back as sustenance. Zhang Hong, unwilling to be outdone, followed closely behind. Determined to impress Zhao Hong, he thought, Perhaps if his cousin was pleased, he might assign him a bodyguard or provide him with a firearm, enabling him to seek vengeance against Chu Cheng. Upon exiting the camp, Zhao Heng and his trio made their way deep into the thicket, confident with firearms in hand, feeling capable of dispatching even a tiger should one appear. However, Zhao Heng found it peculiar that after traversing for over 2 hours, they had yet to encounter any prey. Young Master Zhao, be cautious, something is approaching. Just as Zhao Heng was about to express his frustration, Xiao Wu and Xiao Qi, the 2 bodyguards, became alert, drawing their sidearms and surveying the depths of the forest as if a ferocious beast might emerge at any moment. Noticing the bodyguard's demeanor, Zhao Heng furrowed his brow slightly and drew his own pistol. Although he had seen nothing amiss, he trusted the instincts of his bodyguards. They had often relied on their sharp intuition and keen hearing to avert numerous dangers. Zhang Hong, feeling timid, could only retreat behind Zhao Heng, his eyes fixed on the dense foliage ahead. Suddenly, the rustling of leaves intensified, heightening the tension among them. Just as Zhao Heng was about to pull the trigger, 2 stunningly beautiful women emerged from the underbrush. The sight of them left Zhao Heng, Zhang Hong, and even the steadfast bodyguards momentarily entranced. There was no denying the allure of these women. The first was tall, approximately 1.75 meters, radiating an air of coldness, with willow-shaped brows and alabaster skin, resembling a snow lotus blooming on a mountain peak, evoking both chill and primal desire. The second woman, slightly shorter but possessing an explosive figure, wore a loose-fitting athletic shirt that did little to conceal her perfect form, exuding a captivating charm as she walked. Who are you? The 2 women, now aware of Zhao Heng and his companions, regarded them with caution. The first woman, with an icy demeanor, gripped a short knife, ready to fight should tensions escalate. President Qin, are you the president of the Qin group? Zhao Heng exclaimed in astonishment upon recognizing her face. It turned out these 2 were Qin Lan, whom Chu Cheng had rescued during the maritime disaster, and the scantily clad woman, Jiang Shiru. Who are you? Qin Lan questioned, puzzled by Zhao Heng's familiarity with her name. Ha ha ha, President Qin, I am Zhao Heng from Yadong Group. We met at the Qin family banquet. Zhao Heng replied with a broad smile, his astonishment growing. He never expected to find the esteemed president of the Qin group stranded on the same deserted island. Observing Qin Lan's current predicament, it appeared her life on the island had not been easy, presenting an unforeseen opportunity for him. After all, Qin Lan was the sole heir of the Qin family. Marrying her would effectively grant one control over the entire Qin group. What is the Qin group? It is currently the largest conglomerate in Longhua, with assets exceeding trillions, equivalent to over 100 Yadong groups. The notion of a hero rescuing a damsel in distress and earning her favor played out in Zhao Heng's mind like a cinematic reel. Zhao Heng, Yadong Group? Qin Lan instinctively furrowed her brow, deep in thought. After a moment, she recalled a company with which the Qin family had some dealings. President Qin, how did you end up here? Zhao Heng composed himself, striving to exude gentlemanly charm to win Qin Lan's favor. After the shipwreck, we drifted here, living on the beach for several days, but we just encountered a pack of wolves, prompting us to flee and inadvertently stumble upon this place. Qin Lan explained with a gentle smile. Although Zhao Heng's gaze was filled with desire, which she found distasteful, at least he posed no immediate threat, which was a small relief. Moreover, seeing the 2 bodyguards in black behind him made her subtly smile. They represented a semblance of armed protection, providing a measure of defense should pirates arrive, unlike before when they had been completely vulnerable. The genetic serum she possessed could not fall into the hands of those pirates under any circumstances. Otherwise, it would not only spell disaster for them, but also pose a grave threat to the world at large. She was acutely aware of the perilous potency of the serum. After swimming to the island with Jiang Shiru, they had lived there for a few days, initially hoping for rescue, only to find themselves confronted by a ruthless band of pirates. These pirates had captured the 2 women and coerced Qin Lan into surrendering the genetic serum, openly admitting that the cruise ship had sunk because they sought the serum, deliberately sabotaging the ship's navigation systems and causing it to capsize in treacherous waters. As the pirates were preparing to extract information through torture, they were unexpectedly ambushed by a pack of wolves, allowing her to escape amidst the chaos. Ha ha ha, Qin Zong. You can rest assured, from now on, we shall protect you. At that moment, Zhao Heng noticed Qin Lan deep in thought and mistakenly assumed she was worried about survival on the deserted island. He promptly stepped forward to volunteer. Thank you. By the way, this is Jiang Shuiru, a friend I met on the island. Qin Lan gestured towards Jiang Shuiru and introduced her to Zhao Heng. Hello, Miss Jiang. Upon seeing Jiang Shuiru's flawless figure, a glimmer of lust appeared in Zhao Heng's eyes. This woman, with her enchanting physique and captivating allure, ignited a fiery desire within him. He chuckled. Zhao Xiao, hello. Jiang Shuiru, noticing the gleam in Zhao Heng's eyes, nodded slightly, but internally labeled him a lecher. This thought made her recall the young man who had remained composed even when she was completely unclothed. That was the true embodiment of a gentleman, incomparable to the pretentious charade posed by the man before her. Let us go, Qinzong. I'll take you back to the camp for some food. Zhao Heng turned to Qin Lan and spoke gently. All right, thank you, Zhao Xiao. Qin Lan nodded, forcing a faint smile. Not at all, not at all. Zhao Heng chuckled softly, swallowing hard at the sight of Qin Lan and Jiang Shuiru's exquisite beauty. Subsequently, under Zhao Heng's guidance, the group made their way back to the camp. Unbeknownst to them, shortly after their departure, a dozen pirates arrived at the very spot where Qin Lan and Zhao Heng had encountered one another, leading a large wolf dog. Boss, it's just ahead. Those two women can really run. One pirate, armed with an AK-47 and speaking in a peculiar dialect, reported to the leader. Let us follow them. We must locate what the boss desires before tonight and leave this place. Otherwise, in a few days, the weather will turn, and unless we bring an aircraft carrier, not even a destroyer will withstand these waves. The leader nodded gravely, and soon the pirates, guided by the wolf dog, pursued the direction from which Qin Lan and the others had departed. Meanwhile, Zhao Heng and his companions remained blissfully unaware of the impending danger. Upon returning to the camp, Zhao Heng's scantily clad companion attempted to approach him for an embrace, only to be deterred by a mere glance from him. Qin Lan, noticing this interaction, felt a twinge of awareness but chose to remain silent. Xiao Qi, please roast the remaining half of the lamb leg and bring over a couple of coconuts. Qinzong and Miss Jiang must be thirsty. Zhao Heng instructed Xiao Qi, who promptly nodded and set about starting a fire to roast the lamb leg. As Xiao Qi ignited the fire, the pirates keenly observed the smoke rising from the beach. Boss, there are people over there. It must be them. The leader pointed toward the source of the smoke, addressing his fellow pirates. Gather everyone, surround the area. We cannot let them escape this time. The pirate leader waved his hand, and the group dispersed, stealthily encircling the source of the smoke. Chapter 24. The pirate attack. Zhao Xiao, we returned with fish. Just as Xiao Qi was grilling the lamb leg, those who had gone fishing by the sea returned, greeting Zhao Heng. Yes, take a good rest. Those who are hungry can grill a couple of fish to satisfy their hunger, and if you're thirsty, help yourselves to some coconuts. Zhao Heng waved his hand, appearing markedly different from his earlier demeanor of oppression towards the survivors. Even the survivors in the camp sensed a strange shift in his behavior. Zhao Heng, who usually exerted his authority over them, was now showing unexpected concern, even permitting them to cook their own fish. Suddenly, Xiao Wu sensed something amiss. Zhao Xiao? Someone is coming. Upon hearing this, Xiao Qi dropped the lamb leg and rushed to Zhao Heng's side, drawing his handgun. Zhao Xiao, there are people in the woods. Boss, they spotted us. The pirates hidden in the woods quickly reacted to the situation. Surround them. Kill everyone except for what we want. The pirate leader spoke coldly to his men. Yes, brothers, follow me. With a swift motion, he brandished his AK-47 and charged forward. With the sound of gunfire, several survivors in the camp were struck and fell into pools of blood. This is bad. Zhao Xiao, it's the pirates. Upon recognizing the pirates by their distinctive appearance and weaponry, the urgency heightened. Zhao Xiao, there are too many of them. We likely cannot withstand this. We will cover you. You should escape. Xiao Qi decisively urged Zhao Heng. Escape? Where do we go? Zhao Heng felt a wave of frustration. With pirates on the island, there was nowhere to flee. Zhao Xiao, let us find those in the cave and join forces with them. They are survivors, and they will certainly not abandon us. Xiao Qi steadied himself and spoke. Last night, he had learned from Zhang Hong about Chu Cheng and his companions, all retired soldiers from Longhua, who would surely not stand idly by during a pirate attack on civilians. All right, that's the only option left. Zhao Heng nodded in agreement, quickly turning to Zhang Hong. Let us go, cousin. Hurry and lead me to that cave. What? Cousin, to the cave? Upon hearing Zhao Heng's command, Zhang Hong instinctively displayed a hint of fear. He recalled that Chu Cheng had warned him against returning to the cave, threatening to kill him if he did so. Hurry up. I don't know the way. With gunfire erupting outside, Zhao Hong was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. He had just met the beautiful and affluent Qin Lan. He did not wish to perish at the hands of these pirates. All right. Zhang Hong acquiesced, instinctively shrinking back. After all, Zhao Hong was with him, and Zhao Hong had a gun. Even if Chu Cheng intended to cause trouble, his cousin would surely not stand idly by. Soon, the group, under the cover of 4 bodyguards, stealthily exited the camp, making their way towards the cave where Chu Cheng and his companions were located. Xiao Wu, take care of that damned wolf dog. Otherwise, even if we manage to escape, they will still find us. Xiao Qi, while returning fire, shouted loudly to Xiao Wu beside him. Xiao Wu received the command and directly aimed his pistol at the large wolf dog held by the pirate, firing a shot that instantly killed it. Brother Qi, Brother Wu, hurry and leave. We will hold them off. At this moment, the other two bodyguards realized that if this continued, everyone would perish here, and immediately turned to Xiao Qi and Xiao Wu, urging them to escape. No, brothers. If we are to die, we must die together. Xiao Qi shook his head resolutely. The four of them had protected Zhao Hong together for many years and had never abandoned their comrades in times of danger. Brother Qi, Brother Wu, you must go. Young Master Zhao still needs protection. If he dies on this island, do you think our families will survive? The bodyguard spoke again, trying to persuade them. All right then. Good brothers. Upon hearing this, tears instinctively welled up in Xiao Qi and Xiao Wu's eyes. Everyone knew that in the face of such fierce firepower from more than a dozen pirates, those who stayed behind were surely doomed. Brother Qi, Brother Wu, take good care of our families. The two bodyguards displayed a look of determination and once again plunged into the gunfight with the pirates. It must be said that these two bodyguards were also highly trained experts. With their two handguns, they held their own against the armed pirates, even managing to take down 2 or 3 overconfident ones. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu and Xiao Qi hurried to catch up with the fleeing Zhao Hong and others, racing towards the cave. Behind them, the camp erupted with gunfire as the two bodyguards fought desperately to impede the pirates' advance. However, their ammunition was limited, and soon their guns were empty, forcing them to draw their daggers and charge at the approaching pirates. With several gunshots ringing out, the gunfire in the camp finally ceased. Quick, search the camp, see if our targets are here. The pirate leader quickly commanded his subordinates to search for the individuals they sought. Boss, we didn't find anyone. After a search, one of the pirate lackeys reported back. Kill them all. Damn it, the wolf dog is dead, on such a large island. Where are we supposed to find them? The pirate leader was filled with rage as he barked orders. No, 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 big brother, I know where they went. Please don't kill me. At this moment, Wang Fushan, who had been hiding among the crowd, heard the pirates' conversation and quickly stood up. As a manager of a company, he was educated enough to understand their foreign language, and during the chaos, he had also heard the bodyguards mention that they were heading to the cave where Chu Cheng was located. Oh, you know where our targets went. Upon hearing Wang Fushan's words, a cruel smile appeared on the pirate leader's face. Then keep him alive, kill the others. With the pirate leader's command, over a dozen survivors fell to the gunfire. You, take us to find our targets immediately, or I will kill you. The pirate leader turned to Wang Fushan, who was trembling with fear. Chapter 25. Betrayal. Witnessing this bloody scene, Wang Fushan was utterly stunned. He never imagined that these pirate leaders could be so heartless, willing to kill so many unarmed, innocent survivors on a whim. However, at this moment, Wang Fushan felt a sense of relief for understanding the local language. Otherwise, he too would have met a similar fate. All right, now you can take us to find them. If you can't find them, your fate will be the same as theirs. The pirate leader sneered, slapping Wang Fushan's chubby face and speaking menacingly. Yes, 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 boss, if I lead you to them, will you spare me? Wang Fushan swallowed hard, nodding as he spoke. Hearing this, the pirate leader smiled and nodded slightly, saying, of course, since you have chosen to cooperate with us, you are now our friend. We will not only spare you, but also take you off this deserted island. However, at this moment, Wang Fushan failed to notice the deep mockery and murderous intent in the pirate leader's eyes. Meanwhile, Zhao Hong and Qin Lan, seizing the opportunity while the bodyguards held off the pirates, dashed to the cave entrance, calling out loudly, is anyone there? Is there anyone in the cave? Inside the cave, Chu Cheng and others, who were resting, naturally heard the shouts. Chu Cheng picked up a sharp knife, while Yang Xiao Lu and Zhuang Tao armed themselves with bows and crossbows, moving to the cave entrance to look down. Who are you? Seeing the people below, Chu Cheng was the first to speak loudly. Brothers, we came from elsewhere. There are pirates on this island. Can you let us come up and hide? Perhaps due to their desperate situation, Zhao Heng's tone was quite polite. What? Pirates? Upon hearing Zhao Heng's words, both Chu Cheng and the others in the cave changed their expressions. It seemed their previous suspicions were confirmed. There truly were pirates on this island. All right. We will lower the rope ladder. You can come up slowly. Chu Cheng frowned and gestured for Zhuang Tao to lower the rope ladder. Now that there were pirates on the island, it was essential for them to unite and consolidate their strength for self-protection. Otherwise, if they scattered and were picked off one by one, it would be a disaster. Thank you, brother. Zhao Hong expressed his gratitude as he grabbed the rope and began to climb up as soon as the ladder was lowered. Meanwhile, Qin Lan and Jiang Shuiru exchanged glances, instinctively sensing something familiar in that voice. Wasn't this the person who had saved them when the ship sank? Before long, the group climbed the rope ladder and entered the cave, where Jiang Shuiru and Qin Lan encountered Chu Cheng. President Qin? Upon seeing Qin Lan, Chu Cheng displayed a look of surprise. He had thought Qin Lan had been swept away by the waves and had no chance of survival, yet here she was. Hee. I hadn't had the chance to thank you for saving my life that day, yet here you are saving me again. At this moment, Qin Lan forced a smile as she spoke to Chu Cheng. Alas, handsome guy, do you only see President Qin? I'm quite the beauty myself. Do you truly not see me, or are you pretending not to? Jiang Shuiru, feeling a pang of jealousy upon seeing Chu Cheng greet Qin Lan first, couldn't help but feel slighted. After all, this man had seen her in her most vulnerable state. Ahem, hello. Chu Cheng felt a bit embarrassed upon seeing Jiang Shuiru. The memories of that day at sea were still vivid, making it difficult for him to initiate conversation. Oh, so the handsome guy can still feel shy? Upon noticing Chu Cheng's flushed face, Jiang Shuiru was immediately filled with curiosity. Could it be that such a handsome young man was still a novice? Meanwhile, Zhao Hong, observing the camaraderie between Qin Lan and Jiang Shuiru as they laughed and conversed with Chu Cheng, felt his mood plummet. Earlier, during their return from the forest, he had attempted to ingratiate himself with both women, yet they had shown him nothing but impatience. Now, witnessing their eagerness to engage with Chu Cheng was unbearable for him. Just as Zhao Hong was about to voice his discontent, a sudden commotion erupted from the cave's entrance. Damn you, you filthy mutt. How dare you return? Do you believe I want to kill you? Turning to the source of the noise, they saw Zhuang Tao gripping Zhang Hong by the collar, lifting him off the ground. Put him down. Upon witnessing this, Xiao Qi and Xiao Wu instinctively drew their handguns, aiming them at Zhuang Tao's head. Despite their disdain for Zhang Hong, who was Zhao Heng's cousin, they could not stand idly by and watch him be bullied. Zhang Hong. At that moment, Chu Cheng also recognized the figure being held aloft by Zhuang Tao, a cold glint flashing across his face. Enough, you all can leave. This cave does not welcome you. And you too. I suggest you lower your weapons. Otherwise, do not blame me for being uncivilized. How dare you? Chu Cheng, what do you intend to do? If you have the guts, kill me. This cave belongs to everyone. Why should I be the one to leave? Zhang Hong was now thoroughly enraged. Their animosity was palpable, and being lifted like a mere chicken by Zhuang Tao in front of so many people was a blow to his pride. I repeat, I suggest you both lower your guns. You have 3 seconds, otherwise, you will suffer the consequences. Chu Cheng disregarded Zhang Hong entirely. His focus solely on the guns held by the 2 bodyguards. He would not tolerate anyone threatening his brothers, regardless of the circumstances. 3, 2. The bodyguards remained unmoved, their gazes instinctively darting towards Zhao Hong. When they still did not lower their weapons, Chu Cheng's expression turned from anger to a mocking smile, the corners of his mouth curling upwards. 1. At the utterance of this word, Chu Cheng abruptly darted forward at an unusual angle, 2 arrows shooting forth from behind him, aimed directly at the handguns held by the bodyguards. With a soft thud, the 2 arrows struck their targets, causing Xiao Wu and Xiao Qi to lose their grip on their firearms due to the sheer force of the impact. Just as they attempted to react, the guns flew directly into Chu Cheng's hands, the barrels now pointed at their foreheads. Do not move. Gulping, Xiao Qi instinctively swallowed hard. Turning to the direction from which the arrows had come, there stood Yang Xiaola, having just released the bowstring, the bow still quivering slightly, evidently the source of the arrows. What kind of sorcery is this? 2 arrows fired simultaneously, and with such precision. This is not a film. Looking back at Chu Cheng, who had effortlessly seized the firearms, it was clear he anticipated their trajectory. This was an astonishing display of coordination, as Yang Xiaola released the arrows. Chu Cheng seemed to predict where they would land and where the guns would fly, a feat that would be dismissed as fiction if not witnessed firsthand. Little did the 2 bodyguards know, Yang Xiaola had grown up in a Miao village, mastering archery alongside his culinary skills, capable of hitting targets with pinpoint accuracy from 50 meters. Their long-standing familiarity with each other since their days in basic training had forged an unparalleled synergy, far beyond the capabilities of the bodyguards before them. Who exactly are you? Xiao Qi stammered, his throat dry. According to Zhang Hong's earlier claims, these individuals were merely ordinary veterans. Yet, how could ordinary veterans possess such formidable archery skills and physical prowess? With talents like theirs, they would undoubtedly be the elite in any military unit. Enough with the pleasantries. You are not welcome here. Leave at once. Otherwise, do not blame my gun for being swift. Chu Cheng's cold smile was laced with menace. The grievances Zhang Hong had caused were not easily forgotten. Nor could they be resolved amicably. With Zhang Hong's manhood rendered impotent, it was unrealistic to expect him to coexist peacefully under the same roof. My good sir, let us discuss this amicably. I am Zhao Hong from the Yadong Group. I am unaware of how we have offended you, Zhao Hong said, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. The prowess displayed by these individuals was terrifying. He was grateful he had not heeded Zhang Hong's call to confront them, for otherwise, he would surely be in peril. Offended us? Huh, you have done nothing, but that scoundrel Zhang Hong is no good. This cave cannot accommodate him. Since you are acquainted with him, perhaps you should inquire what he has done, Chu Cheng said, a mocking smile on his face. Zhuang Tao's earlier actions of lifting Zhang Hong had clearly indicated a deeper connection between them, one that was not merely superficial acquaintance. Thus, for Chu Cheng, allowing such a security risk to linger in the cave was intolerable. Please, my brother, lower your weapon. Let us converse peacefully. We are all from Longhua, and there are pirates outside. Zhao Hong was acutely aware of the conflict between Zhang Hong and Chu Cheng, but the time for dialogue had come. Earlier, he had felt a flicker of hope when Xiao Wu and Xiao Qi drew their guns, envisioning himself as the leader in the cave should they succeed in subduing the trio. However, he had never anticipated that the tables would turn so swiftly. Perhaps we should all take a moment to cool down. Regardless of our past misunderstandings, our immediate priority is to unite and drive away the pirates, Qin Lan interjected, advocating for calm. To her, whether it was Xiao Wu, Xiao Qi, or Chu Cheng, their combat skills far surpassed those of the pirates. Their cooperation would undoubtedly simplify the task at hand. Seeing that even Qin Lan had spoken up, Chu Cheng reluctantly suppressed his anger and turned to Zhao Hong. You may stay here, but let me make this clear. While you are here, you will follow my orders. Should anyone harbor any ulterior motives, I will not hesitate to eliminate them. At this moment, Chu Cheng's face was etched with coldness. Previously, when Zhang Hong displayed his ungratefulness, they were fortunate. Otherwise, the outcome would not have been merely Zhuan Tao's injury. Furthermore, regarding this Zhang Hong, regardless of your relationship with him, if he insists on staying in the cave, I must bind him. This matter is absolutely non-negotiable. Subsequently, Chu Cheng pointed at Zhang Hong, his expression icy. The reason he did not directly kill Zhang Hong was to incapacitate him, ensuring that he would spend his life in a nightmare of repentance. It is worth noting that sometimes, allowing a person to live can be more tormenting than granting them death. Very well, we agree. Upon hearing Chu Cheng's words, Zhao Hong could only nod in acquiescence. After all, for him, Zhang Hong was merely his cousin. In all other respects, he was simply a useless individual, incapable of contributing anything. Whether bound or unbound made little difference. It was merely a matter of maintaining one's own dignity. However, given the life-and-death situation at hand, concerns about appearances were not a priority. Soon after, Zhuan Tao fetched a vine and bound Zhang Hong, carelessly tossing him aside by the cave entrance. During this time, although Zhang Hong was filled with resentment, he said nothing, fully aware that if he continued to cause a ruckus, Chu Cheng's character would surely lead him to be cast aside. Regardless, surviving was the utmost priority. As long as he could return to the city alive, he would have countless methods for revenge. Boom. Just as Zhuan Tao threw Zhang Hong beside the cave, a sudden clap of thunder echoed from above, startling everyone inside the cave. The sky outside the cave darkened at a visibly swift pace. My heavens, a storm is approaching. Witnessing this scene, Chu Cheng's heart sank. The weather on this island was notoriously fickle, changing on a whim, and they believed that with the impending downpour, strong winds would be their greatest adversary. Chapter 27. The storm approaches Taozi, and those two in black, hurry and bring back the firewood drying on the beach. Otherwise, we will be too late. Chu Cheng's face was filled with urgency. Previously, to prepare for such weather, they had felled some trees in the dense forest and laid them out on the beach to dry under the sun as firewood. Little did they expect that after drying them in the morning, a storm would arrive by afternoon. Subsequently, Chu Cheng led Zhuan Tao, Xiao Wu, and Xiao Qi down the rope ladder to transport all the stacks of firewood into the cave. Meanwhile, at the survivors' base by the beach, more than a dozen pirates had just finished cleaning up the battleground, startled by the sudden thunder. As they saw the sky darkening, a sense of foreboding crept into their hearts. This is bad, boss. The storm has arrived early. We can't leave. One pirate looked anxiously at the ominous clouds above. This island is infamous for being cursed. Once a storm hits, the entire sea will be engulfed in monstrous waves. Unless a military aircraft carrier were to arrive, no other vessels, regardless of their weight, would withstand the surging tides. Damn this weather. The pirate leader cursed at the suddenly transformed sky. Quick. Let the brothers find a cave to shelter from the rain. These flimsy tents will be flipped with a gust of wind. Yes, boss. Hearing the pirate leader's words, They had no choice but to abandon their plan to pursue Qianlan. Once a storm descended on this island, continuing their journey was utterly impossible. The only option now was to find a shelter from the rain and consider how to continue their pursuit after the storm had passed. At this moment, Chu Cheng and his companions were unaware that due to the sudden storm, although they were trapped in the cave, the pirates were equally ensnared. Otherwise, with the firepower the pirates possessed, if they reached the cave and tossed in a couple of grenades, everyone would surely meet their end. Currently, within the cave, Wu Liang and the others worked diligently for half an hour, managing to bring all the felled firewood inside just before the storm arrived. With a crash, torrential rain mixed with thunder began to fall from the sky, and the distant sea rose into thick fog, reminiscent of their previous shipwreck. The sea roared against the shore, churning up 1,000 waves. As for the coconut trees outside the cave, each one bent under the force of the fierce wind, while the sky was illuminated by flashes of lightning, resembling the onset of doomsday. Goodness, this is truly terrifying. Zhuan Tao stood at the cave entrance, staring in disbelief at the scene before him, his astonishment palpable. Having lived for over 20 years, this was his first encounter with such a harrowing sight. No wonder the massive cruise ship they had boarded was capsized by the waves. This was indeed extraordinarily frightening. All right, stop staring. Let's go inside and warm ourselves by the fire. Chu Cheng sighed deeply, addressing the few people still gazing at the spectacle outside the cave. Little handsome, what is your name? The sister still doesn't know how to address you. At this moment, Jiang Wanru sat beside Chu Cheng, resting her chin on her hand as she inquired. However, at this moment, Jiang Wanru was dressed in a loose t-shirt, and as she bent over, the scenery within her neckline became rather unruly. Moreover, since she had hurriedly disembarked, she was not wearing a bra, thus revealing her allure entirely before Chu Cheng's eyes. Ahem, I am Chu Cheng. Chu Cheng instinctively swallowed hard, quickly diverting his gaze. In that instant, he felt a rush of heat within him, almost uncontrollable. Chu Cheng. What a lovely name. Upon hearing Chu Cheng's name, Jiang Wanru instinctively looked towards Qianlan. Qianlan, Chu Cheng, you two have such a couple's name. As she spoke, Jiang Wanru felt a twinge of jealousy. In her mind, having been saved by Chu Cheng once at sea and now unexpectedly encountering him on the island, it felt like destiny. Therefore, she believed this was heaven's hint that she and Chu Cheng were meant to be. But little did she know, while Chu Cheng was saving her, he had also rescued so many beautiful women. Now sitting next to Chu Cheng, she felt like she was on pins and needles under the piercing glares from behind. The pure-looking girl behind her, with her delicate complexion, radiated a gentle charm, while the voluptuous woman was none other than the renowned model Su Roland from Haizhou City. Coupled with the icy beauty Qianlan, the president of the Qin group, Jiang Wanru suddenly felt that her romantic prospects were fraught with peril. No, I must take the initiative. Such an excellent man cannot be easily relinquished to others. At that moment, Jiang Wanru gazed at Chu Cheng's profile, her eyes filled with determination. Come, let's have some coconut milk fish to fill our stomachs. The roasted wild boar will be ready shortly. Saying this, Chu Cheng handed a bowl of coconut milk fish to both Qianlan and Jiang Wanru, then turned his gaze towards the wild boar sizzling over the fire. Wow, it smells amazing. Chu Cheng, you're truly remarkable. Sensing the aroma of the fish soup, Jiang Wanru instinctively swallowed hard. Since arriving on the deserted island, she had not tasted anything flavorful. The wilderness was filled with wild fruits and delectable roasted seafood. She could hardly have imagined that on such a desolate island, there would be such a fragrant fish soup to savor. Drink up quickly. These are all crafted by Xiao Lu, quite exquisite, she urged. Chu Cheng nodded, instinctively gesturing towards Yang Xiao Lu beside him. Just moments ago, Jiang Wanru's compliment of you are truly remarkable nearly swept him away. This woman, indeed, lived up to the reputation of a mature lady, possessing a certain allure that was hard to ignore. Realizing her flattery had somewhat misfired, Jiang Wanru felt a twinge of embarrassment and lowered her gaze to continue sipping the soup. However, upon hearing Chu Cheng's words, Qianlan unconsciously displayed a hint of astonishment. Given the dynamics within the cave, it was evident that Chu Cheng was the leader of this group. Yet, the muscular man at the cave entrance could effortlessly lift Zhang Hong, who weighed nearly 140 pounds, indicating he was no ordinary fighter. Moreover, the one known as Yang Xiao Lu possessed remarkable archery skills and culinary prowess. It could be said that anyone among them could assume the role of leader without raising an eyebrow, as strength dictated everything in this wilderness. Yet, it was surprising that the leader was the seemingly delicate man before her, who bore an uncanny resemblance to a pretty boy. How could he command the respect of formidable individuals like Zhuang Tao and Yang Xiao Lu without possessing extraordinary abilities? Chapter 28. The serpent's lair. The rain outside the cave intensified, accompanied by thunder and lightning, painting a scene reminiscent of an impending apocalypse, which sent shivers down one's spine. Fortunately, the cave was well stocked with fresh water, dry firewood, and the wild boar meat that Yang Xiaolu had previously cured, ensuring the group would not go hungry. The downpour persisted from noon until nightfall, showing no signs of abating. The group remained within the cave for an entire day. It was not until evening that Qin Lan, with a conflicted expression, glanced around before quietly approaching Chu Cheng and whispering, Chu Cheng, I need to use the restroom. What should I do? Chu Cheng was momentarily taken aback. The heavy rain outside made the rocky terrain perilously slippery. Venturing out now would undoubtedly be hazardous. All right, I'll accompany you, he sighed. Qin Lan lacked any special training, and should she slip on the wet rocks, it could lead to serious trouble. Furthermore, on a rainy day, various venomous snakes and insects would likely seek refuge beneath the rocks, posing a threat to a novice like Qin Lan. It would not be wise to leave her alone in such conditions. Okay, thank you, Chu Cheng, Qin Lan replied, her cheeks slightly flushed as she nodded at him. The two then rose and made their way towards the cave entrance. Hey, Chu Cheng, where are you two going? Wang Mingya asked, pouting as she stood up. Well, Qin Lan needs to use the restroom, and I'm just accompanying her because I'm concerned, Chu Cheng explained, scratching his head awkwardly. Oh, Wang Mingya responded with a hint of disappointment in her tone, unable to mask her feelings. Chu Cheng noticed this detail but felt reassured by his clear intentions and chose not to elaborate further. After lowering the rope ladder, Chu Cheng descended first, allowing Qin Lan to follow. This arrangement ensured that even if she were to slip, he could intervene. However, focusing on Qin Lan while descending the ladder proved to be exceedingly difficult. It was evident that she still wore the form-fitting dress from the day she fell into the water. As she slowly descended, Chu Cheng could not help but glance up, taking in the alluring sight before him. The already sultry weather combined with this enchanting view ignited a flame within him. Yet, he was acutely aware that Qin Lan was the esteemed president of the Qin group, while he was merely a humble security guard. Once they returned to the city, their statuses would be worlds apart, making any future interaction improbable. Once they reached the ground, Chu Cheng sighed in relief and pointed towards a patch of grass. President Qin, you can use that spot over there. I'll wait here. Okay. Qin Lan nodded softly, making her way to the indicated area. Moments later, the sound of water could be heard behind him. For reasons unknown, this sound caused Chu Cheng to swallow hard, and his mind involuntarily recalled the vision he had glimpsed while on the ladder. His thoughts began to wander, imagining how splendid it would be if someone as stunning as Qin Lan could be his partner. Suddenly, a startled cry from Qin Lan interrupted his reverie, causing her to spring to her feet. Hearing her exclamation, Chu Cheng instinctively turned to see everything laid bare before him. What's wrong, President Qin? He stammered, feeling a rush of heat rise to his face, leaving him parched. I think something just bit me. You, turn around. Don't look, she exclaimed, her voice trembling with urgency. Perhaps due to her anxiety, her words quivered, and upon noticing Chu Cheng's unwavering gaze, a hint of panic crossed her features. It looked like a snake. Chu Cheng quickly turned away, swallowing hard as he thought he saw a green object slither away from where Qin Lan stood into a nearby thicket. Should I call Jiang Wanru to come help you? He asked, his mind racing with the memory of the breathtaking view he had just witnessed, vowing never to forget it for the rest of his life. Yes. Qin Lan gritted her teeth, managing to utter a simple agreement. Receiving her consent, Chu Cheng turned towards the cave and called out, Sister Wanru. Sister Wanru. What's the matter? Jiang Wanru replied, rushing to the cave entrance. Could you come down for a moment? We seem to have encountered a bit of trouble. Upon seeing Jiang Wanru, Chu Cheng quickly explained, yes, I need your help. Okay, I'll be right down. Jiang Wanru responded, nodding as she grasped the rope ladder to descend. However, after just a couple of steps, she slipped and cried out, hanging precariously from the ladder. Forget it. Just let her come up, Qin Lan muttered through gritted teeth, frustrated with Jiang Wanru's clumsiness. It was not entirely her fault, though. The rock face was slick from the rain, more treacherous than ice. Even if Jiang Wanru were to fall, Qin Lan would not be surprised, considering her background as a desk-bound physician. Sister Wanru, you should go back up first. The rocks are too slippery, Chu Cheng said, scratching his nose and relaying Qin Lan's concern. All right, I will. Jiang Wanru, still in shock, reacted to Chu Cheng's words as if receiving a divine decree. She hurriedly grasped the rope ladder, firmly planted her feet, and climbed back into the cave. Below, Chu Cheng swallowed hard, turning with some difficulty to face Qin Lan. Qin Zong, could you come over and help me? At that moment, Qin Lan had already pulled her pants up, her face darkening as she spoke to Chu Cheng. Chapter 29. The use of the mouth to siphon poison. After all, her life had been saved by him, even if it meant exposing herself. It was a small price to pay in gratitude for his heroism. The priority now was to assess her injury and ascertain whether there was any poison in the wound. Should I take a look? Hearing Qin Lan's words, Chu Cheng gulped again. Although he hadn't seen the specific situation clearly, he understood that the area where Qin Lan was injured was undoubtedly quite awkward. Was it really appropriate for a grown man to assist her with her injury? Enough with the hesitation. Did you not see anything earlier? Qin Lan, feeling increasingly anxious, remarked, as her left thigh was rapidly losing sensation. All right, fine. With Qin Lan urging him, Chu Cheng had no choice but to nod and approach her. Qin Zong, where's the wound? As he drew nearer to Qin Lan, Chu Cheng felt an undeniable chill emanating from her, which, paradoxically, ignited a primal urge within him. It's on my backside. Upon hearing Chu Cheng's inquiry, a faint blush crept onto Qin Lan's previously icy visage. Cough, cough. Chu Cheng nearly spat out his drink, astonished by the revelation. This is too much. Stop dawdling. I, as a woman, feel no shame. Why are you, a man, being so bashful? You once served in the military. Seeing Chu Cheng hesitating, Qin Lan couldn't help but scold him. All right, then. Realizing he was indeed saving her life, Chu Cheng shook off his errant thoughts. Could you please indicate the location of the wound and lower your pants a bit? Resolutely, he suppressed all inappropriate thoughts and spoke to Qin Lan. Yes, right here. At this moment, Qin Lan, putting aside her shyness, pointed out her injury and boldly lowered her pants slightly. In the dim light of the lightning, Chu Cheng finally discerned the two bloodied puncture wounds, oozing dark blood, a clear sign of poisoning. Qin Zong, I need to siphon the poison with my mouth. Do you mind? Chu Cheng steadied himself and addressed Qin Lan again. The fleeting wicked thoughts vanished upon seeing her injury. He had to focus his gaze, lest he be distracted by anything else, or he would be unable to proceed with this task. Go ahead, it's fine. At this point, Qin Lan's face was nearly crimson. Having never before exposed her private parts to a man in all her years of life, especially under such willingly accepted circumstances. Okay, Chu Cheng nodded, then supported Qin Lan, bringing his mouth close to the wound. When his lips made contact with her injury, Qin Lan gasped sharply, suppressing her pain and attempting to calm herself. Chu Cheng diligently siphoned the toxins from her wound and spat them onto the ground. After repeating this process several times, he managed to clear all the poison. All done. Qin Zong, it should be fine now. After thoroughly inspecting the wound, Chu Cheng nodded in assurance. Thank you. Qin Lan turned her face away, not allowing Chu Cheng to see her embarrassment. If anyone were to glimpse her now, they would surely be astonished to witness the renowned president of the Qin Corporation, the infamous Ice Queen of Longhua, displaying such a girlish blush. Qin Zong, since your foot is injured and you cannot climb the rope ladder, would you allow me to carry you up? Chu Cheng proposed gently. All right. Qin Lan lowered her head, responding in a hushed tone. Indeed, after the previous ordeal, she not only felt the pain from her wound, but was also startled by the snake, leaving her legs weak. The thought of climbing the ladder was daunting. Even walking normally felt improbable. Come, lean on my back and hold on tightly. Understand? I need both hands to grip the ladder, and I cannot protect you. Chu Cheng crouched down, instructing Qin Lan. Okay. Qin Lan nodded and climbed onto his back, allowing him to carry her. Feeling the softness against his back, Chu Cheng felt as though he were walking on clouds. While Qin Lan's figure might not rival the voluptuousness of Jiang Wanru or Su Ruolin, she had an undeniable elasticity that captivated the senses. Momentarily, his mind wandered back to the enchanting sight he had glimpsed while siphoning the poison from her. Suddenly, a thunderous clap echoed from the heavens, startling Chu Cheng. He quickly shook his head, casting aside those indecent thoughts, and began to ascend the rope ladder with Qin Lan on his back. Qin Lan, what is wrong with you? Upon their arrival, Jiang Wanru noticed Qin Lan's pale complexion and expressed her concern. I'm fine, just got bitten by a snake. Qin Lan gritted her teeth and replied curtly. What? Bitten by a snake? Jiang Wanru exclaimed, her voice filled with alarm. It was common knowledge that 90% of the snakes on this island were venomous. If the poison was not expelled, it would truly be a matter of life and death. Enough shouting. Chu Cheng has already helped me siphon out the snake venom. Qin Lan, exasperated by Jiang Wanru's loudness, lowered her voice, feeling an urge to silence her completely. This foolish girl, with her ample chest and empty head, had nearly tumbled from the cliff when she first attempted to rescue them. Had it not been for Jiang Wanru's safety, she would never have permitted Chu Cheng to siphon poison from such a private area. Cough, cough, okay. But where exactly were you bitten? Noticing the fierce look on Qin Lan's face, Jiang Wanru instinctively swallowed hard and whispered in her ear. On my backside, satisfied? Qin Lan replied, her irritation palpable. On your backside? And Chu Cheng helped you siphon the poison? Does that mean he saw everything? Jiang Wanru gazed at Qin Lan, then at Chu Cheng. Her expression one of regret. Oh no, Lanjia. Didn't we agree not to compete for my handsome young man? This is unfair. I was bitten by a snake. And he was helping me. What nonsense are you spouting? Qin Lan shot her a glare, exasperated by Jiang Wanru's infatuated demeanor. No. If Chu Cheng kissed you, I want to kiss too. Otherwise, it's not fair. Jiang Wanru, with a face full of jealousy, stood up and walked towards Chu Cheng, who was resting nearby. Chapter 30. Are you enjoying yourself? Oh dear. Wanru, what are you doing? Upon hearing Jiang Shuru's words, Qin Lan was taken aback. This foolish girl, with her ample bosom and lack of brains, what on earth was she thinking? However, Jiang Shuru seemed oblivious to Qin Lan's comment, striding directly to Chu Cheng's side. Her large eyes fixed intently upon him. Ahem, Sister Wanru, what's the matter? Noticing Jiang Shuru's penetrating gaze, Chu Cheng nervously swallowed, hastily turning his head away. Humph. So you enjoyed yourself today, did you? Jiang Shuru squinted her eyes, leaning closer to Chu Cheng's ear, and spoke slowly. Ahem, what are you talking about, Sister Wanru? I was just trying to save someone. Chu Cheng awkwardly scratched his nose, unsure of how to respond. Yet, he had to admit that he had indeed seen things he shouldn't have at that moment. Oh please, spare me the excuses, you scoundrel. One sister isn't enough for you. Now you're trying to flirt with other beauties too. I've seen through you. Jiang Shuru wore a look of disappointment, her large eyes shimmering with unshed tears, making it seem as though Chu Cheng had committed some grave offense against her. Ahem, Sister Wanru, can we just behave normally? Chu Cheng cleared his throat a few times and hurriedly lowered his head, moving to the fire pit to warm himself. Earlier, while beneath the rocky outcrop, the strong winds had blown quite a bit of rain, soaking his clothes. If he couldn't dry them quickly, catching a cold on this deserted island would be a serious matter. Minya, could you pass me a coconut shell? I need to boil some water. Once settled by the fire, Chu Cheng lifted his head and spoke to Wang Minya, who was directly across from him. The coconut shells meant to serve as pots were behind Wang Minya. She merely needed to turn around to retrieve one for him. Humph, don't you have hands? Yet. To Chu Cheng's surprise, Wang Minya scoffed and stood up, walking over to another fire pit, clearly uninterested in him. What on earth is going on? Witnessing this scene left Chu Cheng utterly speechless. What was happening? Only Yang Xiaola and Zhuang Tao, observing from the side, shook their heads and turned to Su Ruolin. Linlin, did you see that? This is our leader. Look how quickly he's managed to charm these stunning beauties, and now they're fighting over him. Truly, a model for our generation. Zhuang Tao wore an envious expression, appearing quite smitten. Enough with the nonsense. Su Ruolin shot Zhuang Tao a glare and stood up, heading to her own bed to lie down. Leaving behind two bewildered figures, Zhuang Tao and Yang Xiaola exchanged glances. This is surely leading to having 4 sisters-in-law, isn't it? The entire night, Chu Cheng felt as though he was trapped in a fiery pit. Each time he turned around, he was met either with Wang Mingya's sorrowful gaze or Jiang Mengru's suggestive demeanor. Even when dawn broke, he still felt a chill creeping down his back. The torrential rain had lasted throughout the night, showing no signs of abating, and many coconut trees outside the cave had been uprooted by the fierce winds. Fortunately, they had made preparations in advance. Otherwise, with such heavy rain, they would surely starve within the cave. The downpour continued for 3 days before finally ceasing. The beach was now pockmarked, and trees lay scattered askew from the wind's assault. What delighted Chu Cheng and the others most was the sight of numerous luggage cases lying on the beach below the cave, evidently washed ashore by the rising tide. Wow. Come on, boss, let's see if there's anything good in those cases. Zhuang Tao, brimming with excitement, was the first to grab the rope ladder and climb down. After spending so long confined in the cave, they were eager to stretch their legs. Meanwhile, Zhang Hong remained bound and ignored in the cave, a victim of Zhuang Tao's machinations. Damn it, you scoundrels, don't give me any chance. If you do, I'm going to make you pay. Zhang Hong's eyes burned with hatred as he glared at the ocean outside the cave. And you, Zhang Hong, you're supposed to be my cousin. Is this how you treat me? Just wait. One day, you'll all regret this. Wow, boss, this suitcase is full of clothes. And look, there are bikinis too. On the beach, Zhuang Tao, like a child, opened 4 or 5 suitcases washed ashore and rummaged through them. The majority contained clothing and some snacks, improving the food situation for those stranded on the island. Hey, boss, look, there's a waterproof solar flashlight. Suddenly, Yang Xiaola exclaimed. Having discovered a waterproof flashlight in one of the suitcases, his face lighting up with excitement. Well, This will certainly help with nighttime trips to the restroom. Chu Cheng smiled gently and addressed Yang Xiaola. However, the remark did not go unnoticed by Qin Lan, who rolled her eyes, interpreting the comment as a jab at the lack of light the previous night. Brother Wu, now that the storm has passed, I believe our primary concern should be how to deal with those pirates, Zhao Heng interjected, his expression laden with worry. Indeed, that is a pressing issue. Chu Cheng nodded seriously, recognizing the truth in Zhao Heng's words. The rain had stopped, and the pirates would surely resume their activities. What remained uncertain was how long it would take them to discover the cave's location. Don't worry, boss. I've prepared several hundred arrows. Soon, Taozi and I will head into the forest to set traps. I guarantee that for every pirate that comes, there will be one less. Yang Xiaola assured Chu Cheng. Having been quite productive during the heavy rains in the cave, they had crafted hundreds of arrows and equipped each person with a bow. Now, the only concern was how and when the pirates would appear. All right, once the traps are set, we'll leave a few people to guard the cave, and the three of us will head to the coast to assess the situation. We can't let them dictate our movements. With that, Chu Cheng nodded, proposing the plan. In this scenario, the hidden party would undoubtedly hold a significant advantage. If they could ascertain the pirates' movements, it would undoubtedly enhance their chances of prevailing against them. Chapter 31. Borrowing weapons. After easing the tension, Chu Cheng and Yang Xiaola, along with Zhuang Tao, deliberated on the plan for Yang Xiaola and himself to scout the opposite coast, while Zhuang Tao remained behind to guard the cave. Given their unfamiliarity with Zhao Heng and his group, it would be perilous to leave a few women and a bookish Zhang Peng alone in the cave. Boss, should we borrow some guns? After preparing, Yang Xiaola pointed towards Zhao Heng and the others. All three of them were armed with firearms. If they could borrow two, it would undoubtedly be more effective than the bows and arrows they possessed in the event of an unexpected situation. With that thought, Chu Cheng nodded and made his way toward Zhao Heng. Brother Zhao, Chu Cheng greeted as he approached. Elder brother Chu, what brings you here? Zhao Heng responded with a faint smile, rising to meet him, though his demeanor appeared somewhat awkward. We plan to scout the coast for information on the pirates and would like to borrow 2 pistols from you. We will return them shortly, Chu Cheng explained. Hearing this, Zhao Heng was momentarily taken aback. If he were to surrender 2 pistols, his own group would be left with just one. Should Chu Cheng's group decide to make things difficult, their combat prowess would easily overpower Zhao Heng and his companions. Elder brother Chu, these 2 bodyguards were sent by my father to protect me. I cannot ask them to relinquish their weapons, Zhao Heng replied with a forced smile, subtly signaling his bodyguards not to comply. The implication was clear. He was unwilling to part with their arms. Very well, Chu Cheng chuckled lightly. Then I shall borrow your daggers instead. All right, Xiao Qi, Xiao Wu, hand over your daggers to elder brother Chu, Zhao Heng commanded without hesitation. Understood, young master. Xiao Qi and Xiao Wu nodded, promptly removing the daggers strapped to their legs and presenting them to Chu Cheng. The daggers were entirely black, devoid of any reflection even under the intense sunlight of the island, indicating their high quality. After receiving the daggers, Chu Cheng expressed his gratitude to Zhao Heng and proceeded with Yang Xiaola towards their previously discussed campsite. Boss, isn't Zhao Heng being a bit disingenuous? He claims he cannot command his subordinates to hand over their pistols, yet he readily relinquishes the daggers. I suspect he has ulterior motives, Yang Xiaola remarked with dissatisfaction. For him, possessing a bow and arrow was far superior to a pistol. The bow allowed for silent kills, enabling him to eliminate enemies without a sound in the dense forest. While firearms were powerful, discharging one would draw attention, exposing oneself in the process. However, he acknowledged that a soldier wielding a gun felt considerably safer, particularly in emergencies where swift reactions were essential. Yet, they had not anticipated such a direct refusal. Enough of this chatter. Regardless, having these daggers is better than having nothing at all. Chu Cheng waved dismissively, unconcerned. He had noted that although the bodyguards were armed, their ammunition was limited, rendering their firearms less effective. In contrast, the 2 daggers he now possessed were formidable weapons, equipped with serrated edges and blood grooves, far superior to the kitchen knife he had previously employed. For both Chu Cheng and Yang Xiaola, possessing such tools was indeed advantageous. Meanwhile, in a ravine along the eastern coast, over a dozen pirates emerged as the rain finally ceased. Once appearing robust and imposing, they now looked disheveled and ragged, resembling beggars on the street. Boss, finally, the rain has stopped, one of the pirates exclaimed as he climbed out of the ravine. Go find some food. Damn it. After years of eating coconuts, I feel as if I might turn into one. Several pirates lamented to their leader. All right, Owen and Jia. You 2 take the sniper rifle and head into the woods to see if you can find any wildlife. Bring something back to eat, the pirate captain instructed. Understood, boss. Owen and Ajia replied, shouldering their weapons and heading into the forest. Everyone else, gather some firewood or hay. We still have some gasoline. Let us get a fire going to dry our clothes. The captain ordered, looking at the remaining pirates, having sheltered in the ravine for 3 days to evade the downpour. Many of the pirates' clothes were soaked, and their priority was to ensure that everyone was warm and fed before they could engage in any further conflict. The captain was no fool. Having previously served in a special forces unit of a foreign army, he understood how to maximize his men's combat effectiveness. They had already encountered the bodyguards, who exhibited considerable military prowess, and armed with firearms, any hasty action without adequate preparation would be tantamount to courting death. At this moment, Chu Cheng and Yang Xiaola traversed the dense forest, unaware that the once mighty pirates had fallen to such a lowly state due to the storm. As they walked along the coastline, they endeavored to remain as silent as possible, mindful of the potential dangers lurking in the post-storm wilderness. Boss, we've been walking for over an hour. Should we take a break? Yang Xiaola suggested, struggling to lift his foot from the muddy terrain. The relentless rains had turned the forest floor into a quagmire, making their journey arduous. Even those trained like Chu Cheng and Yang Xiaola found the trek challenging. However, before Yang Xiaola could finish speaking, a gunshot suddenly rang out from the dense foliage ahead. Chapter 32. Encounter with a loud bang. The tranquility of the forest shattered, sending flocks of birds soaring into the sky in fright. Both Chu Cheng and Yang Xiaola instinctively crouched low. Boss, that's the sound of an SVD sniper rifle. Yang Xiaola, a former sniper in the military, recognized the weapon from the distinct sound it produced. Yes, I know. Chu Cheng nodded in acknowledgement. The SVD sniper rifle, a lightweight model from the former Soviet Union, had flooded the market after the dissolution of the USSR, making it unsurprising for pirates to possess such arms. The ammunition used, the widely favored 7.62mm round, was prevalent among terrorists worldwide. What should we do, boss? That shot must have come from just over 100 meters away. Yang Xiaola gulped, addressing Chu Cheng. Let us quietly approach and see what is happening. Chu Cheng replied, leading the way toward the source of the gunfire. After the sound of the sniper rifle echoed through the air, silence enveloped the surroundings. Chu Cheng and Yang Xiaola were compelled to tread lightly, striving to minimize any friction with the nearby trees. Before long, an open space appeared before Chu Cheng's eyes. He beheld 2 pirates binding a wild goat with vines, evidently planning to carry it away. Boss, it's an island. There are only 2 of them, and I see no signs of others in the vicinity. Yang Xiaola, having noticed the scene, quickly alerted Chu Cheng. All right, Xiaola, let us each take one out with our bows and arrows. You handle the one with the AK, and I will deal with the one wielding the sniper rifle. Chu Cheng nodded, a glint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. They were no more than 40 to 50 meters away from the pirates, and with their meticulously crafted bows and arrows, they could silently eliminate the 2 men without a trace. These pirates had slaughtered numerous survivors from Longguo on the island, and there was no chance they would be spared. Furthermore, it was evident that the 2 pirates were merely foraging for food, suggesting that their companions were likely not nearby. They had even gone so far as to cut vines to bind the goat and fashioned a stick to assist in carrying it away. This intricate preparation indicated one thing. These 2 were alone. Had the rest of the pirates been close, they would have simply called for reinforcements to easily transport the 70-plus kilogram goat. However, not only did the pirates refrain from calling out, but their preparation of tools also implied they intended to traverse a considerable distance. Otherwise, given their physique, they could easily carry a goat of this weight on their shoulders. Unbeknownst to Chu Cheng, Owen and Ajia were experiencing their own discomfort. Since entering the forest, they had been searching for any goods, and after more than an hour, they finally discovered the goat's tracks. The recent rain had rendered the tracks fresh and easy to follow. However, the muddy terrain in the forest significantly slowed their pursuit, and it was only after a prolonged chase that they finally caught up to the goat and killed it. Yet, transporting it back would require a lengthy trek. Given the treacherous conditions in the forest, using vines to haul the goat back to their camp was undoubtedly the most labor-efficient choice. Suddenly, the 2 pirates could never have anticipated that just as they lifted the goat, 2 piercing sounds sliced through the air, and arrows pierced their hearts, each measuring around 30 to 40 centimeters. With wide eyes, they stared in disbelief at the arrows embedded in their chests, ultimately collapsing lifelessly to the ground, unable to close their eyes in death. Subsequently, Chu Cheng and Yang Xiaola approached and collected the firearms from the 2 pirates. One was an AK-47, the other an SVD sniper rifle, accompanied by over 100 rounds of ammunition, a substantial gain. Yang Xiaola expertly grasped the SVD sniper rifle, quickly reacquainting himself with its functions. Although he had been retired for several years, the moment he held the weapon, he was instantly transported back to the days of his service. Boss, according to Zhao Hong and the others, there are over 10 pirates in total. Should we seize this opportunity to find them and eliminate them all? With a gun in hand, Yang Xiaolu felt emboldened. Though the sniper rifle had an effective range of only 600 meters, he was confident in his ability to hit targets accurately within that distance. No, our success in dispatching these two was purely by chance. We cannot afford to be reckless. We must retreat. If these two do not return, their comrades will surely come searching for them. Chu Cheng shook his head firmly. Had the sniper rifle possessed a silencer, he might have considered Yang Xiaolu's suggestion to confront the numerous pirates. However, the absence of such a device meant that a single gunshot would instantly reveal their position to the more than 10 pirates, who would then encircle them in the dense forest, greatly diminishing their chances of survival. In his earlier days of service, when his physical prowess was at its peak, he might have taken the risk. However, after years of retirement, his body had become rusty, and he held little hope for a favorable outcome. To ensure their safety, they decided to bide their time and withdraw. After thoroughly scavenging the pirates' supplies, Chu Cheng acquired a machete and a waterproof, windproof lighter, a commendable haul. Let us head back. After confirming that the area was clear, Chu Cheng led Yang Xiaolu in the direction from which they had come. Wait, we must erase our footprints. After taking a couple of steps, Chu Cheng suddenly realized. The muddy forest floor made their footprints distinctly visible. If the pirates discovered these tracks, they would undoubtedly pursue them, leading to dire consequences. Thus, the two retreated while carefully erasing their footprints. Although this slowed their pace, it provided them with peace of mind. Meanwhile, the pirates in the valley were growing anxious. They had heard gunshots echoing through the forest, recognizing that it was their companions hunting. However, nearly 2 hours had passed, and their comrades had yet to return. Could something have gone awry? Boss, should we check on them? What if Owen and the others encountered trouble or bagged something too large to carry? One pirate proposed to the leader. Owen was renowned as their finest sniper, and the chances of him missing his target were slim. All right, take 2 others and go investigate. Return swiftly, the pirate leader replied, a sense of unease rising within him. For reasons unknown, he suddenly felt as though a fearsome beast lurked in the dense forest, watching him coldly. A few pirates followed the footprints left by Owen and Ajia, ultimately discovering the bodies of the 2 men in a clearing. My heavens, what happened here? The leading pirate gasped in shock upon seeing the corpses and quickly fired over 10 shots into the sky with his weapon. This was their agreement with the pirate leader. In case of trouble, they would shoot into the air to signal for help. Upon hearing the gunfire, the pirate leader sprang to his feet, discarding the coconut he had just started to peel. This is bad. Owen and the others are in trouble. Everyone, follow me into the forest. With that, the pirate leader seized an AK-47 and rushed into the woods, racing toward the source of the gunfire. Chu Cheng and Yang Xiaolu, upon hearing the volley of gunshots, felt a chill run down their spines. They hadn't expected the pirates to realize something was amiss so swiftly. This one do, Xiaolu. We're moving too slowly. Let us head to the beach and return by sea. Chu Cheng decisively instructed Yang Xiaolu. Understood, boss. Yang Xiaolu nodded in agreement. The two then proceeded to erase their footprints while making their way to the beach, stepping into the water as they advanced toward the cave's entrance. With each step taken, the sea surged ashore, erasing the footprints left by the 2 individuals. After traversing for over an hour, they finally emerged from the cave. What on earth is happening here, boss? At that moment, Zhuang Tao stared in disbelief at the firearms strapped to Chu Cheng and Yang Xiaolu. His mouth agape as if it could accommodate an egg. Enough with the chatter. Hurry up and scram. Chu Cheng, in an irritable tone, tossed his AK and over 100 rounds of ammunition to Zhuang Tao, who had always favored the powerful 56 assault rifle and AK during his military days, and finally found his wish fulfilled on this deserted island. Thank you, boss. Zhuang Tao clutched the weapon like a child who had just received a cherished toy, elated beyond measure. However, while Zhuang Tao was overjoyed, Zhao Hong beside him instinctively furrowed his brow, feeling a sudden chill in his heart. He was well aware of the skills possessed by Chu Cheng and his companions. Without weapons, it could be said that Chu Cheng alone could overpower 2 of his bodyguards. But previously, with a gun in hand, he could maintain some semblance of balance and power. Now, however, the adversaries not only had firearms, but also wielded the formidable AK-47 and a sniper rifle. If a confrontation were to ensue, his subordinates, armed with mere handguns, would likely falter before they even had a chance to retaliate. Gulp. As this realization struck him, Zhao Hong instinctively swallowed hard, his eyes flickering with a glimmer of concern. Meanwhile, Below the cave, Qin Jiang Shuiru, and a few other women gathered wet firewood that had been drenched by the rain and laid it out on the beach to dry in the sun. Upon seeing Chu Cheng and Yang Xiaolu return, their faces lit up with delight. How did it go, Chu Cheng? Qin was the first to approach, inquiring with genuine interest. Not bad. We encountered a couple of pirates hunting in the woods, dealt with them, and took their guns, Chu Cheng replied, pausing briefly before adding. However, I suspect they will locate us soon, so we must remain prepared. Understood, we will follow your lead. Whatever you decide, we shall comply. Qin nodded, acknowledging the gravity of their situation. The prowess displayed by Chu Cheng and Yang Xiaolu, who managed to procure AK-47s and a sniper rifle using only their bows and daggers, left Qin thoroughly impressed. She had encountered many capable individuals, but she had never witnessed someone as composed and collected as Chu Cheng. Most importantly, the secret she harbored must never fall into the hands of the pirates, for it would spell disaster not only for Longhua, but for the entire world. If even Chu Cheng could not safeguard it and reinforcements failed to arrive, she would have no choice but to take her own life, taking the secret to the depths of the sea. What's troubling you? Do you have something on your mind? Noticing Qin's dazed expression, Chu Cheng furrowed his brow and slowly spoke. He had sensed something amiss since their first encounter, but he could not pinpoint the exact issue. Yet, he was certain that Qin was concealing something from him. Oh, it's nothing, really, Qin replied hurriedly, waving her hand dismissively. Nevertheless, the fleeting panic in her demeanor did not escape Chu Cheng's keen observation. All right then. Seeing Qin's reaction, Chu Cheng nodded, refraining from further inquiries. Everyone harbors secrets. Having only recently met Qin, he could not demand her to divulge her hidden truths. Meanwhile, Wang Mingya, who had initially intended to approach Chu Cheng with concern, pouted upon witnessing his light-hearted exchange with Qin, her eyes glinting with subtle intrigue. Humph, all men are the same, utterly untrustworthy. As she spoke, Wang Mingya threw the firewood in her hands onto the ground with considerable force. What's wrong, Xiaoya? Noticing Wang Mingya's peculiar behavior, Su Ruolin approached her and asked. Nothing at all. Wang Mingya quickly waved her hand, pretending as if nothing had transpired. Ah, Xiaoya, let me tell you, men are like this. When a man pursues a woman, there's a mountain in between, but when a woman pursues a man, there's only a sheet of paper. If you like him, be a bit more proactive. Su Ruolin sighed lightly, fully aware of Wang Mingya's feelings. Sister Ruolin, I. Upon hearing Su Ruolin's words, Wang Mingya's face flushed crimson, struggling to articulate her thoughts. All right, I understand. If you trust me, be a bit more assertive. After all, we are on a deserted island, and whether we can survive and return is still uncertain. If you like him, seize the moment, and make it happen before anyone else does. Su Ruolin smiled gently, encouraging Wang Mingya. Make it happen? Wang Mingya's eyes flickered, and she tightened her small fist slightly. Dreamya, what are you thinking about? Just as Wang Mingya was silently resolving her thoughts, Jiang Shuiru suddenly spoke up, startling her. Ah, nothing at all. What's up, Sister Wanru? Wang Mingya quickly regained her composure, standing to address Jiang Shuiru. Oh, I just wanted to borrow a couple of vines from you to bundle these branches and take them to the beach to dry. Jiang Shuiru said as she stepped through the mud to approach Wang Mingya. Here you go. Wang Mingya handed the vines to Jiang Shuiru, watching as she swayed toward the pile of branches. Humph. Mingya, look at that flaunting girl. She's clearly up to no good. You must not let her outshine you. Even Su Ruolin, a model herself, felt a twinge of envy at Jiang Shuiru's voluptuous figure. As a model, maintaining a balanced and appealing physique was paramount, yet Jiang Shuiru defied all conventions of beauty. What are you saying, Ruolin? Wang Mingya's cheeks flushed at Su Ruolin's comments. Yet, deep down, she understood that ever since she began her internship at the company, she had been smitten with Chu Cheng. However, during her time at work, for reasons unknown, Chu Cheng often seemed to avoid her. Even when she mustered the courage to confess her feelings, he had rejected her, claiming he was merely a security guard unworthy of her. Humph, you little girl. Do you think I don't know your little thoughts? Su Ruolin shot Wang Mingya a knowing glance and continued. Let me tell you, that Jiang Shuiru and Qin are clearly in cahoots, trying to entice Chu Cheng. You must be on your guard. If you ever find yourself at a disadvantage, don't hesitate to ask for your sister's help. I refuse to believe that we, too, are not stunning beauties with both figure and looks. Cough, cough, cough. What are you saying, Ruolin? Wang Mingya nearly choked on her own words at Su Ruolin's suggestion. What does she mean by asking for help? The seemingly aloof Su Ruolin has unexpectedly developed feelings for Chu Cheng? And she even intends to share a husband with the two other women? All right. Enough of this conversation. I shall attend to my own matters. At this moment, Su Wolin's cheeks were flushed with embarrassment, and she was at a loss as to how those words had escaped her lips. Yet, she was acutely aware that ever since Jiang Shuuru and Qin Lan had appeared in the cave, their presence had diminished the attention Chu Cheng once bestowed upon them. After Su Wolin departed, Wang Mingya instinctively lifted her gaze towards Qin Lan, who was seated nearby. The events of the previous night were etched clearly in her mind. When Jiang Shuuru nearly fell, she had rushed to the cave entrance, intent on rescuing her, and had remained focused on the scene below, amidst the thunder and lightning. Although the details were hazy, Wang Mingya was certain she had witnessed an intimate moment between Chu Cheng and Qin Lan. While this was later clarified as merely a reaction to a snake bite, the image lingered like a haunting nightmare, surfacing unbidden whenever Wang Mingya found herself with idle thoughts, causing her heart to ache. At that moment, Chu Cheng remained blissfully unaware of the girl's sentiments. After resting with Yang Xiaola, he utilized the soft earth to dig several traps in the surrounding thicket, preparing for any potential surprise attacks from the pirates. Once these tasks were completed, Chu Cheng and Yang Xiaola ascended to the summit, where they constructed a rudimentary shelter from leaves. The elevated position afforded them a vantage point to survey several kilometers around, especially now that Yang Xiaola was armed with a sniper rifle, making it an ideal lookout. Having completed their preparations, Chu Cheng summoned everyone to the cave to deliberate their next course of action. Ladies and gentlemen, we have set our traps and established a lookout point at the summit. From today onward, Yang Xiaola, Zhuang Tao, and I will take turns maintaining vigilance at the peak. After a brief pause, Chu Cheng continued, Xiao Wu, Xiao Qi, you two should stay closer to the cave entrance. Should any disturbances arise, you will be able to react promptly. As for the rest, unless absolutely necessary, refrain from venturing outside to avoid falling into our own traps or encountering pirates. Is that understood? Yes, we will follow your lead. Qin Lan was the first to affirm, acknowledging her current lack of combat capability and understanding that the only means to safeguard her secret was to comply with Chu Cheng's directives. As long as we can protect young Master Zhao, we will obey your orders. Xiao Wu and Xiao Qi nodded in agreement. However, do not fret excessively when night falls. Rest is needed. The pirates have already suffered losses today and will likely seek to assess our strength before launching an attack. Chu Cheng nodded confidently, oblivious to the fact that his momentary act of mercy towards Wang Fushan would lead to betrayal. Meanwhile, on the eastern coastline, a group of pirates gathered. Their expressions darkened with rage as they looked upon the bodies of Owen and Ajay. Boss, we must avenge Owen and Ajay, one of the pirates exclaimed, prompting a chorus of agreement among the others. Indeed, revenge is imperative, but we must also obtain what we seek. Bring that Dragon Kingdom fellow here. I have questions for him. The pirate leader commanded, gesturing to one of his underlings. Before long, a visibly weakened Wang Fushan was brought before the pirate leader, flanked by two pirates. Tell me, do you know who killed my brothers? The pirate leader demanded, his face contorted with fury. The escaping bodyguards had been armed. If they had intended to kill, they would not have used primitive weapons like bows and arrows. Upon noticing the arrows embedded in the pirates' throats, Wang Fushan quickly pieced together the situation. I know, he stammered. Oh, who are they? The pirate leader inquired, curiosity piqued. The ones who killed these two brothers must be those in the cave over there. I have interacted with them before. They are the only ones on this island capable of crafting such bows and arrows. Wang Fushan affirmed confidently. How many of them are there? What weapons do they possess? What is their combat capability? The pirate leader felt a sense of relief upon realizing Wang Fushan was privy to this information. Knowledge of the enemy would pave the way for victory. There are only 3 who can fight, all veterans, armed with bows and a knife, nothing else. Wang Fushan's demeanor was obsequious as he divulged all he knew about Chu Cheng's group. By the way, boss, there are also several stunning beauties in their cave. Oh, you seem quite informed. The pirate leader felt somewhat reassured by Wang Fushan's revelations. 3 fighters, along with the 2 escaped bodyguards, meant that their combat strength totaled 5. Furthermore, they had seized an AK and a sniper rifle, bolstering their firepower. However, they still had over 20 men at their disposal, equipped with a comprehensive arsenal. If they could approach the cave under the cover of night and toss a grenade inside while the occupants were resting, it would resolve the matter effortlessly. As for the items on Qin Lan, the pirate leader was confident he would retrieve them, even if it meant dismembering her to find them. Brothers, rest well. Tonight, we shall stealthily approach and eliminate them, avenging Owen and Ajay. Once we obtain what we desire, each of you will receive $20 million. The pirate leader's eyes glinted with malice as he addressed his crew. Yes, boss. The pirates responded with eager excitement. Although they were unaware of the specific object of the leader's quest, they understood that the woman named Qin Lan was undoubtedly valuable. Her bounty in the underground world was among the highest. Excuse me, boss, what about me? Wang Fushan piped up, swallowing hard at the prospect of the pirates' promised rewards. Ha ha. Rest assured, my brother, you will receive the same. The pirate leader's disdain for Wang Fushan grew as he observed his sycophantic demeanor. Were it not for the need for Wang Fushan to lead them to the cave, he might have outright executed him. After a day of relentless sun exposure, the soil in the thicket had dried, and the paths became less arduous. The pirates returned with the wild goat killed by Owen, roasting the meat to feast upon. As evening approached around 8 o'clock, at the command of the pirate leader, more than 20 pirates, under the guidance of Wang Fushan, stealthily made their way towards the cave where Chu Cheng and others resided, armed with flashlights. After traversing the dense forest for over 2 hours, Wang Fushan and his companions finally arrived at the stone crevice where they had previously encountered Zhao Hong. Their arrival here signified that they were close to the cave. Wang Fushan then turned to the pirate leader and said, "Boss, just around this thicket is the place. We cannot use the flashlights now, lest we alert the enemy." You have indeed considered this thoroughly. The pirate leader chuckled softly upon hearing Wang Fushan's words, pulling out binoculars to survey the direction indicated by him. Indeed, the outline of a mountain was visible, with flickering flames at its center, likely the cave where the group was hiding. "It is my honor to serve you, boss," Wang Fushan said, his face bearing a fawning expression. However, as soon as he finished speaking, he felt a sudden stabbing pain in his chest. Realizing that a dagger had been plunged into him without him noticing, Wang Fushan attempted to question, but no sound escaped his lips, regardless of how hard he tried. "Fool, did you really think I would share the bounty with you? Dream on. Now that we have located the place, there is no need for you to live any longer." The pirate leader withdrew the dagger, licking the blood off its blade, his eyes gleaming with malice. "Brothers, tread lightly and surround the cave." "Yes, boss." The pirates seemed unfazed by Wang Fushan's demise, promptly moving towards the cave under the leader's command. By now, it was past 11 o'clock at night. With little entertainment on the deserted island and the fatigue from gathering firewood during the day, most occupants of the cave had succumbed to sleep. Even Chu Cheng had not imagined that a traitor had emerged from among the survivors, betraying their every move to the pirates. Lying on a bed made of hay, Chu Cheng was in deep slumber when he suddenly felt an itch at his neck, jolting awake. He quickly grabbed the dogleg machete he had seized from a pirate and instinctively swung it behind him. "Ah, Brother Chu, it's me." Just as the machete was swung, Chu Cheng heard a startled exclamation, causing him to halt. "Hey, Mingya, what brings you here at this hour?" Seeing that it was Wang Mingya, Chu Cheng exhaled in relief. Brother Chu, I'm feeling a bit unwell and wanted to ask for your help." Wang Mingya, her face flushed, stammered as she spoke. "If you're feeling unwell, you should find Zhang Shuuru. She's a doctor. I can't treat illnesses." Noticing Wang Mingya's delicate demeanor made Chu Cheng instinctively swallow hard, but he pointed to Zhang Shuuru, who was sleeping not far away. "Well, Sister Wanru is asleep, and I feel awkward disturbing her. We are a bit familiar, so I feel a little better bothering you." Wang Mingya's eyes flickered as she continued to address Chu Cheng. "All right, fine." Chu Cheng nodded reluctantly, recognizing that Wang Mingya, being new to society and lacking experience, was too shy to trouble someone she wasn't familiar with. "Brother Chu, follow me." With a flush on her cheeks, Wang Mingya led Chu Cheng to a corner deep within the cave. The terrain was uneven here, but a large pile of rocks effectively concealed the interior from outside view. Mingya, what's wrong? Why did we come here?" Chu Cheng was utterly perplexed, unable to fathom Wang Mingya's intentions. "Didn't you say you were feeling unwell?" "Brother Chu, Wang Mingya intended to explain but hesitated, biting her lip, and then resolutely began to unbutton her clothes in front of Chu Cheng. "Mingya, what are you doing?" Chu Cheng was taken aback by this turn of events. However, Wang Mingya, instead of responding, shot him a mournful glance and continued to unbutton her garment. "No, Mingya, what are you really trying to do?" Seeing that Wang Mingya had unfastened all the buttons of her outer garment, Chu Cheng instinctively swallowed hard but turned his head away to avoid misunderstandings. "Brother Chu, am I not pretty?" Wang Mingya, feeling slighted that he had turned away, questioned him. You're beautiful, definitely beautiful." Chu Cheng nodded instinctively. You're lying." Wang Mingya huffed, her voice tinged with grievance. "So, who do you think is more beautiful, me or Sister Qin Lan?" "Of course, you are more beautiful. No matter who you compare with, you are the most beautiful." Chu Cheng, not entirely oblivious to the situation, understood what he should say at that moment. If he hesitated further, this girl behind him might very well strangle him. Since you think I'm so beautiful, why don't you look at me? Wang Mingya's voice quivered, betraying her emotional turmoil, as she had made a significant decision. Yet, Chu Cheng didn't even glance at her. It's not that I don't. Chu Cheng gulped again, fully aware of the enchanting scenery behind him. However, he was merely a lowly security guard. While Wang Mingya was a graduate from a prestigious university, renowned in Haizhou as a campus beauty with countless admirers. And what was he? Just a mere security guard. If something were to happen between him and a pure girl like Wang Mingya, he would be ruining her life. Brother Chu, if you truly think I'm beautiful and good-looking, then turn around and look at me. Observing Chu Cheng's demeanor, Wang Mingya gritted her teeth, took a step forward, and embraced him from behind, pressing her body against him. Thud. Feeling the sensation on his back, Chu Cheng swallowed hard again. His heart ablaze with emotions he could no longer suppress. Mingya, please don't. Don't what? Before Chu Cheng could finish, Wang Mingya interrupted him. Do you think my figure isn't as good as Sister Wanru's? My temperament doesn't compare to Sister Wolan's? Or I'm not as wealthy as Sister Qinlan? No, it's not like that. Hearing Wang Mingya's words, Chu Cheng felt a pang in his heart. After spending several months together at the company, he could not help but develop feelings for the innocent and kind-hearted girl. Whenever he brought delicious food from home, she was the first to share it with him. Every time he received his paycheck, she would rush to treat him to a meal. Chu Cheng was not heartless. It was precisely because he cared for her that he repeatedly rejected her affection. He, a mere security guard, could not possibly ruin Wang Mingya's life. At this moment, Wang Mingya had not waited for Chu Cheng to explain, but firmly turned his embrace towards her, gazing earnestly into his eyes. She slowly declared, Chu Cheng, I like you. I truly like you. We are stranded on this deserted island, surrounded by ruthless pirates, and I do not know if we will return alive. Therefore, I do not wish to leave any regrets behind. Will you accept me? As she spoke, tears welled in her eyes. Upon seeing the emotion in Wang Mingya's gaze, Chu Cheng felt a string in his heart resonate. This gentle and kind girl had remained steadfast by his side since their misfortune began. Even amidst the dangers of the sea, she had insisted on sharing a lifebuoy with him, fully aware of the risks. Such devotion was indeed enough to move anyone. After reaching the island, despite the multitude of threats, Wang Mingya unwaveringly stood by Chu Cheng, believing in him without a shred of doubt, regardless of what he said. As he gazed upon Wang Mingya's delicate features, Chu Cheng too felt a surge of emotion and gently kissed her, unbeknownst to whether it was intentional or not. The ground had been laid with straw, topped with a layer of previously dried wolf skin. Chu Cheng embraced Wang Mingya and slowly laid her down onto the wolf skin, before leaning in once more to hold her tightly. However, just as the two were engulfed in their passionate moment, a sudden, piercing scream echoed from outside the cave. The scream jolted Chu Cheng awake, and he quickly stood, handing Wang Mingya her clothes. Stay here. I will see what is happening, he urged. Be careful, Wang Mingya replied. Her face flushed. Though their earlier embrace and kisses had been brief, she understood that it at least indicated Chu Cheng had revealed his feelings for her, which brought her immense happiness. Meanwhile, upon hearing the scream, the others in the cave awoke from their slumber, rushing to the cave entrance to discover what had transpired. Just then, a gunshot rang out from the mountaintop. Oh no, the pirates are coming. Chu Cheng reacted instinctively, grabbing a bow and arrow from the entrance and peering into the dense forest below. Zhuang Tao and Xiao Wu, Xiao Qi, and the others quickly grasped their weapons, vigilantly observing the situation. Xiao Wu, Xiao Qi, you guard the cave. Taozi, let's go down and investigate, Chu Cheng said, determination flashing in his eyes as he began to descend the rocky wall. If the pirates truly were approaching, staying in the cave would be tantamount to a death sentence. The only viable option was to launch a proactive attack, seizing the high ground under the cover of darkness to eliminate the pirates amidst the jungle. After all, they had already set numerous traps in the forest, and the pirates, unfamiliar with the terrain, were bound to suffer significant losses. As Chu Cheng and Zhuang Tao reached the foot of the hill, Yang Xiaola fired again from the mountaintop. Without a doubt, Chu Cheng knew Yang Xiaola had dispatched another enemy. Taozi, we will enter the forest from the left and right. Be cautious of traps, Chu Cheng instructed, narrowing his eyes as he turned to Zhuang Tao. Understood, boss. Zhuang Tao nodded, gripping his AK tightly, feeling the tension from years without proper combat experience. Are you all right, Taozi? Noticing Zhuang Tao's unease, Chu Cheng furrowed his brow and inquired. I'm fine, boss, no need to worry. Zhuang Tao shook his head, forcing himself to steady his nerves. Although they had both served in the military and considered themselves special forces, they had never faced a real enemy in combat, and now, The thought of engaging in a genuine fight was unnerving. Taozi, if it gets too overwhelming, do not force yourself, understood? Chu Cheng gazed deeply at Zhuang Tao before plunging into the forest. In truth, he was aware that claiming not to feel anxious would be disingenuous. After all, they were up against over 20 heavily armed pirates, while only a handful of them could fight. Who could honestly claim to be unperturbed? Yet there was no other choice. These pirates were merciless, having slaughtered numerous survivors, and they would surely not spare them. They could only take the plunge and fight back. Armed with his bow and arrows, Chu Cheng glided through the forest like a specter, maneuvering seamlessly in the moonlight. Meanwhile, the pirates, realizing there were traps in the woods, grew increasingly tense. A few inexperienced pirates foolishly switched on their flashlights, illuminating their path. The lights served as a perfect target for Yang Shaola on the mountaintop, who swiftly picked them off one by one. Taking advantage of his familiarity with the terrain, Chu Cheng stealthily approached the pirates' location. In the dense forest ahead, two pirates stood back to back, clutching their AKs cautiously as they advanced, oblivious to the fact that Chu Cheng had already targeted one of them with his arrow. With a soft whoosh, one of the pirates suddenly froze in place, unable to utter a sound. "Aki, what's wrong? What are you doing?" the other bearded pirate asked, noticing his companion's stillness and curiously patting him. However, with that gentle touch, the pirate named Aki collapsed to the ground. The bearded pirate instinctively swallowed hard, reaching out to check Aki's pulse in the moonlight, only to discover it had ceased entirely. "Not good, boss. Aki has been ambushed." Just as the bearded pirate was about to shout a warning, another faint sound of a bowstring being released pierced the air, and an arrow struck his throat. "Yasa, what happened? What is wrong with Aki?" the pirate leader shouted, alarmed by the bearded pirate's words. However, what awaited him was the profound silence of the forest and the whispers of the sea breeze rustling through the treetops. "Not good. Aki and Yasa must be in trouble. Everyone, open fire in their direction." The pirate leader commanded decisively, pivoting his AK to spray bullets at the spot where the bearded pirate had just spoken. At that moment, Wu Liang was only about 30 meters away from the bodies of the two pirates. Given the close range and the formidable firepower of the AK-47, the trees provided little cover. As a result, Wu Liang rolled into a deep pit, narrowly escaping the onslaught. "I feel alive. Gather all our brothers here. We will move together and avoid scattering." The pirate leader, having experienced real combat, quickly reacted, instructing all pirates to huddle together in a circle. This way, regardless of the direction from which Chu Cheng and his group attacked, they would be ready to retaliate. "Friends in the forest, we mean no harm," the pirate leader shouted in broken Mandarin, addressing the crowd. "We only seek the woman named Qinlan. If you hand her over, we assure you can wait for rescue in peace. Otherwise, I shall not be so courteous towards you." At this moment, Chu Cheng remained motionless in the deep pit, intrigued by the pirate leader's words. Why did they seek only Qinlan among so many? Was it merely because her family was wealthy? Upon this realization, Chu Cheng felt a sense of understanding. No wonder the pirates relentlessly pursued Qinlan, for she was the general manager of the Qin Group, the foremost conglomerate in Longhua, undoubtedly worth more than these pirates. However, could the pirates' words be trusted? Certainly not. If they truly desired only Qinlan, how could those dozens of survivors along the east coast have been slain by them? "Friends in the forest, it would be wise for you to consider that we have more than 20 individuals here. Moreover, we possess heavy weaponry. Do not provoke our wrath." Seeing the lack of response, the pirate leader began to feel anxious. Truth be told, he was uncertain, especially in this unfamiliar terrain where the adversary had laid traps. Compounded by the presence of a sniper lurking atop the mountain, the pirate leader was acutely aware that even if they managed to annihilate their foes, they would certainly pay a grievous price for it. Bang! Chu Cheng remained silent, yet a gunshot suddenly pierced the night air, striking a tree next to the pirate leader, causing him to jump in surprise. Clearly, this shot had been fired by Yang Shaolu, who had estimated the pirates' location based on their shouts, albeit with little accuracy. Nonetheless, it served as a deterrent. "Brothers, let us form a circle and gradually retreat. They lurk in the shadows and have laid traps. We shall confront them directly at dawn." The pirate leader clenched his teeth, realizing his ambush plan had been thoroughly thwarted. To avoid further casualties, they could only temporarily withdraw. At this moment, Chu Cheng had been in the pit for approximately half a minute. Noticing the absence of any movement from the pirates, he furrowed his brow, picked up a stone nearby, and hurled it towards the place where the pirate leader had called out. "Someone!" The stone struck the tree, causing the pirates to tense up. Over a dozen of them immediately turned their weapons towards the source of the sound and unleashed a barrage of fire. Rat-tat-tat. Bullets whizzed past, turning the unfortunate little tree into a sieve. Bang! Bang! Two more gunshots echoed from the distant mountain. It was Yang Xiaolu, who had pinpointed the pirates' location based on the flash of their gunfire, swiftly taking down two more. However, at that moment, an unexpected occurrence unfolded before Chu Cheng's eyes. Illuminated by the moonlight, a towering figure, nearly 2 meters tall, suddenly emerged from the thicket, brandishing an AK and charging towards the pirates. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than Zhuang Tao. Damn, Taozi, don't go over there. Get down. Seeing this scene, Chu Cheng felt an overwhelming sense of urgency and shouted loudly. This fool was running straight towards them, essentially offering himself as a target for the pirates. Chapter 38. Death descends upon hearing Chu Cheng's shout. Zhuang Tao quickly reacted and dropped to the ground. However, this action inadvertently exposed Chu Cheng's position, prompting the pirates to redirect their guns towards the location from which the sound had emanated. Do not fire. Use grenades. The pirate leader, cunning as he was, understood that there was a sniper on the opposite mountain. Once they fired their weapons, the flash would betray their position. Consequently, he pulled several grenades from his pocket, pulled the pins, and hurled them towards Chu Cheng's direction. After that loud shout, Chu Cheng was acutely aware that his position had been compromised and began to crawl backward slowly. Yet, just as he moved a couple of steps, he suddenly felt something land beside him, emitting wisps of smoke. It's over. Witnessing this scene, a chill ran down Chu Cheng's spine, a wave of dread washing over him. Boom! A series of deafening explosions erupted as 4 grenades detonated in an instant around Chu Cheng. As the echoes of the grenades subsided, Chu Cheng felt as if his brain had short-circuited, an overwhelming pain tearing through his body. Yet, in but a fleeting moment of agony, he found himself completely numb. Chu Cheng understood distinctly that the explosive force of the grenades had obliterated his bodily functions, rendering him incapable of feeling any pain. Meanwhile, the pirates, witnessing the grenades explode without any ensuing noise, began to feel uneasy. Could it be that they had missed their target? The pirate leader furrowed his brow. He knew that the grenades he had thrown had a blast radius exceeding 6 meters, and 4 grenades could easily cover a 50-meter radius. There was no way there would be no sound at all. Even a scream should have echoed. Forget it, let us retreat. With this thought, the pirate leader dared not linger in the forest any longer, gathering his remaining subordinates and slowly retreating from the dense thicket. At this moment, Zhuang Tao was in a state of frantic anxiety, realizing his reckless actions and understanding that Chu Cheng had exposed his own position to save him. Yet, he could only remain silently prone on the ground, praying fervently for Chu Cheng's safety. Approximately 20 minutes later, Zhuang Tao still heard nothing. He picked up a few stones and tossed them into the nearby underbrush. The sound of the stones hitting the grass stirred no response from the pirate leader. After waiting for about 5 more minutes, Zhuang Tao, emboldened, cautiously crawled toward the direction where Chu Cheng had been. Boss Taozi, the pirates have retreated. At that moment, Yang Xiaolu, hidden atop the mountain, spotted the pirates fleeing towards the beach and called out loudly. Hearing this, Zhuang Tao immediately sprang to his feet and rushed towards Chu Cheng's location. Boss, boss. However, when he reached the shell crater, his legs gave way, and he collapsed to the ground. Boss! A mournful cry echoed through the dense forest, causing Yang Xiaolu atop the mountain to instinctively tense up upon hearing Zhuang Tao's shout. It's over. Something has happened. Realizing this, Zhuang Tao quickly got to his feet, shouldered his weapon, and descended the mountain. Xiaolu, what is happening? When Yang Xiaolu reached the vicinity of the cave, Wang Mengya, her face filled with anxiety, addressed him. I don't know. It seems the boss is injured. I'll go take a look. Yang Xiaolu said sternly, swiftly making his way down the rocky wall towards Zhuang Tao. The girls in the cave, upon hearing of Wu Liang's injury, instantly panicked. Hurry, let us go see. I'm a doctor. Perhaps I can help. At that moment, Jiang Shuiru was the first to lower the rope ladder, descending it towards the mountain below. Yet, despite this, she still held on to the belief that Chu Cheng had only sustained minor injuries and should be fine. However, when they reached the crater left by the grenade explosion, their legs went weak in an instant. On the uneven ground, Chu Cheng lay bloodied, his eyes wide open, trembling uncontrollably. Chu Cheng, are you all right? Upon witnessing this scene, Wang Mingya and Su Ruolin immediately burst into tears, rushing to Chu Cheng and throwing themselves onto him. At that moment, Chu Cheng was spitting blood, his eyes still wide. Despite recognizing Wang Mengya and Su Ruolin approaching, he showed no reaction. Hurry, Wanru. You're a doctor. Please check on Chu Gu. Quickly bandage his wounds. Wang Mingya suddenly raised her head, looking at Jiang Shuiru, who stood nearby in a daze. Jiang Shuiru was utterly panicked. As Chu Cheng's condition was painfully evident, Not a single inch of his skin remained intact, and his abdomen had been torn open by an explosion. There was no possibility of survival. Jiang Shueru, why are you just standing there? Quickly bandage Chu Ji's wounds, do you hear me? Wang Mengya, disregarding everything, stood up and grabbed Jiang Shueru by the collar. Mengya, please calm down. At this sight, Jiang Shueru's eyes brimmed with tears. It was evident that there were no medical supplies on the island, and given Chu Cheng's injuries, not even the best emergency room in Haizhou could save him now. Whoa. Boss, I'm so sorry. At this moment, Zhuang Tao cried like a child, regretting his reckless advance that had led to Chu Cheng's warning. Whoa, boss, I beg you. Don't leave us. I trade my life for yours, I beg you. Zhuang Tao knelt on the ground, his gaze filled with sorrow as he looked at Chu Cheng. Yet, despite this, Chu Cheng continued to lie there, coughing up blood. His lung lobes had been ruptured, and speaking was beyond him. Even breathing had grown difficult. He could only look steadfastly at Zhuang Tao, hoping to convey his thoughts through his gaze. Whoa, boss. Look at me. Listen to me. I know, I understand. Don't worry. I promise to protect them and get them out. Zhuang Tao, seeing the determination in Chu Cheng's eyes, felt his heart wrench in agony, yet felt utterly powerless. Enough. Stop crying. Just as Zhuang Tao sought to reassure Chu Cheng, a sudden, thunderous voice cut through the air. He turned instinctively to find Qin Lan approaching, her demeanor cold and resolute. You get away. If it weren't for you, our boss wouldn't be in this state. Upon hearing Qin Lan's roar, Zhuang Tao exploded in fury. Although he recognized his own recklessness, if not for this woman, the pirates would not have been drawn here. Shut up. If you don't want your boss to die, then step aside. Qin Lan's expression was icy as she fixed her gaze on the injured Chu Cheng, walking slowly toward him. What do you mean? You can save my boss. Zhuang Tao and Yang Xiaola suddenly reacted, astonished at her assertion. Yes, I can save him. Sighing softly, Qin Lan continued. Everyone needs to step back. If I don't call you, no one is allowed to approach. Qin, can you really save my boss? Please, don't jest with us at this time. Yang Xiaola's voice trembled as he implored Qin Lan. They had all served in the military and had learned some basic first aid. But Chu Cheng's condition was dire. His body had been ravaged by the explosion, and his lungs were completely obliterated. Even a celestial being might struggle to save him. Their only desire was to ensure that Chu Cheng could depart in peace. Yet, Qin Lan claimed she could save him. It felt like a cruel joke. I am not joking. I assure you, I can save him. However, all of you must remain 200 meters away, and no one is allowed to come closer. If I fail to save your boss, I will give my life as payment. Qin Lan stood tall, her gaze piercing as she looked at Zhuang Tao and Yang Xiaola. Either you stay here, crying, and wait for your boss's body to be collected, or you trust me. No. Qin, we believe you. If you truly have a way, please save our boss. We will repay you for a lifetime. Upon hearing Qin Lan's declaration, Zhuang Tao and Yang Xiaola knelt before her, pleading earnestly. All right, all of you leave now. Rest assured, if I say I can save your boss, I will. Qin Lan nodded, her eyes filled with determination. Understood, we will leave at once. With that, Zhuang Tao and Yang Xiaola wiped their tears and supported the fainted Wang Mengya and Su Wolin as they made their way out of the forest. Remember, the farther you go, the better. No matter what happens, no one is allowed to approach. Otherwise, I guarantee your boss will die. Before they departed, Qin Lan gritted her teeth, issuing a stern warning to Zhuang Tao and Yang Xiaola. Yes, Qin, we understand. As long as you can save our boss, we will do anything. Heeding Qin Lan's warning, both Zhuang Tao and Yang Xiaola nodded vigorously and hurriedly led the others away from the scene. Once they had left, Qin Lan frowned, crouching down to face the lying Chu Cheng. Chu Cheng, listen carefully. I know you are still conscious, so you must pay close attention to what I am about to say. Qin Lan sighed deeply, addressing Chu Cheng. It was indeed true. As Zhuang Tao had stated, all of this chaos stemmed from her actions. If Chu Cheng were to perish, no one on this island would be capable of confronting the pirates. The item was bound to be lost, so it would be better to entrust it to this man before her. During this time, Qin Lan had witnessed his kindness, bravery, and sense of justice. I can save your life. However, you must agree to 3 conditions. After a pause, Qin Lan continued. First, once I save you, you cannot disclose how I saved you or what abilities you possess to anyone, not even Zhuang Tao, Yang Xiaola, or your parents. Second, for the rest of your life, you must never commit any acts that betray Longhua. Here, Qin Lan sighed again before proceeding. Third, if I save you, you will be my man. I know you have feelings for Wang Mengya, and no matter how many women you may have in the future, I, Qin Lan, will be the one recorded in your household register. If you agree to these 3 conditions, blink once, and I will begin to save you. If you do not agree, Pretend I never spoke, and when you die, the pirates will slaughter us all. You know as well as I do that your two brothers alone cannot possibly contend with more than 10 pirates. At this moment, lying on the ground, Chu Cheng felt utterly bewildered by Qin Lan's 3 puzzling questions. However, upon hearing the consequence of his demise, he immediately steeled himself and blinked. All right, it seems you have agreed. Noticing Chu Cheng's gesture, Qin Lan smiled and proceeded to loosen her hair. From the once tightly coiled strands, a vial of azure potion emerged, shimmering with a mysterious glow. Drink this potion, and you shall live, she declared, uncapping the vial and bringing it to Chu Cheng's lips. A stream of the blue liquid flowed down his throat and into his body. As soon as the elixir settled in his stomach, a wave of intense pain surged through him, sharper than the numbness he had previously felt. Accompanying the agony was a fierce burning sensation that enveloped him. It felt as if a small volcano erupted within him, causing an unbearable heat. Yet, amidst this torturous experience, he observed that his wounds were healing at an astonishingly visible pace. This is the essence of earthworm genes. Regardless of the severity of your injuries, as long as you draw breath, you will recover, Qin Lan remarked with a smile, watching the transformation. While speaking, she began to shed her outer garment, meticulously gathering sticks and other materials from the surroundings to form a makeshift bed on the ground. This potion is the result of over a decade of research by our company, containing the genes of over 100 species on Earth. Anyone who consumes it will become extraordinary. After a brief pause, she continued, in the initial stages of gene awakening, it will also unleash the primal beast within. If not expressed, it may lead to fatal consequences, resulting in a gruesome death. Therefore, Chu Cheng, I know you might struggle, but remember to take it easy. After all, this is my first time. With that, Qin Lan closed her eyes and lay down on the bed of branches she had prepared. Chapter 40. The blood of beasts boils. Chu Cheng felt as though he was on the verge of exploding. Waves of heat radiated from his abdomen, causing every muscle in his body to quiver. The pain was beyond description. He gritted his teeth, feeling as if the very blood coursing through his veins was igniting. Every inch of his skin was subjected to searing torment. This agony surpassed that of being caught in a grenade blast by 1,000-fold, a myriad of times. Chu Cheng, be strong. Endure this, and it will be over. Qin Lan, witnessing his suffering, expressed her concern and offered words of comfort. In a moment of desperation, he grasped a splintered piece of wood nearby. Despite the excruciating pain, he remained steadfast, gritting his teeth against the relentless waves of agony that crashed over him, each more ferocious than the last. For a solid half-hour, he endured this torment. However, after that grueling period, Chu Cheng found himself gasping for breath, rising to his feet, though the wound on his abdomen remained. The other minor injuries had mysteriously vanished, leaving only scars behind. Yet, at that moment, he felt an overwhelming heat coursing through him, the original pain coalescing into fiery waves that ignited a sense of panic within his heart. Turning to his side, he beheld Qin Lan, who was now entirely unclad, her expression a mix of tension and reluctance. Although she had participated in the experimentation of the potion, knowing its effects once absorbed, she understood that Chu Cheng's nature would compel him to resist her. However, she was acutely aware that if the flames of his transformation were not quenched, he might end up a mere mindless combat machine. Enough with the restraint. Remember your promise. Qin Lan sighed, stepping forward to embrace Chu Cheng, gently pressing her lips against his. With that kiss, the last vestiges of rational thought vanished from Chu Cheng's mind. He seized Qin Lan, pinning her down on the bed of branches she had prepared. Soon, the forest echoed with a cacophony of sounds that blended pain and desire. After 2 full hours, the woods fell silent, with Chu Cheng holding the disheveled Qin Lan, both panting heavily. At that moment, Qin Lan, utterly exhausted from the ordeal, had not rested for 2 hours. How could a fragile woman endure such a trial? After a brief respite of half an hour, they finally regained their composure. Chu Cheng, when you go out later, you must feign injury, preferably making it seem severe. Do not let anyone know about the gene potion, and ensure they do not suspect anything. Understood? After regaining her strength, Qin Lan dressed and instructed him. Yes, I understand, Chu Cheng replied, his face flushed as he watched her dress before him. From that moment, he felt he had truly become a man. Yet, he never anticipated that his girlfriend, perhaps even fiancée, would be none other than the stunning CEO of the Qin Corporation, Qin Lan. All right, if you wish to look, then do so boldly. Having indulged, why pretend to be a gentleman now? Noticing Chu Cheng's desire to sneak a glance, yet hesitance, Qin Lan could not suppress a smile. Although her decision to entrust herself to him seemed hasty, She felt no regret. Since the incident aboard the cruise ship, she had observed Chu Cheng's every action. Indeed, he was a man worthy of lifelong devotion. However, she felt troubled by his overwhelming appeal to women. On this island, she was aware of only a handful of females, Wang Mingya, Jiang Xiuru, Su Ruolin, besides Li Sisi, who did not harbor feelings for him, particularly Wang Mingya. She had witnessed their earlier encounter in the cave. Her only hope was that, regardless of how powerful Chu Cheng became, he would remain devoted to her. After all, the only gene potion in the world had already been administered to him, and the research documents had sunk to the depths of the sea during the cruise disaster. The laptop containing the data had likely succumbed to the ocean's embrace, rendering the information irretrievable. Thus, Chu Cheng had naturally become the sole superhuman in existence. Perhaps the genes within him had yet to fully integrate, but with time, Qin had ample reason to believe that he would indeed become extraordinary. The legendary feats of catching bullets with bare hands and outrunning automobiles would not remain mere fantasies. The power of genes was, after all, terrifyingly formidable. A diminutive ant possesses the remarkable ability to lift objects hundreds, even thousands of times its own weight. If we were to apply this comparison to the human body, it would yield a truly terrifying figure for all. Initially, the genes in their experiments were intended to be injected into different human bodies. However, following the incident of the cruise ship sinking, this unique composite gene was injected into Chu Cheng's body. This signifies that Chu Cheng would not only inherit the capabilities of an ant, but also the abilities of over 100 different animals worldwide. After dressing appropriately, Qin assisted Chu Cheng as they slowly exited the dense forest. At her behest, Chu Cheng feigned severe injuries and a state of delirium. Yang Shaola, Zhuang Tao. Qin called out loudly as they walked. However, despite numerous calls, there was no response. Paradoxically, the more she shouted, the lighter her heart felt. Having called out so vociferously in the woods, the thought of being overheard by them would have rendered her truly unable to face them. After traversing approximately 200 or 300 meters and calling Zhuang Tao and Yang Shaoli's names once more, she finally received a response. "We're coming," Zhuang Tao and Yang Xiaolu exclaimed, rushing excitedly from the nearby beach. Yet, upon seeing Chu Cheng, they could not help but widen their eyes. "Boss, are you all right?" "Enough, enough, no need to ask. Your boss is fine. Hurry over and support him. I administered the special medicine developed by our company. If he rests well, he will recover swiftly," Qin explained with a furrowed brow, her tone somewhat irritable. While Chu Cheng was merely pretending to be in pain, she herself was genuinely suffering after being tormented by him for 2 full hours. "Chu Cheng, are you all right?" At that moment, Wang Mingya and Su Ruolin also rushed over, their expressions filled with concern. "It's fine, Chu Cheng is okay. Stop looking so anxious. Ruolin, Wanru, come help me. I feel utterly exhausted." Noticing that everyone's attention was fixated on Chu Cheng, Qin felt a hint of helplessness. It seemed her man was garnering far too much attention. Unexpectedly, as Qin turned her head, she caught a glimpse of Zhao Heng's gaze, which appeared to be filled with disappointment upon hearing that Chu Cheng was unharmed. What could this mean? Shouldn't Chu Cheng's safety imply an increase in their formidable strength? Why did Zhao Heng look so disheartened? There must be something amiss. With this thought, Qin cast a wary glance at Zhao Heng, her heart now guarded. Subsequently, Yang Xiaolu and Zhuang Tao carried Chu Cheng, while Qin was supported by Jiang Shuiru and Su Ruolin as they returned to the cave. Once Chu Cheng was settled, Wang Mingya seemed to grow considerably quieter, diligently fetching fresh water and tearing some clothes she had collected on the beach into makeshift towels to clean Chu Cheng's wounds. Chu Cheng, despite his clear awareness of the situation, was compelled by Qin's pressure to maintain the guise of unconsciousness, thus enjoying the tender ministrations of a beautiful woman. However, as he had already developed feelings for Qin, he found himself wavering in his affections towards Wang Mingya. Though he had previously promised Qin that regardless of how many women he might have, she would ultimately be his wife, he understood that her willingness to save him had led to this condition. Hence, despite the implications of Qin's words allowing him the freedom to pursue other relationships, Chu Cheng still yearned to devote himself entirely to Qin, providing her with a more fulfilling marital experience. For 2 consecutive days, Chu Cheng feigned unconsciousness. Although he had contemplated suddenly waking up, the notion of lying there, pretending to be comatose, was more torturous than death itself. Yet every time he attempted to awaken, he was met with Qin's warnings. Indeed, after being severely injured by a grenade explosion, he bore a significant wound, rendering a mere few days of unconsciousness somewhat justifiable. Only at night, when all in the cave were asleep, did Chu Cheng dare to quietly rise, moving his limbs to avoid becoming a complete invalid. On one such night, while he was preparing to stretch, he suddenly heard Zhang Hong turning over, prompting him to resume his act of unconsciousness. Thus far, Zhang Hong remained bound by Zhuang Tao with fine strips. Under normal circumstances, he would not be freed. Cousin, Zhang Hong whispered urgently to Zhao Hong beside him. Why are you still awake at this late hour? Zhao Hong replied, equally low in tone, yet unmistakably impatient. Cousin, we can't continue like this, do you understand? Zhang Hong persisted, inching closer to Zhao Hong. Listen, those pirates only want Qinlan. Now that Chu Cheng and the others have eliminated some of their men. Even if the pirates seek vengeance, they won't find us. But if we remain in this cave, should the pirates retaliate, we would be doomed to share their fate. Zhang Hong's voice brimmed with urgency as he continued to plead with Zhao Hong. What do you mean? Upon hearing Zhang Hong's words, Zhao Hong furrowed his brow, beginning to see the merit in his cousin's argument. Cousin, consider this. Why are the pirates so intent on capturing Qinlan? It's simply because her family is wealthy. If we reveal our identities and promise the pirates a substantial sum of money once we return to the city, do you believe they would refuse? Following this, Zhang Hong elaborated. If we continue to affiliate ourselves with Wu Liang and his group, are we not merely awaiting our demise? Indeed, that holds some truth. What solution do you propose? Zhao Hong instinctively nodded in agreement, recognizing the validity of Zhang Hong's reasoning. Previously, the pirates had opened fire only because Zhao Heng's subordinates did so first, resulting in numerous casualties. Now, they had tracked them to the cave solely because of Qinlan's presence. Reflecting on these events, Zhao Hong became increasingly convinced that remaining in the cave could indeed cost them their lives. Cousin, listen to me. Think about it. If we assist the pirates in eliminating Chu Cheng and hand over Qinlan to them, they would surely be grateful to us. In return, we can promise them a ship to take us back to the city. No matter which country, once we return, we would offer them a fortune. Do you think they would refuse? In the darkness, Zhang Hong's eyes shimmered with a glimmer of intelligence. By conventional wisdom, pirates pursuing Qinlan would merely aim to abduct her for ransom, given her family's wealth. As long as they surrendered Qinlan and promised benefits in return, the pirates would surely acquiesce. What a clever lad you are, transforming into such a strategist at this moment. Upon hearing Zhang Hong's words, Zhao Heng's eyes instinctively brightened. However, despite Chu Cheng being unconscious, there remained Yang Xiala and Zhang Tao, both armed and skillful. It was inconceivable that they could confront them. Cousin, rest assured, I know where to find the sea mangoes on this island. They are highly toxic. Just a few drops of juice can kill a man. There are a few bags of fresh water in this cave, and tomorrow, you can quietly retrieve some sea mango juice and mix it in the water bags to poison them. As he spoke, Zhang Hong's eyes were filled with murderous intent. His teeth clenched tightly, nearly driven to madness. Chapter 42. Awakening for Zhang Hong. Being rendered incapable by Chu Cheng was a fate worse than death for a man, and he was resolute in seeking revenge. No matter the circumstances, he vowed to avenge himself. Although the instigator, Chu Cheng, lay in a state of unconsciousness, he was not yet dead, and both Zhang Tao and Yang Xiala, along with several other women in the cave, were complicit to varying degrees. Thus, Zhang Hong harbored a deep-seated hatred for them and swore to eliminate them all. After all, he had already lost his abilities. What use were these beautiful women to him now? Little did Zhang Hong know that the unconscious Chu Cheng was fully aware, with all his plans falling upon Chu Cheng's ears. Nevertheless, Chu Cheng chose not to expose them immediately. He understood that should he awaken everyone to reveal Zhang Hong's recent words, it was likely that apart from Yang Xiala and Zhang Tao, even Qinlan would not be believed. Moreover, with the pirates lurking somewhere on the island, any conflict between himself and Zhang Hong's group would result in an alliance against him, shielding Zhang Hong from retribution. Previously, when Zhang Hong had shown ingratitude, Chu Cheng had contemplated ending him, but due to Wang Mengya and Su Wolin's incessant pleas, he only incapacitated him. Thus, for Chu Cheng now, the only course of action was to wait. He would bide his time until daylight, when he could seize the opportunity to crush Zhang Hong and Zhao Hong decisively, ensuring they could never disrupt his plans again. Throughout the night, Chu Cheng maintained an acute focus, fearing he might fall asleep and miss any of Zhang Hong and Zhao Heng's scheming. Yet, after finalizing their plans, Zhang Hong and Zhao Hong succumbed to fatigue and fell into a deep slumber. In the early hours of the following day, just as dawn broke, Zhao Hong emerged from the cave with a water bag fashioned from a life preserver, exuding a furtive demeanor. Approximately half an hour later, he returned, concealing the previously taken bag on his person. Noticing that those in the cave remained asleep, Zhao Hong, under Zhang Hong's direction, filled their water bags with drops of the green, toxic sea mango juice. After completing this perilous task, Zhao Heng anxiously surveyed his surroundings, ensuring no one had noticed before stealthily returning to his sleeping area. Shortly thereafter, Zhang Tao awoke, rising to quench his thirst. Observing this, Zhao Heng quickly jumped up, offering his water bag. "Brother Tao, here, drink this. It's due I collected earlier." "Oh." Zhang Tao regarded Zhao Heng with skepticism, pondering when this lad had become so considerate. However, as the water bag was already positioned before him, refusing it would seem impolite. He accepted the bag and drank deeply. From his position on the ground, Chu Cheng, peering through a gap in his glasses, witnessed this exchange but did not intervene, knowing that Zhao Heng's water was safe. Thus Zhang Tao would be unharmed. Zhao Heng likely believed that with the main group still asleep and Yang Xiaola on lookout atop the mountain, if anything were to go awry after Zhang Tao drank, the others would certainly inspect the water bags. Therefore, the greatest challenge for Zhao Heng was finding a way for everyone to consume the tainted water. After quenching his thirst, Zhang Tao devoured a piece of marinated wild boar meat before exiting the cave to relieve Yang Xiaola. For the past few days, he had been on duty alongside Yang Xiaola, each taking 12-hour shifts. Zhao Heng had previously suggested including 2 of his bodyguards in the rotation, but Zhang Tao outright refused. At this moment, he trusted no one but Yang Xiaola and Chu Cheng. Not long after, Yang Xiaola returned from the mountaintop, and the others began to stir from their slumber. Seizing the opportunity, Zhao Heng feigned industriousness, using a coconut shell as a pot to pour the toxic water into, boiling it for hot drinks. "Why, Master Zhao, you seem particularly diligent today," Yang Xiaola remarked with a cold smile. For days, Zhao Heng and Zhang Hong had exhibited a lazy demeanor, indulging in sleep and food, yet now Zhao Heng was actively engaging in chores. "Ah, Brother Xiaola, I merely wish to contribute," Zhao Heng replied, his face betraying his anxiety. Fortunately, the water boiled in the coconut shell was naturally colored, so Yang Xiaola did not suspect any foul play. Once everyone was awake, Zhao Heng eagerly distributed the hot water, serving it in over 10 portions, offering it to the others. Notably, Qin Lan and Wang Mingya were the only ones without Zhao Heng's tainted water. Zhao Heng was acutely aware that the pirates sought Qin Lan. Should he eliminate her, they would undoubtedly reject his terms. As for Wang Mingya, having abstained from women for over half a month, using her to satisfy his desires was also a tempting option. "Here, Brother Xiaola, you've worked hard on watch. Have some hot water, enjoy some roasted meat, and then rest." As he spoke, Zhao Heng personally handed a piece of roasted meat and a bowl of hot water to Yang Xiaola. "Thank you, Master Zhao." Yang Xiaola smiled lightly. Though he sensed something was amiss, he dismissed any further suspicion, attributing Zhao Heng's behavior to a desire for protection amidst the pirates' brutality. Just as Yang Xiaola was about to drink, Chu Cheng suddenly let out a pained cry, awakening and sitting up. "Boss, you're awake." The moment Chu Cheng stirred, nearly everyone instinctively dropped their coconut shells and approached him. Only Qin Lan stood in shock, her eyes filled with reproach. Had they not agreed he would remain unconscious for 5 days? His early awakening risked their plans being uncovered. "Chu Cheng, whoa, you have finally awakened. You terrified me. Do you know that?" Upon witnessing Chu Cheng regain consciousness, Wang Mengya rushed forward and embraced him tightly, tears streaming down her eyes like raindrops that had broken free from their tether. Chapter 43. Take a sip first, all right. I am fine now, aren't I? Chu Cheng's voice was weak as he gently patted Wang Mengya's head. He then turned his gaze to Yang Xiaola, saying, "Xiaola, fire a signal arrow for Taozi." Hearing Chu Cheng's words, Yang Xiaola was taken aback. Firing a signal arrow was the method they had previously established on the island for conveying messages, and its necessity indicated one thing, that the other party was in peril. Yet now, Chu Cheng was instructing him to fire a signal arrow for Zhuang Tao, which directly implied that Chu Cheng himself was in danger. With this thought in mind, Yang Xiaola hesitated not, swiftly knocking an arrow and shooting a signal arrow into the sky. The arrow was affixed with a small wooden whistle, and once launched, it would emit a sound. Whoosh! A sharp sound sliced through the air, and Zhuang Tao, stationed atop the mountain, immediately reacted upon hearing it, hastily descending with his sniper rifle in hand. "Why is it Xiaolo?" Upon entering the cave, Zhuang Tao's face was filled with confusion as he questioned Yang Xiaolu. However, before he could finish, he spotted the awakened Chu Cheng. "Ah, boss, you are awake," Zhuang Tao exclaimed, filled with excitement as he leaped forward. "Cough, cough, cough. All right, I am still injured. So please be serious." Chu Cheng feigned a cough, speaking weakly to Zhuang Tao. Yes, boss, how do you feel? Is there any pain?" Zhuang Tao inquired with genuine concern. Enough, sit down and let me rest. My entire body aches." Chu Cheng waved his hand irritably, finding Zhuang Tao's anxious nature rather exasperating. Xiao Lu, come here and help me. Zhuang Tao is being too careless. Chu Cheng pretended to appear uncomfortable and beckoned Yang Xiaolu over. All right, boss. Yang Xiaolu, without a hint of suspicion, approached Chu Cheng and supported him. Go disarm those 2 bodyguards. Whoever dares to move will be killed. As soon as Yang Xiaolu drew near, Chu Cheng whispered into his ear. Upon hearing Chu Cheng's words, Yang Xiaoli's expression changed, and he stood up quietly, cautiously making his way toward Xiao Qi and Xiao Wu. Cough, cough, everyone. I have just boiled some hot water. Please have a sip, Zhao Heng said, presenting the hot water he had fetched in a coconut shell to Chu Cheng. Brother Chu, you have been unconscious for several days. Drink some hot water to warm yourself. Thank you, but perhaps you should have a sip first. Chu Cheng replied with a cold smile, signaling Zhuang Tao with his eyes. What do you mean, Brother Chu? Zhao Heng's face turned pale at Chu Cheng's words. Zhuang Tao, force him to drink. Chu Cheng commanded Zhuang Tao with a cold smile. Yes, boss. Zhuang Tao realized something was amiss and swiftly snatched the coconut shell from Zhao Heng's hands, grabbing his hair and pouring the hot water into his mouth. What are you trying to do? Seeing this scene, Xiao Qi and Xiao Wu quickly drew their handguns, aiming them at Zhuang Tao and Chu Cheng. Why are you in such a hurry? Zhuang Tao is merely feeding young Master Zhao some water, Chu Cheng sneered. It was unclear whether it was to dispel the pirate's suspicions or for some other purpose, but Zhao Heng had unwittingly served his 2 bodyguards the same poison water. Perhaps he thought that he and Zhang Hong could easily subdue Wang Mingya and Qin Lan. As for the others, killing them was inconsequential. After all, they were merely women. Once they returned to the city, what kind of women could they not have? What do you mean? Xiao Wu and Xiao Qi exchanged bewildered glances. Come, you two. Bring your water over for your young Master Zhao's cousin to taste. Chu Cheng continued with a cold smile. Young Master Zhao, what on earth is going on? Xiao Wu and Xiao Qi looked at each other, and Chu Cheng's reaction was enough to inform them that the water was indeed poisoned by their own master. However, they were the 2 most trusted bodyguards of Zhao Heng. They had saved him countless times, so how could he possibly poison them? Xiao Wu, Xiao Qi. Don't listen to him. Just kill them. Zhao Heng was now panicking. If Xiao Wu and Xiao Qi turned against him, he would truly be doomed. He had never anticipated that Chu Cheng was merely feigning unconsciousness. Enough? Zhao Heng, stop with your nonsense. You should taste the hot water you boiled yourself. Zhuang Tao sneered, seizing Zhao Heng's jaw and forcing the water into his mouth. Gulp, gulp, gulp. The poison from the Hai Mangwa was well known to all, and soon Zhao Heng lay motionless on the ground, his eyes wide open, unable to comprehend why Chu Cheng had pretended to be unconscious. Xiao Wu, Xiao Qi, take your water and feed it to Zhang Hong. You claimed I was wronging young Master Zhao, so you should try it yourselves. Chu Cheng turned to Xiao Wu and Xiao Qi once more. Though they had initially been loyal, Xiao Wu and Xiao Qi were deterred by Yang Xiaolu, who was brandishing an AK and dared not act rashly. Moreover, Zhao Heng's recent actions had thoroughly disappointed them. Having followed Zhao Heng for 5 or 6 years, they had contributed to his efforts, and had it not been for Chu Cheng's intervention, their fate would have been all too predictable. Xiao Wu and Xiao Qi, still holding the steaming hot water, looked toward Zhang Hong. In truth, Chu Cheng's implication was quite clear. If they wished to remain in the cave, Zhang Hong was their only option. This idea had originated from the very young Master Zhang himself. Were they not going to let him taste the essence of the Hai Mangwa? Seeing their hesitation, Chu Cheng smiled once more. To be frank, he was reluctant to drive Xiao Wu and Xiao Qi away, for they had undergone professional training. Although they could not match his trio, they were more than capable of dealing with a couple of pirates. Chapter 44. Subduing the 2 No. Zhang Hong's face turned pale with fear at the sight of Xiao Wu and Xiao Qi, and he began to retreat frantically. However, his hands were still bound, making escape impossible. Forget it, Xiao Lu. Toss him into the sea to feed the fish. Seeing Xiao Wu and Xiao Qi's reluctance to act, Chu Cheng shook his head lightly. If they were unwilling, he could not press them too hard. However, Zhang Hong's repeated ingratitude and his numerous attempts to bring them to ruin cannot be overlooked. The last time he was spared due to a moment of compassion. Yet this time he harbored such a vicious scheme. Had it not been for Chu Cheng adhering to Qin Lan's advice and feigning unconsciousness, those currently in the cave would have undoubtedly fallen into Zhang Hong's trap. Enough. Just as Yang Xiaolu was about to take action, Xiao Wu and Xiao Qi exchanged a glance and discerned a shared resolve in each other's eyes. We shall act. With a sigh, Xiao Wu and Xiao Qi acknowledged their own familial responsibilities. Should anything untoward happen to them on this island, especially with Zhao Heng now deceased, their chances of survival upon returning would be grim. The most pressing concern was that there were still more than 10 fully armed pirates on the island. With just the 2 of them, The odds of survival were bleak. Therefore, it seemed wiser to align with Chu Cheng, as their lives would at least be safeguarded in the short term. No, you cannot treat me this way. Upon hearing their words, Zhang Hong's fury ignited. Xiao Wu, Xiao Qi, listen to me. If I can return alive, I promise to reward you with vast riches. Apologies, Zhang Xiao. We value our lives far more than money. Without further discussion, Xiao Qi and Xiao Wu hoisted Zhang Hong onto their shoulders and, upon reaching the cave entrance, unceremoniously tossed him down. They then descended the rope ladder to the shore, retrieving the dazed Zhang Hong and unceremoniously casting him into the sea. After thrashing about for a moment in the water, Zhang Hong vanished without a trace. Chu Cheng, are we being too cruel? Witnessing this scene, Wang Mingya expressed her concern to Chu Cheng. Xiaoya, you are simply too kind. If it weren't for Chu Cheng uncovering their plot, it would have been us who perished. Yet here you are, defending them. Before Chu Cheng could respond, Su Ruolin interjected with a reproachful smile directed at Wang Mingya. I understand now. Wang Mingya felt a shiver of fear as she absorbed Su Ruolin's words. Indeed, had Chu Cheng not unveiled their conspiracy, they all would have unwittingly ingested the poisoned water intended for Zhaohong. In such a case, not only would Chu Cheng and the others face demise, but she herself would also be unable to escape the clutches of death. After all, Wang Mingya was fully aware of Zhang Hong's intentions toward her. All right, Tao Zi, please deal with the cave and dispose of Zhao Heng's body into the sea. I need to rest a bit longer. Chu Cheng nodded to Zhuang Tao, initially intending to stand and stretch, but the burning gaze behind him restrained him from moving. He understood Qin Lan's intentions. She wished to conceal the effects of the gene serum and, more importantly, wanted him to rest and recuperate, regardless of the circumstances. She was now Chu Cheng's woman and was naturally concerned for her partner. Yes, boss. Zhuang Tao nodded and promptly dragged Zhao Heng's body away. After attending to these matters, everyone returned to the cave. Aside from Yang Xiao Lu and Zhuang Tao tending to the fire and grilling meat, a profound silence enveloped the cave. Particularly, Xiao Wu and Xiao Qi were uncertain how to approach Chu Cheng. All right, everyone, we are now a family within this cave. Our foremost priority is to withstand the pirates. I have a feeling they are lurking nearby, waiting for the opportune moment to launch another attack. Chu Cheng's voice broke the silence. Ever since he learned from Qin Lan that the pirates were after the gene serum, he understood they would never relent in their pursuit. As for informing the pirates that he had consumed the gene serum and that it was gone, given their nature, they would never believe it. What awaited them would undoubtedly be a brutal massacre. Furthermore, we are running low on fresh water. So our immediate task is to send a few individuals to the lake for supplies. Additionally, our food reserves are scant, necessitating urgent action. Chu Cheng spoke softly to the group. Boss, just assign the tasks, and we shall follow your lead. Zhuang Tao was the first to stand and address Chu Cheng. Yes, boss, we will heed your commands. Yang Xiaolu nodded in agreement. As for the other girls, having been raised in the comforts of the city, they lacked wilderness survival skills and could not be relied upon for assistance. Thus, the only dependable individuals were Chu Cheng, Yang Xiaolu, Zhuang Tao, and the recently allied Xiao Wu and Xiao Qi. While they may not match Chu Cheng in marksmanship or agility, they were certainly more capable than the average man. After all, they were unlikely to have become Zhao Heng's personal bodyguards otherwise. All right, Zhuang Tao, you will take Xiao Qi and Xiao Wu with you to fetch water. Xiao Lu, continue laying traps in the forest to see if we can capture any game. After a pause, Chu Cheng continued. If that proves fruitless, then go to the sea and catch some fish to dry for sustenance. Mengya and the other girls, along with Zhang Peng, you should gather more firewood to bring back to the cave or collect shells and seafood from the shore. Understood. We will set out shortly. Upon hearing Chu Cheng's plans, everyone felt his arrangements were reasonable. After breakfast, the group dispersed to undertake their respective tasks. Within the cave, only Chu Cheng and Qin Lan remained. You are quite bold. Once everyone had left, Qin Lan leaped onto Chu Cheng, playfully pinching the soft flesh at his waist. Chapter 45. Not intentional Qin. I was left with no choice. I could not simply stand by and let Zhao Heng's scheme succeed, could I? Being so close to Qin Lan's lovely face, coupled with her current position atop him, left Chu Cheng breathless under the pressure against his chest. The earlier scene in the forest flashed through his mind, igniting a flame of desire within him. You scoundrel! Qin Lan felt a mix of embarrassment and anger, still feeling the pain from earlier. Yet this insufferable boy was letting his thoughts run wild. Ahem, Qinzong, perhaps you could get off me now? Chu Cheng instinctively swallowed hard. Although he yearned for her presence, he forced himself to restrain his desires. Her previous actions were purely to save him, driven by necessity. If he were to act inappropriately now, it would undoubtedly seem like taking advantage of her vulnerability. Qin Lan, what are you doing? Just as Qin Lan was about to rise from Chu Cheng, a playful voice suddenly rang out nearby. Upon hearing that voice, Chu Cheng's heart sank. This is bad. Manya, I need to check Chu Cheng's wound. He mentioned he feels a bit unwell. At that moment, Qin Lan wore an awkward expression, utterly at a loss for how to explain to Wang Menya, and could only fabricate a casual excuse. Oh, is that so? Wang Menya gently nodded, refraining from further inquiry. After placing the dry firewood she had gathered onto the ground, she turned and walked towards the cave entrance once more. However, Chu Cheng keenly observed that at the very instant Wang Menya turned, crystalline tears distinctly fell to the ground. Sigh. Witnessing this scene, Chu Cheng couldn't help but let out a deep sigh. He was fully aware of Wang Menya's affection for him. Yet, he found himself in an undeniable bond with Qin Lan, and abandoning her was not an option. He chuckled, seemingly amused. It appears your little admirer is rather upset. Naturally, Qin Lan detected the shift in Wang Menya's emotions and cast a cold smirk in Chu Cheng's direction. Faced with Qin Lan's demeanor, Chu Cheng felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. He had done nothing wrong, so why were both women turning against him? All right, you should focus on resting here to recuperate. I shall go assist in gathering seafood. With that, Qin Lan shot Chu Cheng an exasperated glance before rising and exiting. As Qin Lan departed, silence once again enveloped the cave. Yet, what puzzled Chu Cheng was that, despite the dimness within the cave, his vision felt remarkably sharp. He could even see a small insect crawling on the rock wall over 20 meters away with crystal clarity. My heavens, what on earth is this gene serum? At that moment, Chu Cheng was left dumbfounded. It appeared that after consuming the serum Qin Lan provided, not only had his physical prowess significantly enhanced, but other bodily traits had also undergone noticeable transformations. Am I destined to become a monster? This thought brought to mind a film he had once watched, wherein a man ingested lizard genes and transformed into a creature battling Spider-Man. Essentially, he felt a striking resemblance to that lizard man. Moreover, it seemed that his eyesight had improved, and his hearing had also sharpened considerably. As for any other significant changes, Chu Cheng had yet to discover. He remained in the cave for an entire day, and after several days of rest, his abdominal wound had healed considerably. In truth, he believed he was now fit enough to venture outside. After all, the regenerative capabilities of earthworms are well documented, within just a few days. What was once a gaping wound had begun to scab over. As for the other minor injuries on his body, they had already completely healed. However, due to Qin Lan's insistence, Chu Cheng found himself confined to the cave, unable to venture out. Meanwhile, beneath the coastal hillside to the east, the band of pirates had gathered around a fire, roasting a wild goat. Boss, we have a general understanding of the situation at the cave. At that moment, a pirate clad in camouflage gear, clutching a pair of binoculars, hurried back from the nearby beach to report to the pirate leader. Oh, what is the situation? Speak quickly. Upon hearing his subordinate's words, the pirate leader set down the fish he was grilling and stood up. There are 5 men and 5 women. We are currently unaware of their weapons, but I suspect they have collected the ones we discarded in the woods. The pirate in camouflage continued. Initially, there were 7 men, but for some unknown reason, they tossed 2 of them into the sea, indicating some internal conflict. The pirate leader nodded thoughtfully at his subordinate's remarks. However, now that their numbers had dwindled to 5 men, the likelihood of their success had significantly increased. Prepare the brothers. After a hearty meal, we must be well rested. Tomorrow morning, we shall return to that cave. Additionally, send a few men to the seaside to fetch our rocket launchers and the remaining brothers. We shall strike decisively and eliminate them all. After a brief pause, the pirate leader continued. In half a month, the next storm season will commence. We must resolve this swiftly and depart by boat. Understood, boss. The pirate nodded and promptly turned to make arrangements. Brothers, did you hear what Andila just said? There are 5 women. Once we capture them, aside from the one I desire, the others will be yours. The pirate leader turned to his eager crew. Hooray, thank you, boss. Ha ha ha. I want the one who escaped from us before. The band of pirates erupted in excitement upon hearing their leader's words. Each one was acutely aware that the bounty from this venture would be an astronomical sum. In other words, capturing a woman named Qin Lan would ensure they never had to worry about money for the rest of their lives. Chapter 46. Zhang Peng's speculation that night. The pirates reconvened, but this time, there were evidently a few more individuals among them, and notably, they bore 2 rocket launchers. Brothers, listen to me. After feasting and drinking, the pirate leader gathered over 20 pirates by the flickering campfire. Brothers, we lost over 10 comrades for this venture. After a pause, the pirate continued loudly. But that is inconsequential. The storm has passed, and tomorrow morning, we will annihilate those individuals, capturing our targets and securing our fortune. In recent days, Andila had meticulously mapped out the traps in the forest. When the others emerge to gather supplies, we will launch a surprise attack on the cave, eliminate all the men, and enjoy the spoils of the women, save for our designated target. Excellent. Thank you, boss. Ooh la la la. The pirates cheered enthusiastically, their eyes brimming with excitement. Meanwhile, the individuals within the cave were huddled together, warming themselves by the fire and sharing their day's findings. Boss, I encountered something peculiar while inspecting the traps today. Yang Xiaola, frowning, addressed Chu Cheng, who lay beside the fire. Oh, what is it? Please share. Upon hearing Yang Xiaola's words, Chu Cheng instantly became alert. Currently, among the survivors on this desolate island, they were likely the only known individuals left on the outer beach. If there were any unusual traces, they could either be caused by animals or be the work of pirates. Well, while checking the traps, I noticed several had been tampered with, yet none were triggered. I suspect someone may have stealthily scouted our location. After a pause, Yang Xiaola added, however, I also discovered numerous goat tracks nearby. So it's possible that the traps were disturbed by wild goats. However, I find myself somewhat indecisive about the specifics. Well, to be on the safe side, Xiaolo, after you have breakfast tomorrow morning, please bury the previous traps and create a few new ones as a precaution. Chu Cheng spoke to Yang Xiaolu after a brief contemplation. All right. Yang Xiaolu nodded in agreement. At that moment, Zhang Peng, who had been silent, suddenly interjected. What is it, Zhang Peng? Upon hearing Zhang Peng speak, not only Chu Cheng but also the others were somewhat taken aback. Since the shipwreck, Zhang Peng had maintained a taciturn demeanor, rarely contributing to their discussions, yet now they were hearing his voice. Boss, it's like this. Last time we discovered a cove, right? It's been quite a while, and the sharks should have vacated by now. What do you think about us revisiting the cove to retrieve the diving suits? Zhang Peng spoke slowly, his face reflecting anxiety. He was acutely aware that since arriving on the island, he had merely been a burdensome presence in Chu Cheng's camp. If not for Chu Cheng's care, he and Li Sisi would have likely perished on the deserted island. Now, to make such a request seemed to evoke a sense of guilt within him. Oh, Zhang Peng, why are you so fixated on those diving suits? Before Chu Cheng could respond, Zhuang Tao interjected. They had convened several small meetings. Yet Zhang Peng had rarely voiced his thoughts. However, it seemed that the diving suits were of paramount importance to him, overshadowing even their concerns about food and drink. Well, Tao Gu, those two diving suits, although primarily for leisure, can allow us to dive to depths of over 70 meters. My point is, if we could reach the location of the sunken ship, we might be able to salvage the electronic equipment on board. If conditions permit, I could use them to send a distress signal. Zhang Peng shrank back slightly upon witnessing Zhuang Tao's fierce demeanor. In truth, he understood that what he suggested was merely conjecture. The feasibility remained uncertain. Yet, it is human nature to strive for realization stemming from such speculation. But Zhang Peng, those devices have been submerged in seawater for so long, they must have lost their functionality by now. Moreover, even if the devices are intact, we lack the power to activate them. Upon hearing Zhang Peng's proposal, Chu Cheng furrowed his brow. Boss, it's like this. Zhang Peng adjusted his glasses and continued. Most of the equipment on the ship is waterproof and can withstand the corrosive effects of seawater. Regarding the power issue, we found a solar-powered flashlight on the beach some time ago. I could retrofit its solar charging system onto another device. Although the charging time may be lengthy, it would certainly yield results. Wow, Zhang Peng, you're impressive. After hearing Zhang Peng's words, Zhuang Tao stood up excitedly and clapped Zhang Peng on the shoulder. Cough, cough, cough. Tao Gu, take it easy. Zhang Peng stumbled slightly from the force of Zhuang Tao's pad and replied gradually. Good lad. It seems those glasses are serving you well. Even Chu Cheng wore a delighted expression. If what Zhang Peng proposed were feasible, they could indeed salvage the equipment and communicate with the outside world, paving the way for their rescue. Well, since that is the case, Taozi, tomorrow you should accompany Zhang Peng to that cove and assess whether the sharks are still present. If they are not, retrieve the diving suits. Chu Cheng then turned to Zhuang Tao and spoke calmly. Understood, boss. Leave it to me. Zhuang Tao nodded vigorously upon hearing Chu Cheng's words. On such a desolate island, regardless of how comfortable life may be, no one wishes to remain there indefinitely. If they could return to the vibrant city, who would want to endure the hardships of living in the wild, uncertain of their next meal? Chu Cheng, how about letting the girls go for the diving suits instead? Just then, Wang Mingya spoke up unexpectedly. What is the matter? Chu Cheng inquired curiously. Why was there a need to choose who would go? Chapter 47. The Jealousy Unfolds. Chu Cheng, ever since we arrived on the island, the few of us girls have followed you around, contributing little beyond eating and sleeping. Now, with pirates lurking nearby, if Zhuang Tao and Yang Xiaolu go out to do something, the cave will lack protection. Wang Mingyao paused before continuing. Therefore, my suggestion is, since we have nothing else to do, why not go retrieve the diving suits? You men can stay here, ensuring mutual support in case of any disturbances. Upon hearing Wang Mingyao's words, Chu Cheng furrowed his brow. The reason was simple. In the past, Wang Mingyao had always addressed him as Brother Chu. But now she had directly called him by his name. Additionally, her expression seemed cold, yet her eyes reflected a hint of stubbornness. Perhaps she was still affected by his previous injury, or perhaps her mind was wandering. Well, let us not. Considering this, Chu Cheng shook his head decisively. You girls should stay in the cave. The cove isn't safe, and the sharks might not have left yet. No, Chu Cheng. Just as Chu Cheng finished speaking, Su Roland suddenly stood up. We can't always be a burden. We can't keep dragging you down. In fact, we can help share many responsibilities. I didn't mean that. Upon hearing Su Roland's words, Chu Cheng quickly shook his head. When did he ever consider them burdens? I know you don't mean it, but subconsciously, you think that way. Su Roland paused before continuing. You believe we women are weak and incapable, that we can only rely on your protection to feel secure, right? Upon hearing Su Roland's words, Chu Cheng fell silent. Indeed, he had always thought so. However, there was nothing inherently wrong with that. Regardless of whether it was Wang Mingyao, Su Roland, or Jiang Shuuru and Qin Lan, they all grew up in urban environments, accustomed to a life of privilege. How could they endure the hardships of survival on a deserted island? Chu Cheng, I hope you understand that since we have all been fortunate enough to survive the shipwreck, we are partners, not your protectees. Su Roland's face displayed determination as she spoke to Chu Cheng. Sigh. Hearing this, Chu Cheng instinctively sighed. All right then. Tomorrow you girls can take the boat we prepared earlier to the cove. If the sharks are still there, return immediately. If they have left, retrieve the diving suits. Is that acceptable? Yes, understood. Upon hearing Chu Cheng's words, both Wang Mingyao and Su Roland nodded gently. Upon witnessing this scene, Chu Cheng felt somewhat speechless. He understood that if he did not acquiesce, the girls would likely overthink the situation. At worst, he could discreetly have Zhuang Tao follow them for protection. However, Wang Mingyao's current attitude towards him left an uncomfortable feeling in his heart. Later that night, when everyone had fallen asleep, Chu Cheng struggled to rise and quietly moved to Wang Mingyao's side. Although Yang Xiaola noticed his movements, she merely chuckled softly, pretending to be oblivious, and continued her slumber. Mingyao, are you asleep? Chu Cheng gently lay down beside Wang Mingyao and spoke softly. Silence enveloped them, and Wang Mingyao did not respond. Cough, cough, Mingyao. I know you're awake. Could you please talk to me? Not receiving a reply from Wang Mingyao left Chu Cheng at a loss for words. After undergoing the genetic enhancement from Qin Lan, both his vision and hearing had significantly improved, allowing him to discern that Wang Mingyao was merely feigning sleep. Yet, there is an old saying, one can never awaken someone who is pretending to be asleep. Nonetheless, Chu Cheng was not one to shy away from difficulties. He realized that if he did not address the issues with Wang Mingyao now, greater troubles would surely arise in the future. With that thought, he smiled lightly and gently embraced Wang Mingyao from behind. What are you doing? Let go of me. Wang Mingyao immediately struggled against him. Her voice, though soft, was frigid and devoid of any warmth. Cough, cough. Mingyao, take it easy. My injury hasn't healed yet. Are you trying to murder me? Seeing Wang Mingyao's persistent struggles, Chu Cheng feigned pain and spoke to her. As expected, after hearing his words, Wang Mingyao's struggles ceased. However, she stubbornly insisted, let go of me. I won't. I'm cold. And holding you makes it warmer, Chu Cheng replied, tightening his embrace further. What do you actually want? Witnessing Chu Cheng's shameless demeanor, Wang Mingyao felt a mix of anger and anxiety. Deep down, she was aware that she still held feelings for Chu Cheng. However, this morning, when she had seen that particular scene upon returning to the cave with firewood, it had been too much to bear. Qin Lan, lying atop Chu Cheng, whispering to him. If there was nothing special between them, how could they engage in such intimate behavior? Wang Mingyao was well aware of who Qin Lan was, the renowned Ice Queen CEO of Longhua, pursued by countless admirers over the past 2 decades. Yet, despite her popularity, she had never been linked to any romantic partner, with rumors even suggesting that she preferred women, thus maintaining her frosty demeanor towards all men without exception. However, that morning, she had clearly seen Chu Cheng and Qin Lan laughing together, and the most striking part was that she distinctly noticed the legendary Ice Queen blush. This undeniably indicated a special connection between the two. Otherwise, how could someone like Qin Lan, with her personality, exhibit such an expression? But what about herself? A recent university graduate, lacking in wealth and prestige, and not even as beautiful as Qin Lan, how could she compete? Menya, please don't be angry. Let me hold you properly. Chu Cheng spoke in a tone as if soothing a child. Go hug Qin Lan then, don't touch me. Although Wang Mingya felt a pang of grievance upon hearing his words and longed to cry in his arms, reason prevailed, urging her to refuse. What are you saying, Mingya? Upon hearing her playful reprimand, Chu Cheng felt a wave of awkwardness wash over him. Do you not understand what I mean? Wang Mingya's feelings of grievance intensified as she reflected on their relationship. They had known each other for at least 2 or 3 months, spending every day together. Yet, in contrast, how long had Qin Lan known Chu Cheng? Just over half a month since the incident on the cruise, and if one considered their actual time spent together, it was barely a week. How could Wang Mingya not feel heartbroken witnessing the rapid development of their relationship? That is not it, Mingya. It's not as you think. At this moment, Chu Cheng could only hold Wang Mingya tightly, unsure of how to explain himself. Is that so? It's not as I think. Wang Mingya scoffed, turning to face him. Well then, tell me, do you like me or do you like Qin Lan? I like you. Chu Cheng nodded, his heart unwavering. Indeed. From the time he had worked at the company, he had developed a deep affection for the innocent and kind-hearted Wang Mingya. It was merely his insecurities that had prevented him from confessing. All right, if you like me, then you must sever all ties with Qin Lan. I don't care what you two did this morning. As long as you cut off all connections from now on, I can pretend this never happened. Wang Mingya declared with determination. Upon hearing her insistence, Chu Cheng fell silent. Regardless of the circumstances, Qin Lan had acted as she did to save him. Even using the most advanced gene serum she had for his sake. To sever ties with her now would be. Fine, I understand your choice. No need to elaborate. Witnessing Chu Cheng's demeanor, Wang Mingya comprehended everything and turned away, refusing to speak another word to him. Sighing deeply, Chu Cheng could only exhale in resignation, unsure of what to say. In his heart, it was undeniable that Wang Mingya was the one he cherished the most. Yet, what of Qin Lan? She had given him her most treasured possessions to save him, and he could not bear to let her down. After much contemplation, Chu Cheng could not formulate a suitable response. Seeing that Wang Mingya was no longer engaging with him, he returned to his sleeping area and gradually drifted into slumber. The following morning, after breakfast, the group busied themselves according to the arrangements made the night before. Wang Mingya's eyes were filled with indifference as she, along with Zhang Peng and several other women, began preparing a small boat to head to the bay for inspection. Qin Lan, too, tactfully refrained from initiating conversation with Wang Mingya, resulting in an unusually tense atmosphere on the beach. Once Qin Lan and Wang Mingya had set off in their boat towards the bay, Chu Cheng quietly observed the beach. Confirming that Qin Lan had departed, he emerged from the cave and descended the rope ladder to the sandy shore. However, just as Chu Cheng landed, a sudden bright light surged from the depths of the dense forest towards the cave. Boom! A tremendous sound echoed, and the cave erupted in flames. In an instant, the entire cave collapsed. My goodness! Witnessing this scene, whether it was Yang Xiala, Chu Cheng, or Zhuang Tao, they all stared in shock. Had Chu Cheng emerged even half a minute later, he would have been buried beneath the falling debris. Damn, these pirates have cannons. Zhuang Tao was the first to regain his composure, hastily grabbing the AK nearby, his face a mask of astonishment. Quickly, grab your weapons and head into the forest. Although Chu Cheng was surprised, he soon calmed down. With the cave destroyed, the priority was to ensure the safety of their lives. Since the enemy had deployed heavy firepower like RPGs, a direct confrontation was utterly impossible. They would have to retreat into the forest and maneuver. Damn it! Weren't Xiao Wu and Xiao Qi on lookout at the mountaintop? Did they not notice the pirates approaching? At this moment, Yang Xiala wore a dissatisfied expression, clutching his weapon as he dove into the forest, unable to suppress his complaints. Forget it, Xiala, they are merely close protection bodyguards. Their military training cannot compare to ours. Let us not dwell on that. We need to find a way to deal with these pirates first. Chu Cheng frowned and comforted Yang Xiala. Boss, are you okay? Hearing Chu Cheng's words, Yang Xiala could only sigh deeply and respond to him. After all, Chu Cheng was severely injured. And although he had access to Qin Lan's advanced medical technology, recovery would not be easy. I'm fine, just take care of yourselves. Remember, do not act recklessly, understood? Chu Cheng nodded. His injuries were healing well, although he could not move as freely as before, with his hearing and strength. Ambushing the pirates in such dense foliage was still quite feasible. All right, just be careful, boss. Once the fighting starts, we won't be able to look out for you. Yang Xiaola and Zhuang Tao expressed their concern to Chu Cheng. Yes, don't worry. Chu Cheng nodded, securing 2 AKs on his back. In addition to these rifles, he held a short crossbow meticulously crafted by Yang Xiaola. For Chu Cheng at this moment, this weapon was the epitome of silent lethality in the forest. With his current vision and arm strength, he could wield it as effectively as a sniper rifle. Meanwhile, the pirates, led by their chief, formed a line and advanced into the dense woods. The trap set by Yang Xiaola had been discovered and dismantled by the pirates, rendering them ineffective. Everyone, pay attention. This forest is not large. We are over 20 brothers. Keep a distance of no more than 2 meters apart and search systematically. No one is allowed to fall behind for any reason, understood? The pirate chief, a seasoned battlefield veteran, quickly devised a strategy. Indeed, they had the numerical advantage. And as they searched systematically, it was only a matter of time before Chu Cheng and his companions were exposed, placing them in extreme danger. Chapter 49, God of Death in the Jungle. Boss, what should we do? The pirate chief is quite competent. Seeing this, Yang Xiaola and Zhuang Tao, hidden in the forest, began to panic. If this continued, their hiding place would surely be exposed. It was only a matter of time. Don't panic, we'll split up. Xiaola, you and I will flank left and right, using bows and arrows for ambush. After a pause, Chu Cheng turned to Zhuang Tao. Taozi, find a place to hide. If they discover me or Xiaola, fire your weapon to draw their attention, but make sure you stay concealed. They have RPGs. If they find your position, they will unleash firepower. Understood? Got it, boss. Hearing Chu Cheng's orders, Zhuang Tao and Yang Xiaola nodded and hurried to prepare according to his plan. Although it seemed that Chu Cheng was using Zhuang Tao as a shield, Zhuang Tao understood it was necessary. After all, with so many pirates, they only had 3 combatants. Aside from Xiao Wu and Xiao Qi on lookout. Once Yang Xiaola and Zhuang Tao set off, Chu Cheng alone retreated while stealthily advancing towards the direction of the searching pirates with his crossbow. Since being enhanced by the gene serum, Chu Cheng felt his agility had significantly improved. Especially in this jungle, it felt as if he had returned home. The surrounding vegetation and rock piles became his natural cover. He moved like a cheetah preparing to hunt, stealthily approaching his prey. Although the pirates had summoned reinforcements from the ship, now numbering nearly 30, the forest was vast, preventing them from surrounding him. They could only search in sections. This, undoubtedly, presented Chu Cheng with an opportunity to strike. By ambushing from the flanks, he could achieve significant results with minimal effort. Subsequently, Chu Cheng climbed a towering tree, perfectly concealing himself among the leaves. From this vantage point, he could observe the pirates' movements without them being aware of his presence. Whoosh! With a soft sound, Chu Cheng mercilessly took down a pirate with his crossbow. Boss, we've been ambushed. The pirate next to the fallen comrade hurriedly reported to the pirate chief. In that instant, they failed to discern where the shot had come from. They hadn't even heard a sound before witnessing their brother collapse. These Longwa people have some audacity, still daring to ambush us at this juncture. The pirate chief seethed with anger upon seeing the fallen pirate. Alarmingly, even he could not determine when or how the attack had occurred. Just as a group gathered to inspect the fallen comrade, another pirate on perimeter watch suddenly collapsed. A feathered arrow protruded from his neck. Not good, boss, Shaven is dead. Witnessing their comrade fall silently before them, the remaining pirates were thrown into disarray. What in the world is happening? Even if the enemy is using bows for ambush, there should be some sound, right? Boss, what should we do? Seeing this, the other pirates gulped nervously, their faces filled with panic. For these desperate men, facing overwhelming firepower or superior numbers did not instill fear. However, this unseen enemy warfare left everyone feeling unnerved. The sniper's lethal shot may echo through the air, yet the stealth of an archer remains silent. At this thought, the pirates turned their gazes towards their captain, a hint of trepidation flickering across their faces. No, we must seize this opportunity. Otherwise, with the impending week of incessant rain, we may find ourselves marooned on this island for months. The pirate chief, resolute, addressed his men. Brothers, with Sha Wen and his companion gone, it means 2 fewer mouths to share the bounty. This will allow us to claim a larger share. After a brief pause, he continued, consider this. Once we complete this task, we shall no longer need to risk our lives on the open seas to plunder merchant vessels. With our earnings, we can return and enjoy the company of beautiful wives. Hearing their captain's words, a stirring of resolve began to rise among the pirates. The uncertainty in their eyes gradually transformed into determination. All right, everyone listen to me. Let us move. I refuse to believe our adversaries will remain completely concealed. The pirate captain steeled his heart. After all, losing a few brothers as cannon fodder was a small price to pay. Yet, despite his bravado, he instinctively adjusted his bulletproof vest, retreating to the rear of the throng. Suddenly, a piercing sound sliced through the air as another pirate fell into a pool of blood. Did anyone see where the attack originated? The captain inquired urgently. With their numbers, if they could ascertain the enemy's general location, they could unleash a barrage of fire. Several pirates exchanged apprehensive glances, fear evident in their expressions. Damn it! A bunch of useless fools. The captain's anger flared at their response, and he brandished his weapon, unleashing a hail of bullets into the surrounding foliage. The thunderous roar of the AK-47 startled countless birds into flight. Yet, mere seconds later, the forest fell into an eerie silence, broken only by the sporadic chirping of insects, which only served to irritate the pirates further. Boss, should we retreat? Yes, brother. Let us withdraw. These Longwa individuals are far too enigmatic. The pirates swallowed hard, their gazes towards their captain filled with doubt. If the captain were not personally here, they would have fled long ago. Boss, it's bad. Just then, another team leader rushed over, breathless, exclaiming, "We just entered the forest and were ambushed by arrows," resulting in the loss of 2 brothers. What? The captain's fury surged uncontrollably. Yet, deep down, he recognized that in the realm of guerrilla warfare within dense forests, the soldiers from Longwa were indeed unparalleled. Chapter 50, Seeking Refuge? What shall we do, boss? Panic spread among the remaining pirates. Not only had they encountered a cold-blooded killer on their side, but now another threat loomed nearby. Their adversaries were treating them like prey, intent on exterminating them within this jungle. Fine, let us withdraw for now. We shall return tonight, since we have already obliterated their base. I am curious to see where they will take refuge. With the rainy season upon us, we can endure half a month on this island, if need be. The captain scoffed, his mind made up. Indeed, this batch of pirates was composed of second-rate men, primarily gathered to save on commissions, ill-equipped to contend with such professionally trained foes. If all else fails, I shall leave these second-rate men on the island and return to gather heavier weaponry and elite troops. I will even bring thermal imaging equipment for a thorough search. I refuse to believe they are invincible. As long as I can acquire that object in Chen Lan's possession, no matter the cost, it will be worth it. With this thought, the captain's eyes gleamed with determination. Let us go. We must retreat before we lose our lives here. Yes, boss. Upon hearing their leader's command, over 10 pirates sighed with relief. As long as they could avoid engaging in combat against such terrifying opponents in the jungle, they would be willing to endure any hardship. After all, these adversaries were truly fearsome. They were virtually invisible, with only the occasional sound of an arrow slicing through the air, followed by the collapse of a comrade. In other words, they would not even know how they had perished. This suffocating sensation was nearly unbearable. Meanwhile, concealed among the treetops, Chu Cheng felt a slight ease in his heart as the pirates retreated once again. His wounds had not yet healed, and had the pirates charged recklessly forward, he would have struggled to cope. The long-range bow he wielded, despite its lethal power, demanded considerable physical strength. After releasing just 4 arrows, he already felt a tingling in his arm. If he continued, he feared his arm might become incapacitated. Before long, the remaining pirates quietly exited the dense forest. Chu Cheng remained vigilant, only descending from the treetops after confirming their absence for over half an hour. Shortly thereafter, Yang Xiaolu, Zhuang Tao, and Xiao Wu and Xiao Qi approached cautiously. Boss, what shall we do next? This location has been compromised, and the cave has been destroyed. It seems we will have to sleep in the forest tonight. Yang Xiaolu's expression was filled with worry. He was not afraid of anything else. His sole concern was that the pirates would return in waves, launching relentless assaults. With each encounter, they would lose valuable manpower, depleting their resources over time. Moreover, if the enemy stealthily approached to eliminate someone again, they could suffer tremendous losses. While the cave housed many supplies, as long as they could ensure their survival, they could always procure more. All right, Xiaolu, here is the plan. Taozi, you, Xiao Wu, and Xiao Qi gather our remaining supplies. Once Wang Mengya and the others return, regardless of the outcome, we shall immediately relocate into the forest. Chu Cheng nodded, issuing instructions to the group. Understood, boss. Zhuang Tao, Xiao Wu, and Xiao Qi promptly agreed and set about gathering their belongings. In truth, their supplies amounted to merely a few deflated life rings. Most of their provisions had been stored within the cave, which had been obliterated in a single blast. Xiaolu, you should head to the mountain peak to keep watch. If the pirates return, we will be in serious trouble. Chu Cheng then turned to Yang Xiaolu, giving further instructions. All right, boss. Hearing Chu Cheng's words, Yang Xiaolu promptly nodded, grasping the previously acquired sniper rifle, and began her ascent towards the mountain peak. Over an hour later, Wang Mingya and the others returned in their small boat from a distance. However, upon witnessing the devastation before them, everyone on board was rendered utterly speechless. Chu Cheng, what has happened? At this moment, Qin Lan was wide-eyed, bewildered by the sight. Wasn't everything perfectly fine just moments ago? How had the cave collapsed? The pirates have been here. They used a rocket launcher to blow up our cave. Don't hesitate. Quickly gather your belongings, and we must move into the forest. If we remain here, those pirates will surely find us. Chu Cheng sighed and explained to Qin Lan. Understood. Upon hearing Chu Cheng's explanation, the group was taken aback. These pirates even possess rocket launchers. Particularly, Wang Mingya. Although Chu Cheng spoke nonchalantly, she understood that they must have endured a fierce battle just hours prior. What about you? Did you discover anything by the bay? Yang Shala then turned to Zhang Peng and inquired softly. Boss, the sharks are still lingering there for some unknown reason. Even though the bodies have been consumed, they haven't left, and I've noticed that not only sharks but also numerous dolphins have taken refuge in that bay. Zhang Peng paused before continuing. Moreover, the sharks and dolphins seem to coexist peacefully, without any aggression towards one another. What? Is that so? Chu Cheng expressed his curiosity at Zhang Peng's words. Logically, dolphins would be a delicacy for sharks, yet here they were, practically offering themselves to the sharks without any sign of attack. Based on my research, I suspect that these sharks and dolphins have come to the bay seeking refuge. Zhang Peng adjusted his glasses and elaborated to Chu Cheng. Oh, seeking refuge? Chu Cheng's eyes widened in disbelief. Could it be that these dolphins and sharks were fleeing from some monstrous entity in these waters? Yes, boss. Zhang Peng nodded earnestly, continuing, previously. We thought the sharks were drawn by the scent of blood from the bodies, but scientifically, sharks do not favor human flesh. Shortly after we spotted the sharks, a powerful storm struck this area. I believe the sharks sensed the impending danger and sought shelter in the bay ahead of time. So, you're suggesting that another storm may be approaching this island? Chu Cheng furrowed his brow deeply after Zhang Peng's explanation. Indeed. Zhang Peng nodded subconsciously, his expression serious. I understand now. Chu Cheng nodded again. Regardless of the veracity of Zhang Peng's claims, they needed to prepare in advance. If a storm were truly on the horizon, they would have nowhere to seek refuge. That would spell their doom. All right, let's continue gathering our belongings. Once we're done, we will leave immediately. Chu Cheng instructed Zhang Peng. Understood. Boss. Half an hour later, all items were packed, including those Zhang Peng and his team had salvaged from the bay. Due to the urgency of the situation, Chu Cheng had no time to inspect each item individually, so he hastily packed everything together. Yang Shala led the way with her sniper rifle, while Chu Cheng, still recovering, was supported by Zhuang Tao in the center of the group. Xiao Wu and Xiao Qi carried large packs on their backs, each wielding an AK, bringing up the rear of the procession. Boss, if we head into the forest, won't that prevent any rescue teams from finding us on the beach? Zhuang Tao voiced his concerns to Chu Cheng. Rest assured, our cruise ship sank nearly a month ago. Not only have there been no rescue attempts, but aside from the pirates, not a single soul has come looking for us. This indicates that the outside world is unaware of our predicament. We can only wait until we shake off the pirates. Then, as Zhang Peng suggested, we will retrieve mechanical equipment from the wreckage at the bottom of the sea to contact the outside world. Chu Cheng sighed deeply at this point. Relocating was indeed a matter of necessity. No one wished to remain here, yet survival was paramount to the possibility of escape. Meanwhile, at a hollow in the eastern side of the island, nearly 20 pirates had gathered, watching their leader board a speedboat. Brothers, remember, the rainy season is just a week away. The Dragon Kingdom's cave has been destroyed, and they will surely have nowhere to hide. You must seize this opportunity to capture them. Once the rainy season is over, I will return with a large ship to collect you, and each of you shall receive 10 million US dollars. The pirate leader grinned as he addressed everyone on the shore. Thank you, boss. Upon hearing the promise of $10 million, the pirate's eyes gleamed with a hint of madness. Little did they know, the pirate leader was acutely aware that this ragtag group would not stand a chance against the island's inhabitants. It was possible that by the time he returned, these 20 men would have already been dealt with by the others. However, just as the pirate leader was about to depart, a desperate cry for help suddenly echoed across the distant waters. Help! Help! The pirates instinctively turned to see a figure clinging to a piece of driftwood, desperately waving towards them. Huh, boss, it's a Dragon Kingdom person. One pirate, recognizing the language, exclaimed to the leader. Set sail and investigate. The pirate leader's eyes glinted with a cruel intent upon hearing his subordinate's words. If the person truly was a survivor from the Dragon Kingdom, they would seize him and exact revenge for their fallen comrades. Help! Help! Save me! I can offer you money, lots and lots of money. Zhang Hong. floating in the water, shouted excitedly. After being thrown into the sea by Zhuang Tao, the ropes binding his hands had fortuitously been severed by sharp rocks, allowing him to cling to a piece of floating wood and escape. Seeing the presence of individuals and a boat, Zhang Hong's excitement surged. The identity of the people mattered little to him. In his mind, there was no problem that money could not solve. When the pirate leader maneuvered the speedboat alongside Zhang Hong, he effortlessly pulled him aboard with one hand. Hello there, Zhang Hong. Having drifted in the sea for an entire day and night, was cold and famished, nearly succumbing to his plight. Yet, upon encountering these pirates, he mustered his energy. Although Zhang Hong was known for his arrogance, he was not foolish. He understood that gaining the pirates' trust was crucial for his survival. Fortunately, he possesses a modicum of understanding of the pirates' language, thus avoiding significant communication difficulties. He chuckled. Ah, people from Longhua? Is it you who have slain my brother? Upon seeing Zhang Hong in such a disheveled state, the pirate leader was suddenly filled with murderous intent. No, no, no. Big brother, please hear me out. I am not one of them. Zhang Hong quickly shook his head in desperation. I hold a grudge against those individuals as well. It was I who persuaded them to hand over Qin Lan to you, and in return, they tossed me into the sea. At that moment, Zhang Hong trembled from the cold, trying to explain to the pirate leader. Oh, is that so? Noticing Zhang Hong's cowardly demeanor, the pirate leader narrowed his eyes slightly. Years of mercenary experience informed him that this seemingly pathetic Longhua man was not lying. Yes, boss. My family is quite wealthy. If you can assist me in eliminating those people, I assure you, I will provide you with a substantial sum. At this point, a flicker of murderous intent surfaced in Zhang Hong's eyes. He had abandoned any thoughts of returning home. His sole desire now was to kill Chu Cheng, to slay Zhuang Tao, and to eradicate everyone in the cave. Oh, you wish to kill them too? Upon hearing Zhang Hong's words and sensing the overwhelming aura of vengeance emanating from him, the pirate leader's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of inspiration as a brilliant idea slowly took shape in his mind. Chapter 52. From now on, you are the boss, yes. Esteemed leader, they have slain my cousin, and I harbor an irreconcilable feud with them. As long as you help me avenge him, I will pay you any amount you desire. Zhang Hong's confidence radiated, although his family wealth paled in comparison to that of Qin Lan. A sum of 1 or 200 million was still within reach. Haha, no need for that. The pirate leader waved his hand dismissively and gently patted Zhang Hong's shoulder. I will assign you these 21 men. They will follow your command. Are you confident in defeating them? Absolutely. Zhang Hong's eyes gleamed with determination upon hearing the pirate leader's words. These 20-plus pirates were armed with AK-47s, grenades, and rocket launchers. If they could not overpower Chu Cheng and his crew, it would be better for them to leap into the sea and end it all. All right, brothers, listen closely. From this moment forth, this Longhua man is your leader. During my absence, you will obey his orders. Your mission is to eliminate all the men from Longhua. And as for the women, aside from one named Qin Lan, you may deal with them as you see fit. The pirate leader waved his hand, a smile gracing his face. To him, allowing a Longhua man to lead this group of misfits in battle against his own people was a stroke of brilliance. For the tactics of the Longhua were undeniably more advanced than those of other nations. However, he emphasized, you must remember that the woman named Qin Lan is of great significance to us. No matter what happens, you must ensure her safety. Should any harm befall her, do not blame me for being unmerciful. The pirate leader proceeded to instruct his crew. Understood, boss. The pirates responded in unison. Although they looked down upon this seemingly delicate Longhua man, they had no choice but to comply with their boss's orders. Thank you, boss, thank you. Zhang Hong expressed his gratitude upon hearing the pirate leader's words. With these 20 armed pirates at his disposal, he was determined to confront Chu Cheng and his crew. Having spent time with them, Zhang Hong felt confident. He understood their strengths and thought processes, which would surely surpass those of the pirates. All right, you all stay safe on the island. The pirate leader smirked coldly and set off in a speedboat towards the distant coastline. Meanwhile, Zhang Hong turned to the 20 pirates. Brothers, I know you may not respect me, but that is all right. I assure you, anyone who kills an enemy will receive 200,000 US dollars once we return to the city. Additionally, for every one of you who follows my command, regardless of whether you take a life, I will reward you 50,000 US dollars if we all make it back alive. Hooray! They cheered in excitement. Regardless of the circumstances, money remained the ultimate measure of value. At that moment, Chu Cheng led a group of individuals through the dense jungle, struggling to make their way deeper into the forest. According to Zhang Peng's earlier warnings, once the tempest struck, the beach would be inundated with tides. And if they did not find higher ground to rest, their demise would be imminent. Moreover, Lingering on the beach could mean facing the pirates before the storm even arrived. Goodness, boss, just how expansive is this island? Zhuang Tao sighed deeply. They had walked for 5 to 6 hours since morning, covering at least 20 to 30 kilometers. Yet they had yet to glimpse the island's center. Enough complaining. Let us move. Night is approaching, and we need to find a campsite quickly. Chu Cheng wiped the sweat from his brow. Indeed, they had all underestimated the vastness of this solitary island. The larger the island, the greater the dangers within, and they needed to locate a safe haven expeditiously. Wandering blindly in the woods could lead them to unforeseen perils. Boss, I think I hear water ahead. Just as Chu Cheng was about to call for a break, Yang Xiaola, who had been scouting ahead, suddenly exclaimed, "What? Water?" Upon hearing this, Chu Cheng's spirits soared. They were nearing the island's center, and the sound of water indicated the presence of a river. It was ideal for them to establish a camp near the riverbank to avoid worries about water supply. Let us go check it out. With this in mind, Chu Cheng hurriedly led the group towards Yang Xiaola's direction. Upon arrival, they discovered a clear stream approximately 2 to 3 meters wide. Wonderful. Everyone, take a moment to rest here, hydrate, and regain your strength. Chu Cheng beamed with joy, now that they had found a water source. Locating a suitable campsite would no longer pose a challenge. Yes, boss. Several individuals nodded enthusiastically, rushing to the riverbank to drink deeply from the fresh water. Since the water bags in the cave had been poisoned by that scoundrel Zhaohong, their supply of fresh water had become their most pressing issue. They had initially planned to gather water from a lake that morning, but had encountered pirates instead, forcing them to relocate. After an arduous journey, nearly everyone was parched. And upon encountering fresh water, they could not resist indulging in a hearty drink. After a respite of over 20 minutes, their stamina had significantly replenished. Subsequently, Chu Cheng turned to his companions, Yang Xiaolu and Zhuang Tao, and said, "Xiaolu, Taozi, once you two have rested, please follow the river upstream to scout for a suitable campsite. We shall prepare a fire here to roast some meat, so the sooner you depart and return, the better." Understood, boss. The duo nodded before promptly rising and heading along the river. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu and Xiao Qi hastily ignited a fire using the waterproof lighter they had seized from the pirates, roasting a couple of pieces of wild boar meat that Yang Xiaolu had previously marinated. "Wow, boss, come quickly and take a look." Just as Chu Cheng intended to check the remaining supplies, Zhuang Tao's voice echoed from above, filled with astonishment. "You all stay here while I investigate." Hearing Zhuang Tao's exclamation, Chu Cheng immediately stood and walked toward the source of the commotion. As he approached the mountainside, the sound of rushing water grew increasingly louder. After advancing another 200 meters, he was met with a breathtaking sight. Before him lay a vast clearing, featuring a massive pool of water, with a waterfall cascading from a height of over 30 meters. The thunderous roar of the water was unmistakably emanating from beneath the falls. "My goodness," Chu Cheng gasped, utterly captivated by the stunning scenery. However, what truly astonished him was the presence of a cave hidden behind the waterfall. At that moment, Yang Xiaolu was already making his way toward the cave. "Wait, Xiaolu, Taozi, don't go in yet." Seeing this, Chu Cheng was taken aback. It would be prudent to wait until everyone was gathered and adequately armed before entering such a secluded cave. Otherwise, they would be ill-prepared for any unforeseen circumstances. Unfortunately, due to the overwhelming noise of the waterfall, Yang Xiaolu and Zhuang Tao did not hear Chu Cheng's warning. They activated their solar-powered flashlights and proceeded into the cave. Damn it! Chu Cheng, disregarding all caution, quickly grabbed his rifle and followed suit. Once inside the cave, he discovered it was a veritable wonderland. Upon entering the expansive opening, he found himself at a fork in the path. 2 diverging routes awaited him. Although he lacked a flashlight, his genetically enhanced night vision came to the fore. The footprints on the ground indicated that Zhuang Tao and Yang Xiaolu had also split up, taking one path to the left and the other to the right. These two never make things easy. Chu Cheng sighed deeply. Judging by the size of the footprints, he chose to follow Zhuang Tao into the cave. After all, Yang Xiaolu was composed and cautious, whereas Zhuang Tao's impulsive nature could lead to unpredictable situations. Therefore, Chu Cheng felt a greater sense of concern for Zhuang Tao. However, after traversing about 40 to 50 meters into the cave, he encountered yet another fork. "Oh my, this cave is intriguing." Chu Cheng's face was a mixture of astonishment and unease. The cave's peculiar structure was too remarkable to be entirely natural. The numerous paths, each nearly 2 meters high and remarkably uniform, suggested a deliberate design. Chu Cheng began to suspect that this was no mere coincidence. Perhaps it was once inhabited or the lair of some mysterious creature. With this thought in mind, he quickened his pace, following Zhuang Tao's footprints deeper into the cave. "Taozi, Wait up. Less than half a minute later, Chu Cheng found Zhuang Tao, his expression one of sheer bewilderment. Upon witnessing the scene before him, even Chu Cheng was left utterly astounded. Exiting the cave, he found himself in a vast chamber with an open ceiling that allowed for ventilation and light. The hall was approximately 4 to 5 meters high and spanned an area of about 50 to 60 square meters, an eerily perfect space. Boss, Zhuang Tao greeted him, though the astonishment in his eyes was unmistakable. Hey, boss, you're here too? As Chu Cheng and Zhuang Tao surveyed the hall, Yang Xiaolu emerged from another tunnel. Xiaolu. Chu Cheng's suspicions were further heightened. It seemed increasingly likely that this place had once been inhabited, explaining the intricate network of tunnels. Yet, the identity of the previous inhabitants remained a mystery. The cave was thick with dust, suggesting it had been abandoned for decades, perhaps a remnant from ancient times or a former settlement that had long since relocated. All possibilities were on the table. Xiaolu Taozi. Let us split into 3 groups and explore the extent of this cave. Regardless of how far we venture, let us regroup here in 10 minutes. Understood? Chu Cheng instructed, his mind racing with possibilities. The cave's structure was far too conducive for habitation. If it were indeed abandoned, it could serve as a perfect refuge. Even if pirates were to arrive, the labyrinthine nature of the cave would provide them with a fighting chance. Yes, boss. Yang Xiaolu and Zhuang Tao nodded, each taking their solar-powered flashlights and firearms as they set off into different tunnels. The hall contained around 7 or 8 such passages, resembling an ancient plaza once inhabited by indigenous people. Chu Cheng chose a tunnel at random and ventured inside. Indeed, as he had surmised, the tunnels branched out in every direction, forming unique chambers. After 10 minutes of exploration, he returned to the hall to reunite with Yang Xiaolu and Zhuang Tao. Boss, in my opinion, we could easily reside here. This place far surpasses our previous cave by leaps and bounds. Zhuang Tao exclaimed, excitement evident in his demeanor. The interconnected tunnels would allow them to avoid crowding together. Exactly, boss. Now, even if you wish to spend some time with Mengya, you'll have the privacy. Zhuang Tao laughed heartily. Most importantly, despite the waterfall outside providing an abundant fresh water supply, the sound of the falls was muffled by the winding tunnels, rendering the cave a challenge to discover for any outsiders. It was nothing short of a natural sanctuary. All right, enough joking, let us go and summon the others. We shall tend to this cave properly and make it our temporary abode. With that, Chu Cheng nodded in agreement. Indeed, residing here not only alleviated concerns regarding fresh water, but also spared them the daily ascent and descent via the rope ladder. Moreover, the expansive pond outside promised a regular visitation of animals seeking hydration, ensuring a steady supply of food with the firearms they possessed. Chapter 54. 2 Together. Yes, boss. Upon hearing Chu Cheng's words, several individuals meandered out of the cave, navigating the winding pathways. The labyrinthine nature of the cave could have easily led them astray had it not been for Chu Cheng's acute hearing, which allowed him to detect the whispers of the wind within the cavern. Upon locating Wang Mengya and the others at their makeshift campsite, they discovered that the freshly cooked meat was nearly ready. Wang Mengya skewered 2 pieces of grilled meat on a branch, offering one to Yang Xiaolu and another to Zhuang Tao, yet conspicuously omitting Chu Cheng. There's only this much meat. Eat quickly and let South hit the road. At that moment, Wang Mengya's face bore an expression of indifference, not even glancing at Chu Cheng. Witnessing this scene, Zhuang Tao and Yang Xiaolu were taken aback. What is going on here? In the past, whenever Wang Mengya had something good, she would always share it with Chu Cheng first, never leaving them out. But now, here they are, each with a piece of grilled meat, while Chu Cheng is left empty-handed. What is happening, boss? How did you offend the beautiful Wang? Yang Xiaolu and Zhuang Tao leaned in, teasingly addressing Chu Cheng. How would I know? Chu Cheng shot them an annoyed look and then turned his gaze toward the grilled meat in their hands. Are you going to eat that? If not, hand it over. I'm starving. Ah, boss, this is meat given to us by the beautiful Wang. If you take it, we'll have nothing left. Zhuang Tao quickly shook his head in refusal. Wang Mengya's earlier attitude was quite clear. Anyone who aided Chu Cheng would certainly not be rewarded kindly. Chu Cheng, I can't eat that much. I still have a bit left. You can have it. Suddenly, Qin Lan, standing nearby, presented a half-eaten piece of grilled meat to Chu Cheng. She understood that after his genetic modification, Chu Cheng's capabilities had significantly increased, yet so had his nutritional needs. Several times more than before. Missing a meal would undoubtedly leave him in discomfort. All right, thank you. Chu Cheng nodded, accepting it without hesitation. However, none noticed the subtle tremor that coursed through him as he accepted the half-eaten meat from Qin Lan. Take your time eating. I'll start tidying up. Qinlan nodded and turned away to gather the condiments and other items they had brought out. Meanwhile, Zhuang Tao and Yang Shaola stood frozen in astonishment. Say, boss, you and this Qin beauty aren't involved, are you? Yang Shaola's face was a picture of surprise. Considering that they had all eaten very little that morning and had trekked for 7 or 8 hours, hunger was palpable. Yet, Qinlan had still managed to spare half of her grilled meat for Chu Cheng. Coupled with Wang Mingya's earlier demeanor, it was clear there was a rivalry between the two women. Initially, they believed Wang Mingya and Chu Cheng were the perfect pair, but now it seemed Chu Cheng had developed a connection with Qinlan, which likely provoked Wang Mingya's cold attitude. Boss, you're quite the catch. Qinlan is the president of the Qin Corporation. If you win her over, you could live a life of luxury. Zhuang Tao exclaimed in shock, staring at Chu Cheng. However, boss, I still think Mingya is a better match. Just look at how she has treated you over the past 6 months. Though Qinlan may be every man's dream, you shouldn't disregard Mingya, Yang Shaola interjected, frowning with concern. True. Zhuang Tao nodded in agreement. They had witnessed Wang Mingya's unwavering support for Chu Cheng since she began her internship at the company. Oh dear, boss, I say you should just take them both. Zhuang Tao laughed heartily, addressing Chu Cheng. Enough of your nonsense. Chu Cheng shot them an annoyed glance. Hurry up and eat, then we'll pack up. We'll be residing in that cave from now on. We must tidy it before nightfall. Otherwise, how can we possibly stay in a place covered in dust? All right. Yang Shaola and Zhuang Tao nodded, quickly finishing their food. Soon, the group commenced tidying up, guided by Chu Cheng. They made their way to the cave beneath the waterfall. Wow, I can't believe there's a hidden water curtain cave here. Xiao Shuuru exclaimed, her face a mix of astonishment. The scenery was undeniably beautiful. In addition to the 30-meter waterfall, there was a large pond with a radius of half a meter, surrounded by lush grass, resembling a hidden paradise. Even Wang Mingya and Qinlan exhibited signs of surprise. Let us head inside and clean up the dust. We'll be staying here tonight. Chu Cheng nodded, instructing the group. He then turned to Yang Shaola. Shaola, take Xiao Wu and Xiao Qi to chop down some trees to make beds. There's enough space here. We can't keep sleeping on the ground. It'll make us susceptible to ailments. Understood, boss. The group quickly divided tasks and set to work. Chu Cheng and Zhuang Tao, leveraging their strength, transported water into the cave, thoroughly cleansing it of dust and cobwebs, while the girls and Zhang Peng tidied up. By the time night fell, they had prepared their lodging for the evening. As for the numerous passages outside, they would have to explore them tomorrow, as darkness had already descended. Yang Shaola, along with Xiao Wu and Xiao Qi, had managed to chop down some trees and used vines to construct makeshift beds. Shaola, let me tell you, as long as our beds hold up, that's all that matters. But you must build the boss's bed sturdily. If it collapses during the night due to too much movement, I won't let you off. Zhuang Tao remarked excitedly, addressing Yang Shaola, who was busy constructing the beds. Hey Taozi, what are you saying? Before Yang Shaola could respond, Chu Cheng felt a wave of anxiety and instinctively glanced toward Wang Mingya and Qinlan. Chapter 55. Don't be confused coincidentally. Just as Chu Cheng's gaze met Wang Mingya's, he noticed her looking back at him. However, her eyes were filled with sorrow and a hint of desolation. Sigh. Upon witnessing this scene, Chu Cheng could not help but let out a deep sigh. What on earth is happening? Taozi, you must go out immediately and procure some food for everyone. We have been busy all afternoon without a morsel to eat. At this moment, Chu Cheng cast a disapproving glance at Zhuang Tao, who, in his typical fashion, had stirred the pot. Boss, you know my survival skills in the wild. Shouldn't it be Xiao Li's duty to handle this? Zhuang Tao replied, his expression reflecting reluctance. He was neither adept at setting traps nor hunting, nor did he possess knowledge of edible wild fruits. Forcing him to find food would only lead to his embarrassment. Xiao Lu is currently on the wooden bed. Can you manage this task? Chu Cheng responded with irritation, rolling his eyes at Zhuang Tao. Ahem, not really. Zhuang Tao scratched his head, his face turning red with awkwardness. Fine, let us go together, Chu Cheng sighed, rising to head outside the cave. He felt that if he remained in the cave any longer, he would surely be overwhelmed by the glares of several girls. After all, the hostility Wang Mingya displayed towards Qinlan was starkly evident. However, Su Roland and Xiao Shuuru feigned ignorance, pretending not to notice. Upon exiting the cave, Chu Cheng took Zhuang Tao and ventured into the woods outside the pond. Listen, Taozi, be mindful of your words in the future. I am already quite vexed. Chu Cheng turned to Zhuang Tao as he walked ahead. Come on, boss, I was just joking. Zhuang Tao retorted awkwardly, scratching his head. Suddenly, he realized something. After knowing Chu Cheng for so many years, he understood that his friend was not one to take jokes lightly. Why was he emphasizing this matter now? Boss, You can't possibly have a genuine relationship with the esteemed Qin Daolao, can you? Zhuang Tao exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. Who exactly is Qin Lan? She is the president of the Qin group, the sole heir of the Qin family. Marrying her would be akin to marrying half of Longhua. Stop your wild imaginings. Chu Cheng waved his hand dismissively. TSK, boss, we have been brothers for over a decade. I can tell what you are up to just by the slightest movement. Now you dare to lie to me? Zhuang Tao was further astonished by Chu Cheng's guilty demeanor. Could it be that his boss had really won over the daughter of the Qin family? All right, I get it. You don't need to say more. At this moment, Chu Cheng was indeed troubled. Deep down, he harbored genuine feelings for Wang Mingya. Yet he could not disregard the fact that Qin Lan had saved his life in such a dramatic fashion. He couldn't let her down either. The collision of these two situations was genuinely perplexing. All right, I'll stop talking about it. But I truly believe Mingya has sincere feelings for you. You witnessed her sorrow today. Honestly, if you do not feel for her, I certainly do. Zhuang Tao waved his hand and continued, boss. If you cannot bear to part with either Qin Lan or Mingya, why not pursue both? What nonsense are you spouting? Chu Cheng shot Zhuang Tao a glare. Oh, come on, boss. You must believe me. Here we are on this deserted island, and whether we can return is still uncertain. Even if we do return, do you think Qin Lan's family would accept you? After a pause, Zhuang Tao pressed on. And who is Qin Lan? She is the current sole heir of the Qin family. Do you think her relatives and parents would allow her to marry someone as insignificant as you? Zhuang Tao sighed deeply. So, boss, if you are merely infatuated with the female CEO, that's one thing, but you know how Mingya has treated you. You must not be foolish at this time. Zhuang Tao spoke earnestly to Chu Cheng. Listening to Zhuang Tao, Chu Cheng felt a wave of emotions. But soon he came to a realization. Indeed, as Zhuang Tao pointed out, who was Qin Lan? How could someone of his humble stature ever be worthy of her? Perhaps on this deserted island, he could rely on his genetically enhanced abilities to lead everyone to survival. But once he returned to the city, he would be nothing. In this civilized world, his animalistic capabilities would be of little use. Would he become a gangster? Or a mercenary? Ridiculous. The law would swiftly teach him a lesson. No matter how skilled he was, could he contend against airplanes and artillery? Reflecting on this, Chu Cheng instinctively came to a profound understanding. Perhaps Qin Lan had saved him merely to ensure her own safety. After all, the pirates on the island were searching for her, and if they found her, her fate would surely be grim. Perhaps once they returned to the city, Qin Lan would completely sever ties with him. Well done, Taozi. You've finally spoken some sense. Chu Cheng exclaimed, patting Zhuang Tao heavily on the shoulder. Ouch, that hurt. Zhuang Tao staggered slightly as the force of the blow registered. Boss, when did your strength become so formidable? Ahem, I got a bit too excited, Chu Cheng replied, feeling somewhat embarrassed. With his genetically altered physique, even a light punch could shatter a tree trunk several inches thick. Wait, there's a wild rabbit ahead. Just then, Chu Cheng spotted a gray shadow darting through the underbrush. Based on its size, it was undoubtedly a wild rabbit. How did you see that, boss? Zhuang Tao gasped, utterly astonished. The sun had completely set, and in the dense woods, it was as if one could not see their own hand in front of their face. Yet, how did Chu Cheng manage to spot the rabbit from such a distance? I heard it, Chu Cheng replied, awkwardness creeping into his voice. With his enhanced vision inherited from Al genes, he could see clearly 200 meters away as long as there was no obstruction. Every rustle of leaves or movement was easily detectable. All right then, Zhuang Tao nodded thoughtfully. The two then approached the wild rabbit and swiftly used their bow and arrow to take it down. All right, you take this rabbit back and let Xiao Lu prepare some soup. I will go find a couple more to roast. Chu Cheng picked up the rabbit, weighing around 3 to 4 kilograms, and handed it to Zhuang Tao. Okay, boss. Zhuang Tao nodded, accepting without suspicion. At this moment, Zhuang Tao could hardly have anticipated that Chu Cheng had sent him away merely for the convenience of acting alone. After all, with his current abilities, he was akin to a divine being within this jungle. The movements within several dozen meters were entirely within his purview. Every creature quivering in the underbrush fell victim to Chu Cheng's keen eyes and ears. Before long, he had captured 3 wild rabbits and a few pheasants. Satisfied with the bounty, he returned to the cave with his prey. Inside the cave, Yang Xiaola had already prepared the rabbit that Zhuang Tao had brought back, skewering it over the fire to roast. As for making soup, all the ceramic pots they had crafted earlier were buried on the beach, leaving them without any vessels for cooking. With so few life buoys remaining, they were reluctant to tear any more apart. Wow, boss, are you cheating? Zhuang Tao exclaimed upon seeing the prey in Chu Cheng's hands. A look of astonishment plastered on his face. It was already around 8 or 9 in the evening, and the darkness outside was profound. How could Chu Cheng have caught so much game? Even Zhuang Tao, an experienced hunter, could not fathom achieving such a feat in unfamiliar terrain under these conditions. Yang Xiaola, however, noticed something peculiar, regardless of which rabbit he held. Each had been shot in the head without damaging the fur. While this may seem straightforward, it was an extraordinary challenge in the pitch-black jungle. The sole source of light for Chu Cheng was a solar-powered flashlight, whose brightness barely equaled half that of a standard flashlight. How could such a remarkable outcome be possible? Cough, it's just luck. Perhaps these rabbits and pheasants Haven Tea encountered humans on this island before and were unafraid, allowing me to take advantage of the situation. Chu Cheng hastily offered as an explanation when he sensed Yang Xiaola's skepticism. Yang Xiaola found this explanation somewhat reasonable at first, but then recalled how cunning the rabbits had been during his own hunting attempts. Why had it become so effortless for Chu Cheng? Was it truly a matter of luck? All right, enough chatter. Zhuang Tao and I will clean these animals. You focus on roasting them, Chu Cheng replied, casting a disapproving glance at Yang Xiaola before leading Zhuang Tao outside to the waterfall's edge, where they tended to the wild rabbits and pheasants. Due to most of the seasonings Yang Xiaola had prepared being buried in the cave, this meal, while lacking in flavor, was still welcome after a long day of hunger. After dining, Chu Cheng allocated rooms for everyone, as the cave's expanse now offered numerous small chambers, eliminating the need for a communal sleeping arrangement. Given the narrowness of these caves, accommodating 2 or 3 people per chamber was already quite satisfactory. Ultimately, by consensus, Zhuang Tao and Yang Xiaola shared a room for convenience during the night watch, while Xiao Wu and Xiao Qi naturally remained inseparable. Zhang Peng could finally reside with his girlfriend Li Sisi without any qualms, having been discreetly observed by Chu Cheng over the past few days in the woods. The remaining female companions, whether intentionally or not, opted for single rooms, avoiding any partnerships. Well, dear gentlemen, it seems I too will have a private chamber. If you find yourselves restless in the middle of the night, feel free to come and chat about life and dreams, Xiao Shiru teased, her smile directed at Chu Cheng. For her, having been divorced, she no longer sought titles or formalities. All she desired was to embrace love wholeheartedly. The boss truly lives up to his title. Now that's 3. Zhuang Tao and Yang Xiaola exchanged discreet thumbs-up gestures towards Chu Cheng, with only a handful of single women remaining on the island. And now 3 entangled with Chu Cheng in some ambiguous fashion. The plight of the single men was dire. The only one left, Su Ruolin, had yet to show any inclination, but Yang Xiaola and Zhuang Tao were aware that she always glanced towards Chu Cheng whenever something pleased her. From a psychological perspective, this was a manifestation of affection. All right, Xiaola, let us retreat to our quarters and count sheep. This place is clearly no haven for us single dogs, Zhuang Tao lamented, shaking his head as he led Yang Xiaola back to their cave. Xiao Wu and Xiao Qi followed suit, silently expressing their shared sentiment. They felt compelled to protest against the treatment of single individuals by this group. Well then, let us all retire for the night. We must rise early tomorrow. There is much to be done, Chu Cheng interjected awkwardly, turning to enter his cave. Indeed, all their previous belongings had been buried, and they would need to recreate everything from scratch. Most critically, they had lost the salt they had previously produced, and finding a way to procure some the next day was imperative. The human body could not thrive without an adequate intake of salt over an extended period. Inside the modest cave, Yang Xiaola had constructed a makeshift bed from wood, adorned with branches and dry grass, making for a surprisingly comfortable resting place. However, as Chu Cheng lay on his bed, his mind was plagued by the memory of Wang Menya's forlorn and disappointed expression when she had looked at him. With a deep sigh, he listened intently to the sounds around him, waiting until he sensed that the others had drifted into slumber before quietly rising and making his way towards Wang Menya's chamber. At this moment, Chu Cheng treaded carefully as he entered Wang Menya's room. The instant he stepped inside, he could hear her breathing. It was initially steady, but perhaps sensing his presence, her breath began to quicken. Wang Mengya was aware that Zhuang Tao and the others were on lookout outside the cave, ensuring no outsiders could intrude. The only one who could stealthily enter her room was Chu Cheng. Yet, her heart was in turmoil. She did not know how to confront him. To claim she despised him would be impossible, but to forgive him outright was equally unfathomable. Just as her thoughts spiraled, Chu Cheng gently lay down behind her, wrapping his arms around her. "What are you doing?" she stammered, feeling the warmth radiating from him, her entire body trembling involuntarily. Upon encountering Wang Mengya in such a state, Chu Cheng felt a playful impulse surge within him. He gently tightened his embrace around her, whispering in her ear, "What do you think I intend to do? Surely, you must have some inkling." "Chu Cheng, Please, I must insist that you do not act recklessly, Wang Mingya stammered, her voice laced with urgency as she struggled to free herself from his grasp. However, being merely a delicate woman, how could she possibly escape the hold of a robust man like Chu Cheng? Cough, cough. Mingya, my injuries have yet to heal, Chu Cheng remarked, resorting to the excuse of his wounds to diffuse the situation. Indeed, upon hearing his words, Wang Mingya gradually ceased her struggles and softly urged him, Chu Cheng, would you kindly step back? Otherwise, I may unintentionally cause you harm. At this point, a sense of conflict stirred within Wang Mingya. If Chu Cheng continued to linger despite her requests, she would truly find herself at a loss. Surely, she could not bring herself to hurt him, especially knowing that Xiao Shuuru had explicitly warned her that there were no medical supplies on the island. Should an infection arise, it could spell disaster. All right, let us not harbor any anger. I understand you do not wish for me to be in pain, Chu Cheng replied, seemingly attuned to Wang Mingya's unspoken thoughts. He did not loosen his grip. Rather, he pulled her closer. I promise to hold you quietly for a moment longer, and then I shall retreat to my own room to rest. All right? He pressed his lips near her ear, his breath warm against her skin, causing Wang Mingya to feel a wave of weakness wash over her. Then, as we agreed, you shall depart shortly, she conceded, left with no alternative but to acquiesce. Rest assured, he affirmed, nodding while tightening his embrace yet again. However, at that moment, the cave beside them echoed with heavy breaths, clearly indicating that Li Sisi and Zhang Peng were engaged in a rather intimate conversation. The suggestive sounds ignited a deep blush across Wang Mingya's face, intensified by the warmth of Chu Cheng's breath against her ear. In that instant, she felt herself teetering on the brink of surrender. Chu Cheng, could you please maintain a slight distance? She implored, instinctively swallowing hard as she spoke. Why? Chu Cheng inquired, puzzled by her request. Had they not just agreed to this embrace? They had barely shared 2 minutes together before she asked him to let go. As she uttered this, Wang Mingya's cheeks flushed even deeper, her entire being ablaze with embarrassment, yet she found herself at a loss for words. The sheer humiliation of the situation was overwhelming. At that moment, Wang Mingya felt as if her very bones were melting, and yet she remained uncertain of how to proceed. This sensation was laden with guilt. Chu Cheng, upon hearing her, also felt a twinge of embarrassment. Yet, this was beyond his control. What could he do? Releasing Wang Mingya was simply not an option, especially since she had so reluctantly agreed to let him hold her. All right, let us rest now. Everything will be fine, he reassured her, gently brushing his lips against her ear as he spoke. Feeling his touch, Wang Mingya felt as though she might dissolve into a puddle. Did this foolish man not realize that what girls feared most was having their beloved whisper sweet nothings into their ears? Nevertheless, she dared not voice her concerns, fearing that Chu Cheng might act inappropriately and provoke her further. Fortunately, Zhang Peng, whether due to fatigue or other reasons, soon fell silent, and the cave once again enveloped them in tranquility. Yet both Chu Cheng and Wang Mingya were acutely aware that their hearts mirrored a dormant volcano, poised to erupt at any moment. Mingya, I assure you, my relationship with Qin Lan is not as you might envision. She sacrificed greatly to save my life, and my intention now is to protect her and help her escape this desolate island. Do you understand? After a prolonged moment, Chu Cheng finally calmed his emotions and spoke softly into Wang Mingya's ear. Indeed, Qin Lan had made significant sacrifices for him, providing not only the world's soul mixed gene serum, but also relinquishing her most treasured possessions. Such a price was not insignificant. Is what you say truly sincere? Wang Mingya turned to face him, her expression earnest. Indeed, it is true. Once we return to the city, we will lead our own lives, while Qin Lan will have her own. Our worlds are not the same, so please, do not harbor any jealousy, Chu Cheng affirmed, nodding before placing a gentle kiss on her forehead. Are you implying that you have feelings for me? Wang Mingya quickly grasped the implication behind his words. Yes, I do like you, he replied, his affirmation unwavering. Previously, he had refrained from accepting Wang Mingya's affections, feeling unworthy of her. However, following their harrowing ordeal, he began to comprehend that he was not significantly inferior to others. If a girl like Wang Mingya was willing to wager her future, then what was there for him to fear? From now on, you are not to grow too close to other women, particularly Qin Lan, Wang Mingya declared. Her lips pursed in discontent at his statement. Each time she witnessed Chu Cheng with another woman, neglecting her, a pang of discomfort coursed through her. Especially recently, seeing the exchanges between Qin Lan and Chu Cheng filled her heart with a sense of injustice. After all, she was the one who had consistently stood by his side. Why should she relinquish the one she cherished to another? Rest assured, aside from necessary interactions, I will strive to maintain distance from them, Chu Cheng promised, though internally, he was uncertain if he could uphold this commitment. After all, Qin Lan was his genuine savior, and her sacrifices could not simply be brushed aside with a mere promise. Very well, take care and rest. I shall return now, he concluded, sighing quietly as he prepared to rise. However, he was abruptly halted by Wang Mingya's hand grasping his wrist. Please stay with me a while longer. I desire your embrace, she implored. All right. Chu Cheng felt a pang of guilt at her words. Just as he lay down beside her, Wang Mingya turned towards him, her soft lips meeting his in a tender kiss. The night passed in silence, and after spending a significant portion of it with Wang Mingya, Chu Cheng eventually returned to his own quarters. Although he was acutely aware that had he truly desired to take action the previous night, Wang Mingya would undoubtedly have not opposed him. However, for Chu Cheng, the situation with Qin Lan remained muddled, and he feared that if he were to inadvertently harm Wang Mingya without clarity, it would be a disservice to her, especially if he later failed to fulfill the promises he had made. At least in the current state, there remained a glimmer of possibility. That morning, once everyone had risen, Chu Cheng took the initiative to ignite a fire, roasting the remnants of the previous night's meal. After a hasty breakfast, he began to assign tasks. Given that the cave was at least 50 kilometers from the coast, with treacherous mountain paths, the journey would be arduous. However, with no seasonings left in the cave, the priority for Chu Cheng and his companions was to fetch seawater, which they would subsequently evaporate in containers to produce sea salt. All right, Taozi. We will each carry 4 water bags to collect seawater. Xiaolu, you stay in the cave to help the others fashion some containers from yellow clay, ideally a complete set of pots and bowls. Xiao Wu and Xiao Qi will survey the surrounding area to familiarize themselves with the terrain as swiftly as possible, while the rest of us will continue tidying up the cave for future storage of supplies. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Cheng had arrived at a resolution. Understood, boss. The group nodded in agreement, recognizing that this arrangement was indeed the most suitable. Subsequently, Chu Cheng, accompanied by Zhuang Tao, took the makeshift water bags crafted from life buoys and some fresh water, setting off towards the coast. They anticipated spending a day and night at the seaside for salt production, thus ensuring they were well equipped with the necessary tools. As for the pirates, having recently suffered a significant defeat and lost several members, they were unlikely to retaliate swiftly. This afforded Chu Cheng and Zhuang Tao some precious time for their salt-making endeavors. The island's dense forest had remained unkempt for years, rendering the mountain paths difficult to traverse. Despite both men being specially trained, the distance of merely 50 kilometers required them 4 to 5 hours of strenuous walking to reach the shoreline. Choosing a secluded cove, sheltered from the wind and rain, they filled all the water bags with seawater and set them over the fire to evaporate the water. Lacking pottery to create sea salt, they could at least concentrate the salt content of the seawater they would take back. Once they crafted larger clay pots, they could directly produce sea salt at the coast. However, at present, even a small pot was beyond their means. Thus, they spent an entire day and night on the beach, filling the 4 water bags with the concentrated seawater, which now contained salt levels exceeding that of ordinary seawater by several times. They would have ample salt to last them for a considerable time upon returning to the cave. Just as Chu Cheng and Zhuang Tao were preparing to leave the beach, Chu Cheng's ears perked up at the sound of buzzing nearby. To his surprise, several bees appeared in the nearby forest. Are there bees here? Hearing this, Chu Cheng quickly rose and dashed towards the thicket. Boss, what is happening? Zhuang Tao, bewildered by Chu Cheng's sudden excitement, followed closely behind. The presence of bees implied the potential for honey. It was September, after all. Turning back with a grin, Chu Cheng's eyes gleamed with anticipation. The island's lack of ingredients made the prospect of obtaining honey particularly enticing, as it would undoubtedly enhance their barbecued meals. Moreover, honey's rich nutritional value would alleviate concerns about malnutrition. As the bees busily collected nectar and flew away, Chu Cheng hastily followed, calling back to Zhuang Tao, Taozi, gather your things quickly. I'll go collect some honey and return to meet you. Understood, boss. Stay safe. Zhuang Tao nodded instinctively, fully aware of honey's nutritional benefits and delightful taste. Securing such a treasure would undoubtedly make their days on the deserted island much more enjoyable. Meanwhile, Chu Cheng kept pace with the bees, easily trailing them since they flew at a low altitude and moderate speed. After traversing approximately 700 to 800 meters of rugged terrain, he finally spotted a beehive not far away. However, as he approached, a frown crossed his face. Initially, he had only heard the buzzing, but now, upon seeing the hive, he was taken aback. These bees were unmistakably the Italian honeybees, a species he thought was not supposed to exist in the wild. What is going on? I had read in magazines that experts claimed Italian bees could not survive in the wild. How is it possible for them to exist here on this island? The small size of the bees filled Chu Cheng with apprehension. According to what he had read, native Italian bees were among the most peculiar in the world, heavily reliant on humans, making their independent survival in the wild nearly impossible. If these bees truly thrived in the wild, it could only mean that someone had been cultivating them within a 300-kilometer radius. Yet, how could there be anyone from the Dragon Kingdom inhabiting this remote Pacific island? Could it be that the primitive people who once resided in the cave had kept them, leaving them behind when they moved away? Pondering this, Chu Cheng furrowed his brow once more. This seemed like the most plausible explanation. Otherwise, was he to believe that there were indeed inhabitants of the Dragon Kingdom living on this isolated island? Such a notion was utterly absurd. Enough of this. I cannot afford to dwell on these thoughts. The cave has been abandoned for so long. It is unlikely anyone has lived there recently. If there were settlers here, they would not abandon such a resource-rich cave. Chu Cheng steeled himself. Now was not the time for fanciful musings. The priority was to gather the honey swiftly and reunite with Zhuang Tao to return home. It was now early afternoon, around 2 or 3 o'clock, and at their pace, it would take at least 4 to 5 hours to return to the cave from the coast. Should darkness fall, he was confident in his night vision abilities, but Zhuang Tao would struggle to navigate through the dense forest under such conditions. Additionally, once night descended, dangers like wolves and snakes would emerge, posing a real threat. After some consideration, Chu Cheng resolved to employ the most primitive method, using dried grass to create smoke, scaring the bees away so he could quickly gather the honey and escape. Given his identity as a citizen of the Longhua and his upbringing in the countryside, he was well aware that bees were most frightened by alcohol, fire, and thick smoke. Subsequently, Chu Cheng casually gathered a handful of dry grass in the woods, binding it to a long stick and intentionally dampening it with water. After all, moistening the dry grass would create more thick smoke, effectively scaring away the bees. Once preparations were complete, Wu Liang quietly concealed himself in a thicket, igniting the dry grass on the stick. Upon witnessing the billowing smoke, he extended the stick towards the beehive. Indeed, the bees erupted in a frenzy, buzzing chaotically as they searched for the intruder threatening their home. Yet the overwhelming smoke forced them to retreat momentarily. Seizing the opportunity, Chu Cheng rushed forward and promptly harvested the entire beehive. He removed his shirt to completely cover the hive. After completing these tasks, he extinguished the fire and set off along the path he had taken to reunite with Zhuang Tao. Upon seeing the beehive in Chu Cheng's hands, Zhuang Tao was taken aback. Wow, boss, such a large beehive. How much honey could this possibly yield? Let us not dwell on that for now. We should return to the cave before nightfall, Chu Cheng replied, nodding in agreement. The two quickly gathered their belongings and hurried back towards the cave. By the time they reached the cave entrance, dusk had begun to settle in. Inside the cave, Yang Xiaolu had transformed the hall with a hole in the ceiling into his kitchen, allowing the smoke from cooking to escape without affecting the air quality within. Additionally, he had managed to hunt a wild boar weighing 200 to 300 pounds, currently roasting a large leg over the fire. Boss, you're back. Yang Xiaolu exclaimed joyfully upon seeing Chu Cheng and Zhuang Tao. What is this? Yang Xiaoli's eyes widened in astonishment at the sight of the beehive. Oh my goodness, boss, isn't this a beehive from the wild honeybees? Growing up in the Miao village, Yang Xiaolu was far more knowledgeable about such bees than Chu Cheng. Yes, I found it in a forest. I suspect it was left behind by people who lived here long ago, Chu Cheng explained, nodding as he shared his thoughts. That's quite plausible. Otherwise, there would be no rational explanation, Yang Xiaolu concurred. After all, they were in the vast Pacific Ocean, and having spent over a month on the island without any signs of habitation, it seemed implausible that anyone still resided there. However, with this, our roasted wild boar tonight will undoubtedly be a rare delicacy. Yang Xiaolu grinned, quickly snatching the beehive from Chu Cheng's hands. He then used a water bag to pour out the honey, applying a bit onto the wild boar leg sizzling over the fire. Instantly, a rich aroma began to fill the cave. What on earth smells so divine? Several girls, previously resting, poked their heads out of their caves, astonished. Hey, Chu Cheng, you're back. Upon seeing him, Wang Mengya revealed a flicker of joy, mingled with a hint of embarrassment. Indeed, I brought back some honey. Our roasted meat will taste significantly better now. Chu Cheng nodded, offering Wang Mengya a gentle smile. Wow, Chu Cheng, you're amazing. I really admire you. At that moment, Xiao Shiwaru exaggeratedly approached, grabbing Chu Cheng's arm and playfully rubbing against him. The smooth sensation sent a rush of exhilaration through Chu Cheng, leaving him momentarily dazed. However, Upon turning to see Wang Mingya's fiery gaze, he quickly jerked his arm away from Xiao Shuiru. Ahem, Wanrujia, it's nothing serious. Humph, little brother. The men I set my sights on never escape. Xiao Shuiru silently resolved in her heart upon witnessing Chu Cheng's reaction. Chapter 60. Xiao Shuiru's speculation. Vixen. Wang Mingya scoffed at Xiao Shuiru's alluring demeanor. Nonetheless, it must be said that with honey and sea salt for the barbecue, the flavor was indescribable. As the mouth-watering aroma wafted through the cave, whetting everyone's appetite. Xiaolu, how are your pots and pans coming along? Chu Cheng inquired, savoring the delicious roasted meat. Yes, boss, they're nearly done. I've shaped them, and they're currently drying in the adjacent cave. After we finish eating, they should be ready. Yang Xiaolu affirmed confidently. The soil on this island was excellent, rich in both loam and clay, enabling him to craft these vessels. What about Xiao Wu and Xiao Qi? How is the terrain survey progressing? After receiving Yang Xiaolu's positive response, Chu Cheng turned his attention to Xiao Wu and Xiao Qi. We gathered most of the information. We're situated slightly up the hillside, and there are several high mountains behind us. However, it's too far to explore, and the back of our mountain is a steep cliff, quite perilous. Additionally, the river outside our cave is likely the only freshwater source in the vicinity. We observed many animals drinking there during our survey, Xiao Wu elaborated thoughtfully. Understood. Chu Cheng furrowed his brow instinctively at Xiao Wu's words, realizing that the back mountain was a cliff, meaning the only route up was along the river below. If the pirates regained their composure, they would undoubtedly follow the river in search of them. The silver lining was that everyone in their cave was armed, and the dense forest below was far thicker than the one by the beach. Moreover, when he and Zhuang Tao returned with seawater, he had noticed several poisonous vines in the forest, forming a natural barrier. With a few days of preparation, Chu Cheng was confident he could transform this place into a formidable fortress. After the meal, Chu Cheng bid farewell to the others and retreated to his room to rest. After carrying at least 200 pounds of salt water over several kilometers of mountainous terrain, even someone like him, modified by genes, felt the strain. Later that night, while he was sleeping soundly, he suddenly sensed a figure stealthily entering his cave. Thanks to his night vision abilities, he quickly recognized the intruder as Xiao Shuiru. Wanrujia, is there something you need? Chu Cheng asked as he sat up, his voice low. Nothing much, I couldn't sleep, so I came to chat. Xiao Shuiru replied, gently shaking her head. Ignoring any objections from Chu Cheng, she walked over and sat beside the bed. Wanrujia, if you can't sleep, you might as well chat with Qin Lan or Su Ruolin. It feels rather inappropriate for a solitary man and woman like us to be alone together. Chu Cheng instinctively swallowed, as he noticed Xiao Shuiru clad in a sheer silk nightgown, the very set they had retrieved from the suitcase by the beach. Such alluring attire accentuated her already stunning figure to an exquisite degree. Furthermore, Xiao Shuiru appeared to have just bathed, her damp hair cascading over her shoulders, exuding a delightful fragrance. How is it? This shampoo was crafted from petals I gathered from the forest. Does it smell good? Observing Chu Cheng's nostrils flaring, Xiao Shuiru boldly let her hair down, presenting it before him. Cough, cough, it's fragrant. Upon hearing her words, Chu Cheng found himself swallowing once more. He could not deny that Xiao Shuiru possessed a fiery allure, seemingly born with an innate charm that would undoubtedly captivate men of any age. Well, Wanrujia, perhaps you should return for now. I am indeed feeling a bit fatigued today. Would it be alright if I accompany you for a chat tomorrow during the day? At this moment, Chu Cheng sensed the flames of desire within him beginning to kindle, becoming increasingly difficult to control. He was uncertain why, but ever since his genetic alteration, his thoughts in that regard had intensified beyond his previous experiences. Even the slightest temptation seemed to render him nearly helpless. Are you truly that frightened of me, dear brother? I can't possibly eat you. Xiao Shuiru rolled her eyes at him, her gaze brimming with playful challenge. Cough, cough, that's not what I meant. Faced with her bewitching demeanor, Chu Cheng hastily cleared his throat, feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Just the other night, I witnessed you slipping into Wang Mingya's room. What? Do you think I can't compete with your little lover? Xiao Shuiru pouted, addressing Chu Cheng directly. At her words, Chu Cheng felt a flush of awkwardness envelop him. Under Xiao Shuiru's scrutinizing gaze, he felt as though he had been caught in an act of infidelity. But heaven knew, Wang Mingya was genuinely his official girlfriend. While his relationship with Xiao Shuiru was merely that of ordinary friends, there was no basis for her to accuse him of infidelity. Tell me, am I not as beautiful as your little girlfriend, or lacking in figure? You even managed to win Qin Lan's heart. Would it be too much to consider me as well? Xiao Shuiru's eyes narrowed slightly, gleaming with mischief. How did you know that? Chu Cheng was taken aback. as he had only had an encounter with Qin Lan when he was injured. Moreover, Qin Lan had insisted that everyone keep their distance, ensuring no one knew about their interaction. But how was Xiao Shuiru aware of it now? Dear brother, I previously mentioned that I am a legitimate doctor. When you were injured, I noticed something peculiar about the way Qin Lan helped you out. Furthermore, she instructed everyone to stay away from you, which leaves only one possibility. With a playful smile, Xiao Shuiru cast a glance at the astonished Chu Cheng. So, if I am not mistaken, the special medicine Qin Lan gave you likely comes with side effects. As for what those effects are, I believe you are well aware. So I came here to inform you that I am a divorced woman. Should you find it overwhelming, do not hesitate. I do not require you to take responsibility. As she spoke, Xiao Shuiru leaned closer to Chu Cheng, her exquisite face almost brushing against his ear, exuding an air of seduction. Wanrujia, please don't do this. Witnessing this scene, Chu Cheng instinctively swallowed hard. Did Xiao Shuiru realize she was playing with fire? Regardless of his genetically modified body, which was ablaze with desire, how could any ordinary man resist such temptation? Chu Cheng, I speak sincerely, you saved my life, and I have no other means to repay you. I understand your discomfort. Let this be a way for me to express my gratitude for your life-saving act. With that, Xiao Shuiru extended her arms, intending to embrace him. Just as Xiao Shuiru was about to make contact, sudden cries erupted from outside the cave. It's Su Wulan. At the sound, Chu Cheng's previously muddled mind instantly cleared, and he swiftly pushed Xiao Shuiru away and dashed towards the entrance. Help! Help! Su Wulan's voice was filled with terror, causing Chu Cheng to furrow his brows deeply. What is happening? He quickly entered Su Wulan's room. There's a snake. Su Wulan exclaimed, her face pale with shock as she rushed to cling to Chu Cheng's arm. A snake? Chu Cheng frowned, glancing towards Su Wulan's bed. Indeed, a long, jet-black snake, approximately 2 to 3 meters in length, was slithering across the sheets. Don't worry, it's just a common non-venomous snake. Chu Cheng chuckled. Looks like we can have dragon and phoenix soup for lunch tomorrow. All right. Su Wulan instinctively swallowed hard, clutching Chu Cheng's arm even tighter. Boss, what is going on? Meanwhile, Yang Xiao Lu and the others were roused by Su Wulan's cries, emerging from their respective rooms. Xiao Lu, there's a non-venomous snake here. Come and catch it for our dragon and phoenix soup. Chu Cheng had intended to catch the snake himself, but with Su Wulan gripping his arm so tightly, he had no choice but to enlist Yang Xiao Lu's help. Don't let them in. However, before he could finish, Su Wulan interjected. Oh, why not? Chu Cheng looked at her, puzzled, but that single glance reignited his earlier feelings of desire. I'm not dressed. Su Wulan's cheeks flushed crimson, her voice barely audible. Cough. Well, don't worry. It's pitch dark. No one can see you. Chu Cheng cleared his throat, deliberately shifting his gaze away from her. Despite his night vision capabilities, he refrained from mentioning it, wishing to reassure Su Wulan. Then let go of me. Go put on some clothes while I catch the snake. With that, Chu Cheng pushed Su Wulan's hand from his arm and approached her bed, swiftly grasping the nearly 3-meter-long snake. Xiao Lu, I've caught the snake. Everyone stay out for now, it's not convenient. Holding the snake firmly, Chu Cheng exited the cave. Standing behind him, felt her cheeks flush upon hearing Chu Cheng's words. It was one thing to ask others not to enter, but why add that it was somewhat inconvenient? If it was inconvenient for others to enter, would it not also be so for Chu Cheng? Wasn't this akin to revealing the truth in a roundabout way? Goodness, boss. Such a large snake. It seems we will have a delightful meal tomorrow. Outside, Yang Xiaola, aided by the flickering light of the campfire, caught sight of the snake in its entirety and was immediately filled with joy. All right, I will leave it to you to handle. Additionally, tomorrow, gather some plants that snakes tend to avoid and plant them around the cave to deter these serpents. Chu Cheng instructed Yang Xiaola. Being on a deserted island, it is quite normal to encounter such venomous creatures. Fortunately, this time it is merely a Wu Xiao snake, which typically does not bite humans. However, if venomous snakes were to infiltrate the cave, that would indeed be terrifying. Understood, boss. Yang Xiaola acknowledged the seriousness of the situation and promptly agreed. Just then, Xiao Shuiru, who had hurriedly exited Chu Cheng's cave, approached them, feigning a sleepy demeanor. What is going on? She inquired. Oh, nothing much. Just a snake in the cave that we caught. It's fine now, go back to sleep. Chu Cheng waved his hand dismissively, though his mind involuntarily recalled Xiao Shuiru's alluring demeanor when he was gathering herbs earlier, stirring some emotions within him. At that moment, Su Wulan also emerged from the cave, now dressed. Wow, Sister Wanru, you scared me. Can I sleep with you tonight? This is too terrifying. As soon as Su Wulan stepped out, she clung to Xiao Shuiru's arm, appearing frightened. It's all right. You can sleep with me tonight. I will protect you. Xiao Shueru consoled her softly. Now, let's all return to our rest. It's fine now. If any of you ladies are afraid, you can share a room. Once we gather the herbs tomorrow, those snakes will not dare approach the cave. Noticing that Wang Mingya and Qin Lan had also been roused, appearing drowsy, Chu Cheng quickly gestured to reassure them. All right, understood. The women turned to head back, resulting in Xiao Shueru and Su Wolin sharing a sleeping space, while Qin Lan joined Wang Mingya. After all, it was rare to find women unafraid of serpents in this world. Shall we head to sleep then? Xiao Shueru suggested, taking Su Wolin's hand and leading her into their cave. However, in that fleeting moment of turning away, Chu Cheng distinctly saw Xiao Shueru's lips move. Although no sound emerged, he deciphered her message. Wait for me tomorrow night. Ahem, Yang Shaola, take care of this snake. I am utterly exhausted and shall retire to sleep now. Chu Cheng swallowed nervously, fearing others would perceive his unease. He promptly handed the Wu Xiao snake to Yang Shaola and retreated into his cave. Once Chu Cheng departed, Qin Lan, who had been conversing nearby, subtly sniffed the air, her eyes filled with curiosity. Why does Chu Cheng's scent resemble Wanru's so closely? Chapter 62. The coming rainy season. The following morning, as Chu Cheng awoke from his slumber, the outside world remained enveloped in silence. Perhaps due to the genetic enhancements to his physique, he now required only 4 to 5 hours of sleep each night. To avoid disturbing the others, he quietly exited the cave, set the ceramic pot that Yang Shaola had crafted over the fire, and poured in the seawater he had collected, beginning to boil it. The ceramic pot functioned similarly to a clay pot, making it quite convenient to use. After preparing everything, Chu Cheng donned his bow and arrows and cautiously stepped out of the cave, intending to hunt for some game while the day was still young. After all, they had only recently relocated, and the cave was devoid of provisions. If Zhang Peng's predictions were accurate, a tremendous storm could soon engulf the entire island. Should they find themselves without food during such a deluge, they would be trapped in the cave with no means of sustenance. The last storm had left them in disarray for 3 consecutive days. Had they not fortuitously acquired the wild boar killed by Zhang Hong and others, they might have starved within the cave. Now, Chu Cheng's injuries had healed completely, leaving only a faint scar on his abdomen as a remnant of the ordeal. If he were to recount this story, few would believe that he could recover so completely in just a week. Perhaps morning was when animals were most active, for shortly after he entered the forest, he successfully hunted several mountain chickens, yielding a considerable bounty. However, Chu Cheng understood that relying solely on these chickens, each weighing just a couple of pounds, would not sustain all those living in the cave. No one knew how long the rainy season would last. It could be a week if fortune favored them, or, in less favorable circumstances, could extend to a month or more. Thus, it was imperative for Chu Cheng to seize the opportunity of fair weather to prepare thoroughly. Upon returning with his catch, Wang Mingya and the others gradually awoke, busy kindling the fire in the cave to boil water. Wow, boss, you are impressive. You've already caught so many game this early. Zhuang Tao exclaimed as he emerged from his cave, spotting Yang Shaola with a bounty of mountain chickens, his face alight with excitement. All right, enough flattery. Take these mountain chickens and prepare them. Hang them on the cave walls to dry. Moreover, aside from the few ladies, it seems all of us must venture out to forage for food today. If the rainy season arrives, we will truly have nothing to eat. Chu Cheng instructed the men. As for Wang Mingya and the other women, he believed it unwise to send them into the dense jungle. Understood, boss. Zhuang Tao nodded and took the mountain chickens from Chu Cheng, heading toward the waterfall outside the cave to prepare them. Chu Cheng, what shall we do? We can't just stay in the cave and do nothing, can we? Wang Mingya protested upon hearing Chu Cheng's plans. They were all comrades stranded on this deserted island. And while Chu Cheng assured her he would take care of himself, Wang Mingya felt inadequate compared to Qin Lan's family background, Su Wolin's beauty, and Xiao Shueru's figure. Therefore, she was determined not to become a burden to Chu Cheng. If she could contribute in some way to demonstrate her worth, it would be ideal. Seeing Wang Mingya's resolute expression, Chu Cheng hesitated. How about this? You all can gather a substantial amount of dry grass and stitch together the animal hides we've stored to create blankets for everyone. Once the rainy season arrives, it will undoubtedly be quite cold in the cave. All right. Upon hearing Eng's words, Ing finally nodded in agreement. Indeed, as Ing pointed out, although it was only early October in Elingu, it marked the delightful autumn season. However, on this desolate island, the temperature fluctuated drastically, rendering the concepts of summer and autumn virtually meaningless. One moment, the heat might soar above 30 degrees, only to plummet to a mere 10 degrees in the blink of an eye. After breakfast, Ing, accompanied by several men, ventured into the dense forest, each employing their own methods to commence the hunt. As Xiaowu and Xiaoqi lacked experience in this area, they were guided by Ying Xiaoel, who imparted to them the fundamental knowledge of hunting. To conceal his own abilities, Ing opted to work independently. Given his current acuity of sight and hearing, coupled with his exceptional archery skills, it was certain that he would arouse suspicion if he showcased his talents. Although his abilities would eventually be revealed, a sudden exposure would likely be met with disbelief. It was far better to gradually unveil his prowess, allowing for the possibility of explaining it as a forced emergence of hidden potential. Ing's target this time was undoubtedly a herd of large wild goats or perhaps sizable wild boars. Creatures like pheasants or hares held no appeal for him, as their meager flesh would be cumbersome to process and unsatisfying to consume. Thus, throughout his journey, Ing deliberately searched for tracks left by wild goats or wild boars, stealthily following behind. After a short distance, he spotted a vast array of disordered wild goat tracks on the sandy ground. Judging by the multitude of traces, it was evident that at least 20 or 30 wild goats had passed through. Elated by this discovery, Ing hastened in the direction the herd had departed. After approximately half an hour of tracking, Ing became engrossed in the footprints on the ground, entirely oblivious to the fact that he had strayed from his original path. Initially intending to circle the mountain, he found himself heading towards the cliff at the back of the mountain. After following the tracks for over an hour, he finally caught sight of the herd. The 20 or 30 wild goats were resting against a rocky wall at the base of the cliff. Ing dared not act recklessly. If he startled the herd, all his efforts over the past 2 hours would be in vain. However, as he lay in wait for the opportune moment to strike, a scene unfolded before him that caused his eyes to widen in disbelief. With a sudden twang of a bowstring, an arrow pierced the neck of the plumpest goat he had been aiming for. What was happening? Startled by the sight, Ing quickly crouched down in the grass, not daring to reveal himself. Initially, when he heard the sound of the bowstring, he thought Ying Xiaoel and the others had followed him. But upon seeing the gleaming arrow, apprehension gripped his heart. This was no ordinary arrow. It was a genuine feathered arrow, the kind used by ancient armies of El and Gu. Upon witnessing the leader goat fall, the herd scattered in all directions. Ing, however, remained frozen in place, as he was perilously close to the resting goats. Any movement on his part would surely draw the attention of the archer. If they were pirates, they would undoubtedly not hesitate to shoot him. Just as he contemplated how to extricate himself from this predicament, 2 women emerged from the base of the cliff, clad in raincoats and wielding bows and arrows. This sight left Ing utterly astonished. He vowed he had never seen these 2 women before, and their attire was certainly not representative of El and Gu. In other words, they could not possibly be survivors from the same shipwreck as him. After all, the ship had been filled with urban professionals or elites, all dressed in formal attire or exquisite swimwear. It was inconceivable that anyone would don such peculiar garments, let alone a raincoat. With this realization, Ing suppressed the urge to step forward and greet them. Could they be the indigenous inhabitants of this island? The moment this thought entered his mind, it became inescapable. The 2 women before him, dressed oddly and bearing dark skin, certainly did not resemble women from the modern metropolis in any respect. Thus, it was highly probable they were indeed the original inhabitants of the cave where he and his companions were currently residing. What was going on? How could there be indigenous people on this island? As this question coursed through his mind, Ing instinctively swallowed hard. Watching helplessly as the 2 women expertly skewered the goat, weighing at least 100 pounds, with wooden sticks and carried it towards the adjacent mountain. Following their departure, Ing surmised that they were heading towards the island's center. Could it be that these individuals had always lived in the heart of the island? No wonder they had never encountered them before. With this thought, Ing felt a sense of relief wash over him. It made sense now why he had previously encountered the wasps and why he had sensed that the cave they inhabited had been occupied. All these clues pointed directly to the 2 women before him. Nevertheless, Ing restrained himself from approaching them, for he was genuinely unaware of their true identities, whether they were friend or foe, and what intentions they harbored towards him and his companions. Should he expose himself, they might very well turn hostile, not only endangering his own life, but potentially bringing calamity upon Ing and the others in the cave. Once the 2 women had moved far enough away, Ing quietly rose from his crouched position and sprinted back towards the cave without looking back. He needed to inform Ying Xiaoel and the others of this revelation, enabling them to prepare accordingly. Otherwise, if the indigenous people discovered their presence, the consequences were unknown. Furthermore, geographical magazines had warned that many of today's remote islands were home to unassimilated cannibal tribes, who had lived there for generations and would view outsiders as enemies, treating them as food. While Ing was unafraid of death, he was concerned about descending into such a grim fate. Thus, it was imperative to prioritize self-preservation above all else. Although the island was now inhabited not only by armed pirates, but also by these indigenous inhabitants, no one could guarantee whether they posed a threat or not. Hence, for Ing, the only course of action was to maintain a respectful distance. This approach would allow him to devise strategies to avoid an awkward confrontation. Ing dashed back, managing to return to the dense forest beneath the waterfall in less than half an hour, where Ying Xiaol was busy instructing Xiao Wu and Xiaoqi on how to set traps. Upon witnessing the flustered demeanor of Chu Cheng, both Yang Xiala and Xiao Wu Xiaoqi were taken aback. Previously, whenever they encountered Chu Cheng, he maintained an air of nonchalance regardless of the circumstances. What could have caused such a change of expression? Xiala, let us not delay. Quickly send Taozi back to the cave. I have something of great importance to discuss with all of you. At this moment, Chu Cheng was panting heavily, urgently addressing Yang Xiala. All right, I will go at once. Understanding the urgency in Chu Cheng's voice, Yang Xiala hurried to summon Zhuang Tao back from the trap he was tending to. Concurrently, within the cave, several women were gathered, all displaying signs of confusion upon seeing Chu Cheng's state. Chu Cheng, what on earth has happened? Why have you called us all back? Wang Mingya, her face marked by uncertainty, questioned. The women had been searching for He when they were inexplicably called back by Xiao Wu and Xiao Qi, and according to Wu Liang, they were not permitted to leave for the time being. What was happening? Everyone, pay attention. I just encountered the original inhabitants of this island. Chu Cheng sighed deeply and addressed the group. We must exercise caution in our future endeavors and avoid being discovered by them. What? Indigenous people? Are they cannibals? Yang Xiala was the first to react to Chu Cheng's statement. Among the island's inhabitants, the cannibals were indeed the most terrifying. If we truly encounter these cannibals, the fate that awaits us will undoubtedly be horrific. I cannot ascertain their intentions towards us. However, remaining vigilant is prudent. Chu Cheng quickly clarified in response to Yang Xiala's concerns. Very well, I shall head down the mountain shortly to set more traps. And I will gather vines from the forest to create a barrier, ensuring they cannot detect our presence. A glimmer of determination sparked in Yang Xiala's eyes. If they were indeed facing cannibals, a brutal battle would be inevitable. All right, Xiala, do not worry excessively. We cannot definitively determine if they are cannibals yet. Let us not jump to grim conclusions, Qin Lan interjected, stepping forward to comfort Chu Cheng. Boss, could you describe their attire to me? At that moment, Li Sisi, who had remained silent until now, shyly stepped forward, her cheeks flushed. Turning her gaze towards Zhang Peng for encouragement, she continued. I am a student who studied in Country C, and I have some knowledge of the indigenous people residing on remote islands. If you could describe their clothing, I might be able to determine whether they are cannibals. Let me ponder, Chu Cheng responded, recalling the appearance of the two women he had encountered. They wore garments made of hemp, their skin deeply tanned, though I am certain they are not of African descent. Their cloaks were quite familiar, resembling those worn by the common folk of our Longhua, and they possessed bows and feathered arrows. With that, Chu Cheng frowned. This was the extent of his recollection. After all, he had been at a distance from the two women, and while the genetic serum had enhanced his hearing and night vision, it had not granted him the ability to see for miles. Boss, I can almost guarantee they are not cannibals. According to records, 80% of cannibals reside in Africa, mostly impoverished and unclothed black individuals. Based on your description, I can ascertain they are either descendants of ancient indigenous peoples or possibly Longhua people, Li Sisi asserted confidently. What? Longhua people? Chu Cheng was taken aback. This was a remote island in the Pacific. How could ancient Longhua inhabitants suddenly appear? Yes, boss. During the Qin dynasty, Su Fu took many young boys and girls aboard ships to explore the world. After the fall of the Tang dynasty, many of the Li clan also set sail, traversing the Bering Strait to North America. Consequently, some scholars have discovered that among the indigenous inhabitants of various remote islands, many carry the bloodline of Longhua. Li Sisi explained, nodding at Chu Cheng. When she first learned of this, she too had been astonished. But after her mentor clarified the matter, she grasped its implications. Whether it was Su Fu's voyages, the mass migration of the Li clan, or Zheng He's maritime expeditions, these events left traces of Longhua lineage across the globe, making it plausible to encounter similar customs and attire among the island's inhabitants. Given this, should we not proactively engage with these people to seek their assistance? Su Roland suggested. After all, they were on a remote island, facing hunger and the threat of pirates daily. Gaining the protection of these indigenous people would undoubtedly enhance their safety. I do not believe that would be wise. Li Sisi instinctively shook her head. These indigenous people came to this island to escape conflict or persecution. For centuries, they have educated their descendants to view outsiders as adversaries. If we reveal ourselves, we could be driven away or worse, killed. Ah, so they are just as dangerous as cannibals, Zhuang Tao commented, feeling exasperated. Captured by cannibals would mean death, and captured by these indigenous people would also lead to death. Fundamentally, the outcome remained the same. So, does this mean we must now guard against both pirates and these indigenous people? Xiao Wu sighed heavily, his eyes filled with despair. Initially, they had enough to contend with just the armed pirates, and now, having stumbled upon these hostile indigenous people, their situation was becoming increasingly precarious. All right, let us remain cautious in our actions going forward. It seems these people inhabit the island's center, while we are situated on the mountain. As long as we avoid the cliffs, we should be fine, Chu Cheng remarked, sensing the tension in the atmosphere and attempting to reassure everyone. After all, they had been on the island for quite some time, and it was only today that they had encountered those two women at the cliff's edge. Moreover, the women had merely taken a goat and left without approaching the mountain. There are no traces of their presence on this mountain, suggesting that the indigenous people hold this place in disdain. Upon hearing Wu Liang's explanation, several individuals nodded gently, acknowledging his words. Yet the worry reflected in their eyes was unmistakable. All right, enough of that. Taozi, Xiala, how has your hunting fared? Our greatest concern remains the impending rainy season. To divert the conversation, Chu Cheng turned his attention to Yang Xiala and Zhuang Tao nearby. Oh, boss, I managed to catch 3 rabbits and a few pheasants. I did spot a wild boar, but my arrow couldn't penetrate its thick hide. Zhuang Tao responded promptly, a hint of regret in his voice. He recalled how Chu Cheng had advised everyone to refrain from gunfire to avoid revealing their new dwelling, for the sound of gunshots would inevitably alert others to their location. The wild boars on this island, perhaps due to the absence of natural predators, were remarkably robust, and regular arrows could hardly pierce their skin. Oh, are there many wild boars around? Chu Cheng inquired, suddenly intrigued by Zhuang Tao's words. While Zhuang Tao might not be able to accomplish it, Chu Cheng felt confident in his own abilities. With a bow and arrow, he believed he could find a weak point in the boar's armor, perhaps its eyes, ears, or even its rear. A well-placed shot could severely wound the creature. Chapter 65. Qinlan's thoughts. There is a boar den down the mountain, housing at least 5 or 6 large wild boars, along with more than 10 piglets. Zhuang Tao expressed his frustration, recalling how the boar had charged at him instead of fleeing. Had he not been swift, he would have faced dire consequences. However, boss, these wild boars are exceedingly fierce. It would be wise not to provoke them. Zhuang Tao's expression indicated his growing reluctance. As the saying goes, 1 boar, 2 bears, 3 tigers. Should a wild boar go mad, even bears and tigers would flee, let alone them. Unless they unleashed their firearms, the AK-47 at full throttle, nothing would stand a chance. Yet, they were not currently afraid of pirates or the indigenous people, so using firearms was not an option unless absolutely necessary. Indeed, boss, that 1 wild boar was already ferocious enough. Now that they have piglets, they will be even more protective. If we approach their territory, they would likely attack us. Yang Xiala concurred. Though wild boar meat, when cooked with honey, was delectable, provoking the boars for such a reward could result in serious repercussions. The small wild boar they had previously captured weighed only 70 or 80 pounds, still considered juvenile. However, 3 days had passed, and with so many mouths to feed in their cave, particularly Chu Cheng, who could consume over 10 pounds of meat in one sitting, the juvenile boar was quickly devoured. Consequently, their supplies had dwindled to nothing. Enough of this idle talk. Wild boars fear fire. We must devise a plan to separate them. I have a way to eliminate these wild boars. Seeing the unwilling expressions on Yang Xiala and Zhuang Tao's faces, Chu Cheng shook his head. There were no other options left. If they did not secure their food supplies soon, the arrival of the rainy season would herald difficult days ahead. They had discovered the boar's den, and with 4 or 5 large boars present, capturing them would ensure they would not have to worry about food for at least a month. All right then, boss, we shall follow your lead. Upon hearing Chu Cheng's words, Yang Xiala and Zhuang Tao nodded, their eyes revealing a glimmer of determination. They knew Chu Cheng well. He would never propose such a plan unless he was almost certain of success. To date, they had never witnessed him fail to deliver on his promises. However, if we use fire, it will surely produce smoke. Is there a chance that the pirates or indigenous people could follow the smoke to our location? Just as they were brainstorming, Xiao Shuiru interjected. If they refrained from gunfire to avoid detection by the pirates, Then lighting a fire would only announce their presence on the mountain. Come now, Wanru, look at our surroundings. Even if we produced a great deal of smoke, they would have no reason to suspect we were here. Chu Cheng replied, somewhat exasperated. The mountain was perpetually shrouded in mist. Even if they were to light signal fires, the pirates would only see a vast expanse of fog. All right then, Xiao Shuiru conceded, glancing around and sheepishly scratching her head. Okay, Xiaola, Taozi, and Xiao Wu. Xiao Qi, follow me. Let us each take a torch and deal with those wild boars. Wanru, Zhang Peng, you continue preparing our bedding and blankets, making them as warm as possible. Chu Cheng instructed the group. Understood. The others nodded instinctively at Chu Cheng's arrangement, though Wang Minya wore a worried expression as she quietly approached him. Be careful, all right? Don't worry, just a few wild boars. I've got this. Chu Cheng reassured her, warmed by her concern. Yet, as he lifted his gaze, he caught Qin Lan's penetrating glance. Being the most knowledgeable about Chu Cheng's abilities on the island, she understood that with his genetically enhanced physique, he could confront the wild boars single-handedly, armed with merely a knife. However, for reasons unknown, despite knowing about Chu Cheng's connection with Wang Minya and having agreed to his pursuit of multiple partners, Qin Lan still felt a pang of jealousy upon witnessing their intimate interactions. No, Qin Lan, what are you thinking? Your relationship with him is merely a political arrangement, devoid of any emotional ties. What reason do you have to feel jealous? She shook her head vigorously, affirming her thoughts. After all, when she had entered into that pact with Chu Cheng, it was solely with the hope that he would refrain from actions detrimental to society or the nation. Yet, strangely, despite their short acquaintance, barely 10 days, Qin Lan felt an inexplicable ache in her heart whenever she observed the exchange of glances between Chu Cheng and Wang Minya. Enough, Qin Lan. Stop staring. Let us go gather some hay. It is truly frustrating to harbor unspoken feelings while watching others express theirs. Just as she was lost in thought, Xiao Shuiru poked her gently in the side, her face brimming with mischief. Bah, Xiao Shuiru, what are you saying? Are you itching for a fight? Upon hearing Xiao Shuiru's taunts and seeing her mocking gaze, Qin Lan felt a rush of heat to her cheeks. In a moment of impulse, she extended her hand, intending to tickle Xiao Shuiru under the arm. Qin Lan and Xiao Shuiru had known each other the longest on the island. They had first met when Chu Cheng rescued them from the sea. After reaching the shore, they faced numerous trials together, including being captured by pirates and escaping, which naturally forged a stronger bond between them than with the others. Meanwhile, Chu Cheng, witnessing the icy beauty of Qin Lan engaging in playful banter with Xiao Shuiru, couldn't help but smile. Chapter 66. The Wild Boar Den Strategy. Come on, boss, the torches are ready. Just as Chu Cheng observed the playful exchange between Qin Lan and Xiao Shuiru, Zhuang Tao emerged from the cave, holding several torches. Though labeled as torches, they were merely bundles of dry grass tied together. Lacking gasoline or similar substances, the precious fat remnants from the wild boar were their only alternative. While the effectiveness was undoubtedly inferior, it would suffice for their needs. Ultimately, their goal was simply to scare the wild boars away. All right, let's go. Chu Cheng nodded gently and led a few companions toward the wild boar den indicated by Zhuang Tao. After traversing a dense thicket for a mere 200 to 300 meters, Chu Cheng found the ground littered with traces of wild boar activity, exposed roots, and a barren landscape. An understandable source of disdain for the people of Longhua. Wherever the boars had roamed, chaos ensued, leaving a trail of destruction. Boss, the wild boar den is right ahead. Zhuang Tao pointed toward a thicket, addressing Chu Cheng. Yes, you all stay here. I will quietly go with Xiao Lu to observe. Chu Cheng nodded and stealthily advanced toward the wild boar den with Yang Xiaolo. Before them lay a thicket completely ravaged by wild boars, strewn with dry grass and branches, creating a natural lair. 6 hefty wild boars were visible, the smallest weighing over 200 pounds, while the largest likely surpassed 400 pounds, their formidable tusks presenting a fearsome sight. Gulp. Seeing this scene, Yang Xiaolu instinctively swallowed hard and whispered to Chu Cheng. Boss, should we retreat? If we encounter one of those beasts, we might not survive. The sight of the enormous boar filled him with dread. Don't worry, Xiaolo. Just think, if we manage to deal with this whole nest of wild boars, we won't have to worry about food for at least 2 months. Chu Cheng shook his head lightly, a glimmer of fighting spirit in his eyes. Perhaps due to his enhanced physique, the competitive desire within him felt more intense than ever. Rather than fear the massive boar, it ignited a fierce determination. But boss, there are at least 6 wild boars. How do we handle them? Yang Xiaolu, seeing Chu Cheng's demeanor, shook his head in uncertainty. Xiaolu, take Xiao Wu, Xiao Qi, and Taozi down that way. Dig a large pit on the narrow path and bury the knives we recovered from the pirates in it to create a trap. Then we can set a fire here to drive the wild boars into the trap. Chu Cheng instructed, nodding at Yang Xiaolu. Ah, how could I have forgotten that plan? Yang Xiaolu exclaimed, feeling a pang of regret, realizing it was a strategy he had previously taught to Chu Cheng. Ha! You were so intimidated by that 400-pound wild boar that you momentarily lost your wits. Hurry along. We must secure them before nightfall. Chu Cheng chuckled at Yang Xiaoli's helpless expression. In the past, he would never have dared to confront such a massive wild boar, but with his genetically enhanced physique, both his speed and strength had multiplied. Coupled with the presence of robust companions, fear was unwarranted. Most importantly, a storm was imminent, and the wild boar nest represented their final opportunity. If they did not act quickly, they would be trapped in the cave, awaiting disaster should the downpour arrive. Though the hour was still early, with midday yet to arrive, they possessed only a shovel salvaged from the pirates, lacking any other tools. Digging deep enough to accommodate a wild boar would require considerable effort. Subsequently, they found the narrow path Chu Cheng had mentioned and began digging the pit, taking turns working diligently. After 4 or 5 hours of labor, they successfully constructed 2 massive traps. In addition to the knives they had recovered, they had also placed sharp stones within, ensuring that any wild boar that fell in would have no chance of survival. All right, are we all set? Chu Cheng wiped the sweat from his brow, having exerted the most energy in digging, and felt utterly exhausted. Yes, all done. We have 2 traps, each 2 meters deep, containing 3 knives, and we've surrounded them with large stones. Even if the boars survive the fall, we can stand outside and pelt them with stones, ensuring a swift victory. Zhuang Tao replied, nodding, sweat glistening on his forehead. Good, let's head back for a meal. After eating, we will set our plan in motion. Chu Cheng swallowed hard. Addressing the group, they had eaten very little that morning due to the scarcity of food, and after the strenuous labor, hunger gnawed at them. All right, let's go. I've prepared our longfeng soup in the cave. We'll certainly enjoy a hearty meal when we return, Yang Xiaolu exclaimed, rising to lead the group back to the cave. Upon their return, they found that the mountain chicken and rabbits hunted by Zhuang Tao and the others had been skinned and cleaned, combined with the large snake caught the previous night, simmering in a ceramic pot. Enhanced with wild pepper, wild ginger, and honey, the aroma wafted enticingly through the air. You're back. Upon seeing Chu Cheng, Wang Mingya approached warmly, offering a ceramic bowl filled with hot water mixed with honey. TSK, Mingya, you're showing favoritism. Why does only the boss get this? And not us? Zhuang Tao teased upon witnessing the scene. You all have it too. It's over there. Help yourselves. Wang Mingya blushed, stumbling over her words in response to Zhuang Tao's comment. Chapter 67. The Ideal Type of Man. Hey, Mingya, we want you to serve us too. Upon witnessing Wang Mingya's blushing visage, both Zhuang Tao and Yang Xiaolu couldn't help but smirk, their expressions brimming with mischief. All right, if you wish to drink. Serve yourself. No need for unnecessary chatter. Just as the banter about Wang Mingya ensued, Xiao Shiweru emerged, brandishing a bamboo spatula and standing with her hands on her hips, glaring fiercely at the group. Ahem, enough of this nonsense. The sight of Xiao Shiweru, often likened to a fierce tigress, caused even the likes of Yang Xiaolu, Zhuang Tao, and the others to instinctively retract their necks, as if in the presence of a predator. Subsequently, the group retreated to the stone platform within the cave, each filling a bowl with honeyed water and indulging in their delightful drink. Alas, Xiaolu, do you ever ponder why this tigress is so gentle with the boss yet so fierce with us? We owe her no debts. Zhuang Tao sighed deeply at this observation. Presently, Xiao Shiweru donned a loose-fitting casual outfit she had scavenged from her suitcase, wielding the bamboo spatula, resembling a charming culinary heroine from a comic. Yet, this very figure transformed into a gentle, affectionate kitten whenever she was in the presence of Chu Cheng, occasionally teasing him. A sight that filled the other men in the cave with envy and resentment. Such a woman epitomizes the dream of every man. Not only can she elegantly navigate the social sphere, but she also excels in the kitchen. This duality is the ultimate aspiration, Zhuang Tao remarked. I suspect our society today is one that values appearances. If we were as handsome as the boss, perhaps we wouldn't be single. Yang Xiaolu, upon hearing Zhuang Tao's words, shook his head gently, acknowledging the truth that comparisons can often lead to despair. What are you fellows murmuring about? Drink some water and come over for a meal. Just as Zhuang Tao and Yang Xiaolu were engrossed in their hushed conversation, Xiao Shiweru cast another menacing glare in their direction, causing them to instinctively shrink back. Thanks to the abundance of spices, coupled with the natural essence of snake meat and mountain chicken, enhanced by honey, The soup they prepared was undoubtedly the most delectable feast they had savored since arriving on the island. Each person relished their meal, leaving not a drop of broth behind. After a brief respite following their meal, Chu Cheng gathered the group and, after ensuring they were prepared, set off toward the wild boar den. With their bellies full and traps set, they were on the brink of securing their food supply for the next 2 months. Regardless of how long the impending storm might last, Xiao Wu, Xiao Qi, you two will set the fire on the mountain and toss the ignited hay into the wild boar den. Those boars will surely bolt downhill. Taozi Xiaola, accompany me to the edge of the trap. Once the boars fall in, regardless of whether they are alive or dead, we shall pummel them with stones. Chu Cheng's serious demeanor reflected the gravity of their task. The prospect of capturing several large wild boars was fraught with peril, and any misstep could jeopardize their efforts and personal safety. Thus, every action had to be executed flawlessly. Understood, boss. The group nodded in agreement, ready to comply. Chu Cheng then led Yang Xiaola and Zhuang Tao to conceal themselves by the trap, each clutching a hefty stone weighing 30 to 40 pounds, poised to strike. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu and Xiao Qi needed only to ignite their torches and set the hay ablaze in the wild boar den. Wild animals inherently fear fire, and upon sighting flames, they would instinctively flee in the opposite direction, making their task straightforward, provided they managed the flames without igniting the entire forest. Once everything was prepared, Chu Cheng let out a sharp whistle to signal Xiao Wu and Xiao Qi. Upon receiving his cue, the two ignited their torches and lit bundles of hay, throwing them into the wild boar den. The sight of the raging fire instinctively instilled fear in the boars, prompting them to dash towards the traps Chu Cheng and his companions had meticulously prepared. With a flurry of frantic squeals, several wild boars raced down the path, and in a moment of distraction, the first 3 boars plunged directly into the trap, shrieking in distress. The remaining trio, although fortunate to evade the first trap, soon fell into a second pit. The jagged stones within tore into their flesh, leaving a pool of blood in their wake. Quick, strike with the stones. Don't let them escape. Observing all 6 wild boars ensnared, Chu Cheng swiftly grabbed a large rock and hurled it into the pit. These boars, with their tough hides and robust physiques, could still wriggle if not critically injured. Moreover, as the trap wasn't particularly deep, any chance of their escape would spell disaster for the group. Chu Cheng, enhanced by genetic modification, exhibited strength akin to that of a bull, relentlessly pounding the heads of the boars with the stones until, after a few hits, the 3 within the trap ceased their struggles, lifeless. Goodness, boss, come help. Just when Chu Cheng thought he could finally relax, Zhuang Tao's alarmed voice pierced the air. Upon glancing over, Chu Cheng's heart sank as he saw the largest boar leaping out of the trap, charging directly towards Zhuang Tao. Taozi dodged. Witnessing this, Chu Cheng's rage flared, and he sprinted towards Zhuang Tao. Just as the boar was about to collide with him, Yang Xiaola swiftly yanked Zhuang Tao aside, narrowly avoiding disaster. Goodness, Taozi, don't freeze. Use a stone against it. In that moment, Yang Xiaola managed to maintain his composure, seizing a rock from the ground and hurling it at the wild boar. However, the boar merely sidestepped the attack, glaring fiercely at Chu Cheng and his companions with its bloodshot eyes. A dagger was visibly lodged in its rear, a remnant of their earlier trap, yet the injury seemed to have only intensified its ferocity. Should we scare it off with fire? Zhuang Tao instinctively gulped, overwhelmed by the boar's imposing size. We have no choice now. It's either us or it. This beast has likely developed a sense of awareness. If we eliminate its kin, it will undoubtedly seek revenge. Yang Xiaola tightened his grip on the stone, his expression betraying his anxiety. Xiaola Taozi, fall back. At that moment, Chu Cheng rushed forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Zhuang Tao and Yang Xiaola, his expression grave. He had anticipated the possibility of a loose end, but he had not expected to confront a 400-pound wild boar. The situation had become exceedingly precarious, and with the boar's bloodthirsty gaze fixed upon them, it was clear they had stirred the wrath of a formidable adversary. Perhaps relying on his own skills, he could manage to evade the threat. But if the target were to attack Wang Mengya or Qin Lan, those weaker women, it would truly spell disaster. Boss, we stick together. Upon witnessing this scene, neither Zhuang Tao nor Yang Xiaola could possibly abandon Chu Cheng to escape alone. No need. I am fine here. Your presence will only hinder my performance. Xiaola, quickly fetch the bow and arrows. Taozi, descend to the bottom of the trap and retrieve a couple of knives for me. I cannot contend with this beast empty-handed. Chu Cheng gently shook his head, an expression of unwavering conviction adorning his face. Truth be told, although Zhuang Tao possessed great strength and combat prowess, He found himself somewhat overwhelmed when confronted by a wild boar weighing over 400 pounds. As for Yang Xiaola, despite his agility, the finesse of his movements was of little consequence against such overwhelming force. On the contrary, if they were not by his side, he could unleash his full potential. And in such a scenario, the outcome remained uncertain. Understood. Upon hearing Chu Cheng's words, Zhuang Tao and Yang Xiaola acted without hesitation. Previously, all their daggers and sharp blades had been placed within the trap, leaving Chu Cheng effectively unarmed. Though he held a stone weighing over 10 pounds, its efficacy against a wild boar was negligible. He might as well use his fists. The wild boar, initially hesitant upon seeing 3 adversaries, now charged at Chu Cheng with fury, having noticed 2 of them fleeing. With a weight akin to a small mountain and tusks measuring at least 20 to 30 centimeters, it appeared utterly terrifying, akin to a tank hurtling towards him. Fortunately, due to genetic modifications, Chu Cheng's agility had vastly improved, allowing him to roll aside just in time to evade the boar's assault. "Boss, the knife is coming." At that moment, Zhuang Tao, having jumped into the trap to retrieve a knife, suddenly called out, tossing a dagger upwards. However, Zhuang Tao had aimed the knife toward the spot where Chu Cheng had previously stood, which was now occupied by the enormous wild boar. Consequently, the dagger landed at the boar's feet. "Damn it, Taozi, where are you throwing it?" Seeing this, Chu Cheng felt an overwhelming urge to reprimand Zhuang Tao. Yet, the boar, upon spotting the bloody dagger, widened its eyes in recognition. After all, it had one of those very blades lodged in its backside. Perhaps sensing Chu Cheng's intent to retrieve the dagger, the boar raised its hind leg and forcefully kicked it away, sending it flying into the nearby woods as if propelled by a rocket. At this sight, Chu Cheng instinctively swallowed hard. What had he been thinking? He had intended to retrieve the dagger, but now that option was rendered impossible. This boar was far too clever. Meanwhile, Zhuang Tao remained oblivious to the unfolding chaos. Just as he attempted to pull himself out from the edge of the trap, the wild boar, witnessing this, retaliated by kicking Zhuang Tao squarely in the chest, sending him tumbling back into the trap. "Taozi!" At this sight, Chu Cheng's heart raced with fury. The trap contained a multitude of stone knives. Yet, an overwhelming rage surged from deep within him, and he clenched his fists tightly. "Come on. I refuse to believe that today you will either kill me, or I will kill you." No sooner had he uttered these words than Chu Cheng charged at the wild boar, discarding the stone that had proven useless in this confrontation. The boar, letting out a roar, charged toward him. Seizing the opportunity of the boar's inability to turn sharply at high speed, Chu Cheng swiftly dodged to the side, grasping the dagger embedded in the boar's rear and yanking it free, ripping a large gash in the process. With a pained howl, the boar turned and kicked Chu Cheng fiercely, sending him sprawling 3 to 4 meters away, where he coughed up a mouthful of blood. At that moment, Chu Cheng instinctively pressed his hand to his chest. The impact felt as though he had been struck head-on by a train, leaving him numb and struggling to regain his footing. Meanwhile, the wild boar, its rear severely lacerated and bloodied, staggered back toward Chu Cheng, its gaze fixed upon him. This is it. Chu Cheng felt a chill run down his spine. Was he truly destined to meet his end here? Just then, a sharp whoosh sliced through the air as an arrow struck the boar's wound. With a howl of agony, the boar recoiled. Yet its gaze remained locked on Chu Cheng as it staggered forward. "Boss, run!" From a distance, Yang Xiaola knocked another arrow, yelling at Chu Cheng. Yet in his current state, Chu Cheng felt paralyzed, unable to even rise to his feet. As the massive boar approached, a wave of despair washed over him. If it landed another blow, he feared it would be the end of him. "Boss!" Yang Xiaola finally noticed the blood trickling from Chu Cheng's mouth, realizing that he was injured and unable to move. However, he was still 50 to 60 meters away from Chu Cheng, while the boar was now merely 4 to 5 meters away. In the span of mere seconds, the boar closed the distance. Its massive tusks aimed directly at Chu Cheng's abdomen. "Boss, be careful!" Yang Xiaola, filled with rage and desperation, dropped his bow and sprinted towards Chu Cheng. In that moment, with only 20 centimeters separating Chu Cheng from the boar's tusks, he understood there was no escape. Yet fleeting images of Wang Mengya and Qin Lan flashed through his mind. How he wished to hold on to life. A sigh escaped his lips as despair clouded his eyes. Just when he thought his fate was sealed, the wild boar began to tremble violently before collapsing to the ground, convulsing before finally becoming still. Yang Xiaola rushed to Chu Cheng's side, concern written all over his face. "Boss, are you all right?" "I'm fine. What on earth just happened?" Chu Cheng was filled with confusion at the sight of the boar's strange behavior. Given its size and the non-vital wound, how could it have collapsed so suddenly? "Boss, I coated the arrows with the poison from the wild lychee. I didn't expect the effect to take hold so quickly." Yang Xiaola sighed in relief, his eyes reflecting a sense of survival against the odds. If it were not for the toxic effects of the wild lychee, it is likely that Chu Cheng would have truly perished. The toxicity of the wild lychee? Chu Cheng, lying on the ground, could not help but laugh and curse Yang Xiaola, exclaiming, "Damn it, you little rascal, you are something." Although the wild lychee appears similar to the ones typically consumed, it possesses toxic properties. While it is not lethal, it induces a potent anesthetic effect. When dried or cooked, the toxins within the fruit evaporate, transforming it into a traditional medicine that clears heat, detoxifies, and has hemostatic effects, with no side effects. However, consuming it raw will undoubtedly result in poisoning. Once poisoned, one cannot awaken for at least 4 to 5 hours. The potency of this toxin is formidable, and it endangers the central nervous system, categorizing it as a particularly perilous wild plant. Yet, unexpectedly, this seemingly trivial matter has saved his life. "Look, Xiaola, quickly check on Taozi. He has fallen into the trap." Just as Chu Cheng breathed a sigh of relief, he suddenly recalled that Zhuang Tao had just been kicked into a pit by a wild boar. "Boss, I'm fine. Just feel like my body is falling apart." As Chu Cheng worried, a faint voice came from the bottom of the pit. "Damn, you little rascal, you have a strong constitution." Upon hearing Zhuang Tao's words, Chu Cheng finally felt a genuine sense of relief and then lay back on the ground to rest quietly. "Boss, are you all right?" At this moment, Xiao Wu and Xiao Qi, having extinguished the fire, rushed over from a distance. "I'm fine. You two quickly help Taozi up," Chu Cheng said with a faint sigh as he observed the scene. "All right." Upon hearing Chu Cheng's words, Xiao Wu and Xiao Qi hurriedly jumped into the pit and lifted Zhuang Tao from the bottom. The two comrades lay side by side on the grass, their eyes filled with the joy of having survived a calamity. "Xiaola, stop busying yourself. Go get a basin and bleed the wild boar. I want to have pig's blood soup tonight." Chu Cheng lay on the ground, gazing up at the sky, his heart brimming with gratitude. The relief of survival and the joy of a bountiful harvest filled his countenance at that moment. 6 wild boars, all ensnared, yielding at least 2,000 pounds of meat. If turned into jerky or cured meat, it would sustain them for quite some time. "Okay, I'm going now." Hearing Chu Cheng's words, Yang Xiaola nodded and rushed towards the cave. Indeed, although the wild boar was anesthetized by the wild lychee, it was still alive, and its blood was undoubtedly circulating. It would be a grave waste not to collect the blood now. Moreover, the wild boar, having been poisoned by the wild lychee, would have the medicinal properties of the lychee within its blood. As long as the blood was collected and cooked, the toxicity would dissipate, rendering the remaining wild lychee a good remedy for clearing heat, detoxifying, and stopping bleeding. For the two injured, this would undoubtedly be the best medicinal dish. Before long, Yang Xiaola returned with a ceramic basin, hurrying back, followed by several girls, including Wang Mengya and Qin Lan. "Chu Cheng, are you all right?" Upon seeing Chu Cheng lying on the ground, blood at the corners of his mouth, Wang Mengya rushed to his side and burst into tears. "It's fine. I'm okay. Don't worry." Seeing Wang Mengya in such a state, Chu Cheng gently stroked her head, his eyes filled with reassurance. "Now, everyone step aside. Let me, the doctor, check to see what parts you might be missing." At that moment, Xiao Shuiru approached, but instead of examining Chu Cheng's wounds, she directly attempted to remove his pants. Hey, no, Sister Wanru, spare me, I'm fine." Chu Cheng was startled by Xiao Shuiru's actions, in front of so many people. Her lack of concern for his injuries and focus on checking for missing parts was simply outrageous. However, it must be said that Xiao Shuiru's antics lightened the atmosphere considerably. Meanwhile, Qin Lan, despite her concern for Chu Cheng, felt a slight relief upon realizing he was still able to speak. Among the crowd, only she understood that, even if Chu Cheng were to lose limbs, as long as he still breathed, he could recover gradually. The genes of the earthworm are no joke. Although its vitality may not rival that of the tardigrade, it is nearly impossible to kill them through wounds or blood loss. At that moment, Yang Xiaola placed the ceramic basin in front of the wild boar's neck and pierced it with a sharp knife, causing a torrent of blood to flow into the basin. "Boss, there are many piglets in this trap. How should we deal with them?" Xiao Wu, Xiao Qi, and Zhang Peng were contemplating how to manage the wild boar carcasses in the pit, but a dozen piglets had also fallen into the trap. And due to their small size, they had suffered little harm. "Let them stay in there for now. We have so many caves in the mountain. Later let Xiaola use vines and wooden sticks to make a door, and we can raise these piglets." After a brief contemplation, Chu Cheng devised a plan. With the impending storm uncertain in duration, capturing and raising these piglets would be a prudent measure. "All right, Mengya, you should help too. There is so much to do." and I cannot be of much assistance right now. Let me rest properly. Chu Cheng waved to Wang Mingya, his gaze gentle. Okay, I'll go over now, Wang Mingya replied, nodding before turning toward the trap. It would be nearly impossible to handle all the wild boars before nightfall. However, the temperature inside the cave was quite low, so even if the meat was left for a day or two, it would remain fine. The urgent matter now was how to transport over 2,000 pounds of meat into the cave. With the two strongest individuals in the group incapacitated, they could only helplessly watch as the women, led by Xiao Wu and Xiao Qi, bound the wild boars with vines and devised ways to pull them out of the trap. After extricating them, they chopped several sturdy wooden sticks and carried the wild boars one by one to the water's edge in the cave. For them, stranded on a deserted island, the wild boars offered not only meat, but also edible entrails that must not go to waste. Moreover, the foul stench from the trap needed to be buried entirely. Otherwise, if a pack of wolves were to follow the scent, they would inevitably face another fierce battle. Xiao Wu, Xiao Qi, Yang Xiaola, and Zhang Peng took the initiative to handle the task of transporting the wild boars. Meanwhile, the women finally freed their hands and approached Chu Cheng. Chu Cheng, we discussed it and decided to carry you back, one of us on each side. The weather is rather stifling, and it seems it might rain soon, Wang Mingya said. Her cheeks flushed as she spoke to Chu Cheng. What about me? Is anyone going to take care of me? I'm also an injured party. Before Chu Cheng could respond, Zhuang Tao interjected. A group of women surrounded Chu Cheng, yet none seemed inclined to attend to him, leaving him feeling as aggrieved as a neglected young bride. Ahem, once Xiao Lu and the others return with the wild boar, they will come to carry you too. Xiao Shuiru shot a glance at Zhuang Tao, accompanied by a gentle smile. Alas, what a wretched era that judges by appearances. Upon hearing this, Zhuang Tao sighed deeply, embodying a sentiment akin to the age-old lament of why must you live while Liang suffers. Soon after, several girls indeed took turns carrying Chu Cheng back to the cave, and the soft warmth they exuded was a matter too intimate to disclose to outsiders. Once inside the cave, due to their injuries, Chu Cheng and Zhuang Tao could only rest on their beds, while the others, under Yang Xiaoli's direction, began eviscerating the wild boars, meticulously cleaning the meat and entrails, and applying salt in preparation for curing. As Chu Cheng lay on the grassy bed within the cave, feeling utterly bored, Qin Lan entered his room, holding a ceramic bowl. What brings you here? Seeing Qin Lan took Chu Cheng by surprise, since their relationship had been discovered by Wang Mingya. Both he and Qin Lan had consciously kept their distance from one another, fearing exposure. I brewed a medicinal soup with herbs. While they are busy with the meat, I thought I would bring you some. Drinking it will hasten your recovery. Upon seeing Chu Cheng's expression, Qin Lan instinctively felt a pang of irritation. As the president of the Qin Corporation, she had personally come to feed him medicine, yet he looked utterly astonished. Hadn't they made a verbal agreement to become husband and wife? Why was he treating her with such indifference now? All right, thank you. Chu Cheng swallowed hard at her words. Indeed, no matter how one viewed it, Qin Lan was a pampered young lady. How could she have ever engaged in the butchering of animals? Now, open your mouth. With that, Qin Lan sat at the edge of Chu Cheng's bed, wielding a spoon crafted from bamboo, ready to feed him the medicine. Perhaps I should do it myself? Chu Cheng felt quite uncomfortable at this scene. If Wang Mingya, the jealous type, were to discover this, it would surely lead to chaos. What? Are you so disdainful of me now? Qin Lan's face displayed a clear sense of grievance upon hearing his words. After all, she was now truly his woman. Feeding her man medicine was hardly inappropriate. No, not at all. I just fear I might tire you. Faced with the expression on Qin Lan's face, Chu Cheng hesitated to speak further and simply obediently opened his mouth, allowing her to feed him the medicine. The concoction was bitter, yet Chu Cheng found it bearable, especially with such a radiant beauty personally administering it. He mechanically opened and closed his mouth while his gaze remained fixed on Qin Lan's exquisite visage. To be honest, he had never truly observed her closely. To him, Qin Lan had always been two distinct personas, the icy, unapproachable CEO and the one filled with anguish he had encountered in the dense forest. At that moment, however, as he watched Qin Lan diligently feeding him medicine, she appeared to embody the essence of a devoted wife. This sight stirred a wave of emotions within him. Coupled with the fragrant aroma emanating from her, it invaded his senses in the confined space, prompting memories of their previous encounters in the forest to resurface. Although he was consuming the medicinal soup, he felt increasingly parched and fervent, his gaze fixated on Qin Lan as if he wished to devour her whole. Qin Lan, naturally, sensed his unusual demeanor but chose to feign ignorance. Soon, the bowl of medicinal soup was emptied, yet the flames within Chu Cheng only grew fiercer. He was at a loss. uncertain whether it was his genetically altered body at play or if Qin Lan was simply irresistibly alluring. The contrast between her prior coldness and her current nurturing demeanor was stark, igniting a tempest of thoughts. The medicine is finished. I shall take my leave now. Noticing the desire in Chu Cheng's eyes, Qin Lan's face flushed crimson as she stood up, intending to depart. However, whether due to the slippery cave floor or uneven ground, as soon as she stood, she stumbled backward. Be careful. Seeing this, Chu Cheng swiftly reached out, wrapping his arms around her. In an instant, Qin Lan found herself atop him, their eyes locking, her bosom pressing against his chest. Are you all right? Chu Cheng swallowed hard, gazing at her. Dressed in loose garments. A mere glance downward revealed enchanting scenery, and the flames within him erupted as if doused with gasoline. I'm fine, let me go. The intensity of Chu Cheng's gaze, paired with an unfamiliar sensation brushing against her, made Qin Lan's cheeks burn. Although they had crossed certain boundaries before, it had felt like an accident. Now, however, an unspoken shift lingered between them, an indescribable feeling in the air. Deep down, Chu Cheng was acutely aware of his desire to pull Qin Lan closer, to consume her completely. Lanjia, has Chu Cheng finished his medicine? Just as Qin Lan was leaning over him, their gazes entwined. A figure stepped into the cave, none other than Xiao Shuiru. Upon witnessing the scene, her expression shifted to one of shock. She was aware of the clandestine connection between Chu Cheng and Qin Lan, but this was audacious beyond belief. In broad daylight, with everyone else outside preparing food, Qin Lan had audaciously laid upon Chu Cheng's bed. Was she truly that forward? Ahem, I saw nothing. This is the honey water I prepared. The medicine is bitter. Rinse your mouth. In a flurry, Xiao Shuiru set down the ceramic bowl and dashed out. Wanru, it's not as you think. Alarmed by the turn of events, Qin Lan hastily stood and pursued her, leaving Chu Cheng in the cave, dumbfounded. Well, this is a disaster. That evening, Yang Shaoli used the previously acquired pig's blood and various innards, combining them with wild vegetables, to brew a large pot of soup. The enticing aroma wafted through the cave as everyone gathered around the fire to dine. Naturally, Wang Mingya filled a bowl and entered Chu Cheng's room, personally feeding him. Regardless of the circumstances, the entire group in the cave had tacitly acknowledged the relationship between Wang Mingya and Chu Cheng, although neither of them explicitly stated it. Everyone tacitly accepted this relationship. However, at that moment, Xiao Shuiru sat beside Qin Lan, feeling quite differently. She leaned in and whispered to Qin Lan, Sister Lan, what is your situation? Are you a third party or an underground lover? What nonsense are you talking about? Qin Lan's face immediately darkened upon hearing Xiao Shuiru's words. The situation was indeed quite complicated, and she herself was uncertain about what to make of it. My goodness. Observing Qin Lan's expression, Xiao Shuiru couldn't help but feel a wave of emotion. Chu Cheng was rather extraordinary, wasn't he? On one hand, he was openly dating a pure college student, while on the other, he was secretly exchanging glances with the stunning CEO of the Qin Group. This was truly the dream of every man. Having spent considerable time with him, Xiao Shuiru was well aware of Chu Cheng's background. He was merely a security guard, yet had captured the attention of these two beautiful women. It was beyond description. However, as this thought crossed her mind, Xiao Shuiru squinted her eyes slightly, disbelief evident in her gaze. If it were just Wang Mingya, it could be understandable. After all, she was a fresh graduate, filled with the idealism of youth, and it was not surprising for her to be drawn to a handsome and masculine man like Wu Liang. But what about Qin Lan? She was the glamorous CEO of the Qin Group, and suitors could line up from Jingdu to Haizhou just to chase her. Moreover, all of them were young talents, possessing looks, abilities, and family backgrounds that far surpassed Chu Cheng. Yet, here was Qin Lan, inexplicably enamored with someone as insignificant as a security guard. What secret could possibly lie beneath this? At this moment, Xiao Shuiru's expression turned serious, her mind racing. On this island, she had known Qin Lan the longest and understood her better than anyone. Qin Lan was known for her decisive and relentless nature. She would not rest until she achieved her goals. Previously, Xiao Shuiru had sought out Chu Cheng in his cave, willing to offer herself. But this was due to her gratitude for his life-saving assistance. Yet, how could Qin Lan, as the CEO of the Qin Group, choose to express her gratitude in such a manner? Furthermore, given the current situation, it was evident that Qin Lan was willing to share a man with Wang Mingya. There had to be secrets that she was unaware of. With this thought in mind, Xiao Shuiru lifted her head and cast a deep gaze at Qin Lan, a glimmer of insight flashing in her eyes. Just then, Qin Lan turned her head to look at Xiao Shuiru, and the knowing expression in her eyes caused a flutter of panic within Qin Lan. Wanru, what is wrong with you? Qin Lan swallowed hard. quickly masking her flustered state as she inquired of Xiao Shuuru. Hee, nothing, just eating, Xiao Shuuru replied lightly, shaking her head as she continued her meal, yet internally vowed to uncover the truth behind this situation. Unbeknownst to anyone, after Chu Cheng consumed 2 large bowls of pig's blood and offal, his injuries began to heal at a visibly rapid pace, and the previous pain in his chest gradually subsided. What was happening? Chu Cheng was astonished. He had been kicked hard by a wild boar weighing over 400 pounds, sustaining severe internal injuries, yet after eating a few bowls of meat, signs of healing were already apparent. How miraculous! What's wrong, Brother Chu? Perhaps noticing Chu Cheng's strange demeanor, Wang Mingya asked. I'm fine, he replied, quickly shaking his head to suppress his astonishment upon seeing her puzzled expression. Chapter 72. Xiao Shueru's doubts. Upon seeing Wang Mingya's delicate face, Chu Cheng instinctively wrapped her in his arms. Brother Chu, Wang Mingya blushed immediately at his embrace. Initially wanting to break free, she hesitated, realizing that he was injured and fearing she might inadvertently hurt him. What's wrong, Mingya? Chu Cheng, now lost in a haze of emotions, could not help but swallow hard at her shy demeanor. Mingya, stop being so clingy with your brother Chu. Hurry and eat, or there won't be any left. Just as their moment was intensifying, Xiao Shuru's voice rang out from outside. Brother Chu, can you let go of me? I haven't eaten yet. I'll come back to keep you company later, okay? Hearing Xiao Shuru's words, Wang Mingya lowered her head and slowly spoke to Chu Cheng. It wasn't that she didn't want to be with him, but given that others were outside, it wouldn't be proper for her to remain alone in his cave. All right, you go ahead. Chu Cheng quickly realized that Wang Mingya had been busy since noon and must be famished. He was full now, but she was still hungry. Okay. Wang Mingya nodded gently, carefully removing Chu Cheng's hand and standing up to leave. Witnessing this, Chu Cheng let out a deep sigh. He genuinely didn't understand what was happening to him. He seemed particularly prone to flaring emotions lately, and even the slightest suggestive action was becoming hard to bear. The only silver lining was that the pain in his chest was gradually easing, and if this trend continued, he would likely be fully healed by tomorrow morning. Sigh. How would he explain things then? Chu Cheng sighed deeply. Although he longed to lie in bed feigning illness as before, a storm was approaching, and resources in the cave were running low. Today, all the salt had been used for curing the wild boar meat, and with the duration of the impending storm unknown, he needed firewood for warmth and cooking. These issues required urgent attention. At present, both he and Zhuang Tao were seriously injured. Zhuang Tao, lacking his resilience, would likely need to lie in bed for at least 2 or 3 days before getting up. Although Xiao Wu and Xiao Qi were also specially trained bodyguards, retrieving seawater for salt from the dense forest would be a challenge for them. They could at most chop wood in the nearby forest to prepare firewood. To fetch seawater, he and Yang Xiaola would have to go together. Never mind, it was best to stop worrying about it. Survival on this island was the priority. With this thought, Chu Cheng sighed again, closed his eyes, and prepared to sleep, intending to rise early the next morning to gather seawater for salt. However, about 2 to 3 hours later, he suddenly opened his eyes, instinctively turning to glance at the cave entrance. Who is it? Chu Cheng furrowed his brow, subconsciously reaching for the dagger by his bedside. It's me, keep your voice down. Just as he was on high alert, Xiao Shueru's voice came from the entrance. What are you doing here? With his night vision ability, Chu Cheng clearly discerned the visitor and let out a sigh of relief. I can't sleep, so I came to chat with you about life and ideals. At this moment, Xiao Shueru revealed a sly smile, her eyes shimmering with a peculiar light. Upon hearing this, Chu Cheng instinctively swallowed hard. In the dead of night, a widow stealthily entered his room to discuss life and aspirations, no matter how one contemplated it. The situation was ripe for misinterpretation. Sister Wanru, it's quite late. Perhaps we should converse tomorrow instead? Chu Cheng swallowed again, aware that he was feeling quite heated, and the prospect of being alone with a woman in such circumstances could lead to some indescribable outcomes. I've observed that everyone is sound asleep. Moreover, they've all exhausted themselves today and are sleeping quite deeply. Considering we had wild lychee for dinner, which has calming properties that enhance sleep. Even if thunder were to strike overhead, they likely wouldn't awaken, Xiao Shueru said with a gentle laugh as she moved closer to Chu Cheng. Despite the darkness of the cave, she quickly noticed something unusual about him. He truly was a proud man of stature. Ahem, Sister Wanru. What do you mean by that? Upon hearing Xiao Shueru's words, Chu Cheng instinctively froze. Was she insinuating that everyone was indeed fast asleep and would remain undisturbed by any sounds? But why? He had known Xiao Shueru for less than a month. Yet she had repeatedly attempted to entice him. What could possibly be her motive? Chu Cheng could hardly believe that her actions were merely a means to repay him for saving her life. Enough of the pretense. I know you are struggling. I am here specifically to assist you. Xiao Shuiru replied, a flirtatious smile gracing her lips as she leaned closer to Chu Cheng, gazing intently into his eyes. Have you forgotten? I am a doctor. You might deceive others, but not me. What could I possibly be hiding from you? Chu Cheng's heart raced at her words. What did she mean? Had she discovered something? After you were injured this afternoon, I examined your wound. At that time, you had an internal injury, with your chest caved in from that wild boar's kick. However, when I fed you medicine earlier, I noticed that the wound had significantly improved, which is certainly suspicious. Xiao Shuiru said, narrowing her eyes at him. I'm not entirely sure about that. Faced with her penetrating gaze, Chu Cheng felt a surge of anxiety and could only feign ignorance. I suspect it must be the special medicine that Qin Lan provided you. Its effects are still lingering, aren't they? As she observed his feigned confusion, Xiao Shuiru smiled once more. Regardless, the Qin Corporation is among the top 5 enterprises in the entire Longhua, and indeed, the world. Hence, the items Qin Lan presents are unlikely to be ordinary remedies. As she spoke, a flicker of barely perceptible malice crossed her eyes. That seems plausible, Chu Cheng managed to reply, unable to meet her gaze. His night vision allowed him to discern the change in her expression. The once alluring demeanor of Xiao Shuiru had morphed into one of cold indifference, as if she were an entirely different person. Her eyes sparkled with a sharp intensity, as if she had seen through everything. Chu Cheng, are you feeling unwell? Xiao Shuiru leaned closer, her delicate hand gliding over his chest. Sister Wanru, please don't do that. The tingling sensation coursing through him made Chu Cheng swallow again. Given his genetically enhanced desires, her current behavior, which seemed to suggest a bold pursuit, was almost unbearable for a man in the prime of his youth. I am here to alleviate your suffering. I know you are in considerable discomfort. Although I am on my period, I can still assist you in other ways. What do you think? As she spoke, Xiao Shuiru leaned in and lightly kissed his cheek, her hand gradually moving toward the belt of his jeans. The following morning, when Chu Cheng awoke from his slumber, Xiao Shuiru had vanished without a trace. However, the recollection of the previous night's mortifying events left even a man of his stature feeling a deep flush of embarrassment. Uncertain if it was due to the exertion of the previous night or the need for substantial physical energy to heal his wounds, the cave was bustling with activity. And outside, the voices of several women could be heard. Cece, could you help me gather some dry grass? I want to start a fire to heat up last night's leftovers. Let us make do with what we have, came Su Ruolin's voice. Though she was a modern urban model, since arriving on the island, she had proven to be the most industrious, second only to Xiao Shuiru. Hey, Sister Wanru, why does it seem like your cheeks are swollen? Su Ruolin's voice was filled with astonishment, her gaze full of curiosity as she looked at Xiao Shuiru. Indeed, it appears to be quite swollen. Li Cici, standing nearby, turned to Xiao Shuiru and nodded in agreement. I suppose I must have eaten something I shouldn't have last night, Xiao Shuiru said, instinctively touching her swollen cheek, her face flushed with embarrassment. The events of the previous night had been rather absurd. Initially, Chu Cheng had seemed hesitant, yet in the end, it was she who had borne the consequences. Who could have anticipated that Chu Cheng possessed such stamina? Wow, Sister Wanru, are you feeling unwell? Your cheeks are swollen, and your face is so red. Wang Mingya, just getting out of bed, remarked in surprise upon noticing Xiao Shuiru's condition. In just one night, the previously delicate features of Xiao Shuiru had begun to take on a rounder appearance. Well, I was bitten by some insect while I was sleeping last night, which is why I look this way. Faced with the inquisitive stares of the others, Xiao Shuiru quickly concocted an excuse. What? There are such insects in our cave? The women gasped in unison at Xiao Shuiru's revelation. As women, they harbored a deep-seated fear of snakes and venomous creatures, and seeing Xiao Shuiru's swollen cheeks, they all displayed expressions of dread. I'll go find some herbs to repel insects and place them around the cave. That way, those venomous creatures and insects will be deterred by the scent, Yang Xiaolu chimed in, nodding in agreement. She had intended to gather such herbs after Xiao Shuiru discovered snakes in the cave, but had not yet found the time to do so amidst their resource-gathering efforts. Upon witnessing the dismal state of Xiao Suar, Yang Xiol felt an urgent need to take action without further delay. All right, make sure to bring back plenty later. Upon hearing Yang Xiol's words, several girls nodded eagerly in affirmation. Meanwhile, within the cave, Ing felt a twinge of discomfort as he overheard their conversation. He was fully aware of the cause behind Xiao Suar's swollen cheeks. And although he initially intended to rise and leave, a flicker of guilt washed over him at that moment. All right, you all continue chatting. I shall check if DGCH has awakened. Wang Im-ingi nodded, acknowledging the other girls, and made her way towards CHCH-ing's cave. Upon realizing Wang Im-ingi was approaching, CHCH-ing hastily closed his eyes, feigning sleep. Having recently engaged in actions that weighed heavily on his conscience, he found himself at a loss on how to confront Wang Im-ingi. Perhaps sensing that CHCH-ing was still asleep, Wang Im-ingi glanced at him and quietly exited. Sighing deeply at this scene, CHCH-ing pondered, what is happening here? He had intended to remain in bed and lay low, but unexpectedly, the others had kindled a fire outside, preparing last night's pig's blood soup, and its enticing aroma wafted toward his bedside. Despite his resolute determination, CHCH-ing could not resist the temptation, as the healing of his wounds had drained much of his energy. Oh well, satisfying my hunger is paramount. With this thought, he sighed and rose from his bed, making his way to the main hall. CHCH-ing, you're up? Su Ruel-in was the first to notice his emergence, her eyes wide with astonishment. They had witnessed the severity of his injuries the previous day, yet here he was, walking unaided, which seemed almost miraculous. DGCH, why are you up? You should return to rest, and allow your injuries to heal. Wang Im-ingi exclaimed, rushing over with concern to support his arm. It's nothing. I'm perfectly fine. I wasn't injured severely. A night's rest sufficed. Please, no need for such alarm. CHCH-ing replied awkwardly, scratching his nose. Is that so? The girls nodded instinctively at his explanation. CHCH-ing appeared relaxed, as though he were not merely putting on a brave front. In the cave, only two individuals maintained their usual demeanor. QNLN understood CHCH-ing's remarkable recovery abilities and felt no surprise. The other was, surprisingly, Xiao Su'er. Upon seeing CHCH-ing in the hall, a subtle smile graced her lips, yet it bore an undercurrent of barely concealed resentment. WNR, what's wrong? Su Ruel-in, seated beside Xiao Su'er, perceptively noticed her unusual behavior and spoke slowly. It's nothing. Xiao Su'er quickly shook her head, her gaze regaining composure in an instant. Perhaps I did not sleep well last night. Oh, if you're feeling unwell, you should rest in the cave while the rest of us gather dry grass and firewood, Su Ruel-in suggested, her concern evident. I'm fine. Xiao Su'er managed a forced smile, casting a lingering glance at QNLN and CHCH-ing, her thoughts veiled in ambiguity. CHCH-ing gently offered a smile to those around him, saying, everyone, there's no need for concern. Let us eat first. Afterward, we shall allocate tasks. The storm is approaching, and we must be prepared. All right, the group nodded in agreement, recognizing CHCH-ing's authority. Outside, the sky had begun to darken, hinting at the impending storm. If they did not prepare in advance, their days in the cave would become increasingly arduous. Having expended considerable energy healing his wounds, CHCH-ing consumed several large bowls of pig's blood soup. Each bowl, crafted by Ying Xiaoel, was quite substantial, easily holding over a pound of food. Yet here was CHCH-ing, devouring 4 to 5 bowls of pig's blood and various innards, amounting to an impressive weight. While most would be full after half a pound of meat, CHCH-ing's appetite seemed insatiable. Though Wang Im-ingi had fed him last night, she had served him multiple times. I'm a bit hungry. Everyone, please eat, he said, feeling somewhat embarrassed under their astonished gazes. It's fine. CHCH-ing fought a massive wild boar yesterday, undoubtedly exhausting himself. He needs to replenish his strength. Everyone, let us not gawk, Xiao Su'er interjected, eager to ease the awkwardness. After their meal, they gathered to assign tasks, ultimately deciding that CHCH-ing, along with Xiao W and Xiao Q, would venture to the beach to extract salt from seawater, while Ying Xiaoel would lead the others in gathering firewood and supplies. As the storm approached, temperatures would surely plummet, and without adequate preparation, they would face dire consequences. All right, I shall take Xiao W and Xiao Q and set off. We'll aim to return before nightfall, CHCH-ing declared after finalizing plans. Oh, and Xiao W, remember to bring some fresh water. We won't lack for food at the beach, but fresh water will be scarce. Understood, boss. Xiao W nodded in agreement. Once prepared, the trio set off toward the beach, equipped with makeshift water bags fashioned from life rings. Having previously visited, CHCH-ing knew the quickest route, and in just over 2 hours, they arrived at the shore. They quickly built fires and placed their water bags filled with seawater over the flames. While they could not produce refined salt on site, they aimed to evaporate as much water as possible, leaving behind salt-rich brine. Upon returning to the cave, they would boil the brine in clay pots, evaporating the water to yield ample sea salt. Xiao W, Xiao Q, Continue boiling the seawater here while I investigate the bay that Zhang mentioned, Cheng said, shouldering his bow and arrow as he made his way toward the bay. According to Zhang and Wang Ming's descriptions, although the bay was perilous, it was rumored to hold plentiful floating supplies. Now, they find themselves residing on a deserted island, where many tools prove to be rather unwieldy. If they could retrieve those items from the bay, it would undoubtedly make their lives significantly easier, lacking a small boat prepared in advance. And with Chu Cheng's life buoy having been repurposed into a water bag, he could only proceed on foot, gradually making his way to the edge of the bay. Gazing at the plethora of floating debris in the water, Chu Cheng was momentarily taken aback. Goodness, just how much is piled up here? The bay before him was awash with a dense layer of various objects, with several waterproof suitcases naturally bobbing on the surface, igniting a spark of hope within Chu Cheng. Previously, they had discovered a few suitcases on the beach, one containing a solar-powered flashlight. With so many boxes here, surely there would be some suitable tools to be found if they were all opened? While the waves outside surged, the bay itself remained tranquil. Had it not been for Zhang Peng and his companion's earlier warning about sharks lurking within, he would have found it hard to believe. Following the rocky shoreline, Chu Cheng cautiously approached the beach, prying open several suitcases. To his astonishment, he uncovered a first aid kit nestled within one of them. Inside lay an assortment of medical alcohol, bandages, and various emergency medications. He even discovered surgical instruments among the supplies. At last, he could set aside his worries about injuries. The acquisition of this first aid kit filled Chu Cheng with immense joy. Their greatest concerns on the island were the risk of colds and injuries. While his own constitution was robust, the others, Zhuang Tao, Yang Xiaolu, and Wang Mingya, were merely ordinary individuals, making the prospect of illness or injury a grave matter. Now, with this first aid kit in hand, such fears could be alleviated. However, just as Chu Cheng reveled in his newfound fortune, the sudden crack of a gunshot from the distant beach startled him. Alarmed, he sprang to his feet, clutching the first aid kit, and dashed towards the beach where Xiao Wu and Xiao Qi were located. He had previously instructed them to refrain from firing unless in exceptional circumstances. But the sound of gunfire could only signify one thing. Xiao Wu and Xiao Qi were in peril. Chapter 75. Encounters with the natives at that moment. Chu Cheng sprinted swiftly along the sandy shore, reaching Xiao Wu and Xiao Qi's location in a mere 4 to 5 minutes. Uncertain of what had transpired on the beach, he refrained from rushing in recklessly. Instead, he sought a concealed vantage point to observe the unfolding situation. After the first gunshot, Xiao Wu and Xiao Qi had ceased firing, indicating they were either in a standoff, or perhaps the danger had been averted, or worse, they had been completely subdued. Regardless of the scenario, Chu Cheng knew that revealing himself prematurely would bring no advantage. Yet, as he gazed upon the beach, the sight before him left him utterly astounded. A group of over a dozen natives stood on the shoreline, bows and arrows aimed squarely at Xiao Wu and Xiao Qi, who appeared to be on high alert, each wielding a handgun, locked in a tense standoff with their adversaries. The natives seemed momentarily intimidated by the gunfire, hesitant to make any rash moves. Outsiders, lay down your weapons, or we shall not show mercy. A native, evidently the leader, barked, his bow drawn taut towards Xiao Wu and Xiao Qi. Who are you? What do you want? Xiao Wu and Xiao Qi, equally taken aback, found themselves bewildered. They had merely been gathering salt on the beach when these individuals appeared out of nowhere, accusing them of injuring their kin and demanding retribution. Reluctantly, Xiao Wu and Xiao Qi had fired warning shots to deter the natives. Outsiders, cease your prattle and put down your weapons, or we shall be forced to respond with force. The leader of the natives disregarded their inquiries, tightening his grip on the bowstring. However, the tremor in his voice betrayed his inner trepidation. Clearly, the gunfire had shaken them. Meanwhile, Wu Liang, hidden nearby, was filled with questions upon hearing the natives' claims. Were these individuals truly refugees from Longhua, having fled here to escape calamity? In the 21st century, it seemed improbable that anyone would still speak in such antiquated terms. You have harmed my kin. If you kneel and surrender now, we may grant you a swift demise. The native's face twisted with malice, clearly eager to eliminate the two men before him, yet the ominous weapons they wielded instilled a profound fear that restrained their actions. Humph, if you have the guts, come at us. I would relish witnessing who shall perish today. Xiao Wu and Xiao Qi were equally incensed, finding the natives' accusations utterly unreasonable. They had been solely engaged in salt production on the beach, with no involvement in any conflicts. Wait, everyone, hold your ground. Witnessing this confrontation, Chu Cheng stepped forth from his hiding place. And you are? Are you in league with them? The natives were taken aback by Chu Cheng's emergence, redirecting their bows towards him. Please, do not misconstrue our intentions. We are merely wayfarers who have inadvertently found ourselves here. I assure you, there has been a misunderstanding. None of us would ever harm your kin. As Chu Cheng approached the natives with his hands raised in a gesture of peace, he sought to convey his lack of hostility. Humph, you lie. It is clearly you peculiar-clad individuals who have injured our kin, wielding weapons akin to the ones in your possession. One of the natives retorted with a disdainful scoff. No, you are truly mistaken. Surely you hail from Longhua as well. We are also from Longhua. Please believe us, we have not harmed your kin. Chu Cheng insisted, convinced of their innocence. As Yang Xiao Lu and the others were busy gathering firewood on the mountain, rendering it impossible for them to have caused any harm. Xiao Wu and Xiao Qi's expressions clearly reflected their wrongful accusation. Longhua? We know not what this Longhua is. Do not approach further, or we shall shoot. The natives responded with uncertainty, yet their vigilance towards Chu Cheng did not wane. Dear friends, we swear by the heavens, we truly did not harm your kin. Should I utter a single falsehood, may I be struck down by divine retribution and never find peace. Realizing he could not persuade them through words, Chu Cheng decided to invoke an oath. If, as Li Sisi suggested, these individuals were indeed descendants of Huaxia, they likely held deep-seated beliefs in such vows. Oh, so, it truly was not you who harmed my kin. Indeed, upon hearing Chu Cheng's solemn oath, the vigilance in the eyes of several natives eased somewhat. Yes, we are unfortunate refugees, compelled to flee to this island, but among us are also a band of marauders, who must surely be the ones responsible for injuring your kin. Chu Cheng spoke with unwavering certainty to the leader of the group. How can you prove that you are not allied with those brigands? Just as Chu Cheng finished speaking, a woman stepped forward. Upon closer inspection, she was indeed the same archer he had seen near the cliff on the mountainside. Upon hearing her words, Chu Cheng hesitated instinctively, realizing he was at a loss for an explanation. Oh, right, it suddenly dawned on him. Those brigands are uncivilized, with golden hair and blue eyes, vastly different from us. How could we, the proud descendants of Yin Huang, possibly consort with such savages? Chu Cheng's face lit up with a smile. Regardless of the era the others hailed from, they were undoubtedly familiar with the term savage. Oh, descendants of Yin Huang? Are you also from the Great Ming? The woman inquired, her expression filled with confusion. The Ming? Chu Cheng's mind clicked as he realized these individuals were likely the ones who fled with the Jiangwen Emperor during his maritime escapades. After all, throughout history, those who claimed to be from the Ming and appeared on this island could only be the refugees of the Jiangwen Emperor. Could it be that the so-called natives of this island are descendants of the Ming's Jiangwen Emperor? Chapter 76. The Fall of the Ming Dynasty for Centuries. What? You do not even know about the Ming Dynasty? The woman's face turned wary upon hearing Chu Cheng's words. This strangely dressed individual claimed to be a descendant of Yin Huang. Yet his eyes betrayed ignorance when the Ming was mentioned. It was evident he had no knowledge of what the Ming truly was. No, my lady, you misunderstand. The Ming dynasty you speak of has been fallen for centuries. Observing the change in the woman's demeanor, Chu Cheng hastily explained. What? Fallen? How can that be? The incredulity was palpable in the eyes of both the woman and the other natives, especially the woman, who gazed at Chu Cheng with unwavering conviction. Impossible. You must be deceiving me. My ancestors once said the Ming was the most prosperous nation in the world. How could it possibly have fallen? I assure you, I am not deceiving you. Chu Cheng instinctively shook his head, his expression conflicted. Though he understood these individuals were surely descendants of the Ming, the truth remained that the Ming had indeed perished for centuries, an undeniable fact. He could not possibly deceive them further. Is that so? How can I trust the words of you outsiders? Wang Zhua, seize them all and take them back to the palace to await the emperor's judgment. The woman scoffed coldly, issuing orders to a group of burly men nearby. Yes, your highness. The men promptly readied their bows, aiming them at Chu Cheng, suggesting they would shoot at the slightest provocation. Hold on. Witnessing this scene, Chu Cheng felt a wave of annoyance. What era is this? They still cling to notions of royalty? Moreover, in such a decrepit place as this island, how could there even be a palace? What now, outsider? Do you have anything else to say? The woman, referred to as the princess, spoke again. I have already told you, the Ming you speak of has perished for centuries. Believe it or not, we have no intention of accompanying you to any palace, so I advise you to show some respect. Do not think your numbers grant you the right to act with impunity. Chu Cheng chuckled lightly, signaling to Xiao Wu and Xiao Qi, who promptly aimed their firearms at the men, ready to fire at any moment. Chu Cheng understood that since these individuals were indeed remnants of the Ming, their beliefs were likely rooted in a society of slavery. If they fell into the hands of these so-called natives, their fate would surely be dire. Outsider. Know that we understand this island far better than you do. Even if you manage to escape this time, finding you again will be a trivial task. So I advise you to lay down your weapons and return with us. The woman huffed again, though she eyed Xiao Wu and Xiao Qi with a hint of trepidation. She may not have known what weapons they wielded, but she was aware of their formidable power. Your Highness, Xiao Qi has fainted again. You must come quickly. Just as the two parties stood poised for confrontation, a voice called out from behind the woman. What? Xiao Qi has fainted again. Take me to see. Upon hearing this, not only the so-called princess, but even the others displayed expressions of concern, hastily turning to venture into the woods. It seemed this Xiao Qi held significant status among them. Otherwise, such a display of anxiety from so many would be unfathomable. Xiao Wu, Xiao Qi, stay here. I will go take a look. Chu Cheng furrowed his brow lightly. Addressing Xiao Wu and Xiao Qi. From the princess's earlier words, it appeared that the individual named Xiao Qi had been shot by the pirates. Hence their hostility towards him and his companions. On this island, it was impossible for them to possess the means to treat gunshot wounds. But he had recently acquired a medical kit containing surgical tools. If he could save the Xiao Qi, perhaps he could win their favor. Regardless, they had lived on this island for centuries, and their knowledge of the terrain and weather far surpassed his own. What do you want? Spare us. And you should leave quickly. The woman glared at Chu Cheng with anger as he approached. Please, do not misunderstand. I believe I can treat the injuries of the Xiao Qi you mentioned. Seeing their wary expressions, Chu Cheng quickly clarified. Oh, you're a doctor? The woman's face filled with skepticism. Yes, indeed, and I am also a military medic. Chu Cheng nodded affirmatively. Although this was a fabrication, he had indeed learned some emergency battlefield rescue techniques during his service, qualifying him as a quasi-medic. At that moment, he spotted the boy, encircled by over a dozen individuals. Appearing to be around 14 or 15 years old, his face pale and bleeding from a gunshot wound to his abdomen. Do not hesitate. He continues to bleed. I assure you, I can save him. If I fail, you may kill me without hesitation. Chu Cheng urgently implored, noting the boy's condition. He understood clearly that this young man held a significant position among these individuals. Should any misfortune befall him, the indigenous people would undoubtedly seek revenge, implicating them as well. After all, in their eyes, whether it be the pirates or Chu Cheng and his companions, they were merely outsiders. Impossible. Your Highness, how could someone of Xiao Qi's esteemed status allow an outsider to treat him? We should hasten back and have the elder attend to him. As soon as Chu Cheng finished speaking, a burly man beside him expressed his discontent, directing his words toward the woman. Ha ha ha, 3 hours? Don't say I didn't warn you. Given the severity of this young man's injuries, if he doesn't receive timely medical attention, he will succumb to excessive blood loss within half an hour. Chu Cheng's expression turned cold as he slowly addressed the woman. Outrageous. Outsider, how dare you utter such ominous words? Do you believe I won't kill you right now? At Chu Cheng's remarks, the crowd erupted in fury, aiming their bows and arrows at him once more. Stand down. Upon witnessing this scene, the woman quickly waved her hand, signaling the group to lower their weapons. She then turned to Chu Cheng. Outsider, do you truly have the means to save my brother? Indeed, I am confident. The bullet merely struck his abdomen. It did not hit any vital organs. It is evident that it was a ricochet. If I remove the bullet and properly disinfect and bandage the wound, he will be as good as new within a month. Chu Cheng nodded affirmatively. Despite his reluctance to appear subservient while saving someone, he recognized the importance of establishing a good rapport with these indigenous people on this deserted island. Not only would it eliminate a potential adversary, but it might also yield valuable information from them, a clear advantage. Very well, I agree to let you treat my brother's injuries. If you succeed, I will permit you to temporarily reside on this island. Although the woman did not comprehend Chu Cheng's terminology, such as bullet or ricochet, she realized that they were unaware of how Xiao Qi had sustained his injuries, making Chu Cheng their sole beacon of hope. However, if you fail, I assure you that you and your companions will endure the most excruciating tortures my people can devise. You will find yourself in a predicament from which escape is impossible. Do you understand? The woman's tone shifted, her face darkening as she addressed Chu Cheng. Very well, rest assured. Although Chu Cheng felt uncomfortable at her words, he managed to suppress his feelings. He then approached the young man, carefully tearing away the clothing around his wound to assess the injury. Indeed, just as I suspected. It is a ricochet. Observing the wound, Chu Cheng nodded instinctively, reassured. Knowing that they had previously encountered pirates armed predominantly with AK-47 rifles, he understood that any direct hit would have caused a wound the size of a bowl, regardless of whether it struck a vital area. However, the young man before him, despite his grave appearance, still displayed the bullet's presence without any immediate intervention. Young brother, I am going to extract the bullet from your body. This will hurt. So bear with it, understood? As Chu Cheng retrieved tools from his first aid kit, he spoke to the young man, Xiaoqi. Xiaoqi nodded imperceptibly, letting out a small grunt in response. Having received permission, Chu Cheng turned to the woman referred to as Your Highness. Please fetch a clean stick for Xiaoqi to bite down on. The extraction will be painful, and we must be cautious to avoid him biting his own injury. Understood. The woman nodded and quickly prepared a stick for Xiaoqi to hold in his mouth. Chu Cheng then disinfected Xiaoqi's wound with alcohol before using tweezers to extract the bullet. Subsequently, he sutured the wound and bandaged it. The entire procedure lasted roughly 10 minutes, during which Xiaoqi gritted his teeth, enduring the pain without a single cry of anguish. This fortitude prompted an involuntary nod of respect from Chu Cheng. All done. The bullet has been removed. Upon your return, be sure to change the bandages daily and apply some medicinal ointment. He will heal swiftly. After securing the bandage, Chu Cheng stood up, wiping the sweat from his forehead. Oh, and make sure the wound does not come into contact with water, understood? Thank you, doctor. Upon hearing Chu Cheng's words, the expressions of the group softened somewhat. Though still tinged with caution, their hostility had notably diminished. You're welcome. We shall be residing beneath the waterfall over there. Should anything arise, feel free to seek me out. Chu Cheng waved his hand, issuing instructions. Though he realized he had inadvertently revealed his hideout, he understood that as the island's natives, it would not take long for them to discover his location. It was better to disclose it voluntarily and perhaps gain a measure of goodwill. I'll remember that. Once my brother recovers, I will personally express my gratitude. The woman nodded deeply at Chu Cheng. By the way, my name is Zhu Yunqi. May I inquire as to your surname, doctor? Ha. My name is Chu Cheng. Hearing the woman introduce herself, Chu Cheng felt a slight relief. It was evident that their animosity had lessened, validating his decision to treat the injury despite his reservations. Well then, Dr. Chu, we shall take our leave. Additionally, I must warn you that a storm is imminent. According to past occurrences, it will last at least a month, so you should prepare accordingly. Furthermore, there are other tribes of wild men on this island who live by primitive means and possess exceptional archery skills. If you encounter them, it is best to keep your distance. Farewell. With that, the woman performed a traditional gesture of respect towards Chu Cheng before departing. Wild men. Chu Cheng stood in stunned silence, unable to fathom that such a small island harbored a cannibalistic tribe. Indeed, these wild men have inhabited this land since our ancestors arrived. Over the centuries, we have clashed with them numerous times, with victories and defeats on both sides. In short, be cautious, and we shall take our leave. Zhu Yunqi nodded once more at Chu Cheng before leading her group, carrying the injured Xiaoqi into the dense forest. Once they had vanished from sight, Chu Cheng furrowed his brow and slowly returned to the beach. Zhu Yunqi's words stirred a tempest within him. He had previously believed that the island's natives were solely represented by Zhu Yunqi and her companions, with whom communication was possible. But now, aside from the merciless pirates, the emergence of a savage man who feasts on raw flesh truly plunged Chu Cheng's heart into despair. Chapter 78. The Jealousy of Zhuang Tao. Boss, are you alright? Upon seeing Chu Cheng return safely, albeit with a peculiar expression, Xiao Wu and Xiao Qi hurriedly approached him, inquiring with concern. Yes, I am fine. Let us continue to distill the seawater. Those people mentioned that the storm will last at least a month, so we need to prepare more salt, Chu Cheng replied, nodding. Though his demeanor was heavy with worry, he had no intention of informing them about the existence of the savages on the island for the time being. After all, they had been on this island for over a month without encountering any signs of these so-called savages. Revealing this information would only serve to increase their anxiety. The most pressing matter at hand was to weather the impending storm. Boss, we have collected 20 bags of seawater, and now only 1 bag remains. I tasted it just now, and it is extremely salty. I estimate that this bag could yield 4 to 5 pounds of salt, Xiao Wu reported to Chu Cheng. All right, continue distilling. Let us strive to produce 10 pounds of salt to take back, Chu Cheng responded earnestly. According to Zhang Peng's earlier statements, the natural salt content in seawater is about 3%, meaning 33 pounds of seawater can yield 1 pound of salt. Their current task was to reduce the 33 pounds of seawater to merely 5 or 6 pounds. This way, they could store the seawater in bags and bring it back to the cave for further distillation. By the way, boss, who were those people we encountered? They spoke our Dragon Kingdom's language. Xiao Qi interjected curiously. It should be noted that this was a deserted island in the Pacific Ocean. Where did such peculiar individuals come from? Those people are likely descendants of those who set sail with the Jiangwen Emperor during the Ming Dynasty. and they have remained until now. However, they pose no threat to us. Once the storm passes, we will retrieve our equipment from the sea, and then we can return to the city. Chu Cheng sighed deeply, knowing that this was merely a statement to provide some comfort. It had been nearly a month since the shipwreck, and the instruments were submerged in seawater. It was uncertain whether they had been damaged. If they went through all the trouble to salvage them only to find them unusable, it would indeed be a grave matter. Understood, boss. Xiao Wu and Xiao Qi nodded, exchanging glances that revealed a hint of concern. During this maritime disaster, they had been responsible for protecting Zhao Hong, who had died, and upon returning, they would have to explain to Zhao Heng's father what had transpired. Nonetheless, they understood that Chu Cheng had no choice but to have Zhao Heng consume the poison he had concocted, had it not been for Chu Cheng discovering the situation. It might have been them who perished. Thus, instead of blaming Chu Cheng for Zhao Heng's death, they felt a sense of relief, knowing that Zhao Heng had also distributed poison to both of them. Enough worrying. Let us fetch another 20 bags of seawater so we can distill it and return sooner. Chu Cheng sighed again. Although he knew that Wang Mengya and the others were under Yang Xiaola's protection, the news about the existence of cannibal tribes from Zhu Yunxi still caused him some unease. Subsequently, the three of them gathered more seawater to distill, estimating they could produce at least 10 pounds of salt, before extinguishing the fire and filling the bags with the heavily salted seawater as they made their way back to the cave. Upon arriving at the cave, darkness had already fallen, and Wang Mingya stood at the entrance, eagerly gazing outside. "Brother Chu, you're back," she exclaimed, running up to him and eagerly taking the heavy bags of seawater from his shoulders. "Xiao Lu has prepared meat soup, and the roasted pig leg is almost done. Your timing is perfect." Wang Mingya's face radiated joy, resembling a wife awaiting her husband's return. "All right." Seeing Wang Mingya's expression, an indescribable feeling surged within Chu Cheng, and all his fatigue vanished in an instant. After dinner, he called for Yang Xiaola and headed to Zhuang Tao's cave. At that moment, Zhuang Tao lay on the bed, staring blankly at Chu Cheng, his eyes filled with grievance. "Boss, we were both struck in the chest by the same wild boar. So why is it that I can barely sit up, while you seem to be thriving?" Zhuang Tao's eyes reflected bitterness. Just earlier, when he had been rescued from the trap, he had witnessed Chu Cheng spitting blood. His injuries had appeared far more severe than his own. Yet now, in the span of a single night, Chu Cheng had fully recovered. What on earth was happening? Enough with the complaints. I have something important to discuss with you. Chu Cheng replied, feeling somewhat helpless. He certainly could not reveal to Zhuang Tao that he had become superhuman. "What is the matter, boss? Is there something wrong?" Yang Xiaola asked, sensing Chu Cheng's unusual demeanor upon his return. "Earlier today, I encountered the natives I had seen before. Upon confirmation, they are indeed descendants from the Ming dynasty. However, I learned another piece of news from them," Chu Cheng continued. "They mentioned that there exists another tribe of natives on this island, who are scantily clothed and feast on raw flesh. Clearly, they are the cannibal tribe we previously discussed." "What? There really are cannibals on this island?" Both Yang Xiaola and Zhuang Tao were taken aback, their expressions filled with shock. They had already been astonished by the existence of one native faction, but now another tribe of cannibals had appeared, coupled with the previous pirates. Did this mean they now faced yet another hostile force? "This information is something I am only sharing with the two of you for now. You must keep it confidential. Unless absolutely necessary, do not let anyone else know, as it would surely incite panic," Chu Cheng stated gravely. For the people in the cave, having witnessed life and death, they perhaps no longer feared death as they once did. However, the cannibal tribe was different. They not only took lives but also drank blood and consumed flesh, which was profoundly chilling. "Understood, we will remember." Yang Xiaola and Zhuang Tao nodded seriously. "By the way, boss, I have noticed something rather strange regarding Xiao Shuiru, but I am uncertain whether I should share it with you." Yang Xiaola hesitated before speaking to Chu Cheng. "Oh, what about Xiao Shuiru?" Chu Cheng's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that Yang Xiaola had discovered Xiao Shuiru sneaking into his cave last night? Chapter 79, Strange Behavior Boss. "I can't tell if it's just my imagination, but I can't shake the feeling that Xiao Shuiru, despite appearing friendly towards us in the cave, actually harbors a certain disdain for us. Although she seems to fit in well, there are many subtle details that suggest she is quite averse to us." At this moment, Yang Xiaolu furrowed his brow as he explained to Chu Cheng. Even though Xiao Shuiru currently displayed a diligent demeanor, even volunteering to help Yang Xiaolu cook, there were small details that left him feeling perplexed. Regardless of her urban background, as a doctor who interacts with various patients daily, if she truly looked down on them, she would hardly be able to continue her profession. Yet now, Yang Xiaolu distinctly sensed an air of rejection emanating from Xiao Shuiru. Though the feeling was faint, it was indeed palpable. "All right then, Upon hearing Yang Shaoli's words, Chu Cheng instinctively frowned. He found it hard to believe Yang Shaoli's assertion. After all, Xiao Shuiru had engaged in intimate acts with him the previous night. If she truly despised him and his companions, why would she willingly serve him? Even if she sought to appease him for her survival, it seemed entirely unnecessary, especially considering Zhang Peng and Li Cixi, who did nothing yet thrived alongside them. Enough overthinking. We are all survivors from dire circumstances. It's normal for our personalities to be somewhat peculiar. A storm is about to hit. Xiaolu, please prepare the wild boar meat with salt. If it doesn't rain tomorrow, I shall venture to the seaside once more to procure some salt water. Taozi, focus on your recovery and refrain from unnecessary movement. Chu Cheng waved his hand and addressed the two. Understood. Yang Xiaolu and Zhuang Tao nodded in agreement. That evening, while Chu Cheng rested in his cave, an unexpected visitor stealthily entered his sanctuary. Sister Lan Lan, what brings you here? In the darkness, Chu Cheng, relying on his night vision, recognized the woman who had quietly slipped in, his eyes filled with surprise. Could it be that Qin Lan wished to emulate Xiao Shuiru's previous intimate approach? Not to worry. I've come to inform you that the genetic serum you received has begun to take effect within you. I wanted to discuss the various stages following its fusion with the human body. Qin Lan, appearing somewhat embarrassed, acknowledged the awkwardness of their situation, two individuals alone in such darkness, especially given their prior encounter. If it weren't for the serum's significance, she would not have chosen to be alone with Chu Cheng in such an environment. All right, I'm listening. Chu Cheng swiftly sat up, understanding that Qin Lan had come to discuss serious matters. The genetic serum initially activates basic genetic abilities, such as the regeneration of earthworms, the strength of ants, and the night vision of birds. As the serum spreads within you and begins to fuse with your own genes, your body will undergo significant changes, which may cause considerable discomfort during this process. Qin Lan's face flushed slightly as she explained. The discomfort referred to the amplification of Chu Cheng's bodily functions during the genetic mutation process, which naturally included various other capabilities. Given his youthful vigor, surrounded by numerous women on the island, yet lacking a girlfriend, this discomfort would be palpable. The only way to alleviate this discomfort is through rigorous daily exercise to expend your energy. This not only accelerates the fusion of your genes, but also helps you adapt more swiftly to your new abilities. After a pause, Qin Lan continued. The waterfall outside is quite invigorating. When you have the time, stand beneath it to let the water strengthen your body. Additionally, the cliffs surrounding the waterfall are at least 50 to 60 meters high. You might also practice climbing there. Sister Lan, are you joking? Chu Cheng was genuinely taken aback by Qin Lan's suggestion. Standing beneath the waterfall's height would feel akin to being struck by stones. Was that not courting disaster? Furthermore, the rock face, eroded by the waterfall, was likely slick with moss, making it perilous to attempt climbing without proper equipment. I'm not joking. Consider the impact of a 400-pound wild boar charging at you. The force would be tremendous. Yet, despite your injuries, you healed completely overnight. If you wait for the genetic fusion to occur naturally, it could take years, even decades, due to genetic variances. After a pause, Qin Lan added, we are on a deserted island, fraught with dangers. Only by mastering these abilities can you ensure the safety of everyone. All right, I understand. Upon hearing Qin Lan's words, Chu Cheng sighed deeply, his eyes reflecting his concerns. Currently, the pirates and the mysterious cannibals were confirmed foes. While the descendants of the Ming dynasty remained ambiguous, neither friend nor foe, the situation was uncertain. Only by strengthening his own capabilities could he protect those he cared for. The following morning, Qin Lan roused Chu Cheng from his slumber around 5 or 6 o'clock, urging him to the waterfall outside the cave. Today marks the beginning of your training. We'll start around the perimeter of the waterfall, avoiding the stronger currents at the center. Once you acclimate to the water's impact, we can venture deeper. Qin Lan instructed as she watched Chu Cheng attentively. Understood. Chu Cheng nodded resolutely, his determination evident. The weather had begun to cool, but his physical condition now allowed him to withstand the chill without fear. Chapter 80. Strengthening the body encouraged by Qin Lan. Chu Cheng promptly shed his shirt and stepped into the waterfall. The moment he entered, a sharp intake of breath escaped him. Though the water above was gentle, it felt as if he were being pounded by a heavy stick. Goodness, that hurts. As the pain coursed through his body, Chu Cheng gritted his teeth, enduring the sensation. Meanwhile, Qin Lan observed his suffering with a hint of sympathy. Although she understood that Chu Cheng's current physical prowess could withstand such harm, the intense pain was not something everyone could bear. Boss, what on earth are you doing? Self-harm? Yang Xiaolu, having just awakened, stepped out of the cave only to see Chu Cheng standing beneath the waterfall, exposed and in apparent agony. Beside him, Lan wore a serious expression, reminiscent of an ancient overseer supervising laborers. Go away, don't bother me. Can't you see I'm exercising? Seeing Yang Xiaoli's astonished face, akin to that of someone watching a circus performance, Chu Cheng felt a wave of annoyance wash over him. All right, boss, you carry on. Upon hearing Chu Cheng's words and glancing at Lan's bewildered gaze, Yang Xiaolu instinctively retracted his neck. From today onward, in addition to our regular food, prepare an extra 5 genes of meat for your boss, Lan stated slowly, turning to Yang Xiaolu. What? An additional 5 genes of meat? Yang Xiaolu was immediately rendered speechless. In the cave, each meal only consisted of a little over 10 genes of meat. Yet now Chu Cheng required an additional 5 genes on his own. What on earth was happening? Your boss is currently training, and he will undoubtedly need a lot more food in the future. Therefore, you need to prepare in advance. Also, gather more wild fruits and vegetables from the mountains. A balance of meat and vegetables will ensure a richer diet. Lan nodded lightly, her expression filled with certainty. Yang Xiaolu, who was both a skilled hunter and an exceptional cook, was undoubtedly the most suitable person for the task in this desolate island where resources were abundant. Despite being a deserted island, it was teeming with wild fruits and meats. With Yang Xiaoli's skills, achieving a nutritionally balanced diet for Chu Cheng was not a particularly challenging endeavor. All right then. Seeing Lan's serious demeanor, which did not suggest a jest, Yang Xiaolu promptly agreed. Meanwhile, Chu Cheng had been under the waterfall for a full half-hour before he finally collapsed, crawling out. Damn, this is even more exhausting than running a marathon. Chu Cheng gasped for air, lying on the ground. Standing beneath the waterfall, he not only endured immense pain, but also faced tremendous impact forces. At present, Chu Cheng felt as if he had been bearing several hundred genes of weight. Standing stationary for an entire hour, it would be strange if he were not exhausted. All right, you go inside the cave and dry off. Dinner will be ready soon. Noting the bruises on Chu Cheng's back from the waterfall's powerful spray, Lan felt a pang of sympathy. Yet she understood that if they did not endure these hardships now, they would be the ones suffering when the pirates returned. Given the pirates' nature, if they learned that the genetic serum had been absorbed by Chu Cheng, they would certainly capture him alive for dissection and study. Although Lan was aware that once the genetic serum entered the human body, it could not be replicated, she knew that for those deranged terrorists, there was nothing they would shy away from to achieve their objectives. You go ahead, I will rest here for a bit. Hearing Lan's words, Chu Cheng nodded slightly, but remained sprawled on the ground. He truly felt too exhausted. Earlier, beneath the waterfall, he had relied solely on sheer willpower to hold on. Otherwise, he would have succumbed to the overwhelming impact long ago. Fine, I will prepare some hot water for you. Lan nodded gently and turned to enter the cave. Chu Cheng lay there for at least 10 more minutes to recuperate before he managed to stand up. Brother Chu, what happened to you? As soon as he stood, a surprised voice came from behind him. He turned to see Wang Mengya, her eyes filled with concern. Oh, Mengya, you're awake? Chu Cheng smiled lightly upon seeing her. Brother Chu, what happened to your back? Why is it so swollen? Wang Mengya noticed the bruises on Chu Cheng's back, and her expression immediately reflected her worry. It's nothing, just did some exercises earlier. Why are you up so early? Chu Cheng quickly fabricated an excuse, not wanting Wang Mengya to know about his foolish ordeal beneath the waterfall. It was still early dawn, around 6 o'clock, and typically, Wang Mengya and the others would sleep until 7 or 8. I need to go outside for a moment. Wang Mengya blushed as she spoke. Hee, is that so? Then go ahead, Chu Cheng replied, gesturing toward the nearby forest. In this desolate island, such matters could only be resolved in the woods. After all, with such vast space, there was certainly ample opportunity. Brother Chu, could you accompany me? I'm a bit scared. Hearing Chu Cheng's words, Wang Mengya's face flushed as she requested. Neither Roland nor Wanru are awake, and President Qin is too aloof for me to bother. Wang Mengya felt slightly embarrassed mentioning this. After all, as the eldest daughter of the Qin family and the current president of the Qin group, Lan naturally exuded an air of coldness that kept people at a distance. In truth, only Chu Cheng had witnessed her softer side on the entire island. All right, I will accompany you. You go into the woods, and I will wait outside. Chu Cheng nodded in agreement, following Wang Mengya as they walked toward the nearby thicket. Upon reaching the edge of the forest, Chu Cheng halted and looked at Wang Mengya. I will wait for you here. You can go in by yourself. Okay, just don't wander too far, or I will be frightened, Wang Mengya replied, her cheeks still flushed. Although everyone on the island was aware of their ambiguous relationship, the barriers between them had yet to be fully broken. Now, she found herself asking Chu Cheng to accompany her to the restroom, which was quite embarrassing for someone as shy as Wang Mengya. Don't worry, I will stay right here, I want to go far. Chu Cheng assured her with a smile, giving her a reassuring expression. After receiving Chu Cheng's confirmation, Wang Mingya slowly turned and entered the woods. Before long, the sound of rustling as she removed her pants could be heard from inside. Chu Cheng, with his keen hearing, could not miss those subtle sounds. Suddenly, he found himself unwittingly imagining Wang Mingya's predicament in the woods. Damn it, what are you thinking, Chu Cheng? He quickly shook his head, casting away those unwholesome thoughts. However, just 2 seconds later, a sound of water splashing emerged from the woods, stirring his imagination once more. When did I become so lecherous? At this moment, Chu Cheng could hardly suppress the urge to slap himself. Although he was a man, he could not fathom what was troubling him. Just last night, Xiao Shuiru had taken the initiative to visit his cave and assist him, yet now, at this early hour, his mind was plagued with unwholesome images. Before long, Wang Mingya emerged from the woods, her face flushed after using the restroom. Chu Go, I'm done. Good. Let us return, he replied, hastily nodding and turning away to avoid gazing at Wang Mingya's youthful visage, lest his thoughts spiral further. Upon returning to the cave, Yang Xiaolu had already kindled a fire and begun cooking meat. Given their isolation on the deserted island, their seasonings were rather rudimentary. Aside from the wild pepper and ginger Yang had foraged, they were left with only salt for flavor. Fortunately, their recent hunts had yielded robust wild boars, from which they had extracted several pounds of lard, significantly improving their living conditions. Boss, the salt water you brought yesterday has been completely evaporated to produce salt. But we have run out now that we need it for curing the meat. Perhaps you should head to the shore again today to gather some? Yang Xiaolu suggested upon noticing Chu Cheng's return. All right, I shall go after we eat. Chu Cheng nodded in agreement. Indeed, having recently slaughtered several hundred pounds of wild boar, a substantial amount of salt was necessary for proper preservation. Otherwise, the quality of the cured meat would be severely compromised. However, it seems you must go alone this time. Xiao Wu and Xiao Qi should stay behind to gather firewood. As for Xiao Shuiru and Mingya, they are girls and have grown up in the city, so their efficiency with such tasks is rather lacking, Yang Xiaolu admitted, scratching his head awkwardly. Currently, they possessed only a few knives and daggers, making it exceedingly difficult to fell trees. Furthermore, the girls had been pampered since childhood and lacked the skills for such labor, resulting in a meager supply of firewood after a full day of effort, leaving them quite fatigued. With a storm looming near, if they did not prepare adequate firewood for over a month, they would be left with raw meat, regardless of their food stores. Do not worry. Chu Cheng reassured him with a nod. The task of boiling salt water was merely time-consuming, but with prior experience, he felt confident in managing it alone. After all, he had endured the force of rushing water for over an hour beneath the waterfall. Surely, he could carry 100 pounds of salt water back from the shore. Before long, the meat broth prepared by Yang Xiaolu was ready, and the others in the cave began to awaken and emerge for breakfast. As the enticing aroma wafted through the air, Chu Cheng's appetite surged, to the astonishment of everyone present. He consumed at least 5 or 6 pounds of cooked meat and several bowls of soup, patting his belly in satisfaction thereafter. My goodness, Chu Go, what is this? The others stared in disbelief at Chu Cheng's extraordinary consumption. This was no ordinary feat. Most would struggle to finish a single pound, yet he had devoured a remarkable amount, rivaling the combined appetites of several individuals. Ahem, I've just had a good appetite lately. You all take your time eating, and once you're finished, please prepare firewood at home. I will head back to the shore to boil more salt water, Chu Cheng said, feeling uncomfortable under their scrutinizing gazes. He quickly made an excuse and, after bidding them farewell, set off again with the water containers in hand toward the shore. Now alone, and endowed with a genetically enhanced physique, Chu Cheng moved with remarkable speed. What should have taken 4 to 5 hours, he accomplished in approximately 2, reaching the shore with ease. Moreover, he felt a warm current surging through his body, and the swelling on his back had mysteriously vanished. This is simply astonishing. He marveled at the changes within him. The advancements of genetic engineering were indeed hailed as the greatest achievement of the 21st century. If such genetic serums were to become widespread in the military, it could spell disaster for the world. At that moment, Chu Cheng was filled with contemplation. As a beneficiary of the genetic serum, he alone understood the immense destructive potential residing within him. However, he also recognized that if such power fell into the hands of the unscrupulous, it would undoubtedly incite chaos worldwide. Once a person possesses strength, unchecked ambition could lead to endless calamities. His thoughts drifted to Qin Lan. In their dire circumstances, she had unhesitatingly administered the serum to him, a gesture that warmed his heart. After only a few days of acquaintance, she had entrusted him with something so precious. indicating she must have made a significant decision at that moment. This reflection brought a wave of melancholy. He had promised Qinlan that regardless of how many girlfriends he had, the one he would ultimately marry would be her. What if, in the end, she truly wished to marry him? How could he explain that to Wang Mingya? Would he dare suggest a polyamorous arrangement? The mere thought could incite her to violence. Enough of this. He sighed deeply, resolving to focus on the immediate task at hand, surviving on the island. He understood well the peril of possessing something valuable in the presence of those who might covet it. Their ongoing threat remained the so-called pirates. And he was acutely aware that should these marauders fail repeatedly, they would undoubtedly send more elite forces to scour the island for the coveted genetic serum. The stakes were high, and survival coupled with strength was the only truth he could cling to. With renewed determination, Chu Cheng prepared to distill seawater. During this process, he did not remain idle. He dove into the ocean, engaging in swimming exercises. According to Qinlan, his body harbored boundless potential, and the challenge now lay in unlocking that potential. In the water, he practiced various strokes, freestyle, diving, backstroke, each executed with remarkable finesse. However, just as Ing had barely set foot in the water, a group of fully armed pirates suddenly approached the shore, brandishing AK-47s and scanning the beach with vigilant expressions. While they searched, they muttered among themselves in a language that Ing found difficult to comprehend. Witnessing this scene, he quickly submerged himself and stealthily swam to a nearby rocky outcrop, where he concealed himself and observed the pirates through the crevices of the rocks. To his astonishment, amidst the pirates, he recognized an exceedingly familiar figure. It was Ing, the very man who had attempted to poison them and was subsequently thrown into the sea. How could this scoundrel still be alive? The sight of Ing triggered memories of their earlier encounter when the pirates attacked. And Ing had repaid their kindness with treachery, hurling stones at them in the cave. They had later taken him in despite his betrayal, only for him to conspire with Ing to poison their water. Such a wretch, still drawing breath. It truly seemed that good people perish early while evildoers thrive. The pirates continued to chatter away. And although Ing had learned various foreign languages during his military service, the country's dialect was particularly convoluted. When spoken rapidly, it proved challenging to grasp. Nevertheless, he gleaned the gist of their conversation. They had come to the beach upon noticing smoke rising and suspected that those preparing brine on the sand had seen them and fled into the woods. Subsequently, Ing commanded several pirates to retrieve Ing's clothing and water bags left at the beach and led them back in the direction they had come. This sight caused Ing to squint instinctively. Those ruffians had taken his water bags, making it impossible for him to prepare brine in the cave should they run short of salt. What astonished him further was how Ing had become allied with the pirates. Moreover, the pirates seemed to regard him with a degree of respect. Realizing this, Ing knew he could not afford to hesitate. Once the pirates vanished into the coastal woods, he emerged from the water and stealthily followed in their wake. He needed to ascertain the location of the pirates' lair, their numbers, and the specifics of their firepower. Otherwise, should they discover the true hiding place of Ing and his companions, the consequences would be dire. If he could understand the full extent of their capabilities, he could prepare strategically. Previously, during their time in the cave, they had suffered losses due to the pirates' rocket launchers, with most of their supplies buried within. Fortunately, everyone had been outside working at the time, sparing them from casualties. Otherwise, Ing would carry that heartache for a lifetime. He trailed the pirates, moving stealthily behind them. The pirates appeared utterly oblivious to the possibility of being followed, striding along with a sense of impunity. After nearly half an hour, Ing finally glimpsed a vast cave ahead. The cave was shallow, approximately 10 meters deep, and he could see its end at a glance. Inside, over 20 pirates lay on beds made of hay, seemingly taking a rest. Outside the camp, an enormous iron pot simmered with seawater, indicating that the pirates were indeed preparing sea salt. Simultaneously, the cave was adorned with various types of meat, and to Ing's astonishment, he noticed a group of wild goats imprisoned within. Could it be that these pirates were aware of an impending storm and were preparing in advance? Ing shook his head gently at this sight. Animal hides hung from the cave walls, and a substantial bag of white salt was stored in a pouch. Most of the pirates wielded AKs, but Ing's keen eye discerned 2 rocket launchers tucked away in the depths of the cave, accompanied by roughly 2 crates of rockets. What on earth were these pirates capable of? Viewing their arsenal, Ing felt a wave of dismay wash over him. This was indeed troublesome. Chapter 83. Why take the pot? For Ing, The pirates' superior weaponry had already conferred upon them a significant advantage. But now it was clear that Zheng had aligned himself with them. As a native of Elango, he undoubtedly understood the lifestyle of his compatriots far better than these brutish pirates who merely charged forward with their firearms. Through his previous dealings with Zheng had come to recognize that beneath his seemingly frail exterior lay a cunning mind, capable of devising nefarious schemes with remarkable speed. Particularly, had he not feigned unconsciousness during Zheng's earlier attempt to poison him and the others, he might never have uncovered his treachery. But now, the pirates seemed inexplicably obedient to Zheng's commands. Thus, with Zheng's intellect coupled with the pirates' firepower, even Cheng, who had undergone genetic evolution, felt a sense of helplessness. No matter how formidable he became, he could never evade bullets, should the pirates confront them head-on. Amidst a hail of gunfire, even his agility would afford him no refuge, let alone against the larger caliber weaponry like rocket launchers. However, just as Zheng returned to the camp, Cheng noticed, with heightened awareness, that on the opposite slope, an unusual assembly of 30 or so individuals had emerged. These figures bore towering bows and arrows, their skin dark and attire eccentric, some adorned with unusually styled feathers. Positioned on the mountain, Cheng observed them, but the pirates, ensconced in the cave below, remained blissfully unaware. Could these be the wild men that Zhynx had mentioned? Observing their peculiar garb and the group's demeanor, it appeared they were poised to attack the pirates below. This left Cheng bewildered. Did they truly believe they could assault a group armed with AKs and rocket launchers armed only with bows and arrows? Yet, as he pondered, the wild men positioned on the rocks began to draw their bows, aiming at the returning pirates below. With a resounding war cry, they unleashed a barrage of arrows that rained down upon the pirates' camp. What an astonishing display! Cheng was left utterly astounded. The wild men were positioned at least 200 to 300 meters from the pirates' encampment. Even the crossbows crafted by Ying could not achieve such a range. Nevertheless, the wild men seemed undeterred by the distance and unleashed their arrows with reckless abandon. In the valley below, the pirates could scarcely fathom that, under the broad daylight, someone would dare to launch a surprise attack against them. In an instant, 5 or 6 pirates were struck by a barrage of arrows, collapsing to the ground. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Get up quickly! Upon witnessing this scene, Zhang Hong immediately sprang into action, hurriedly grabbing a pot lid from beside the cooking fire to shield his head, and swiftly retreated into the cave. Inside the cave, upon hearing Zhang Hong's urgent cries, the other pirates hastily seized their weapons and emerged from the cavern. The sounds of gunfire erupted throughout the valley. Perhaps the wild men had never encountered such a fearsome contraption that spat fire, standing defiantly atop the cliff and exchanging fire with the pirates. Yet, despite the wild men's prowess with their bows and arrows, they were no match for the pirates wielding automatic rifles. In less than 30 seconds, over 10 wild men lay lifeless in pools of blood. Many were taken aback by the thunderous gunfire reverberating through the valley, standing bewildered and uncertain. Charge! Surround them! Do not let them escape! At this moment, Zhang Hong, witnessing the chaos, clutched the wooden pot lid as a makeshift shield and wielded a handgun, shouting orders to the remaining pirates. Onward! Responding to Zhang Hong's command, the remaining pirates brandished their weapons and surged toward the ridge where the wild men had gathered. Soon, the forest echoed with the sounds of gunfire and eerie cries of despair. Observing this tumultuous scene, Chu Cheng instinctively swallowed hard and gazed toward the pirate camp below. It was evident that only the few pirates felled by the arrows remained, moaning on the ground, clearly stripped of their combat capabilities. Gritting his teeth, Chu Cheng unsheathed the dagger from his waist and stealthily approached the gravely injured pirate. Upon reaching the wounded pirate, he plunged the dagger into his chest, extinguishing his life. Another injured pirate, startled by the sudden presence, attempted to cry out, but Chu Cheng wasted no time, swiftly leaping forward to slit the pirate's throat. Blood gushed forth, and that pirate too was rendered lifeless. As for the other injured pirates, they either lay unconscious from their wounds or had already succumbed to fatal injuries. For the sake of thoroughness, Chu Cheng ensured that each pirate was dispatched with an additional strike. After resolving the fates of these pirates, he ventured into the cave, gathering their blankets, salt, and various spices and medicines into a large woven bag, slinging it over his shoulder. Before departing, he cast a vengeful glance at the dozen or so rocket launchers left behind by the pirates in the cave. With a resolute heart, he opened a nearby gasoline barrel and poured its contents over the hay scattered within the cave. Having completed this task, Chu Cheng shouldered the oversized woven bag and made his way into the forest. Yet, scarcely had he entered the thicket when a thought struck him. He turned back to retrieve the military pot used by the pirates to boil salt water, clutching it in hand as he once again delved into the dense foliage. Chapter 84. The pot is gone all right. This time, you will truly taste the consequences of my explosive wrath. Once in a relatively secure area of the forest, Chu Cheng chuckled softly as he produced a windproof lighter he had just scavenged from the cave. With a flick, he ignited it and tossed it down toward the cave. Boom. The moment the lighter landed in the cave, the gasoline ignited instantly, billowing thick black smoke. The cave, laden with hay and animal pelts, caught fire within seconds, and the stored ammunition exploded under the intense heat. Boom. Boom. The resounding blasts echoed as the rocket launchers detonated, sending rocks tumbling from the cave's ceiling. Witnessing this, Chu Cheng smiled contentedly, his eyes gleaming with satisfaction. Take that. You thought you could burn my cave. After executing his plan, Chu Cheng, with the large woven sack on his shoulder and the military pot in hand, swiftly vanished into the depths of the thicket. Meanwhile, Zhang Hong, pursuing the wild men in the forest, was momentarily taken aback by the tremendous explosions. Captain, the camp is on fire. Just as Zhang Hong was lost in thought, a pirate rushed up behind him in a panic, exclaiming urgently, "What? On fire? We must go check." Realizing the gravity of the situation, Zhang Hong quickly rallied the remaining pirates, hastily returning to the camp. However, upon arrival, they were met with devastation. The cave had been reduced to ashes, and the once hospitable shelter was now a heap of rubble. What the hell happened here? Zhang Hong's rage surged upon seeing the destruction. This cave had been his refuge from the storms, stocked with blankets and pelts to keep them warm, now utterly consumed by flames. If a storm were to strike now, they would be left utterly helpless. Captain, all of us left behind at the camp have perished. Another pirate approached, checking the pulses of the fallen and confirming their demise. Captain, it seems our pot has also been stolen. One pirate gulped nervously, addressing Zhang Hong. What? Stolen? Who could have done this? Zhang Hong nearly choked on his own fury. Although the cave had been destroyed and the wounded pirates killed, he felt no sympathy for their plight. After all, these pirates were not his kin. He had assumed command only due to the strange man who had transferred authority to him. Their fates were of little concern to him. Yet, the audacity of burning their shelter and stealing their pot was beyond acceptable. Could it have been those wild men? Zhang Hong's expression darkened as he vowed to reclaim that pot at all costs. In this desolate isle, having no pot would mean no hot soup or cooked meals, an absolute necessity. It cannot be. Our comrades left at the cave all bore stab wounds to the chest, likely from a dagger, and one had his carotid artery severed. This was undoubtedly the work of modern individuals, likely trained operatives. Otherwise, it would be impossible for them to strike so precisely. The wild men only know how to charge recklessly. Such finesse is beyond their capability. An experienced old pirate, after meticulously examining his injuries, turned to Zhang Hong and spoke. Oh. Upon hearing the old pirate's words, Zhang Hong furrowed his brows. Modern people? Could it be Chu Cheng and his companions? The more he contemplated this, the more plausible it seemed. Firstly, Chu Cheng and his associates were all veterans, naturally trained in the art of killing. Furthermore, they too had become survivors marooned on this desolate island, making their theft of the iron pot somewhat understandable. Damn it! Where have these people been hiding? At this moment, Zhang Hong let out a deep sigh. Ever since he had taken command of these 20-odd pirates, he had conducted a thorough search along the beach. However, after several days of searching, there had been no sign of Chu Cheng and the others. Earlier that morning, they had been hunting in the vicinity when they noticed smoke rising from the beach and decided to investigate, only to find that by the time they arrived, their adversaries had vanished without a trace. Initially, Zhang Hong had thought that their opponents had discovered their presence and fled in advance. However, reflecting on it now, the individual had not fled immediately upon seeing them. Instead, he had hidden and, after Zhang Hong and his men returned to camp, stealthily followed them to this site. Later, as those foolish savages attacked the camp, this person had seized the opportunity amidst the chaos to infiltrate the cave, slay the injured guards, set fire to the cave, and subsequently abscond with their sole marching pot. Damn it, these scoundrels! The thought ignited a surge of rage within Zhang Hong, causing him to viciously throw the pot lid, which he had been using as a shield, to the ground. Given Chu Cheng and his companions' familiarity with the jungle, it was evident that pursuing them now would yield no results. Damn it, Chu Cheng, you better wait for me. After the storm passes, just see how I deal with you. As this thought crossed his mind, Zhang Hong squinted, a flicker of murderous intent flashing through his eyes. In that instant, he recalled the moment when he had first arrived on the island, only to have Chu Cheng incapacitate him. Damn it. All I was doing was toying with a few worthless scoundrels. How dare you cripple me, Chu Cheng? I swear I will make you experience the agony I am enduring now. At this moment, Zhang Hong clenched his fists tightly, a palpable aura of malice emanating from him, causing several pirates nearby to instinctively shiver in fear. Captain, what shall we do now? A pirate cautiously inquired, observing the disarray within the cave. What else can we do? Clear out the stones. The storm is about to hit. Are you planning to stay in the rain for a month? Zhang Hong's frustration intensified at the pirate's question. Okay, Captain. Seeing Zhang Hong's fury, the pirates hurriedly nodded and began to clear away the rubble. Unbeknownst to Zhang Hong, as the pirates moved forward, each of them harbored a deep resentment. Chapter 85. The Steamed Bun. Damn it. This yellow-skinned monkey treats me like a slave. I really don't know what the higher-ups see in him. One pirate grumbled as he cleared the debris in the cave. Keep your voice down. Don't let him hear you. Once we get our money, we'll figure out a way to deal with him. He's just a yellow-skinned monkey. What's he so proud of? Another pirate, though visibly displeased, was far more composed than the first. For them, Zhang Hong had promised that if they could survive and return to the city, he would reward each of them with $500,000. As long as they received their payment, this man before them would be at their mercy. At this moment, Zhang Hong was entirely oblivious to the fact that the pirates had already set their sights on him. For him, nothing was more pressing than eliminating Chu Cheng. The fact that they had burned his cave was infuriating enough, but to make matters worse, they had stolen their only iron pot. This was utterly intolerable. Meanwhile, Chu Cheng, burdened with a woven bag full of supplies and the heavy iron pot weighing over 20 pounds, hurried towards the waterhole. He was confident that, with his current physical condition, even carrying 200 to 300 pounds, no one could catch up to him in this dense forest. 2 hours later, Chu Cheng finally returned to the cave outside the waterhole. Hey, Brother Chu, what is this? Upon seeing the large bag of items and the blackened pot, Wang Mingya and the others were left speechless. Come help me unpack and see what we have. At that moment, Wu Liang was brimming with excitement, feeling that he had successfully taken everything that could be salvaged from the pirate camp. Wow, Brother Chu, where did you get all this stuff? As the woven bag was opened, a plethora of items tumbled out. There were at least 50 or 60 pounds of prepared sea salt, more than enough for several months, along with chicken essence, salad dressing, and a series of Western condiments. Most astonishing were the numerous blankets and even some canned goods and flour. Although the quantity was modest, it was sufficient to significantly improve their meals. I happened upon a clash between the pirates and the savages when I was at the beach, and while they were distracted, I slipped into the pirates' cave and brought back these supplies. Chu Cheng chuckled lightly, his expression filled with pride. With the blankets and the large iron pot, they would no longer need to worry about lacking warm clothing when the storm arrived. Coupled with the flour and canned goods, they would have enough provisions for quite some time. Wow, the boss is truly impressive. At that moment, Yang Xiala could not help but give Chu Cheng a thumbs up, his face brimming with admiration. Tonight, we'll have a feast and make steamed buns for everyone. Great. I haven't had staple food in ages. I'm really looking forward to it. Upon hearing Yang Xiala's words, the group in the cave erupted in joy. Although steamed buns might seem ordinary for them, it was an immense encouragement. Since arriving on the island, they had been subsisting on wild fruits and bland meat, making them feel as if they had returned to primitive society. Now, not only would they have steamed buns, but also delicious beef canned goods, which ignited everyone's spirits. By the way, Sister Wanru, I also brought back a batch of medicine from the pirate's cave. Can you check if there is anything suitable for Zhuang Tao? Following this, Chu Cheng emptied the woven bag, spilling out all the medicines. Wow, there are so many medicines. The sight sent the cave into an uproar. Their greatest concern had always been the inability to treat any serious or minor ailments on the island. Now, with such a plethora of medicines, it undoubtedly brought a sense of security to everyone. Here are some blood-clearing and bruising medicines. I'll take these to Zhuang Tao for him to take a bit. Xiao Shuiru squatted in front of the pile of medicines, selecting a few items before slowly making her way into the cave. At that moment, upon seeing Xiao Shuiru taking the medicine, Chu Cheng instinctively furrowed his brow. In that fleeting moment, Chu Cheng suddenly recalled a physician friend he had known previously. The friend had remarked that nearly all doctors tend to exhibit obsessive-compulsive tendencies. If they were to witness medications haphazardly arranged, it would feel as though countless ants were crawling inside them, compelling them to organize everything meticulously before they could proceed with any other task. Yet, just moments ago, Xiao Shuiru had carelessly rummaged through the medications, discarding the unnecessary ones directly onto the ground, a behavior incongruous with that of a medical professional. Could it truly be that her near-death experience had profoundly altered her disposition? At this juncture, Chu Cheng narrowed his eyes, though he felt a tinge of skepticism. They were indeed stranded on a deserted island, each having narrowly escaped death. Any transformation in character, under such circumstances, was not entirely unfathomable. After a hasty lunch, Chu Cheng joined Xiao Wu and Xiao Qi in the collective effort to gather firewood, having brought back several army shovels from the cave. Equipped with serrated edges suitable for sawing wood, their progress accelerated considerably. Thunder rumbled ominously as evening approached, dark clouds loomed overhead, and lightning streaked across the sky. A tempestuous wind began to rage, and from afar, towering waves several meters high surged across the sea. The storm had finally arrived. Oh my goodness, what a terrifying sight. At this moment, Wang Mingya stood alongside Chu Cheng on the cliff overlooking the water, gazing at the alarming scene unfolding upon the sea. No wonder their 10,000-ton cruise ship had capsized right here. Under such a tempest, it seemed unlikely that any vessel could endure the fury of the storm. Let us head inside. After the fierce winds, the torrential rain will soon follow. As he spoke, Chu Cheng let out a soft sigh, his expression easing slightly. Within the cave, they had adequately prepared provisions, firewood, and supplies for warmth. He could finally set his mind at ease and focus on strengthening his body. Since their arrival on the island, Chu Cheng had been in a constant state of tension, seldom enjoying a restful night's sleep. However, with the storm now providing a natural barrier, he understood that neither pirates nor wild men would dare venture out in such weather. This realization afforded them a precious moment of respite.